Chapter 1. Perilous Encounter on a Rainy Night. As autumn approached, the weather proved to be capricious. Just days ago, the sun shone brightly, yet now a gentle rain fell, infusing the air with a brisk chill. She struggled to open her eyes, only to find herself in unfamiliar, desolate mountains, surrounded by muck. A violent headache surged like a tide, and fragmented memories not belonging to her exploded in her mind. "Ching'er, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" An anxious woman, tattered yet unable to conceal her noble demeanor, inquired. Yong'an gazed at this woman, gradually piecing together the fragments of her memory. She, or rather the current incarnation of herself, was Yong'an, the second legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yong'an. Her father ranked second among the family, with an elder brother and younger siblings beneath him, receiving a meager monthly stipend, and her paternal grandparents were neither particularly kind nor cruel to the second branch of the family. The woman before her was her mother-in-law, Guzheng, the Princess of Wuan. Following the failure of the fourth prince in the struggle for the throne, he was accused of conspiring to murder the emperor and was executed on the spot, while most of his followers were exterminated along with their clans. Fearing repercussions for his wife and children, the prince chose to end his own life, and the emperor, remembering the prince's past military achievements, sentenced his clan to exile in the far north, never to return to the capital for 3 generations. Originally, the engagement was with the third legitimate daughter, Yong'an, but it seemed the third branch had employed some underhanded tactics, leading her grandfather to change his mind about the betrothal mere days before the exile, sending her to the prince's residence in a palanquin on the eve of their departure. Think that she, a distinguished 5-star chef from the 21st century, had prepared to celebrate with friends after receiving a bonus, only to fall into a coma from a car accident on the way to her destination and awaken in the body of an exiled, noble woman. Felt utterly bewildered. "Mother, I am fine, just a bit dizzy." Yong'an suppressed her confusion and fear, offering a faint smile to Guzheng. Guzheng tenderly caressed Yong'an's cheek, her eyes filled with love. "Silly child, it is the prince's fault that you suffer, that if not for the prince's entanglement, you would not. Enough, let us not speak of it. Ching'er, come, have some porridge," Guzheng said, carefully retrieving a worn cloth bag and opening it to reveal a rough ceramic bowl containing a few spoonfuls of nearly transparent rice porridge, exuding a faint rice aroma. This bowl of porridge was traded by Guzheng, using her last few pieces of jewelry from the officials escorting them. In the eyes of those around, these exiled convicts were akin to ants, their lives deemed inconsequential. "Mother, please eat, I am not hungry," Yong'an protested, knowing that such a meager offering could hardly sate her ravenous hunger. "Silly child, I have already eaten. This is specially saved for you," Guzheng insisted lovingly, bringing the bowl of porridge to Yong'an's lips. "Quickly, drink it, you will need your strength for the journey." With that, she moved aside to tend to her small children. Realizing that further refusal would only deepen Guzheng's worries, Yong'an accepted the bowl and took small sips. The warm porridge slid down her throat, providing a semblance of comfort. Yet after just a few bites, she paused, her gaze shifting to the handsome young man leaning against a pine tree, pale and resting with closed eyes. That he was strikingly handsome, yet his complexion was pallid, and he appeared weak. His phoenix eyes betrayed no emotion, and his damp hair clung messily to his ashen cheeks. This was her husband, Guyunting. The mountain path was treacherous, and Yong'an had nearly twisted her ankle several times. It was her husband, despite his own illness, who had carried her on his back to keep pace with the group. With this thought in mind, Yong'an offered the bowl to Guyunting. "Please have some, although we have several days more to travel. I do not wish to see you falter." She watched him drink the last remnants of porridge, placing the bowl at his feet, then leaning against the pine tree. Eyes closed once more. Yong'an raised her gaze to the distant, dark mountains beneath the gloomy sky, where the rain intensified, showing no signs of abating. Around her, the faces of the exiled families were filled with despair, mingled with the curses of the soldiers. Before she could ponder further, a few small stones, mixed with mud, suddenly tumbled down from the mountain behind them. In this torrential downpour, such minor sounds went unnoticed by the others. Yet Yong'an sensed the anomaly. She scrutinized the surrounding mountain shapes and terrains, her expression growing grave. Although there were some pine trees on the peak where they rested, they were sparse compared to the others, with mostly exposed rocks and sandy soil on the slope. Coupled with the heavy rain, this terrain was highly susceptible to landslides that Yi Wanqing could not ascertain whether a landslide would occur, but it was better to err on the side of caution. No one wished to gamble with their lives. The torrential raindrops mercilessly pelted down upon her, but she paid no heed to wiping them away, anxiously pacing back and forth. This vast procession contained at least 100 individuals, and should a landslide occur, the consequences would be dire. Though she was the wife of an exiled noble, she had been well-educated since childhood and understood the gravity of human life. She could not remain idle. Taking a deep breath, she tore a strip from her skirt, binding her rain-soaked hair securely, and, braving the storm, she sprinted towards the front of the line. "Excuse me, soldier. Please inform Lu Deputy Commander that I have urgent matters to discuss." Yi Wanqing intercepted a soldier seeking shelter from the rain, her tone urgent. The soldier assessed her from head to toe, noting her drenched and disheveled state, his voice tinged with disdain. "Get lost. Who do you think you are coming here? Do you really think you can just see Lu Deputy Commander?" "Sir, I truly have a matter of utmost urgency to report. It concerns everyone's safety, and we cannot afford to delay." Yi Wanqing pleaded desperately, her tone bordering on imploring. "Go away. Stop spouting nonsense. If you persist, I will." The soldier waved his sword sheath impatiently, attempting to intimidate her. Yi Wanqing felt her words choke in her throat, fury boiling within her. Yet she found herself powerless. She understood that arguing with these coarse soldiers was futile. She had to see Lu Deputy Commander as soon as possible. The rain showed no signs of relenting, and every second that ticked by intensified her anxiety. She fixed her gaze on the tent in the distance that symbolized Lu Deputy Commander's authority, silently praying for a miracle. Just as her heart raced with urgency, the tent flap suddenly lifted, revealing a tall, young man stepping out. Dressed in black attire, with a sword at his waist, an air of heroism emanated from him. He was Lu Deputy Commander, the second-in-command of the troop. "What is happening?" Lu Deputy Commander's voice was deep and commanding, carrying the weight of someone seasoned in battle. Yi Wanqing's eyes brightened, as though she had grasped a lifeline. Forgetting all formalities, she rushed to him, her words spilling forth rapidly. "Lu Deputy Commander, the soil on this hillside is loose, and with the recent rains, it is highly prone to landslides. I implore you to order the troop to change course immediately to avoid disaster." Upon hearing her, Lu Deputy Commander's brows knitted together, his gaze landing upon Yi Wanqing's pale yet resolute face, stirring something within him. He turned to the soldier, his tone stern. "What is the meaning of this?" The soldier, intimidated by Lu Deputy Commander's presence, stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Reporting to you, sir. I merely thought her words were too absurd, so—" "Absurd?" Lu Deputy Commander scoffed. "Human lives are at stake. You dare to speak such nonsense? Hurry and lead the way to the hillside for inspection." The soldier turned ashen, fearing further repercussions, and quickly led Lu Deputy Commander and Yi Wanqing toward the hillside. Yi Wanqing pointed to the slope, indicating the grooves carved by the rain, her voice urgent. "Sir, as you can see, the soil here is inherently loose, and now, having been soaked by the rain, it poses an even greater danger. Should a landslide occur, the consequences would be dire." Deputy Lu crouched down, scooping up a handful of earth to examine it closely. His expression grew increasingly grave. Every word spoken by Yi Wanqing rang true. This slope indeed concealed a perilous threat. "Relay the order. The team must change direction immediately and take a detour," Deputy Lu decisively commanded. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing felt the weight on her heart finally lift, and she gratefully bowed to Deputy Lu. The team was compelled to alter their route, trudging on through the relentless downpour. Exhaustion had already taken its toll, and complaints echoed among the weary travelers. "This damned rain, when will it ever cease? Indeed, how much longer must we walk? My legs feel as though they might break." As Yi Wanqing listened to the surrounding grievances, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Though she too felt utterly fatigued, the thought of her recent actions averting a disaster filled her with renewed strength. The group continued to navigate the muddy path, the sky darkening as the rain showed no signs of abating. Just as despair began to loom over them, a sudden cheer erupted ahead. "Look, there appears to be an open space up ahead." Wonderful. We can finally rest. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace toward the clearing. It turned out to be a natural shelter formed by a recessed cliff, where a massive rock jutted out like a grand canopy, shielding them from most of the rain. Yi Wanqing's heart soared with joy as she stepped toward the rock. Before she could beckon Gu Zheng's party to join her, she felt a sudden shove from behind, stumbling a few steps and nearly losing her balance. What do you think you're doing? Yi Wanqing steadied herself, turning around in irritation, only to find Zheng Jiayi standing provocatively behind her. This young lady was the granddaughter of the Earl of Chongqing and also a niece of Gu Zheng. The Zheng family, though of noble descent, held little power and were often regarded as a fallen house. Gu Zheng was not the legitimate daughter of the Earl. She was born of a concubine, the offspring of a maidservant favored by the Earl in his youth to secure her position. The Earl's wife had elevated the maid to concubine status. When Gu Zheng was born, she was raised under the strict tutelage of her legitimate mother, resulting in a meek disposition. Later, when the king of Wuan sought to take a new wife, prominent families in the capital vied for advantageous marriages to elevate their standing, and the Earl of Chongqing was no exception. His legitimate daughter had married off 2 years prior to the southwest, leaving Gu Zheng as the sole unmarried daughter. Through careful maneuvering, they successfully arranged for Gu Zheng to marry into the royal family. While Gu Zheng was not particularly striking, she possessed a gentle beauty and soon won the favor of the king, becoming pregnant shortly after their union and giving birth to their first son, Gu Yunting. In the following years, she bore her second son, Gu Yunhui, as well as a daughter, Gu Xiaoqing, and another daughter, Gu Xiaoping. During her time as a princess, the Zheng family basked in her favor, receiving flattery from esteemed families. However, when Gu Zheng was exiled, the Zheng family followed suit, harboring deep resentment toward her. From the onset of her exile, they had offered her nothing but disdain. As a younger generation, Zheng Jiayi held no regard for the Gu family. With a scornful glance at Yi Wanqing, Zheng Jiayi mockingly remarked, "Oh, isn't this the newly married daughter of the Gu family? Did you hurt yourself? It's slippery in this rain. Who told you to hurry?" Yi Wanqing, recognizing the malice behind her words, refrained from engaging further. Coldly, she replied, "It is none of your concern," and maneuvered around her toward the rock. The space beneath the boulder was limited, already crowded with numerous people, including Zheng's party. Seeing Yi Wanqing approach the rock, Zheng Jiayi's alarm bells rang loudly in her mind, and she quickly shouted, "Mother, hurry, let's move over there." Though Zheng's mother was puzzled, she obediently followed her daughter into the throng, seeking a relatively dry spot. Upon reaching the boulder, Yi Wanqing found little space remaining. "Madam, would you mind moving a bit?" Yi Wanqing asked a nearby woman. The woman looked up, hesitating upon seeing Yi Wanqing's ragged appearance, but reluctantly shifted aside, granting her a small space. Yi Wanqing expressed her gratitude and settled against the stone wall, waving to Gu Zheng's direction. Witnessing this, Zheng Jiayi's irritation intensified. Pointing at Yi Wanqing, she exclaimed, "Why should you sit there? We claimed the spot first." Yi Wanqing furrowed her brow, replying calmly, "Is this open space owned by your family? In this desolate wilderness, can one really claim land as their own?" Zheng Jiayi was momentarily rendered speechless, her frustration boiling over as she glared at Yi Wanqing, unable to articulate a retort. "Enough." Deputy Liu, who had been observing silently, finally interjected. He stepped between the two, sternly admonishing, "What is the meaning of this ruckus at such a time? Have you no sense of decorum?" Upon witnessing Deputy Liu's anger, Zheng Jiayi fell silent, casting one last furious glare at Yi Wanqing before turning away. Once the crowd settled, Deputy Liu waved his hand, signaling them to continue resting. Gradually, tranquility returned, broken only by the sound of rain striking the rocks and the distant rumble of thunder, which resonated with unsettling clarity. At that moment, a sudden, ominous rumble echoed from afar, reminiscent of a collapse. The crowd was startled, looking up in alarm, yet nothing was visible. "What was that?" Someone whispered. "I don't know, could it be?" "Don't say such things." Unease rippled through the group, each person exchanging apprehensive glances. Only Yi Wanqing, upon hearing that colossal sound, felt her complexion shift abruptly, a wave of intense trepidation washing over her. That noise, it resembled a landslide. Chapter 2. Delicious warmth. The night was deep, The rain fell softly, and the scent of damp earth permeated the forest. By the extinguished campfire, a palpable silence enveloped the group, disturbed only by the sudden, thunderous sound that echoed through the valley, lingering ominously. Fear crept into the hearts of all present like an insidious vine, prompting whispered speculations. Could it be the wrath of the mountain god? Do not speak such nonsense. Beware the repercussions of your words. Lu, the deputy officer, admonished sharply, striving to quell the rising tide of panic among them. Yi Wanqing paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. Her gaze was fixed intently in the direction of the sound, her expression grave. The noise was deep and resonant, far beyond the mere falling of stones. It bore the ominous portent of a landslide. Lord Lu, I implore you to send someone ahead to investigate and ascertain the situation promptly, Yi Wanqing urged, rising to meet Lu's gaze with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. Initially, Lu was taken aback. How audacious of this woman to presume to command him. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the validity of her suggestion. Moreover, he too yearned to uncover the truth of the matter. Li Si, take a few men and scout ahead, Lu commanded. The soldier, named Li Si, accepted the orders. Gathering his companions, torches in hand, and cautiously made their way toward the source of the sound. As time ticked by, the anxious waiting rendered the air thick with tension, each person acutely aware of their own heavy breathing. At last, distant flickers of light and shadows appeared. Li Si and his team returned, their expressions fraught with alarm. My lord, it's terrible. The mountain has collapsed. Li Si gasped, struggling to catch his breath. What? The crowd erupted in shock, a wave of unrest sweeping through them. Calm yourself. Speak slowly. What has transpired? Lu demanded, feigning composure despite the turmoil. A mudslide has occurred at the base of the mountain. It has blocked the road, Li Si replied, still shaken. We were fortunate to leave that area beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed among the group, each person reflecting on their narrow escape. Had it not been for Lu's foresight to evacuate them, they might now have been buried beneath a cascade of rocks and mud. Lord Lu is truly wise. We owe our safety to him. The voices of praise rose in unison, and even Lu could not suppress a flicker of pride at their accolades. Amidst the crowd, Yi Wanqing gazed upon the scene, her heart stirred with mixed emotions. She understood all too well that the credit did not belong to Lu, but rather to the merciful hand of fate. Had she not sensed the anomaly and alerted Lu, they might have already been consumed by the advancing mudslide. Yet, such truths remained unspoken, unnecessary to voice aloud. Gradually, the crowd quieted, seeking places to rest. Yi Wanqing surveyed their elevated position, reassured that the mudslide would not reach them here. With her safety confirmed, she approached Gu Zhengshi. Mother, are you well? Yi Wanqing inquired softly, concern lacing her tone. Gu Zhengshi gently shook her head, clasping Yi Wanqing's hand in hers. I am well, and Yin Ting and the boys are safe too. It is you, Qing'er, who deserves gratitude for alerting Lord Lu. Otherwise, her voice faltered, emotion overtaking her as she sensed the gravity of what might have been. Sister Ping lifted her head, her clear gaze filled with gratitude. Indeed, sister-in-law, thanks to you, we were able to turn danger into safety. Yi Wanqing smiled softly, gently patting Sister Ping's hand, and replied tenderly, It is well, it is well. The hour is late. You should rest early. With that, Yi Wanqing rose and walked over to Gu Yunting, who remained seated upon a large stone, his stature as upright as a pine, seemingly melding with the night. Yi Wanqing sat beside him and inquired softly, What are you pondering? Gu Yunting turned to glance at her, his profound eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light in the darkness, and replied in a placid tone, I was thinking about whether we can survive to reach the place of exile. Yi Wanqing paused momentarily, then understood the implication of his words. Although the landslide had spared them, it had completely obstructed their path forward. They were ensnared in this desolate wilderness, with an uncertain future and life hanging in the balance. We will, Yi Wanqing asserted resolutely, we will surely survive to reach the place of exile, and we will live well. Gu Yunting regarded her intently, remaining silent. Yet the tension at the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As night deepened, the rain gradually subsided. Deputy Liu arranged for several soldiers to search nearby for a dry spot, preparing to rekindle the fire. Observing the bustling activity, a glimmer of hope surged within Yi Wanqing. Perhaps this sudden landslide was not a calamity, but rather a new beginning. With the rain tapering off, a faint light of dawn broke through the horizon. The moist air infused with the fragrance of earth. Deputy Liu, sporting dark circles under his eyes from a night of anxiety, felt utterly exhausted, yet summoned his energy to direct his subordinates in the aftermath. Li Si, take a few men to scout the area for any dry spots suitable for a fire, and gather some dry twigs. Deputy Liu instructed wearily. Yes, Li Si responded, leading several soldiers with fire torches as they cautiously ventured into the woods. Their group had brought along non-perishable provisions, originally intending to find a place to cook after crossing the valley ahead, but fate had intervened. Now stranded here, soaked to the bone, they were cold and hungry. A most uncomfortable predicament. Thankfully, with the rain having ceased, they believed they would soon be able to make a fire and cook. After scouring the forest, Li Si indeed discovered several spots shielded by rocks from the rain, and managed to collect a good amount of dry twigs. Sir, we have found a place to make a fire, Li Si called out excitedly. Deputy Liu's spirits lifted as he hurriedly led everyone to the location. Before long, a fire was kindled, its warm glow dispelling the chill and dampness of the woods, illuminating the weary faces of the group. Sir, we still have plenty of cured meat. How about we make a pot of meat soup? It will at least warm us up, Li Si suggested, rubbing his hands together and sniffing. Deputy Liu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, you go ahead and arrange it. With the command given, Li Si cheerfully set off to gather the necessary items for the soup. However, as he opened the sack containing the rice, his expression abruptly turned pale. What happened? Deputy Liu noticed the troubled expression on Li Si's face and inquired with curiosity. Li Si, with a sorrowful countenance, raised the swollen rice bag, soaked by muddy water, and said, "My lord, the rice has been ruined." Upon hearing this, Deputy Liu's expression darkened as well. If the rice had absorbed water, it would be inedible. Even boiling it for porridge would yield no flavor. Without staple food, merely consuming salted meat broth would not suffice to satiate their hunger. This unforeseen calamity plunged the already weary group into deeper despair. Yi Wanqing was roused from her slumber by Li Si's lamentations, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The news of the ruined rice sent a jolt of concern through her. If only there were some warm food, even a simple vegetable porridge would suffice. Sister Ping, weak and listless, rested her head on Gu Zheng's lap, murmuring softly. An audacious idea sparked in Yi Wanqing's mind. After all, she had been a five-star chef in modern society. Cooking porridge or stir-frying a dish was a trivial task for her. My Lord Liu, she approached Deputy Chun and bowed respectfully. I perceive that you look weary, likely due to hunger. Though I hail from a family of officials, I possess some culinary skills. May I attempt to prepare a meal for you and the soldiers? Deputy Liu examined Yi Wanqing, noting her tattered clothing could not conceal her innate elegance, and her words were appropriately articulated. He felt a flicker of doubt. Can you truly cook? With a gentle smile, Yi Wanqing replied confidently, I do not wish to boast, but I can certainly prepare some simple dishes. After a moment's hesitation, Deputy Liu, faced with the loss of their staple food, recognized he had no other choice but to take a gamble. Very well, give it a try. If it turns out well, I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, my lord. Yi Wanqing's heart soared with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Whatever ingredients you need, just inform Li Si, Deputy Liu instructed. My lord, I wish to venture into the mountains. Perhaps I can find some wild vegetables or fruits, Yi Wanqing said, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Deputy Liu, unaware of her intentions, nodded in agreement. Very well, be cautious and return promptly. Yi Wanqing exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Zheng and followed Li Si deeper into the forest. She had devised a plan, though resources were scarce in this remote wilderness. With diligent searching, surprises could still be unearthed. Meanwhile, Gu Yunting, who had remained silent, observed Yi Wanqing's actions with keen interest reflected in his profound gaze. As Yi Wanqing and Li Si traversed deeper into the woods, She meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, hoping to discover something edible. Li Si trailed behind her, his face etched with skepticism, pondering what food could possibly be found in such a dense forest. "Brotherly, what do you usually eat while outdoors?" Yi Wanqing casually inquired, seeking information from him. "Oh, what else is there?" "Wild vegetables and tree bark." Li Si sighed. "On fortunate days, we might catch a wild rabbit or chicken, which would be a delightful improvement to our meals. However, the forest is rife with wild beasts, so we dare not wander too far." Yi Wanqing nodded thoughtfully, realizing that survival in this ancient wilderness was far more arduous than modern camping experiences. As Yi Wanqing strolled through the woods, a sudden brightness caught her attention. Beneath a towering pine tree, she discovered a patch of tender green plants. She hastened towards it, brushing aside the thick layer of fallen leaves to reveal clusters of dew-kissed shepherd's purse. "Brotherly, come and see what I found," Yi Wanqing called excitedly to Li Si. Li Si approached and was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this shepherd's purse? How could it possibly grow in these deep mountains?" The herb, fragrant and delightful, was excellent for soups and stir-fries. Yi Wanqing smiled, declaring, "It seems luck is on our side today. We are in for a treat." Li Si regarded her with skepticism. Having grown up in the mountains, he had never seen anyone consume such a plant. Yet, seeing Yi Wanqing's unwavering confidence, he refrained from further protest and joined her in gathering the herb. After collecting the shepherd's purse, Yi Wanqing continued to weave through the forest, unearthing wild ginger and wild onions along the way. She recalled fond memories of her grandmother taking her mushroom foraging in the mountains, claiming they were a delicacy. Her efforts were soon rewarded when she discovered clusters of pale, earthy-colored mushrooms nestled among the damp leaves. After careful examination, she confirmed they were non-toxic wild mushrooms, which heightened her delight. "Brotherly, hurry, come see what I found," she called, waving him over. Li Si rushed to her side and, upon seeing the mushrooms in her hands, his eyes widened in alarm. "Aren't those poisonous mushrooms? How can you touch them?" Yi Wanqing smiled gently, explaining, "Brotherly, these are not poisonous. They are edible wild mushrooms, incredibly delicious." Li Si remained bewildered. Having lived most of his life, he had never heard of mushrooms being safe to eat. However, with Yi Wanqing's confident demeanor, he chose not to argue further and allowed her to proceed. With a basket brimming with shepherd's purse and wild mushrooms, Yi Wanqing returned to the campsite, satisfaction radiating from her. As dusk began to settle, several bonfires flickered to life around the camp, where weary souls sat, gaunt and listless, ignoring the gazes of others. Yi Wanqing walked directly to the stream to wash her hard-earned forage goods. Observing the clusters of fresh shepherd's purse and the white and earthy-toned mushrooms in the crystal-clear water, a confident smile graced her lips. She refused to believe that with her modern wisdom and culinary skills, she could go hungry in this era. Li Si watched in astonishment as Yi Wanqing cleaned the mushrooms, his eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. "Monsieur, are you truly going to eat those? I've heard elders say brightly colored mushrooms are often poisonous and can be deadly." "Ye Vanwing, Rinsink a Palamp Hazel mushroom," replied with a smile. "You're correct, brotherly. Many vividly colored mushrooms are indeed toxic, but it depends on the species. Look at what I've gathered. They are all edible and taste exquisite." Li Si stood in disbelief, having only heard of mushrooms being poisonous throughout his life. Scratching his head, he expressed his incredulity. "Is it true? Can these really be eaten? I have lived for quite some time, yet I have never witnessed anyone consuming mushrooms." Yi Wanqing offered no further explanation, merely responding with a mysterious smile. "Dearly, if you trust me, prepare to savor my culinary skills shortly. I assure you, you shall crave for more." As night descended and the mountain breeze began to rise, rustling the leaves, the campfire flickered erratically, casting shadows upon the weary faces of the gathering. Among the exiled group, aside from the soldiers, most were the elderly, women, and children, who, after a day of jarring travel, were already famished and utterly exhausted. Gu Zhengshi cradled the shivering Huaij and Pingjia, anxiously gazing at the industrious Yi Wanqing, and softly inquired, "Qing'er, have you found anything to eat? In this desolate wilderness, it is uncertain whether we can procure anything edible." Yi Wanqing placed the freshly washed shepherd's purse and mushrooms upon a clean stone, raising her head to offer Gu Zhengshi a reassuring smile. Do not worry, mother. I have indeed found some ingredients. Tonight, we shall enjoy a steaming bowl of soup. What kind of soup? The previously silent Gu Yunting suddenly spoke, maintaining the dignified demeanor of the Wang family of Wuan despite the dire circumstances. His deep gaze fixed intently upon Yi Wanqing. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Yi Wanqing mustered her courage to respond. I have gathered some shepherd's purse and wild mushrooms, and I intend to prepare a pot of shepherd's purse mushroom soup, which will not only warm us but also replenish our strength. Shepherd's purse mushroom soup? Gu Yunting furrowed his brow slightly, clearly unfamiliar with such a dish. Li Si, unable to contain himself, interjected, Your Highness. This Miss Yi has procured some peculiar items from who knows where. She claims they are edible, but we cannot be sure they won't upset our stomachs. Yi Wanqing shot Li Si a reproachful glance. He truly had a talent for stirring the pot, completely oblivious to Gu Yunting's skeptical gaze upon her. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Gu Yunting replied coolly, No matter. Once prepared, do bring me a bowl. I am curious to discover the flavor of this shepherd's purse mushroom soup. Yi Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. She mused inwardly that Gu Yunting was indeed a man of contradictions, seemingly indifferent while harboring a keen curiosity. Chapter 3. Heartwarming delicacies. Noticing Gu Yunting's apparent interest in the shepherd's purse mushroom soup, Yi Wanqing turned to Li Si, patiently elucidating. Dear Li, I have meticulously selected these mushrooms. They are non-toxic and safe for consumption. Upon hearing this, Li Si exhibited an expression of disbelief, pointing at the assorted mushrooms and exclaiming dramatically, Miss Yi, do not deceive me. These colorful specimens are clearly toxic. We were taught from a young age that brightly colored mushrooms should never be consumed. Yi Wanqing then realized that the common folk here possessed a vastly different understanding of wild mushrooms than she did. In her era, wild mushrooms were regarded as culinary treasures. Yet in ancient times, people were filled with fear and misunderstanding towards them. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to rephrase her explanation. You are correct, Brother Li. Indeed, many vividly colored mushrooms are toxic, but not all mushrooms fit this description. Behold, this white mushroom is known as the white flower face mushroom, while this light brown one is referred to as the hazelnut mushroom. Both are edible and boast a delightful flavor. Li Si regarded Yi Wanqing with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, casting a glance at the mushrooms before hesitantly inquiring, But can these mushrooms truly be eaten? What if they upset my stomach? Li Si, do not be impudent. The authoritative voice of Deputy Liu resonated from behind, imbued with an air of undeniable command. Since Miss Yi claims they are safe to consume, there must be sound reasoning behind her assertion. You may step aside. Intimidated by Deputy Liu's imposing presence, Li Si fell silent and reluctantly retreated to the side. Grateful for Liu's support, Yi Wanqing felt a renewed determination to prove herself. She understood that mere words would not suffice to alter the perceptions of those around her. She needed to take tangible action to demonstrate her convictions. Rest assured, Deputy Liu, I will prepare a delectable shepherd's purse mushroom soup for you all to savor. Yi Wanqing declared with unwavering resolve. Liu nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further, and turned back to the group. Seeing Liu's acquiescence, Yi Wanqing retrieved the pre-washed white flower-face mushrooms from her basket, slicing them thinly before blanching them in boiling water for a brief moment, then setting them aside. Next, she carefully removed the older leaves from the fresh shepherd's purse, rinsed them, and chopped them finely. Once the ingredients were prepared, Yi Wanqing found several stones to support a clay pot, pouring clear water into it and adding a few slices of ginger. As the water came to a boil, she first added the blanched white flower-face mushrooms, allowing them to simmer gently. Meanwhile, Gu Yunting observed Yi Wanqing's industrious figure, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This woman, despite her humble origins, possessed an optimistic spirit and skilled hands, always transforming life's hardships into sweetness. Only Gu Zhengshi, gazing at the assorted mushrooms in Yi Wanqing's hands, furrowed her brow and expressed her concerns. Qing'e, are these mushrooms truly safe to eat? I've heard that some wild mushrooms can be toxic. Yi Wanqing placed a wooden lid atop the clay pot and looked up at Gu Zhengshi, offering a reassuring smile. Mother, you need not worry. I have meticulously selected these mushrooms, and they are entirely safe. Though Gu Zhengshi wished to voice further concerns, Yi Wanqing interrupted her. Mother, trust me. Have I ever joked about my own life? If you are unconvinced, I shall taste the soup first once it is ready. How's that sound? As Gu Zhengshi observed her daughter's confident demeanor, she harbored lingering doubts, but opted to remain silent, letting out a quiet sigh. Meanwhile, Li Si stood nearby, watching Yi Wanqing's deft movements with intrigue, unable to suppress his curiosity. Miss Yi, can this white flower-faced mushroom truly be eaten? Why must it be boiled first? As she gently stirred the soup with a spoon, Yi Wanqing explained, the white flower-faced mushroom carries a slight bitterness. Blanching it in boiling water helps to eliminate that bitterness and enhances the overall flavor of the soup. Li Si nodded, somevat understanding. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the contents of the clay pot, eager not to miss any detail. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Wanqing observed that the white-flowered fragrant mushrooms in the earthen pot had softened. She then added the chopped shepherd's purse, a suitable amount of salt, and continued to simmer it gently over low heat. As the broth in the pot gradually reached a boil, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, permeating the surrounding forest. The soldiers, who had been patrolling in the distance, were irresistibly drawn by the alluring scent and began to approach. How delightful! Gu Xiaocheng exclaimed first, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although Gu Zhengshi remained silent, her nose betrayed her curiosity as it twitched slightly, clearly enticed by the aroma. She gazed at the colorful assortment of mushrooms in the pot, her expression still tinged with concern. Qinger, are you truly certain that these mushrooms are not poisonous? Yi Wanqing scooped a spoonful of broth, gently blowing to cool it before offering it to Gu Zhengshi. Mother, you will know once you taste it. When I was young, I followed my grandmother in the village, and I am well aware of which mushrooms are edible and which are not. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Zhengshi accepted the spoon and cautiously took a sip. The exquisite broth spread across her palate, infused with the unique freshness of the shepherd's purse and a hint of the mushroom savoriness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. How is it, Mother? Is it delicious? Yi Wanqing asked with a radiant smile. Setting down the spoon, Gu Zhengshi finally revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the flavor is quite remarkable, unparalleled in its deliciousness. I told you, whatever sister-in-law makes is bound to be the most delectable. Gu Xiaocheng chimed in joyfully from the side. Yi Wanqing ladled the shepherd's purse mushroom soup into bowls and distributed them to the Gu family members. When Gu Yunting received his bowl, he cast a deep, grateful glance at her, aware that everything Yi Wanqing had done was to ensure they could endure their exile with a bit more comfort. At that moment, a voice intruded. What a wonderful aroma. What is that smell? It resembles mushroom soup, but how can it be so exquisite? The soldiers gathered around the pot, captivated by the milky broth and the tender, fragrant mushrooms floating amidst the vibrant green shepherd's purse. Their appetites piqued. Deputy Lu approached, drawn by the enticing fragrance. Upon seeing the pot filled with the fragrant and flavorful shepherd's purse mushroom soup, he could not help but swallow hard. Monsieur, this soup you have prepared is truly marvelous. In my over half a century of life, I have never encountered such an exquisite broth. Yi Wanqing smiled gently and handed a bowl of soup to Deputy Lu. Please, Deputy Lu, do sample it and share your thoughts. Taking the bowl, Deputy Lu blew away the steam and eagerly sipped. His eyes lit up with delight, and he exclaimed, delicious. This is truly exceptional. The soup is immensely flavorful yet refreshingly light, a true culinary delight. Li Si, unable to contain his eagerness, filled his own bowl and, after tasting, gave Yi Wanqing a thumbs up. Miss Yi, your culinary skills are remarkable. In my 20-plus years, I have never savored such delightful shepherd's purse mushroom soup. At that moment, Deputy Lu seemed to have an epiphany. He turned to Yi Wanqing and said, Miss Yi, I recall asking Li Si to purchase some cured meat while passing through town. I wonder how this mushroom would taste stir-fried with the cured meat? Upon hearing Lu Deputy's mention of cured meat, Yi Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight. She had been pondering the challenge of finding suitable pairings amidst the wilderness, and the arrival of cured meat was nothing short of a timely blessing. Liu Deputy remarked that the combination of mushrooms and cured meat was indeed exceptional. The savory saltiness of the cured meat could elevate the mushroom's exquisite flavor, while the mushroom's delicate aroma could counterbalance the richness of the cured meat. Together, they formed a culinary match made in heaven. Yi Wanqing's words stirred Liu Deputy's appetite, leaving him eager to savor the stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat at once. With a grand gesture, he commanded Li Si, "Hurry, go fetch some cured meat. Remember to select the finest cuts with a perfect balance of fat and lean." Li Si, receiving the order, dashed off in a flash. Watching Li Si's retreating figure, Yi Wanqing turned to Liu Deputy with a smile. "Please allow me and the soldiers a moment's patience. Once Li Si returns with the cured meat, I shall present a delectable dish for everyone." Liu Deputy and the other soldiers responded with cheerful agreement, utterly captivated by Yi Wanqing's culinary skills, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat. Before long, Li Si returned, panting with a hefty piece of cured meat in hand. "Miss, I have brought the cured meat you requested. This is the finest available in town," he exclaimed, handing it to Yi Wanqing. She accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, brotherly." With that, she set about preparing the meat. First, she rinsed the cured meat in hot water to remove any traces of smoke, then sliced it into thin pieces. Next, she heated a ceramic pot and added a touch of rapeseed oil. Once the oil was sufficiently hot, she placed the cured meat slices into the pot to saute. As she stirred with a wooden spatula, the meat gradually turned golden and crispy, releasing a rich meaty aroma that wafted through the air, causing the surrounding soldiers to swallow in anticipation. Once the cured meat had rendered its fat, Yi Wanqing added the previously blanched hazel mushrooms into the pot, stir-frying them together. The sound of the spatula striking the pot created a crisp melody that echoed through the forest, reminiscent of a delightful symphony. In no time, the stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat was ready. Yi Wanqing ladled the dish into bowls and presented them to Liu Deputy and the soldiers. Liu Deputy could hardly contain his eagerness as he picked up a piece of cured meat and savored it, finding the meat delectably rich yet not greasy, while the mushrooms were fresh and tender. Together, they formed a divine delicacy. "Delicious, truly exquisite," Liu Deputy exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. "Monsieur, your culinary prowess is unparalleled. You surpass even the chefs of the palace." The other soldiers echoed his sentiments, showering Yi Wanqing with praise for her artistry in the kitchen. As they indulged in the delightful stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat, laughter and conversation flowed freely, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of ease and joy. Yi Wanqing looked upon the satisfied expressions of those around her, feeling a deep sense of contentment. She understood that food not only filled the stomach, but also bridged the distance between hearts. Li Si wiped his mouth and, with lingering satisfaction, remarked, "Miss Yi, with your talent, you could easily run a restaurant." He paused, leaving his thought unfinished, yet everyone understood. A resourceful and skilled girl like Yi Wanqing ought to be living a life free from hardship rather than sharing their burdens. Yi Wanqing observed everything quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips without uttering a word. She turned her gaze towards the Gu family, noting the look of contentment on Gu Yunting's face, while Gu Xiaocheng excitedly shared delicacies with the soldiers. Witnessing this scene, a warmth surged within Yi Wanqing's heart. Ever since she showcased her exceptional culinary skills, the living conditions of the Gu family had indeed improved significantly. The soldiers had also become notably friendlier, often bringing them provisions or game. Yi Wanqing understood that while her culinary talents played a role, it was Gu Yunting's character that truly earned them respect. Despite being in adverse circumstances, he maintained his integrity and kindness, garnering the admiration of those around him. However, not everyone shared the open-heartedness of the Gu family and the soldiers. Nearby, within the Zheng family's tent, Zheng Wangshi, the sister-in-law of Gu Zhengshi, glared resentfully in their direction, snorting disdainfully. What is so remarkable about them? They can merely cook a few dishes, and yet they act as if they are the main course. Zheng Jieqi, Zheng Zhengshi's niece, chimed in with indignation. Exactly, mother. Look at how they feast while we are left to gnaw on dry rations. Why should that be? Zheng Wangshi's face darkened with bitterness as she hissed in a hushed tone, silence. Do not forget our current predicament. If the soldiers hear you, we might end up regretting it. Although Zheng Wangshi and Zheng Jieqi felt bitter, they recognized that this was not the time to stir trouble, reluctantly sealing their lips. Yet, their glances towards Yi Wanqing and the Gu family brimmed with envy and resentment. As night descended, Yi Wanqing gazed up at the starry sky, a sense of unease creeping in her heart. She had an ominous feeling that something was about to unfold. Chapter 4. Arrival at Lidu several days later. The jostling convoy finally arrived at Lidu City. According to the laws of Tianyuan, the exile group was required to remain here for 3 days to handle household registration and related matters before proceeding to their final place of exile. Although Lidu City lacked the splendor of the capital, it bustled with activity, observing the myriad of goods lining the streets. Gu Zhengshi and Yi Wanqing felt a tumult of emotions. Once, they had been ladies of the noble court, adorned in fine garments. But now they found themselves in such dire straits. What shall we do? Without household registration, are we to be forever trapped here? Gu Zhengshi murmured anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. The relentless blows she had endured had left her utterly drained, and now faced with this unfamiliar environment, she felt utterly lost. Noticing her distress, Yi Wanqing promptly took Gu Zhengshi's hand, whispering words of comfort. Do not fret, mother. Where there is a will, there is a way. We will find a solution. She understood Gu Zhengshi's fears. Lacking a household registration was akin to being a rootless weed, making it nearly impossible to navigate life in this era. With a sigh, Gu Zhengshi furrowed her brow, her tone laced with bitterness. But we are currently penniless. What options do we have? Yi Wanqing pondered for a moment, her mind racing through various thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration ignited in her eyes, and she spoke decisively. Mother, I recall you and Xiaocheng still possess some jewelry. Perhaps we could visit a pawn shop to see if we can exchange them for some silver? We need funds to handle the registration. That is our most pressing concern. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhengshi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure and nodded gently. Those ornaments represented their last vestiges of dignity. She was reluctant to part with them unless absolutely necessary. However, at this juncture, to expedite the registration process, she felt compelled to set aside her reservations. Resolute in her decision, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi resolved to approach the magistrate's office, seeking permission from Deputy Liu to sell their jewelry. Although Deputy Liu was known for his brusque demeanor, he treated them with a semblance of courtesy. Upon learning of their request, he nodded in acquiescence and even dispatched 2 soldiers to accompany and protect them. Arriving at Ruixiang Pavilion, the largest pawn shop in the city, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi settled into a private room. The proprietor, noting their modest attire, yet discerning elegance, speculated about their true identities. Gu Zhengshi produced a silk pouch from her bosom. Upon opening it, she revealed a jade bracelet of exquisite emerald hue, its transparency indicative of its substantial value. This had been a most cherished piece of her bridal dowry, and parting with it now was a painful necessity. Yi Wanqing, on the other hand, retrieved a gold leaf from her sleeve, a token her mother had discreetly placed there on her wedding day for unforeseen circumstances. After a thorough inspection, the proprietor appraised the 2 items at a total of 150 taels of silver. Acknowledging the fairness of this offer, Yi Wanqing did not hesitate to agree. 150 taels would suffice to cover the registration fees. Yet as she contemplated the arduous journey of exile ahead and the uncertainty of their future, a heavy weight settled in her heart. She needed to swiftly identify a means of earning a livelihood to ensure her family's survival in the land of exile. Upon leaving the pawn shop, Yi Wanqing excused herself under the pretext of wanting to stroll through the streets and took the soldier named Zhang San with her. She ambled along the main thoroughfare of Lidu City, where shops lined the streets and the air was filled with a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The variety of goods was splendid, and although less refined than those in the capital, the vibrancy of life was palpable. Yet, amid the bustling scene, Yuanqing was consumed by anxiety. 150 taels seemed substantial, but if their final destination turned out to be a harsh mining village, it would be but a drop in the ocean. Brother Zhang, do you happen to know where we will be sent for our exile? Su Qinyu inquired casually of the soldier beside her. Zhang San, simple-minded and earnest, scratched his head and replied, I'm not entirely sure. But I've heard there are 3 possible destinations for this exile. A border town to the north, a miasma-ridden area to the south, and a mining village to the west. The specifics will depend on the official documents from the ministry. Yi Wanqing's heart sank at this revelation. None of these locales promised comfort. The border town was perpetually afflicted by strife, the miasma-ridden area plagued by disease, and the mining village was fraught with hardship. Of these 3 places, which has the highest fees for registration? Yi Wanqing pressed on, seeking to grasp the worst-case scenario. Zhang Xin pondered for a moment and responded, I'm not entirely certain. But I've heard that the conditions in the western mining village are the most dire. The authorities, in an effort to encourage convicts to relocate there, may reduce the registration fees. Yi Wanqing felt increasingly uneasy. The worst-case scenario appeared to be her exile to a mining village in the west. She needed to swiftly discover a means of earning money to avoid falling into despair. With this thought in mind, she began to observe the shops lining the streets with greater attention. She noted that the majority of establishments in Ludu City were primarily grain and oil stores, followed by cloth merchants and apothecaries, while the number of taverns and tea houses was relatively scarce. It seemed that the citizens of Ludu City led a rather simple life, with modest demands for culinary indulgences. Yi Wanqing mused inwardly that this might present an opportunity for her, given her culinary skills. She recalled that in modern society, the food industry has consistently remained a thriving sector. If she could establish a specialty snack shop in Ludu City, it might resolve her family's livelihood in this place of exile. With her thoughts crystallizing, Yi Wanqing began to pay close attention to the shops selling ingredients, silently noting the prices of various provisions. Simultaneously, she discreetly observed the passers-by, attempting to discern the local palate. Before she realized it, the sun had begun its descent, and after wandering the city for the better part of the day with Zhang San, they still had not identified a suitable avenue for making money. A sense of discouragement washed over her. Was she truly destined to sit idly and await the whims of fate? At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from around the corner, capturing Yi Wanqing's attention. The delightful scent emanated from an inconspicuous pastry shop, where several steaming baskets of pastries were displayed, their sweet fragrance enticing passers-by to stop and linger. Unable to resist, Yi Wanqing halted, her gaze fixed on the delectable pastries. Miss, would you care to sample our pastries? They were freshly made today, delectable and reasonably priced, the shopkeeper called out warmly upon noticing her pause. Yi Wanqing smiled and shook her head. With her household registration still unresolved, she had no spare coins for pastries. Instead, she inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet aroma as if it could fill her stomach. Let us go, Brother Zhang, Yi Wanqing said, retracting her gaze and preparing to depart. Wait, miss. The shopkeeper suddenly called out to her. You seem familiar, as if you possess authority. Might your household have any idle gold or silver jewelry? We are currently looking to acquire some, and our prices are absolutely fair. A spark of inspiration ignited within Yi Wanqing. This was indeed a splendid idea, although she had no silver on her person. She possessed a gold hairpin bestowed upon her by Gu Zheng, said to be a family heirloom, which could serve as a lifeline in critical times. Shopkeeper, let us converse over there, Yi Wanqing suggested, pointing toward a secluded alley at the corner. The shopkeeper understood and followed Yi Wanqing into the alley. Yi Wanqing retrieved the gold hairpin from her bosom and presented it to the shopkeeper. Please, how much might this hairpin be worth? The shopkeeper accepted the hairpin, examining it closely and weighing it in her hand before offering a fair price. Yi Wanqing was quite satisfied with the valuation and agreed to the deal. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Wanqing presented the acquired silver coins to Gu Zheng and briefly recounted the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengshi retrieved several cherished pieces of jewelry that she had treasured for many years, allowing Yi Wanqing to exchange them for silver coins. Mother, These coins should suffice for our family's household registration, Yi Wanqing remarked, handing a portion of the silver to Gu Zhengshi for safekeeping while reserving the remainder for future needs. Gu Zhengshi nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. Qing'er, how fortunate you are to be so clever. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss as to what to do. Early the next day, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi set forth to the magistrate's office with the silver coins in hand to handle their household registration. However, upon their arrival, they were informed that Deputy Liu had already escorted the other serious offenders out of Lidu City. What? Deputy Liu has departed? Yi Wanqing was taken aback. Were they to be sent to that dreadful mining village once again? Just then, a constable approached them and said, "You are from the Gu family, correct?" Before leaving, Deputy Liu instructed that you should proceed to Qingshi town, where he will arrange for the local authorities to exempt you from labor. Upon hearing this, both Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it seems we shall avoid that terrifying mining village. Returning to the inn, they shared the news with the others, and the collective anxiety began to dissipate. Although Gu Yunting's complexion was pale, he maintained his composure, reassuring everyone, "It is all right. We can finally find peace." Yi Wanqing observed Gu Yunting's forced smile, yet unease stirred within her. She noticed that his pallor appeared even more pronounced than before, and his breathing was somewhat labored. "Husband, are you unwell?" Yi Wanqing inquired, concern etched upon her face. "I am merely fatigued," Gu Yunting replied, attempting to rise to embrace Huai Zhi. Yi Wanqing swiftly intervened, saying, "Husband, you should rest. I will hold Huai Zhi." As she took the child from Gu Yunting's arms, she was alarmed to find his temperature alarmingly high. "Husband, you have a fever," Yi Wanqing gasped. Gu Yunting felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and his body succumbed to weakness as he collapsed. "Mother! Husband!" Yi Wanqing cried out, quickly reaching to feel Gu Yunting's forehead, the scorching heat nearly searing her fingertips. Beads of perspiration dotted his brow. His face was frightfully pale, and his lips were chapped and cracked. Gu Zhengshi hurried over, checking Gu Yunting's forehead as her expression shifted dramatically. "This child is burning with such intensity." Nearby, Huai Zhi and Pingjia, playing innocently, were startled by their brother's sudden collapse and began to wail uncontrollably. Gu Xiaoqing hurriedly scooped up the two children, soothing them while anxiously asking, "What has happened to brother? Is he all right?" Yi Wanqing fought to suppress her own panic, pulling out a handkerchief soaked in cool water, gently wiping Gu Yunting's forehead in an attempt to lower his fever. Yet, his temperature remained as fierce as a blazing ember, refusing to subside. "Mother, what should we do? My husband burns with such severity." Yi Wanqing's voice trembled, for she had never witnessed Gu Yunting in such a weakened state, her heart brimming with worry and dread. "Do not panic. I shall summon a doctor at once," Gu Zhengshi declared, turning to rush out. "Mother, wait." At that moment, Gu Yunting slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His voice, so faint it was barely audible. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." He struggled to rise, only to collapse back onto the bed, a violent cough adding a more pallid hue to his already wan complexion. "My husband, given your condition, there's no need to push yourself," Yi Wanqing said, her heart aching as she pressed down on his shoulder to prevent him from moving. "Mother, please fetch a doctor at once." "No, there's no need," Gu Yunting insisted, forcing himself to speak through intermittent breaths. We still need to go to the Yamen to register our household. My husband, your health is of utmost importance," Yi Wanqing urged. "We can delay the registration." Gu Zhengshi, equally anxious, added, "You're burning with fever. We must see a doctor immediately." "No." Gu Yunting stubbornly shook his head. "We cannot delay any longer." He understood that registering their household was fundamental to their stability in Qingshi town. Only with this registration could they truly settle down. He could not allow his illness to jeopardize the family's significant matter. Observing Gu Yunting's determined effort, Yi Wanqing felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. She knew his stubborn nature. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. "Mother." Yi Wanqing looked to Gu Zhengshi, her eyes filled with worry and a plea for assistance. Gu Zhengshi comprehended her unspoken words. She knew Gu Yunting's temperament well. He would not heed any advice at this moment. It seemed the only course was to acquiesce to his wishes. allowing him to complete the registration before persuading him to seek medical attention. Very well, Gu Zhengshi sighed in resignation, addressing Yuan Qing. Qing'er, you take care of Yunting. I will inquire at the Yamen. Yuan Qing nodded, accepting the child from Gu Zhengshi's arms. Gu Yunting gazed at them, his eyes filled with both apology and gratitude. Mother, I'm fine, he insisted. Please rest well. Leave everything else to me and Qing. Gu Zhengshi gently patted Gu Yunting's hand, signaling him to find solace in her words. As they watched Gu Zhengshi depart, Yuan Qing felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She understood that many unknown challenges awaited them. Cradling the child, Hui Gur and Ping Jie quietly sobbed in her embrace, prompting Gu Zhengshi to tenderly wipe their tears and offer soft reassurances. Noticing Gu Yunting's pale visage, Gu Zhengshi felt a rush of urgency, yet recognized the need for prioritization. She turned to Yuan Qing, stating, Qing'er, take good care of Yunting and the children. I will step out briefly and return shortly. Yuan Qing nodded, and, after watching Gu Zhengshi leave, she gently propped Gu Yunting up with a soft pillow, speaking soothingly, Husband, rest for a while. Mother has gone to the Yamen and will return soon. Leaning against the pillow, Gu Yunting weakly shook his head, whispering, I'm fine. You need not worry about me. Please assist Mother. I don't feel at ease with her alone. Understanding his disposition, Yuan Qing refrained from further persuasion. After offering him a few gentle reminders, she hurriedly followed in Gu Zhengshi's footsteps with the children. At the Yamen, amidst the bustling crowd, Gu Zhengshi navigated through the throng with Yuan Qing and the children, finally locating the official responsible for household registrations. The registrar, a man over 50, was engrossed in his writing when he heard the inquiry from Gu Zheng. Without lifting his head, he asked, Where do you come from? What is your name? How many household registrations do you require? Gu Zheng answered each question, and upon hearing her responses, the registrar paused, raised his gaze, and scrutinized both Gu Zheng and Yuan Qing with a hint of disdain. You wish to register 6 individuals? Do you know how much silver that will cost? Gu Zheng felt a pang of anxiety. Although she resided in the royal mansion, her years of seclusion had left her unaware of current market prices. Tentatively, she inquired, Might I ask, esteemed sir, how much silver is required for the household registration? The registrar scoffed, extending 5 fingers, and leisurely stated, 50 taels of silver per person. What? Both Gu Zheng and Yuan Qing gasped in shock. 50 taels of silver for each individual meant 300 taels for 6, a staggering sum for them, who possessed only a mere 100 taels. With a swift thought, Gu Zheng stepped forward and addressed the registrar. Sir, we are newly arrived and without a single coin. Might you grant us a few days to gather the necessary silver before we complete the registration? The registrar cast a sideways glance at Yuan Qing, sneering. Trying to buy time? Let me be clear, not a chance. Either pay the fees now, or leave Qingstone town. We do not welcome exiles like you. Seeing this, Gu Zheng quickly grasped Yuan Qing's arm, forcing a smile as she implored, Please, sir, do not be angry. We will find a way to raise the funds. Observing Gu Zheng's submissive demeanor, Yuan Qing felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anger, an idea struck her. Sir, might there be other places in Qingstone town where we could handle our household registration? The registrar frowned, suspicion etched on his face. Why do you ask? Yuan Qing smiled gently, explaining, To be honest, esteemed sir, we are unfamiliar with this place. We have heard that Qingstone town, nestled between mountains and rivers, boasts stunning scenery and simple folk. We hope to settle here. However, she deliberately paused, gauging the registrar's reaction. Noticing his lack of impatience, she continued, Yet, we are strangers and unsure where to find suitable accommodation in Qingstone town. The registrar, intrigued by her words, contemplated the situation. Although Qingstone town thrived, it was not easy for outsiders to settle. Exorbitant fees and local resistance were significant barriers. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to relocate these exiles elsewhere, thus maintaining the town's order while benefiting himself. Yuan Qing, perceptive to his hesitation, discreetly produced a gold leaf from her sleeve and slipped it into his hand, lowering her voice as she said, Sir, we have no choice but to come here. We seek only a place to live and hope you might assist us. The registrar weighed the gold leaf in his hand, and a broad smile spread across his face as he eagerly replied, "Certainly, certainly. In light of recent events, I shall make an exception and escort you to a certain place." Gu Zhengshi was astonished at how effortlessly Yi Wanqing resolved the household registration issue. When they arrived at a secluded courtyard with the household officer, she could not help but grasp Yi Wanqing's arm and whisper, "Qing, how much silver did you give that officer? Our funds are already limited. We cannot afford such extravagance." Yi Wanqing smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I have it under control. This gold leaf is not part of our travel funds. It was secretly given to me by my mother for emergencies, and it is fortuitously useful now." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhengshi felt relieved, yet a lingering concern remained in her heart. The gold leaf was exceedingly valuable, and if it were to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, the consequences could be dire. Yi Wanqing, noticing her mother's unease, comforted her. "There is no need for such worry, mother. This courtyard is so remote that it likely will not attract attention. Once we settle in, we shall devise our plans." Gu Zhengshi nodded, refraining from further comments, and proceeded to complete the household registration formalities with the officer. After leaving the yamen, the group was in good spirits, particularly Hui Guer and Ping Jie, the two little ones who could finally cast aside their fears. They hopped and skipped along the way, their laughter ringing in the air. "Sister-in-law, look! There's a stall selling candied hawthorn," Ping Jie exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a nearby vendor. I want some. I want some." Hui Guer chimed in agadi. Gu Xiaocheng observed the two adorable children and couldn't help but smile indulgently. She turned to Yi Wanqing and suggested, "Sister-in-law, shall we buy the children some candied hawthorn?" Just as Yi Wanqing was about to agree, a commotion erupted behind them. Turning to look, she saw the Zheng family approaching from another street. Upon spotting Lu Yinyang trailing at the back, Gu Zhengshi's expression darkened instantly. Lu Yinyang kept her head down, avoiding Gu Zhengshi's gaze, quietly following the crowd. However, her pale face and swollen eyes betrayed her current feelings of grievance and unease. "What is the meaning of this?" Gu Zhengshi asked coldly. The Zheng family members recounted the events one by one. It turned out that Lu Yinyang, unwilling to be left behind, had secretly stashed away some silver and, taking advantage of a moment's inattention, fled from the group. After a considerable search, the Zheng family found her in a dilapidated temple. Hearing this, Gu Zhengshi's face turned ashen, and she scolded Lu Yinyang for her lack of repentance and audacity to escape. Lu Yinyang knelt down, weeping and confessing, claiming she was worried about Gu Yunting and wished to follow secretly to care for him. Gu Zhengshi, however, was not inclined to believe her. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Yi Wanqing intervened. "Mother, please temper your anger. The priority now is to settle down. We can discuss other matters later," Yi Wanqing urged. Taking this into consideration, Gu Zhengshi suppressed her anger and chose not to engage further, and the group returned to the inn. Upon entering the room, a strong scent of blood assaulted their senses. They found Gu Yunting lying on the bed, his complexion flushed and breathing labored, clearly indicating a worsening of his condition. Yi Wanqing's heart tightened as she hurried to check on him, discovering that his temperature was alarmingly high and his forehead was slick with cold sweat. "Husband," Yi Wanqing called out anxiously, then turned to Gu Xiaocheng, instructing, "Quickly, fetch the doctor." Gu Xiaocheng did not dare to delay and rushed out the door. Gu Zhengshi was also flustered, pacing anxiously in the room, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Yi Wanqing suppressed her unease and, while soaking a cloth in cold water to place on Gu Yunting's forehead, softly reassured Gu Zhengshi, "Mother, do not worry. The doctor will arrive shortly." However, the process of summoning a physician proved to be quite arduous. Gu Xiaocheng scoured most of the town before finding a medical establishment, but the doctor, upon learning that the patient was a convict, refused to make a house call. Ultimately, it was only after Gu Xiaocheng relinquished the last few coins in her possession that he reluctantly agreed to come. When the doctor arrived at the inn, he examined Gu Yunting meticulously, yet his brow furrowed deeper with concern. "Doctor, how is my husband?" Yi Wanqing inquired anxiously. The doctor stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before slowly responding. This young gentleman is in a weakened state, compounded by the oppressive heat, which has resulted in a persistent high fever. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine. Please administer them timely, and we shall see how the situation develops. Yi Wanqing felt a slight sense of relief and promptly expressed her gratitude, asking, "May I inquire, doctor, when can my husband expect to recover?" The doctor hesitated before stating, "This young gentleman's condition is rather complex, and I cannot make any definitive claims. We must observe him closely for a few days to ascertain the prognosis." Yi Wanqing wished to ask more, but the doctor had already packed his medical bag and took his leave. After his departure, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi exchanged glances, both enveloped in a shadow of trepidation. Though the doctor had spoken delicately, they both understood the implication. Gu Yunting's condition was likely grave. "Mother, what shall we do?" Yi Wanqing's heart raced with anxiety, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Gu Zhengshi mustered her strength to console her, saying, "Do not fret. Those destined for greatness will surely find a way. Yan will be fine." Yi Wanqing nodded, handing the doctor's prescription to Gu Xiaocheng, instructing her to procure the medicine. While she remained to tend to Gu Yunting, Gu Zhengshi gazed at her son, unconscious on the bed, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, she knew this was not the time for grief. She must gather her strength to care for the family. Chapter 6. The aroma of porridge on a snowy night after the doctor left. Yi Wanqing felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Gu Yunting's illness was more severe than she had imagined. "Mother, please eat something," Yi Wanqing gently urged as she presented a bowl of congee and small dishes before Gu Zhengshi. Gu Zhengshi shook her head, her eyes swollen with tears. Forcing back her sorrow, "I cannot eat. Please go see Yunting, the poor child." Understanding her mother's distress for Gu Yunting, Yi Wanqing refrained from insisting, saying, "Mother, do not worry. I will prepare the medicine right away. You must eat a little to have the strength to care for Yunting." Gu Zhengshi nodded, managing to sip a few spoonfuls of congee before rising to Gu Yunting's bedside, gently holding his hand and whispering softly. Yi Wanqing handed the prescription to Gu Xiaocheng, saying, "Xiaocheng, please go to the town and get the medicine. Remember to visit the largest apothecary. Their herbs are of better quality." Gu Xiaocheng took the prescription, understandingly nodding, "Sister-in-law. Rest assured, I shall go at once." After sending Gu Xiaocheng off, Yi Wanqing began to kindle a fire to prepare the medicine. Outside the window, the north wind howled, and the snowflakes, as light as goose feathers, fluttered down, swiftly blanketing the entire world in a pristine white. Yi Wanqing sat by the fire, her thoughts consumed with concern for Gu Yunting's illness. The doctor had mentioned that his condition was complex and would require careful observation for several days before any conclusions could be drawn, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. After preparing the medicine, Yi Wanqing approached the bedside, gently calling out, "Husband, it is time for your medicine." However, Gu Yunting remained unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber. Witnessing this, her anxiety deepened, and she set the medicine aside, opting instead to wipe his body with warm water. Once this was accomplished, she ventured to the kitchen to prepare a pot of light congee, hoping that he could eat some once he awoke. As she gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, a sudden thought crossed her mind. On such a snowy day, how delightful it would be to savor a bowl of steaming fish congee. With this in mind, Yi Wanqing summoned a servant from the inn, instructing him to procure a lively grass carp. The servant promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a wriggling fish in hand. Yi Wanqing took the fish, skillfully cleaned it, and began preparing the fish congee. "What delicious dish are you preparing, my lady?" inquired Chef Tian with curiosity. "My husband is ill," she replied while slicing the fish, "and I wish to make him a nourishing bowl of fish congee." "Ah, I see," Chef Tian responded. "Take your time. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yi Wanqing nodded and continued her preparations. She first simmered the fish bones to create a milky broth, then added ginger shreds and scallions, finally incorporating the delicately sliced fish, allowing it to cook for a brief moment before serving in a bowl. The steaming fish congee emitted an enticing aroma, arousing one's appetite. She set the congee aside to cool before checking on Gu Yunting once more. His complexion remained pale, his breaths rapid, and his forehead radiated heat. Yi Wanqing felt his temperature with her hand, discovering it was even hotter than before, causing her heart to sink. This could not continue. Resolutely, she rose and approached the door, instructing the innkeeper, "Go fetch me the strongest liquor you can find, and be swift about it." Though the servant was puzzled by her urgency, he dared not question her and hurried out into the storm. With concern, Gu Zhengshi asked Qing'e, "What do you need the liquor for?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Wanqing replied with determination, "Mother, Yunting's fever shows no signs of abating. I must find a way to cool him down, or else." She trailed off, yet Gu Zhengshi understood the gravity of her unspoken words. Outside, the wind and snow intensified, as if heralding an impending tempest. Startled by her daughter's words, Gu Zhengshi tightened her grip on Yi Wanqing's hand, her voice trembling with fear. "What will happen if you do not find a way? Will Yunting be all right?" Yi Wanqing, aware of her mother's trepidation, suppressed her own unease and feigned calmness as she reassured, "Mother, do not worry. Those who are destined for good fortune will find their way. Yunting will be fine. I shall use the liquor to help bring down his fever. You stay here and watch over him." Though Gu Zhengshi's heart remained unsettled, she understood that this was not the time for panic. She nodded, firmly grasping Gu Yunting's hand, her gaze fixed upon him, fearful that he might vanish with the slightest blink. Yi Wanqing fetched some warm rice wine, diluted it with water, and gently dabbed a cotton cloth to wipe Gu Yunting's forehead, palms, and soles. His temperature was alarmingly high. The moment the cloth touched his skin, it became scalding hot. Yi Wanqing did not dare to be negligent, repeatedly wiping him down in hopes of lowering his fever. As the night deepened, the wind and snow continued to rage, engulfing the world in a blanket of ice and snow. Inside the inn, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, illuminating two faces etched with worry and fatigue. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi took turns vigilantly watching over Gu Yunting's bedside, scarcely daring to close their eyes. They silently prayed for his swift recovery, yearning for the sudden tempest to pass. Outside, the occasional bark of a dog heightened the stillness of the night, further intensifying the gravity of the atmosphere within the room. Yi Wanqing gazed at the unconscious Gu Yunting, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had only been in this world for a few fleeting days, yet had already endured an array of upheavals. Uncertain of what the future held, she resolved to persevere, determined to protect those she cherished and safeguard this precious bond of kinship. The following morning, the storm had finally subsided, yet the sky remained overcast, devoid of any sunlight. Yi Wanqing opened the window. A biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Turning back, she noted that Gu Yunting was still in slumber. Though his breathing was still somewhat labored, his temperature had begun to decrease, and his complexion appeared markedly improved compared to the previous day. Yi Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, approached Gu Zhengshi, and softly said, "Mother, I shall return shortly. Please keep an eye on Yunting for me." Gu Zhengshi nodded, watching as Yi Wanqing exited the room. Upon reaching the kitchen, Yi Wanqing discovered that the supplies were nearly depleted. After some contemplation, she resolved to venture into town to procure fresh ingredients to nourish Gu Yunting and her family. "Xiaoqing, I'm stepping out. Please help me look after Mother and your elder brother," Yi Wanqing instructed Gu Xiaoqing, who was tidying the bedding. "Sister-in-law, where are you going? The storm outside is so fierce. Perhaps you should wait until it passes?" Gu Xiaoqing voiced her concern. "It is all right. Please prepare some silver for me. I will also buy some rice and fresh fish while I am out," Yi Wanqing replied. Despite her worries, Gu Xiaoqing understood that once her sister-in-law had made her decision, it was futile to argue, so she refrained from further protest and turned to gather the silver. Gu Xiaoqing returned with a small cloth pouch containing a few pieces of silver and some copper coins, their only remaining funds. Yi Wanqing accepted the pouch, carefully placing it within her cloak, tightening her wrap around her, and then stepped out of the room. Outside, the snow had yet to melt, and the landscape stretched before her in a vast expanse of white. The biting wind lashed against her face, piercing like a knife. Yi Wanqing tightened her cloak, braving the wind and snow as she trudged toward the town. As she traversed the desolate streets, the infrequent sounds of barking dogs echoed through the wind and snow. amplifying the solitude of the surroundings. After a considerable time, Yuanqing finally arrived at the only grain and oil shop still operating in the town. "How much for the japonica rice?" she inquired, brushing off the snowflake from her attire as she stepped inside. "Dear guest, how much would you like?" replied the shopkeeper, an elderly man well past 50, lifting his gaze to meet hers. On a day like this, the prices are considerably higher than usual. Yi Wanqing understood the unspoken truth. During times of hardship, it was not uncommon for merchants to inflate their prices. However, her need for rice was urgent, and she decided to overlook the exorbitance. "Shopkeeper, please offer me a fair price, and I will purchase a larger quantity." Ultimately, she paid double the usual price for a small bag of japonica rice. After leaving the grain store, she braved the wind and snow once more to reach the town's fish market. The market was largely deserted, with only a few fishermen still tending their stalls. Yi Wanqing perused the sparse offerings and eventually spotted a relatively fresh green fish. "How much for this fish?" she asked, pointing at it. "You have a keen eye, dear guest. This fish was just caught. Its flesh is exquisite and perfect for porridge," the fisherman enthusiastically explained. "If you're truly interested, I can offer you a discount." After some negotiation, Yi Wanqing purchased the green fish at a price that was reasonable enough. With her acquisitions in hand, she returned to the inn, only to find the lobby eerily quiet, occupied by just a handful of patrons. She approached the counter where the manager, Tian, was busy tallying accounts. "Good morning, Manager Tian," she greeted. Upon recognizing her, Tian's face brightened with a smile. "Ah, is this not Madame Yi? Please take a seat." After the customary pleasantries, Yi Wanqing stated her purpose. She wished to borrow the inn's kitchen to prepare a pot of fish porridge for her family. Manager Tian's expression shifted to one of concern. "Madame Yi, borrowing the kitchen is no trivial matter. As you know, the kitchen is a vital area of the inn. It cannot be lent out lightly." Yi Wanqing understood his hesitation. She retrieved a piece of silver from her pocket and placed it on the counter. "Manager Tian, consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts." Tian glanced at the silver, his eyes glinting with interest. "Madame Yi, you are aware that business is tough these days. If you truly wish to use the kitchen, I might be able to accommodate you," but he deliberately prolonged his words, leaving the implication unspoken yet clear. Yi Wanqing recognized that Manager Tian was waiting for a better offer. Rather than confront him, she calmly extracted another piece of silver from her pouch. Knowing this was their last reserve, "I am not one for pretense, so let us be straightforward. I will borrow the kitchen for half an hour, and consider this silver as kindling for your stove. How does that sound?" Tian weighed the silver in his hand, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Madame Yi, you are quite forthright. Very well, as you suggest, half an hour it shall be. Rest assured, you may use it." With that, he instructed a servant to guide Yi Wanqing through the back door to the kitchen and to fetch her family. Upon entering the kitchen, Yi Wanqing first rinsed the glutinous rice she had brought, placing it in a pot filled with water to simmer. She then turned her attention to the fresh fish she had purchased. With deft hands, she skillfully scraped off the scales, opened the belly, removed the entrails, and cleaned the fish thoroughly. Yi Wanqing retrieved a sharp kitchen knife and, with a swift motion, sliced the fish into translucent fillets as thin as cicada wings. Her technique was fluid and precise, revealing her exceptional knife skills. The young attendant, watching in astonishment, had never witnessed anyone capable of slicing fish so delicately. Having prepared the fish fillets, Yi Wanqing placed them in a bowl, adding salt, ginger shreds, and cooking wine to marinate for a moment. Meanwhile, the porridge in the pot had thickened beautifully, and she gently added the marinated fish fillets one by one, stirring delicately to prevent them from sticking together. As the fish fillets mingled with the porridge, a fragrant aroma began to waft throughout the kitchen. Chef Tian, who had been resting in the backyard, was drawn by the enticing scent and found himself at the kitchen door, intrigued by the delightful fragrance. "Ah, what is this exquisite aroma?" Chef Tian peered into the kitchen, witnessing a young woman busily tending to the stove, where a pot of milky porridge bubbled enticingly, exuding an irresistible scent. Mr. Tian, hearing the commotion, quickly joined him, and upon seeing the pot of porridge adorned with fish fillets, he could not help but feel his appetite stir. Just as Mr. Tian was about to inquire, Yi Wanqing emerged with a bowl of the delectable fish porridge. "Mother, please try this and let me know if it suits your taste," she offered, presenting a bowl to Gu Zhengshi. As Gu Zhengshi accepted the bowl, she noticed the translucent fish fillets floating atop the creamy porridge, garnished with vibrant green scallions. A sight that heightened her appetite. She took a spoonful, and an explosion of fresh flavors enveloped her palate. The fish was tender and smooth, melting in her mouth, while the porridge was rich and comforting, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Delicious. Wanqing, your culinary skills have truly improved," Gu Zhengshi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Yi Wanqing smiled gently and poured another bowl for Gu Yunting. "Husband, do give it a try." As Gu Yunting accepted the bowl, he looked at the gentle and virtuous woman before him, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart. He took a sip, feeling a comforting warmth flow down his throat and into his stomach, dispelling the chill within. "This porridge is exquisite," he remarked, his voice slightly hoarse yet brimming with appreciation. Yi Wanqing then shared the remaining fish porridge with Gu Xiaocheng, Huaizhi, and Pingjie, the three children having been tantalized by the mouth-watering aroma, eagerly devouring their bowls. Chef Tian and Mr. Tian, unabashedly joining in, each enjoyed a bowl of the fish porridge. After finishing, Chef Tian praised Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess profusely. "Madame Ye, your skills are truly remarkable. This fish porridge surpasses anything I have tasted in any establishment." Yi Wanqing humbly smiled. "You flatter me, Chef Tian. It is merely a simple home-cooked dish." Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the inn, followed by a resounding voice. "Innkeeper, do you have any rooms available? I'll like a guest room." Manager Tian promptly welcomed the visitor, who was a middle-aged man clad in official attire, accompanied by several attendants. The man was robust in stature and bore a serious countenance, unmistakably a person of high standing. "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but our humble establishment is currently at full capacity," Manager Tian said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, the man's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his displeasure. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a rich aroma that instantly invigorated him, prompting him to inquire, "What is that delightful fragrance wafting through the air?" Manager Tian, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, gestured towards the kitchen, saying, "Your Excellency, it is from a guest in the kitchen who is preparing a meal. The scent originates from there." Following Manager Tian's indication, the man glanced toward the kitchen door, where he beheld a graceful woman standing. Her face obscured, but her aura undeniably captivating. "Oh, might I inquire which esteemed individual is residing here?" The man, now intrigued, strode towards the kitchen. Manager Tian, realizing the potential trouble, hurried to intervene, but it was too late. Upon reaching the kitchen entrance, the man was greeted by Yi Wanqing, who emerged with a bowl of fish fillet porridge. His gaze fell upon her, momentarily dazzled by her beauty. "This lady, I am Zhang Rong. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Zhang Rong inquired, his tone imbued with respect. Yi Wanqing was slightly taken aback, but soon curtsied, softly responding, "This humble woman is Gu Yesh. I pay my respects to you, your excellency." Zhang Rong's attention shifted to the fish fillet porridge in her hands, and he asked, "Might I inquire what delightful dish you hold that exudes such an enticing aroma?" Yi Wanqing internally lamented, recognizing Zhang Rong's distinguished status. Should he take a fancy to her, it could spell trouble. Just as she contemplated a polite refusal, Manager Tian eagerly interjected, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, you may be unaware that this lady possesses remarkable culinary skills. Her dishes are unparalleled. Even this simple fish fillet porridge is so fragrant that it could tempt anyone's palate." As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Yi Wanqing to avoid offending this noble guest. With no alternative, she reluctantly extended the bowl of porridge towards Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong accepted the porridge, gently scooping a spoonful and tasting it. The tender fish, the silky porridge, and the harmonious blend of various seasonings created an indescribable delight upon his palate. However, after a few bites, he furrowed his brow slightly, as if finding the porridge unsatisfactory. "Might I inquire, your Excellency, does the porridge fail to please your taste?" Yi Wanqing observed his reaction and felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps this esteemed Zhang was accustomed to exquisite delicacies and found her humble dish lacking. Zhang Rong set down the porcelain bowl, pausing thoughtfully before responding. It is not that it is lacking in quality. However, he hesitated as if carefully selecting his words. The fish is indeed fresh, yet it lacks a certain depth of flavor, failing to fully evoke its exquisite taste, which is truly a pity. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jing felt not anger, but rather a stir of inspiration within her. She recalled the porridge's preparation, which had been deliberately light and refreshing to accommodate Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing's health, utilizing only a modicum of salt and ginger to eliminate any fishy taste. It has become evident that Master Zhang holds a preference for robust flavors, a realization that leaves the humble woman somewhat regretful. Yuan Qing offers a subtle smile, inquiring whether the esteemed gentleman might be inclined to sample other dishes. She expresses her willingness to prepare 2 fish-centered delicacies that are sure to please him. Intrigued, Zhang Rong prompts her to elaborate on her culinary prowess. What delightful creations do you have in mind? He asks. Yuan Qing begins to describe her first dish, known as fish head stewed with tofu. As she speaks, she envisions the presentation, selecting fresh, plump fish heads paired with silky tofu, seasoned with scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili. Then simmered gently until the broth turns a milky white, the fish tender, and the tofu imbued with flavor. This dish, rich in taste and nutrition, is perfect for indulging during the frigid winter months. She then pauses before introducing her second dish, braised fish offal. Continuing, she explains the meticulous preparation of fish maw and intestines, cleaned thoroughly and then stir-fried over high heat with broad bean paste, cooking wine, and soy sauce until the ingredients gleam with a vibrant hue and release an inviting aroma. This dish, with its complex textures and spicy flavor, is bound to whet anyone's appetite. As Zhang Rong listens, his hunger intensifies, and he cannot suppress a swallow. His fondness for exquisite cuisine, coupled with his battlefield experiences, renders him particularly susceptible to such enticing fare. However, a flicker of doubt arises in his mind regarding the culinary capabilities of this remote inn. Very well, today I shall sample your skills. He finally concedes after a moment's hesitation. With his approval, Yuan Qing promptly retreats to the kitchen. She instructs the inn's attendant to gather the necessary ingredients, then deftly begins to prepare the fish head and offal. Chef Tian watches in astonishment. He has never witnessed anyone handle ingredients with such precision and finesse, akin to a master butcher at work. Particularly impressive is Yuan Qing's technique with the offal, which often carries a strong fishy odor that deters many from enjoying it. Yet she manages to eliminate any trace of unpleasantness, leaving Chef Tian in awe. Madame Yi, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Truly impressive. He cannot help but inquire. With a gentle smile, Yuan Qing responds, merely some rustic techniques, hardly worth mentioning. But you, Chef Tian, must pay close attention, for I will need your assistance shortly. Encouraged, Chef Tian nods eagerly, his gaze fixed on every movement of Yuan Qing. Determined not to miss a single detail, he is left speechless as she expertly processes the fish, her fingers seemingly enchanted as they glide over its surface. In a blur of motion, the fish head, bones, and flesh are meticulously separated, leaving no excess meat behind, nor any lingering odor. Madame Yi, your knife skills are astonishing. Chef Tian exclame, utterly impressed. Yuan Qing simply smiles, choosing not to elaborate further, as she places the prepared fish head and offal into separate bowls, adding seasonings for marination. With the ingredients ready, she transitions to the cooking phase. Yuan Qing first placed the fish head into the pan, frying it until both sides turned a golden hue. She then added clear water along with aromatics such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, bringing the mixture to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a gentle simmer. Meanwhile, she poured the marinated fish offal into a hot oil pan, swiftly stir-frying it. The sizzling sound filled the kitchen, releasing a rich aroma that began to permeate the air. Chef Tian, observing from the side, was captivated. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary cooking technique, with each step brimming with novelty and creativity. The enticing scent made his mouth water, and he longed to taste it immediately. As time passed, the fragrance of the fish head stew with tofu gradually wafted through the air, blending with the savory scent of the braised fish offal, creating an exquisite aroma that enveloped the entire inn. In the front hall, Zhang Rong sat upright, holding a teacup he had yet to sip from. His nose twitched slightly, as if he were trying to capture a particular scent in the air. "It smells divine," he murmured to himself. The fragrance was rich and fresh, tinged with a hint of spiciness, igniting an insatiable appetite. Before long, Yi Wanqing emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying 2 dishes. One was a creamy fish head tofu soup, thick and hearty, with snow-white fish adorned with vibrant green scallions, instantly whetting the appetite. The other was a vibrant red braised fish offal, golden and crispy, enveloped in a thick sauce, emanating an enticing aroma. Zhang Rong could hardly contain himself. He eagerly picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a burst of fresh flavor exploded on his palate. The fish was exceptionally tender, the tofu delightfully smooth, and the broth was extraordinarily delicious, leaving a lingering taste. "Delicious. Truly delightful," he exclaimed, unable to recall the last time he had savored such exquisite dishes. He then sampled the braised fish offal, finding it crispy on the outside, yet tender within. Perfectly spiced and complemented by the rich sauce that rendered him unable to stop. After several mouthfuls, he finally set down his chopsticks and instructed a nearby guard, "Go, have these 2 dishes packed for me to take back to my wife." "Yes, my lord," the guard replied dutifully before departing. Zhang Rong then single-handedly devoured the remaining dishes, feeling utterly satisfied as he laid down his chopsticks. At that moment, other patrons in the inn were drawn to the commotion. Gazing at Zhang Rong's empty plates and his contented expression, their mouths watering in response. "Innkeeper, do you still have these 2 dishes available? I want one too." "Me as well." A chorus of eager orders erupted throughout the inn. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Zhang Rong wiped his mouth, retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve, and with a resounding clap, placed it on the table, declaring grandly, "A reward for you." Without waiting for Yi Wanqing's reaction, he strode off with his guard in tow. Innkeeper Tian rushed over, his eyes widening at the sight of the hefty silver piece, equivalent to nearly half a month's earnings for the inn. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he called out to Yi Wanqing's retreating figure, "Madam, you truly possess a kind heart, having encountered such a generous gentleman." In the bustling kitchen, Yi Wanqing surveyed the chaotic scene before her, feeling a twinge of frustration. The inn, already modest in size, had been thrown into disarray by Zhang Rong's earlier commotion, capturing the attention of all the guests. Now, everyone clamored to sample her signature dishes, each urging her with eager voices, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. "Madam, do you still have that signature dish? I would like an order." "Yes, I too desire a bowl of fish head tofu soup and a serving of braised fish. My heavens, the aroma is utterly divine. It makes one's mouth water." "Madam, please hurry." Manager Tian found himself bewildered by this sudden surge of happiness, for he was merely the proprietor of a small inn and had never witnessed such a spectacle. He glanced at Yi Wanqing for assistance, stammering, "My lady, what do you suggest?" Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anxiety, Yi Wanqing turned to the crowd and said, "Esteemed guests, please allow me a moment of your patience. I humbly apologize, but the fish is not easily procured. Today's ingredients have been exhausted, and I shall be able to prepare the fish head tofu soup and braised fish again tomorrow. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing that they could not enjoy the dishes today, the crowd expressed disappointment but recognized that they could not force the issue. They gradually dispersed, opting for other menu items. As the throng dissipated, Manager Tian approached Yi Wanqing, a beaming smile upon his face. "My lady, you truly are our inn's lucky star. Thanks to you, our establishment has experienced such liveliness today." Yi Wanqing returned a modest smile, replying, "You are too kind, manager. I have merely contributed what I could." "My lady, regarding tomorrow's fish," Manager Tian began, nervously rubbing his hands together. Understanding his intentions, Yi Wanqing pondered briefly, calculating her options. With no money to her name, leveraging her culinary skills to earn some silver seemed a wise choice. "Manager, May I inquire if I could borrow your kitchen? She asked. Borrow the kitchen? Manager Tion blinked in surprise, quickly grasping her meaning. You intend to prepare more fish dishes tomorrow, but this time you wish to charge a fee. Ye van mink nodded confidently. Upon hearing this, Manager Tion's eyes brightened, and he eagerly agreed, Of course. My lady, rest assured, I will procure fresh fish early tomorrow. As for the fee, you may set the price. I shall have no objections. Yi Wanqing smiled slightly, her mind already devising a plan. She decided to introduce 2 dishes. One, a reasonably priced fresh meat wonton aimed at ordinary patrons, and the other, an extravagant squirrel fish intended for the affluent guests. Manager, tomorrow I will require some special ingredients and seasonings. I kindly ask for your assistance in preparing them, Yi Wanqing stated, listing the necessary items. Manager Tion, not wishing to delay, promptly instructed the young servant to procure the items. As night fell, the kitchen in N's backyard was alight with activity. Yi Wanqing meticulously prepared the ingredients for the following day under the dim candlelight. She scaled and gutted a fresh grass carp, slicing 2 fillets of clean fish meat, gently tenderizing it with the back of her knife to enhance its texture. Next, she crafted diamond-shaped cuts into the fish, seasoning it with salt, cooking wine, and pepper, allowing the flavors to meld. Having completed all of this, Yi Wanqing lifted her gaze to the window, where the night was profound, adorned with twinkling stars. Chapter 8. The Fragrant Fish from 1,000 Miles, Part 2. The following morning, the kitchen of Tianji Inn was bustling with activity. Chef Tian observed as Yi Wanqing skillfully coated the prepared fish fillets with a delicate layer of starch, frying them until they achieved a golden, crispy perfection, before drenching them in a sweet and sour sauce, ultimately presenting the dish in a vivid, squirrel-like shape. He was left utterly astonished. My dear, your knife skills, your mastery of heat, and your presentation are nothing short of extraordinary, Chef Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Having cooked for decades, I pride myself on my culinary abilities, yet in comparison to your talent, I feel woefully inadequate. Mr. Tian, the innkeeper, nodded vigorously from the side, his eyes brimming with respect. The ingredients and seasonings that Yi Wanqing had listed the previous evening included some he had never even heard of, causing him a touch of apprehension. However, witnessing the exquisite dishes she crafted dispelled the last of his doubts. You flatter me, chef. I merely possess a superficial understanding, Yi Wanqing replied modestly, smiling as she handed the finished squirrel fish to Mr. Tian. Please do take a taste. Mr. Tian carefully accepted the plate, using his chopsticks to lift a piece of fish to his mouth. Instantly, a delightful blend of sweet, sour, and crispy flavors spread across his palate. He could not help but close his eyes, savoring this unprecedented delicacy, exclaiming, Delicious! Truly delicious! This fish is crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. A veritable feast for the senses. Dad, I want to try too. Chef Tian, already drooling with anticipation, could hardly contain his eagerness. Off you go, mister. Tian swatted his son's hand away, protectively cradling the plate. This is a special dish made just for your father. If you wish to taste it, you shall have to buy your own. Father, this is quite unfair. Chef Tian grumbled in discontent. Unfair or not, you dare bite me? Mr. Tian declared triumphantly. As the father and son exchanged playful banter, guests began to arrive at the inn in succession. When the plate of visually appealing and aromatic squirrel fish was brought to the table, it instantly captured everyone's attention. What dish is this? How much does it cost? Inquired a wealthy merchant clad in fine attire. Welcome, esteemed guest. This is our newly launched signature dish, squirrel fish, priced at 2 taels of silver per serving, mister. Tian replied with a beaming smile. What? 2 taels of silver for a serving? That is exorbitant. The merchant exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this is outrageous. Several nearby patrons echoed in agreement. Esteemed guests, you are perhaps unaware, Mr. Tian calmly explained, the ingredients used for this squirrel fish are of the highest quality, and the preparation is exceedingly meticulous. 2 taels of silver is undoubtedly justified. Bah, just because you say it is justified, does that make it so? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The merchant clearly remained unconvinced, pointing an accusatory finger at Mr. Tian. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. The innkeeper speaks the truth. This dish is indeed worth the price. The crowd turned to see a tall man clad in black attire approach, flanked by several guards wielding swords. The man had a formidable stature, with a stern countenance and hawk-like eyes that swept over the assembly, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Zhang Qianhu. Manager Tian instantly recognized the visitor and hurriedly bowed in greeting. "What brings you to my humble establishment today?" "Just passing by," replied the man known as Zhang Qianhu nonchalantly. "I heard that you have recently introduced a dish of squirrel fish, and I came specifically to sample it." With that, he made his way to an empty table, while his guards promptly moved to clear a space around him, creating an aura of authority. "Bring Zhang Qianhu a portion of squirrel fish, and a pot of the finest Longjing tea," Manager Tian instructed. At once, the waiter replied eagerly, turning to head to the kitchen. "Who is this Zhang Qianhu? Why such a grand display?" Murmured voices arose among the crowd. "You don't know Zhang Qianhu? He is the local lord, responsible for maintaining order in this area. Who would dare provoke him? Ah, so it is he? No wonder." The onlookers' gazes towards Zhang Qianhu were filled with reverence. The previously boisterous merchant paled in fear, retracting his neck and falling silent. Zhang Qianhu seemed indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him, quietly savoring his tea as he awaited his squirrel fish. Before long, the waiter approached, balancing a tray laden with dishes and drinks. The squirrel fish, with its golden-brown exterior, emanated an enticing aroma. The fish was tender and resilient, complemented by a sweet and sour sauce that made one's mouth water. Zhang Qianhu, unable to contain his anticipation, picked up his chopsticks and delicately sampled a piece of fish. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his chopsticks, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, the flavor is quite exquisite. Thank you for your kind words, Zhang Qianhu," Manager Tian responded, his face breaking into an exuberant smile. "Manager, I have heard that Madame Ye's culinary skills are remarkable. I understand she has introduced a fresh meat wonton. Save me a portion for tomorrow," Zhang Qianhu remarked, gesturing towards the kitchen. "Fresh meat wonton?" Manager Tian paused, slightly taken aback. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Qianhu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "And no problem at all." Manager Tian quickly shook his head. At that moment, Yi Wanqing's voice floated in from the kitchen. "Manager, I will prepare the fresh meat wontons for Zhang Qianhu tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianhu couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Excellent. I shall come to taste your fresh meat wontons tomorrow. If they do not live up to their reputation, do not blame this lord for being unsparing." "It is settled then," Yi Wanqing replied with a playful smile. After Zhang Qianhu departed, the guests then grew increasingly curious about the squirrel fish and fresh meat wontons, eagerly ordering dishes, and the once quiet and buzzed with activity. Manager Tian beamed at the throng of customers and looked at Yi Wanqing with deep gratitude. "Madam, you're truly a blessing to our Tianji Inn," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Rest assured, you and your family shall not be charged for room and kitchen fees in our establishment." Yi Wanqing recognized Manager Tian's sincere desire to express his gratitude and did not refuse. Instead, she smiled and replied, "You are too kind, Manager. My showcasing of culinary skills is merely to ensure a long stay here, fostering mutual benefit." Upon hearing this, Manager Tian felt even greater admiration for Yi Wanqing. This lady possesses not only exceptional culinary skills, but also remarkable wisdom and insight, a rare combination indeed. In order to successfully prepare delicious fresh meat wontons for the following day, Yi Wanqing resolved to personally visit the market to select the freshest ingredients. Chapter 9. The fragrance of fish from 1,000 miles as dawn broke. The morning sunlight bathed the cobblestone streets in a golden hue, gracing this border town with its warmth. Yi Wanqing rose early and accompanied Chef Tian to the market for ingredient procurement. For today's fresh meat wontons, she specifically instructed Chef Tian to select the finest pork and high-quality flour. The market was bustling with activity, filled with vendors' calls and the chatter of the crowd. The dazzling array of goods overwhelmed Chef Tian, who closely followed Yi Wanqing, wary of losing her amidst the throng. "Brother Tian, look at this pork. It has the perfect balance of fat and lean meat, ideal for our filling," Yi Wanqing remarked, pointing to a piece of pork on the counter. "And over here, we must choose the finest flour, finely milled to ensure the wonton wrappers have the right texture." Chef Tian listened intently, nodding in agreement. Under Yi Wanqing's guidance, he had not only improved his culinary skills, but also learned numerous tips for selecting ingredients. After gathering the essential components, Yi Wanqing and Chef Tian leisurely strolled through the market, hoping to discover some fresh novelties. Suddenly, a strong and fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, and her eyes lit up as she followed the scent to a spice vendor's stall. The stall was adorned with an assortment of spices, including chili, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon, leaving Yi Wanqing in awe. Her gaze landed upon a small mound of reddish-brown Sichuan peppercorns, instantly conjuring the image of a classic dish, sour fish. "Good sir, how much for this Sichuan pepper?" Yi Wanqing inquired, picking up a small handful and delicately inhaling its rich aroma. "Ah, my lady possesses a discerning eye. These are premium Guangyuan peppercorns, perfect for enhancing the flavor of any dish," the vendor, a slender old man, enthusiastically explained upon noticing her interest. "Very well, I shall take a pound," Yi Wanqing replied without hesitation, purchasing the peppercorns. Chef Tian, observing from the side, was perplexed and could not help but ask, "My lady, what do you intend to do with these peppercorns? They are both numbing and spicy. Can they truly be delicious?" Yi Wanqing smiled mysteriously and replied, "Brother Tian, you shall find out tomorrow. I assure you, the dishes prepared with these peppercorns will astonish you." Upon returning to the inn, Yi Wanqing immersed herself in the kitchen, preparing for the day as culinary creations, while Chef Tian assisted her, curiously watching her every move. As the sun rose higher, a tantalizing aroma began to waft from the kitchen, distinctly different from the usual richness of meat. This fragrance was fresh, sour, and spicy, permeating the air. Many diners were drawn in by the scent, eager to discover its source. "Master Tian, what delectable dish are you preparing today? It smells divine," a regular patron exclaimed, eagerly sniffing the air. Feigning mystery, Master Tian chuckled and gestured towards the kitchen, saying, "Today, a distinguished guest has graced our inn, and this exquisite dish is her creation." The diners grew even more curious, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the kitchen, as Yi Wanqing gracefully presented a series of exquisite dishes. The air filled with delightful aromas and vibrant colors. She served a creamy fish head stew with tofu, the broth thick and fragrant, a lustrous and enticing braised fish assortment, meticulously prepared to eliminate any trace of fishiness, and a previously unseen dish, emanating a tantalizingly sour and spicy scent. "My dear, what is the name of this dish?" "It smells divine," inquired a bold diner, unable to contain their curiosity. "This dish is called sour fish, crafted from grass carp, pickled vegetables, and a medley of spices, resulting in a tangy and appetizing flavor," Yi Wanqing explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, the guests' appetites were immediately piqued, and they clamored to sample this novel delicacy. Before long, the 3 fish dishes were devoured, the tavern resonating with praises. "This fish head stew is exquisitely delicious, rich in flavor, and the tofu is silky smooth, absolutely delightful," exclaimed one patron. "This braised fish assortment is perfectly executed, devoid of any fishy taste, and its spiciness is simply delectable," another added. "And this sour fish is extraordinary, with its invigorating tang and tender fish meat. Truly a culinary marvel." Manager Tian, reveling in the success, could hardly contain his joy as he observed the bustling tavern. He quickly approached Yi Wanqing, lowering his voice. "My dear, your culinary skills are remarkable. Today, as patronage has more than doubled compared to usual." Yi Wanqing offered a modest smile, responding, "You flatter me, Manager Tian. It is merely home-cooked fare." After a busy morning, Yi Wanqing finally found a moment to rest. She returned to her room to check on Gu Yunting. The room was eerily quiet, and Gu Yunting lay still on the bed, his complexion pale and his breathing faint. Approaching the bedside, she reached out to feel his forehead, still burning with fever. Anxious, she leaned closer for a thorough examination, but just as she did, a cold hand suddenly seized her wrist. Startled, Yi Wanqing looked up to meet a pair of eyes as profound as a starry night, their depths unfathomable. A stark contrast to the man she had known. For a fleeting moment, she was mesmerized, her wrist gripped tighter. "My husband, you are awake?" she asked softly. Regaining her composure, Gu Yunting did not respond, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very being. Yi Wanqing felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny and gently shifted her wrist. "My husband, you are hurting me." Only then did Gu Yunting appear to awaken from a dream, gradually loosening his grip. A flicker of confusion crossed his features before clarity returned, though his voice remained laced with weakness. "What has happened? You have been in a deep slumber for 3 days, but thankfully you have awakened today," Yi Wanqing replied, gently placing his hand down and checking his forehead again. The fever had subsided somewhat, though he remained quite weak. Gu Yunting struggled to sit up, and Yi Wanqing quickly moved to support him, placing a soft pillow behind him. "Brother Yunting, you are finally awake," Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, rushing into the room upon hearing the commotion, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of her brother's awakening. Gu Zhengshi hurriedly arrived upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing her son awake, her eyes glistened with moisture. "Yunting, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that still troubles you?" Gu Yunting surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing, before finally returning to Yi Wanqing's face, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. "I am fine, merely unable to recall certain events from before," he replied. The doctor mentioned that this was a normal reaction following poisoning, and with proper care, I would recover in due time, Yi Wanqing explained. "Poisoning?" Gu Yunting's brow furrowed, as vague fragments flashed through his mind, yet he could not grasp them. "Brother, do not worry. You will certainly recover," Gu Xiaoqing consoled, holding Gu Yunting's hand. At that moment, Hui Ge and Ping Jie also approached the bedside, their innocent voices calling out to their elder brother. Watching this heartwarming scene before him, Gu Yunting felt a surge of warmth within. Noticing his awakening, Yi Wanqing rose to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Considering Gu Yunting's condition, she took special care to brew a pot of light fish porridge. The rice cooked to a soft, glutinous consistency, and the fish tender, melting in the mouth, an ideal fare for a convalescent. Gu Yunting received the bowl of porridge and began to eat slowly. Despite his weakened state, he carried an innate air of nobility in his every gesture, impossible to overlook. Yi Wanqing observed quietly from the side, secretly astonished. Although Gu Yunting was in exile, his every word and deed starkly contrasted with those of common folk, embodying an elegance and dignity that radiated from his very being. After finishing the porridge, Gu Yunting felt considerably revitalized. He set down the bowl and turned his gaze towards Yi Wanqing, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "I appreciate your efforts during this time." Yi Wanqing smiled softly. "Dear husband, you flatter me. Caring for you is my duty." The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Wanqing's fair face, as if bestowing upon her a delicate halo. Gu Yunting's gaze lingered on her visage for a moment, an unusual sensation swelling in his heart, one he could not articulate. Yi Wanqing, not one to be oblivious, sensed the peculiarity in Gu Yunting's gaze, but attributed it to the musings of one who had just awakened, choosing not to dwell on it. She tidied up the dishes and, from her sleeve, produced an intricately embroidered pouch, gently placing it on the table before pushing it towards Gu Zhengshi. "Mother, this is the silver I earned from the guests and the innkeeper during these past few days while I prepared meals. Please accept it." Gu Zhengshi was taken aback, gazing at the plump pouch in disbelief. "Is this truly your earnings?" "Indeed," Yi Wanqing replied with a slight smile, a hint of pride in her voice. "I utilized the inn's kitchen to prepare a few fish dishes, and to my surprise, the business turned out quite well." Gu Xiaoqing stood by, wide-eyed in amazement. Though she was aware of Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess, she never imagined she could earn such a sum. She picked up the pouch, weighing it in her hands, exclaiming, "It is quite heavy. How much silver could possibly be inside?" Yi Wanqing remained silent, simply opening the pouch to reveal it brimming with silver coins. gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. Everyone was taken aback. Even Gu Yunting, who was usually composed, couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. Though he was unaware of the exact sum, he could discern that it was far from insignificant. "Qing, my dear, why must you endure such hardship?" Gu Zhang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed tenderly at Yi Wanqing. They had already fallen into dire straits, relying on the goodwill of others. Now, the fact that Yi Wanqing, a frail woman, had to toil so relentlessly for their livelihood weighed heavily on her heart. "Mother, there is no need to worry. I did not find it burdensome at all," Yi Wanqing gently reassured her. "I have always had a passion for culinary arts, and now I'm delighted to use it to enhance our lives." She paused before continuing, "I have a plan in mind. Once I save enough silver, we shall purchase a modest courtyard in the city, so we need not reside in it any longer." Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing felt their eyes well up with tears. They had never anticipated that in such adversity, Yi Wanqing could maintain such an optimistic outlook and envision a brighter future for them. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. "Manager Tian, Lady Yi, do you still have those delicious meat dumplings and the tangy, spicy pickled fish today?" As the words faded, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire lifted the curtain and entered. It was Zhang Qianhu, who had previously savored Yi Wanqing's culinary creations. "Why has Master Zhang arrived so late today?" Manager Tian greeted him with a smile. "Ah, I was delayed by some matters. I rushed over as soon as I was done, hoping I haven't missed anything," Zhang replied with a hearty laugh. Hearing this, Yi Wanqing descended the stairs and cheerfully said to Zhang Rong, "Master Zhang, I've prepared everything for you. Please sit down and wait just a moment. I will bring it right over." Before long, a steaming bowl of thin-skinned, generously filled meat dumplings and the fragrant, spicy pickled fish were set on the table. As night fell, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes, as light as goose feathers, danced down from the sky, cloaking the earth in a silvery shroud. Yi Wanqing opened the bedroom window, and a gust of cold air rushed in, making her shiver involuntarily. However, upon seeing the enchanting white world outside, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Listening to the soft whisper of the falling snow, Yi Wanqing felt a profound tranquility within her heart. She had been in this world for some time now, transitioning from initial confusion to gradual adaptation. The hardships she had encountered were known only to her. Yet, thankfully, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. She was blessed with a loving family, shoulders to lean on, and, Chapter 10, the warmth of humanity at all. Strong figures surfaced in Yi Wanqing's mind, and a smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, she had him. He was like a spark in the midst of a blizzard, bringing her warmth and hope. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Gu Xiaoqing, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached the window and followed Yi Wanqing's gaze. "Wow, it's snowing so heavily." "Yes, it seems the snow has come particularly early this year." Gu Zheng's voice came from behind, tinged with worry. "I wonder how long this snow will last. The journey is already arduous, and if it continues like this." Just then, Gu Yunting appeared behind them, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "What troubles you?" Yi Wanqing inquired, a faint sense of unease stirring within her. Gu Yunting raised his head and gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. It seemed that the snowfall would not cease anytime soon. His tone was heavy as he remarked, "From my observations of the celestial phenomena, it is likely that a heavy snow will fall tonight. We must hasten our journey, otherwise the roads will be blocked, making our progress even more arduous." Yi Wanqing felt a jolt of surprise. She was entirely ignorant of ancient meteorological predictions, but the gravity of Gu Yunting's expression indicated the seriousness of the situation. "Are you suggesting we leave at once?" "The sooner, the better," Gu Yunting nodded. "Qingshi town is still quite a distance away. If the snow obstructs the roads, we may be delayed for several days," and he left his sentence hanging, but the concern in his voice was palpable. Yi Wanqing understood his apprehensions. Gu Yunting's health could not withstand such tribulations, not to mention the frail conditions of Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing. Resolving her thoughts, she decisively said, "Very well, we shall depart immediately." She turned and hurried down the stairs to find Manager Tian, explaining their urgent predicament. Manager Tian, I sincerely apologize, but we have pressing matters that require us to travel through the night. Thank you for your care during our stay. Although surprised, Manager Tian was a reasonable man and did not press further, readily agreeing. In that case, you should set off promptly. Be careful on the road. Grateful. Yi Wanqing thanked Manager Tian and then sought out Chef Tian, who was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. She handed him the remaining silver coins and requested that he drive them to Qingshi town without delay. Chef Tian, known for his warm-hearted nature, immediately consented upon recognizing their unusual circumstances. The group hastily packed their belongings, braving the wind and snow as they embarked on the journey to Qingshi town. The carriage struggled through the snow-laden path, its wheels crunching against the accumulated snow, echoing the hardships of their voyage. Inside the carriage, Gu Yunting's complexion was pale, his eyes tightly shut, revealing his poor health. Yi Wanqing removed her thick cloak and gently draped it over him, her eyes filled with concern. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing huddled closely together, trembling from the cold. As they gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, a sense of unease filled their hearts. Uncertain of what fate awaited them, the carriage swayed precariously in the storm, resembling a solitary vessel adrift in an endless sea of snow. Ahead lay either hope or the harsher reality awaiting them. The biting cold wind, laden with snow, ravaged throughout the night, but finally began to relent as dawn broke. Qingshi town awoke, adorned in a silvery cloak, its streets blanketed in thick snow that sparkled brilliantly in the morning light. The carriage came to a gentle stop in front of an inn. Chef Tian jumped down and brushed off the accumulated snow from his clothes, addressing those inside the carriage. At last, we have arrived. In this wretched weather, we cannot have traveled much longer. Yi Wanqing was the first to lift the heavy curtain and leap down, inhaling the crisp air deeply. As she looked upon the snow-covered Qingshi town, a wave of emotion surged within her. The night's tumult had left her weary, yet the thought of finally reaching their destination filled her with hope. Under the gentle support of Yi Wanqing, Gu Yunting disembarked from the carriage. His complexion pale and his lips tinged with a faint purplish hue, evidently burdened further by the jolting journey on his already weakened body. Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing descended the carriage, leaning on each other, their faces equally haggard, yet their eyes shining with unwavering determination. Brother Tian, I cannot thank you enough for your tireless journey to escort us here. Yi Wanqing expressed her gratitude to Chef Tian. Madam, you are too kind. It is my duty. Chef Tian replied with a hearty smile. You have all traveled extensively. Please go inside and rest. I shall prepare some warm water and food for you. After ensuring everything was arranged, Chef Tian hurriedly departed. Once settled in the inn, Gu Yunting required rest, while Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing needed to tidy themselves in preparation for their visit to the government office to register their residency. Yi Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. The inn's hall was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons whispering amongst themselves. Approaching the counter, she inquired whether she might utilize the kitchen. The innkeeper, a shrewd middle-aged man, recognized the exceptional demeanor of Yi Wanqing and her companions, despite their modest attire, and warmly acquiesced. He led her to the kitchen. Gesturing toward the stove, Madam, please make use of it. Do not hesitate to request any ingredients you may need. Expressing her gratitude, Yi Wanqing began her culinary endeavors in the kitchen. From her satchel, she retrieved some simple ingredients, determined to prepare a steaming bowl of wontons for Gu Yunting. Outside, the sky was overcast, seemingly heralding an ominous portent. As she folded the wontons, her gaze drifted to the leaden sky, a subtle unease stirring within her. Steam rose from the pot, enveloping Yi Wanqing's face in warmth. She ladled the cooked wontons into a bowl, meticulously garnishing them with cilantro and scallions, creating a fragrant dish that beckoned with aroma. Madam, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I could smell the fragrance even before entering, the innkeeper remarked, having appeared at the kitchen entrance, inhaling deeply with a look of bliss. Yi Wanqing offered a gentle smile. You flatter me, innkeeper. It is merely a humble home-cooked meal. Might I trouble you to prepare a pot of hot tea and deliver it to our guest room? The innkeeper took the tray with a nod and a bow, retreating promptly. Carrying the bowl of wontons, Yi Wanqing entered the guest room, where Gu Yunting had awakened, resting against the headboard with his eyes closed. Hearing her approach, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise glimmering within their depths. "Did you make this?" Gu Yunting's voice was hoarse yet laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. Yi Wanqing nodded. "Yes, do try it, and see if it suits your palate." Gu Yunting accepted the bowl, lowering his gaze to sip the broth. A wave of warmth cascaded down his throat, dispelling the fatigue of travel. He lifted his gaze to Yi Wanqing, admiration shining in his eyes. "Delicious, Qing. You have worked hard." A soft smile graced Yi Wanqing's lips, a warmth blossoming within her heart. After a simple breakfast, Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing were ready as well. Yi Wanqing assisted Gu Yunting as they exited the inn. The sky had grown even darker, dense clouds looming ominously, as if a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. The county office was not far from the inn, and they set off on foot. Yi Wanqing walked alongside Gu Yunting, quietly lending her support. Although Gu Yunting was physically frail, his steps were steady and his gaze resolute, betraying no hint of despondency. Upon arriving at the county office, Yi Wanqing articulated their purpose, and the bailiffs led them to a side chamber to await their turn. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in official garb, sporting a goatee, entered. He was the magistrate of Qingshi town. The magistrate inquired briefly before instructing his aides to fetch the necessary documents for them to sign. As Yi Wanqing gazed upon the papers before her, a torrent of emotions surged within her. From this day forth, they would truly become a part of this era, with a long road ahead, fraught with unknown challenges. After completing the registration formalities, Yi Wanqing and her companions exited the county office. The sky had grown increasingly overcast, with fierce winds whipping through the air as snowflakes fell like goose feathers. "The snow is coming down so swiftly," Gu Zhengshi exclaimed, glancing up at the murky sky. His brow furrowed. Gu Yunting observed the pallid complexion of Gu Xiaoqing and spoke gravely. "Let us find shelter from the snow." Yi Wanqing surveyed the surroundings and noted only 2 inns near the county office. One was the tidy establishment they had checked into that morning, while the other appeared considerably dilapidated, with an air of abandonment. "Let us first return to the inn where we stayed, if there are still vacant rooms. We shall settle there," she suggested, pointing towards the nearby inn. Braving the snow, they hurried to the inn, where the innkeeper greeted their return with a broad smile. "Good sirs, have you perhaps forgotten something?" he inquired. "Innkeeper, we wish to ask if you have any available rooms. We intend to stay for a few days." Yi Wanqing replied directly. The innkeeper's smile faltered momentarily as he scrutinized them, his gaze lingering on Gu Yunting for a brief moment before he regained his cheerful demeanor. "Indeed, we do. Please step inside." The inn was nearly full, leaving only 2 adjacent rooms available. Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting took one, while the other was reserved for Gu Zhengshi and the children. Once everything was settled, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. Yi Wanqing stood by the window, observing the hurried passers-by on the street, her thoughts a whirlpool of contemplation. Though Qingshi town was but a small settlement, it was well equipped. The north-south thoroughfare bisected the town, with a bustling marketplace to the east and a comparatively tranquil residential area to the west. "It appears we must seek a residence in the western part," Yi Wanqing mused internally, recognizing the serenity of that environment as suitable for long-term habitation. Turning to Gu Yunting, she found him gazing at her, his expression enigmatic and slightly amused. "What occupies your thoughts?" she inquired, snapping back to the moment as she approached the table to pour him a cup of tea. "I was contemplating whether we should inquire at the pawn shop to see if we might rent a courtyard," Gu Yunting replied, accepting the tea and taking a gentle sip, the warmth coursing down his throat dispelling the chill that clung to his body. "That seems prudent. Once the snow ceases, we shall go to the pawn shop to make inquiries." Outside, the snow continued to swirl, as if performing an endless lament. Yi Wanqing stared into her teacup, a sudden wave of unease washing over her. Could it be that Qingshi town would truly mark the beginning of their new chapter? As the snowflakes gracefully descended alongside the cloak of night, the inn's lobby was illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, casting light upon weary faces. After ensuring the comfort of Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing, Yuanqing contemplated borrowing the stove from the kitchen to warm some food. My apologies, esteemed guest, but the kitchen is off limits for external use, the innkeeper replied, his face adorned with a professional smile, though his tone conveyed an unmistakable refusal. Yuanqing had anticipated some resistance, yet she was taken aback by the directness of his response. Suppressing her displeasure, she donned a polite smile and said, "Innkeeper, we are newcomers in this unfamiliar place. And with the relentless snow, the children are quite hungry. Might you consider making an exception?" The innkeeper continued to shake his head, though the smile on his face had faded slightly. "Dear guest, you jest. Although Qingshi town may not possess the splendor of the capital, it is indeed a small treasure trove of delights. A simple stroll down the street will reveal a variety of culinary offerings. Why must you insist on preparing it yourself?" Perceiving his subtle hint to depart, Yuanqing chose not to press further and turned back to her room. "How'd it go? Did the innkeeper relent?" Gu Zheng inquired eagerly upon her return. He stated that the kitchen is not available for outside use and suggested we purchase food from the street. Yuanqing replied calmly, as if merely recounting an inconsequential matter. Gu Zheng sighed, looking worriedly at Gu Xiaocheng. "What shall we do? Xiaocheng is frail and cannot withstand the cold. Venturing out in this snowy night for food may expose her to illness." Gu Yunting set aside his book, rising to approach the window, gazing at the snow-laden street outside. "I shall go," he declared solemnly. "No need. I can manage," Yuanqing interjected, blocking his path. "You stay here to look after Xiaocheng and mother. I'll be back shortly." With that, she took her oiled paper umbrella, donned her cloak, and resolutely stepped into the snowy night. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few shops still aglow in the darkness. As she ventured northward, Yuanqing pondered the innkeeper's words. Was Qingshi town truly as he had described? Abundant in offerings? Most establishments along the street had closed for the night, save for a few taverns and tea houses that still radiated warmth, from which the sounds of merriment could be faintly heard. After walking a distance, she finally halted before a shop adorned with a sign proclaiming it to be a steamed bun establishment. The proprietress, a kind-faced, middle-aged woman, greeted her warmly upon entry. "Madam, what may I assist you with? What delights do you have?" Yuanqing inquired while surveying the shop's offerings. "Buns, steamed bread, meat pies, wontons. What would you like, madam?" The proprietress responded cheerfully, retrieving steaming buns from the steamer. "I would like a bowl of meat broth and a few buns, please," Yuanqing decided after a moment's contemplation, opting for something simple to bring home. "Certainly," the proprietress replied promptly, turning to prepare the meal. Seizing the opportunity while the proprietress was busy, Yuanqing inquired about the town. "Madam, as I am new here and not well acquainted with Qingshi town, I wish to ask you something. Please feel free to ask. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess," the proprietress responded while ladling the meat broth. "I would like to know if there are any places in town that specifically rent out rooms." Yevonvink queried. Upon hearing her words, the proprietress momentarily halted her actions. Raising her gaze to meet hers, a flicker of complex emotions shimmering in her eyes. "My dear, are you inquiring about a place to stay?" The proprietress handed her the meat soup, her tone laced with hesitation. "This Qingshi town is neither excessively large nor particularly small. Yet matters concerning rental arrangements must be clarified at the pawnshop." Yuanqing accepted the meat soup with a word of thanks, though her heart brimmed with confusion. Why must one consult a pawnshop for housing? Suppressing her curiosity, she inquired further about the location of the pawnshop before turning to step into the enveloping night. The north wind, intermingled with snowflakes, mercilessly pelted her face, prompting Yuanqing to tighten her cloak, her resolve, however, unwavering. She understood that securing a place to settle was imperative for reassuring Gu Zhengshi and establishing a stable existence for herself and her family in this unfamiliar era. Upon returning to the inn, the room remained dim, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng sat anxiously by the bedside, their expressions fraught with worry. "Mother, Xiaocheng, I am back." Yuanqing unfurled the oiled paper package in her hands, and a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. "Sister-in-law, what delicious treats have you brought?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gu Xiaocheng's eyes, though her tone retained a hint of frailty. "Steamed buns and meat soup." Let us enjoy them while they're hot. Yi Wanqing arranged the food meticulously and then produced a few pieces of candy from her bosom, saying, Xiaocheng, this is for you. Gu Xiaocheng accepted the sweets with a beaming smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. This child, even in such times, still yearns for sweets, Gu Zhengshi chided lightly. Her eyes filled with affection. Fear not, mother, I have gathered the necessary information. Tomorrow, we shall visit the pawnshop, and we will be able to rent a house. As Yi Wanqing spoke, she observed Gu Yunting's expression. He sat by the window, perusing a book under the feeble candlelight. His demeanor tranquil as if all external matters were inconsequential to him. A tinge of disappointment fluttered within Yi Wanqing, yet she swiftly adjusted her emotions, focusing on caring for Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng. As the night deepened, the rain gradually subsided. Just as Yi Wanqing prepared to extinguish the candle, Gu Yunting approached her, presenting a small porcelain vial. This is an ointment for bruises and frostbite. Apply it twice daily. Yi Wanqing was taken aback, recalling how she had inadvertently injured her wrist while handling luggage, and her hands had suffered frostbite from prolonged labor. Accepting the vial, a faint medicinal fragrance enveloped her senses, warming her heart. Thank you, she murmured softly. Rest early, Gu Yunting advised calmly before returning to his bedside and extinguishing the candle. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness, with only the occasional sound of the wind from outside piercing the stillness. Yi Wanqing lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her. She reflected on the myriad of experiences she had encountered thus far, her heart a tumult of emotions. What awaited them on the morrow? Chapter 11. In the flower alley on the following morning, Yi Wanqing awoke to the enticing aroma of food. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Gu Zhengshi placing a steaming bowl of noodles beside her bed. Come, rise and eat. This is the Yangshan noodles prepared especially for you by the innkeeper, Gu Zhengshi said gently. Yi Wanqing rubbed her drowsy eyes and accepted the bowl of noodles, a rich aroma wafting towards her. She took a sip. The noodles were firm and smooth, and the broth was fresh and flavorful. Yet the taste seemed somewhat lacking. Yi Wanqing set down her chopsticks, her brows slightly furrowed. Gu Zhengshi, taken aback, inquired with surprise, What is the matter? Is it not to your liking? It's not that, she explained. It's just that a few spices were omitted from the broth, rendering the flavor insufficiently exquisite. If some mushrooms, dried shrimp, and pepper could be added, it would be far better. Gu Zhengshi suddenly understood, chuckling, You are such a picky eater, my dear. Beside them, Gu Xiaocheng chimed in, Indeed, sister-in-law, you should not be so critical. This is already the most delicious meal we have had. Yi Wanqing gazed at Gu Xiaocheng's innocent eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow. She knew that Gu Xiaocheng had been raised in luxury and had never endured such hardships. Now, reduced to such a state, she still forced a smile, displaying a maturity that tugged at Yi Wanqing's heartstrings. All right, I shall not be critical. Yi Wanqing gently patted Gu Xiaocheng's head, soothingly promising, once we settle down, I will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Gu Xiaocheng's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Sister-in-law, what other delicacies can you make? Yi Wanqing smiled slightly and began to enumerate her specialties. I can also make braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and steamed fish. As Yi Wanqing enthusiastically listed her dishes, Gu Xiaocheng could hardly contain her saliva. Even Gu Yunting, usually taciturn, lifted his head, his gaze tinged with a hint of anticipation. After breakfast, Yi Wanqing rose to stretch her limbs. To her astonishment, the pain in her wrist had considerably lessened, and her frostbite had subsided significantly. She recalled the ointment Gu Yunting had given her, and a ripple of warmth surged within her. It seemed this fallen nobleman was not as indifferent as he appeared. Yi Wanqing tucked the ointment back into her embrace, resolving firmly, no matter what, she must carve out a haven for her family in this unfamiliar era, ensuring they live a stable and happy life. Mother, let's head to the dental shop, Yi Wanqing said, donning her cloak and looking towards Gu Zhengshi. The sky, still overcast after the snowfall, could not dim the glimmer of hope in Yi Wanqing's eyes. She believed that as long as their family stood united, they could overcome the challenges before them and usher in a new life. Though Qingshi town was but a small settlement, it was vibrant and bustling, with shops lining the streets and vendors calling out their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. As Yi Wanqing and her party walked along the street, they attracted curious glances from passers-by, their attire distinctly out of place, revealing their status as outsiders. "Mother, let us first inquire about renting a house at the dental shop," Yi Wanqing suggested, scanning for signs along the roadside until her eyes landed on a shop named Love Home. Inside the dental shop, a lanky clerk was idly tapping on abacus. Upon noticing the arrival of customers, he immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. "Good day, esteemed guests. Are you looking to rent or purchase a property?" "We wish to rent a courtyard, preferably one that is quiet and tidy," Gu Zhengshi replied. "Certainly, esteemed guests. You have indeed arrived at the right place. Our esteemed establishment, Lianjia Yaxiong, ranks among the finest in Qingshi town, offering a diverse array of residences." The attendant spoke as he retrieved a ledger from the counter, flipping it open to point at a particular page. "Please take a look. To the east of the city, near the docks, it is bustling with activity. However, the crowds can be overwhelming and it lacks tranquility. To the west, you will find residences of affluent families, naturally commanding higher prices. To the north, there are primarily farmers, with many earthen houses that may not meet your discerning tastes. Only to the south do we find a locale primarily inhabited by merchants, boasting a serene environment and reasonable prices. Might you consider this option?" Yi Wanqing took the ledger from the attendant's hands and examined it closely, noting that the properties in the south indeed aligned well with their preferences. "Are there any suitable courtyards available in the south?" she inquired. Indeed. A charming little courtyard has recently become available, featuring 2 entrances and a small garden. Nestled in a tranquil environment, and the price is quite fair. Would you like to take a look?" the attendant eagerly recommended. "Very well, let us go see it." Gu Zhengshi nodded in agreement. "Please follow me, esteemed guests," the attendant said, leading the way out of the establishment. The group followed the attendant through several streets, arriving at a relatively secluded alley where they paused before a house with a striking vermilion door. "The key to the rental property is right here," the attendant indicated towards the courtyard gate. Yi Wanqing looked up and noticed a plaque above the door inscribed with the characters Li Residence. "The family's surname is Li?" Gu Zhengshi inquired. "Indeed, the owner of this residence is Mr. Li, a kind-hearted proprietor of a fabric shop. Several years ago, after marrying his current wife, the courtyard in Baiwa Alley became vacant. Rest assured, esteemed guests, I have visited the courtyard previously. It is clean and tidy, fully furnished. Ready for you to move in with just your belongings," the attendant explained. "Then let us take the key and have a look," Gu Zhengshi suggested. Gesturing for the attendant to open the door, the attendant approached and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home? We have guests here to view the property." After a brief moment with no response, he furrowed his brow in confusion. "How strange. It is broad daylight, yet no one answers the door," he murmured, knocking more forcefully. Just then, a youthful voice emerged from beyond the courtyard wall. "Who is it? Stop knocking. You're making a racket." "Ah, it seems the young master is at home. I am an attendant from Lianjia Yaxiong, here with several guests to retrieve the key for the property," he said with a broad smile. "I don't want to see it. Go away." The little boy's voice was thick with nasal tones, clearly indicating he had been crying. The attendant glanced awkwardly at Gu Zhengshi, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing the child's distress, Gu Zhengshi was about to speak when Yi Wanqing stepped forward. She approached the door and gently tapped on the panel, her voice soothing and warm like a gentle spring breeze brushing against willow branches. "Little one, why are you home alone? Is something troubling you?" Her soft tone, indeed, diminished the cries from within the courtyard. "My father isn't home, and my mother can't cook. The food she makes is terrible, and I refuse to eat it." The boy's voice emerged once more, tinged with sobs. "Ah, I see," Yi Wanqing responded with understanding. Yi Wanqing spoke softly. "Then could you kindly tell me what you wish to eat? Perhaps I can assist you." "Really?" The boy's voice brimmed with astonishment. "Indeed, it is true," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. "I am quite skilled in the culinary arts." "Then please come inside." The boy's tone had finally shed its hostility. Yi Wanqing gestured for the attendant to open the door, and a procession of individuals entered. In the courtyard, a young boy of about 5 or 6 sat upon a stone bench, his face streaked with tears. Beside him stood a slender woman, cradling a bowl of plain porridge. Beseeching earnestly, "Uyghur, dear, please listen and eat a little. Your mother implores you." Upon noticing the newcomers, the woman hastily set down the bowl and approached them. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the scene," she said. "This is Madam Li," the shopkeeper, Liu, introduced. "Ah, you are here to view the property," Madam Li said, nodding with a forced smile. "Please, come inside. I shall fetch the keys to show you around." However, Yi Wanqing remained still, kneeling beside the young boy. "So, you are called Uyghur? Pray, tell me why you do not wish to eat," she gently inquired. Uyghur glanced at Yi Wanqing and then at the bowl of porridge in his hands, his voice tinged with grievance. "It tastes terrible, devoid of flavor. Is that so?" Yi Wanqing chuckled softly. "What kind of porridge would you prefer? Sweet or savory?" "I would like it sweet, the fragrant kind," Uyghur replied, unable to resist, licking his lips. "Very well, I shall prepare a bowl of fragrant, sweet porridge for you. How does that sound?" Yi Wanqing beamed. "Really?" Uygur's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, it is true." Yi Wanqing stood, turning to Madam Li. "Might I borrow your kitchen, dear madam?" Madam Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Of course, the kitchen is right this way. Please follow me." Yi Wanqing accompanied Madam Li into the kitchen, while the attendant engaged in quiet conversation with Gu Zhangshi in the courtyard. Before long, Yi Wanqing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of porridge. "Uyghur, look, what is this?" she exclaimed with a smile. Upon catching the enticing aroma of the porridge, Uygur's eyes widened, and he reached out eagerly. "Not so fast. Ye Vanming retracted headhunt. This bowl of porridge is not simply given. You must first tell me why you do not wish to eat before I can give it to you." Uyghur hesitated, glancing between Yi Wanqing and the fragrant porridge, before finally speaking. I do not want to stay in the city. I wish to return to the countryside. I miss my grandmother." His voice faltered as he spoke the last words. Yi Wanqing gently stroked Uygur's head, her tone soothing. "Dear Uyghur, I understand that you miss your grandmother, but we cannot return just yet. You must be obedient, and in due time, your mother shall take you back to visit her. How does that sound? Really?" Uyghur looked up, his eyes filled with hope. "Indeed, it is true," Yi Wanqing affirmed with a smile. "Well, have I ever deceived you?" Uyghur finally broke into a smile, accepting the porridge from Yi Wanqing's hands and devouring it with great enthusiasm. Observing this child, Madam Li felt her eyes moisten slightly. "Yukia, do eat slowly. You might choke," she cautioned. "Madam Li, it seems that this child genuinely enjoys the food I prepare. If you do not mind, perhaps I could teach you how to make it?" Yi Wanqing ventured, looking at Madam Li with a tentative inquiry. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Madam Li's face. "Is there something troubling you, Madam Li?" "Ye vanwing imuidet." With a sigh, Madam Li replied, "To speak frankly, I am not Uyghur's biological mother. His father previously married another woman in the countryside." She paused, seemingly finding it difficult to continue, yet she pressed on. "Later, when he moved to the city, he married me. Unfortunately, Uyghur's mother was frail and passed away after a few years, leaving Uyghur to rely solely on his father." "And what of Uyghur's grandmother?" Gu Zhangshi asked. "His grandmother," Madam Li shook her head, "has always lived in the countryside and refuses to come to the city, insisting she would rather die on her own land." "And what about Uyghur's father? Why do we not see him?" Yi Wanqing inquired. "His father works at the docks, leaving early and returning late, seldom at home," Madam Li explained. "I see." Yi Wanqing nodded, gazing at Madam Li. "Madam Li, I perceive from your demeanor that you are not a harsh person. Why then, do you seem so indifferent towards Uyghur?" At these words, Madam Li's expression shifted slightly, and she forced a wry smile. "You jest, madam. How could I be indifferent to Uyghur? He is, after all, my—" Here, Madam Li abruptly halted, as if reluctant to continue. "Madam Li, I understand you have your burdens, but Uyghur is still your child. For his sake, you ought to—" Yi Wanqing attempted to persuade further, but was gently tugged by Gu Zhangshi at her sleeve. "Qing'er, let's first inspect the house," Gu Zhangshi suggested. Only then did Yi Wanqing recall the purpose of their visit. She ceased her discourse and followed Madam Li and the attendant towards Baiwa Lane. Throughout the journey, Madam Li remained silent, her thoughts seemingly clouded as she hurried along. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi exchanged glances, both sensing that Madame Li harbored something unspeakable. After a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, they finally arrived at a secluded alley. "Esteemed guests, we have arrived. This is Baiwa Lane," the manager Lu announced, gesturing towards the entrance. Yi Wanqing lifted her gaze to behold a towering hydrangea tree at the entrance, adorned with clusters of white and green blossoms, exuding a delightful fragrance. "Baiwa Lane indeed lives up to its name," Gu Zhengshi remarked with a smile. "Indeed, this Baiwa Lane is renowned for its tranquility. Living here is far more comfortable than in the bustling city center," the attendant chimed in cheerfully. Madame Li led Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi into Baiwa Lane. Arriving at a courtyard, she retrieved a key from her pocket and unlocked the gate. "Please, do come in," Madame Li gestured politely. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi followed Madame Li into the courtyard. Although modest in size, the courtyard was impeccably tidy, adorned with several clusters of flowers and grasses. In one corner stood a stone table accompanied by a few stone stools. "This courtyard is quite delightful," Gu Zhengshi remarked with a smile. "Please follow me. I shall show you the house," Madame Li said, leading Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi inside. As they pushed open the courtyard door, a gentle fragrance of flowers wafted towards them, distinct from the hydrangea scent at the street corner, yet more subtle and sweet. In the courtyard, several blooming roses displayed vibrant hues of pink and red, reminiscent of the dawn and fire, respectively. A cluster of bamboo swayed gracefully in the corner, lending an air of elegance to this small retreat. Though not expansive, the courtyard was tranquil, seldom disturbed by visitors. "Living alone can feel quite lonely," Madame Li continued as they walked deeper, "so I tend to flowers and plants to pass the time." Crossing the courtyard led them to the main room, flanked by two side chambers. Although the layout was modest, it was fully equipped. Madame Li welcomed them into the main room, gesturing to the furnishings as she spoke. "This was originally my home with my late husband. After he passed, Mr. Li, seeing my plight, took me in, and thus this house became vacant." Yi Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. The decor was simple yet meticulously maintained. The windows were clean and bright, allowing sunlight to flood the room, illuminating every corner. She approached the window and gently opened it, letting in a refreshing breeze scented with the flowers from the courtyard, invigorating her spirit. "This house is indeed lovely, with splendid lighting," Gu Zhengshi commented from the side, "but I wonder what the rental price might be." "If you're truly interested in renting it, the price is negotiable," Madame Li replied with a sigh. "To be candid, I am currently facing some difficulties and urgently need funds. Otherwise, I would not consider renting this place out." Yi Wanqing felt a pang of empathy and inquired, "Madame Li, might you be facing some troubles? Perhaps we can offer assistance." Madame Li hesitated, but ultimately spoke, "It's nothing too grave, really. It's just that my son has been unusually listless lately, losing weight and lacking appetite. I have consulted doctors, yet there has been no improvement." Her voice quivered, and her eyes glistened with tears. Understanding her plight, Yi Wanqing realized that despite Madame Li's apparent aloofness, she was deeply concerned for her son, albeit unable to express it well. "Do not worry, Madame Li. Your son may simply need time to adjust to his new environment," Yi Wanqing gently reassured her. "From his demeanor, he does not seem frail. With proper care, he will surely regain his health." Upon hearing this, Madame Li lifted her gaze to Yi Wanqing, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Yi Wanqing smiled subtly, already formulating a plan. She resolved to rent the house and gradually entice her son with delightful meals to rekindle his spirit. Wiping away her tears, Madame Li apologized. "I hope I haven't caused you to laugh at my troubles. It's just that this child." Yi Wanqing comforted her softly, as parents who would not feel anguish for their children. "Madame Li, rest assured, after I prepare a few delightful meals for young Master Yu, I shall render a conclusion." Although Madame Li harbored skepticism, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. She led Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengji to tour the guest rooms, which were suitably sized and well lit, perfectly aligning with their desires. As they walked, Yi Wanqing contemplated in silence, recognizing that young Master Yu's aversion to food likely stemmed from emotional turmoil. Thus, a targeted remedy was essential. Madame Li, might you share with me young Master Yu's usual preferences? She inquired. I possess some culinary skills and may be of assistance. Madame Li displayed a hesitant expression, explaining that young Master Yu had been a picky eater since childhood, often dismissing ordinary dishes, leaving even the town's renowned chefs at a loss. At this, Yi Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, intrigued by the challenge of discovering what exquisite delicacies might entice this young gentleman's palate. Do not fret, Madame Li. I have my methods, she confidently asserted. However, as I'm new here, I lack certain ingredients. Might I request permission to showcase my culinary talents? Madame Li regarded the young woman before her with a hint of doubt. Could this youthful lady truly possess the ability to cure young Master Yu's aversion of food? As if perceiving Madame Li's thoughts, Yi Wanqing smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I am not one to speak without merit. Yet, the success of this endeavor also hinges on fate. Should my efforts prove futile, it would simply be destiny's design. Gu Jingji chimed in supportively. Indeed, Madame Li, why not allow Qing'er a chance? There's little to be lost. After a moment's deliberation, Madame Li finally nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed, as you suggest. However, what is the caveat? Yi Wanqing inquired, what should we consider? Madame Li replied with concern, young Master Yu possesses a rather peculiar temperament. If he proves uncooperative, I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, I have my strategies, Yi Wanqing assured with confidence. The trio returned to the main room, where Yi Wanqing meticulously inquired about young Master Yu's situation, formulating a preliminary plan in her mind. She resolved to start with the simplest, lightest dishes, gradually adjusting young Master Yu's taste, ultimately leading him to develop a love for gourmet cuisine. Madame Li, I shall procure some ingredients from the market today and return tomorrow to attend to young Master Yu. Does that sound agreeable? Yi Wanqing proposed. That would be most kind of you, Lady Yi. Madame Li expressed her gratitude. After bidding farewell, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengji strolled through the fragrant alley of blooming flowers, prompting Gu Zhengji to ask, Qing'er, do you truly have confidence in curing that young Master Yu? Fear not. I possess the measure, Yi Wanqing replied with a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with insight. As they walked side by side, both were filled with anticipation. This quaint courtyard nestled in the Blossom Alley was destined to become their new beginning. Chapter 12. The Move Mother. Look, what is that? Ye Vanming exclaimed, pointing toward a shop at the alley's entrance. Gu Zhengji followed her gaze, spotting a sign that read Pai Ji Dental Clinic in bold characters. A dental clinic? What business do we have there? Gu Zhengji questioned, puzzled. Yi Wanqing smiled mysteriously. Fear not. I have a splendid plan. Just follow my lead. Though Gu Zhengshi was perplexed, she always held unwavering faith in her daughter's words and followed Yi Wanqing into the bustling Pijiyang. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with people coming and going. Yi Wanqing led Gu Zhengshi to the counter and inquired about the rental and sale of properties in the city. Noticing the two women, despite their simple attire, possessed an extraordinary demeanor, the shopkeeper warmly began to elaborate. After listening to his introduction, Yi Wanqing gained a general understanding. The prices of houses in the city were not significantly different from the small courtyard in Baiwa Lane, though there were slight variances in location and environment. It seemed that finding a property of good quality at a reasonable price would not be an easy task. Shopkeeper, might you have any suitable farms for sale? Yi Wanqing suddenly asked. Farms? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, My lady, you may not be aware that the farms on the outskirts are considerably more expensive than the residences in the city. Are you certain you wish to inquire? Just a casual question, Yi Wanqing replied with a slight smile, turning to leave the shop with Gu Zhengshi. Qing'er, why are you inquiring about farms? We do not have that much silver. Gu Zhengshi could not help but ask once they exited the shop. Mother, do not worry, I have my own plans, Yi Wanqing said mysteriously, leading Gu Zhengshi towards Baiwa Lane. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Yi Wanqing smiled at Li Shi and remarked, I notice that Yu Gu'er looks pale and weak, likely due to a deficiency in his spleen and stomach. I shall prepare some nourishing food for him. Seeing Yi Wanqing's determination, Li Shi readily agreed. Yi Wanqing retrieved the grass cart she had purchased at the market that morning, intending to make fish balls and yam porridge for Yu Gu'er. The fresh fish, nourishing yam, and lean meat would surely stimulate his appetite. As Li Shi watched Yi Wanqing busily at work, her heart swelled with gratitude. She had initially thought Yi Wanqing was merely an ordinary downtrodden woman, but now she was astonished to see her culinary skills. Her deftness suggested she was no ordinary cook. In the kitchen, steam rose, and delightful aromas filled the air. Yi Wanqing skillfully handled the ingredients, akin to a master musician orchestrating a culinary symphony amidst pots and pans. She began by scaling and deboning the fresh grass carp, slicing it into thin pieces. Then, using the back of her knife, she finely minced the fish, adding ginger juice, chopped scallions, and a pinch of salt, kneading it until the mixture became sticky and cohesive. Next, she shaped the fish paste into plump, round fish balls and blanched them in boiling water. Once they floated to the surface, she removed them and set them aside to drain. After preparing the fish balls, Yi Wanqing commenced cooking the yam and lean meat porridge. She added rinsed japonica rice to a pot, poured in an appropriate amount of water, and brought it to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a gentle simmer. While the porridge cooked, she peeled and diced the yam and sliced the lean meat, marinating them with cooking wine and salt for a while. Once the rice grains blossomed in the pot, she added the yam and meat, continuing to simmer until the porridge became thick and velvety. The tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire courtyard, even enticing Yu, who sulked in his room, to peek out curiously. "Mother, what smells so wonderful?" Yu sniffed the air, his stomach betraying him with a rumble. Upon witnessing the scene, Mrs. Li was taken aback yet filled with joy. Hastily addressing Yu, "This sister has specially prepared fish balls and yam lean meat porridge for you. Come have a taste." Initially hesitant, Yu succumbed to the allure of the delicacies and slowly made his way into the kitchen. With a hint of shyness, he observed the industrious Yi Wanqing. Turning around, Yi Wanqing offered a gentle smile to Yu and said, "Come, taste the fish balls and yam lean meat porridge I've made, and see if it suits your palate." As Yu beheld the steaming dishes before him, his mouth watered in anticipation. He eagerly scooped a spoonful of porridge and tasted it. Instantly, a delightful, savory flavor enveloped his mouth, prompting him to exclaim, "Delicious! Truly exquisite!" Watching Yu devour the food with such enthusiasm, tears of joy welled up in Mrs. Li's eyes once more. "Eat slowly, lest you choke," Yi Wanqing chuckled. "There's plenty left in the pot." Yu relished 3 large bowls of porridge and devoured a dozen fish balls before finally setting down his bowl and chopsticks, thoroughly satisfied. "Sister, your cooking is simply marvelous," he declared, patting his round belly. "This is the best fish balls and yam lean meat porridge I have ever tasted. I'm glad you like it." Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. "If you wish for more in the future, just let me know, and I shall prepare it for you again." "Really? That would be wonderful," Yu exclaimed, joyfully bouncing with gratitude and warmth in his gaze towards Yi Wanqing. Observing the long-lost smile on Yu's face, Mrs. Li felt immense gratitude towards Yi Wanqing, knowing that without her, Yu would not have been so obediently inclined to eat. "Madam Li, I'm truly grateful to you." Mrs. Li expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Not only are you an exceptional cook, but your kindness is also unparalleled. I am at a loss for how to repay you." "There is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. "I came today to discuss a matter with you." Setting down her teacup, she continued, "Madam Li, to speak candidly, my mother and I have come to admire this quaint little courtyard. However, with so many family members, we are uncertain about the price, so we can consider it further." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li's face lit up with surprise. This secluded courtyard had long been overlooked, and witnessing the straightforwardness of Yi Wanqing and her mother rekindled a glimmer of hope within her. "To be truthful, madam, this courtyard was originally priced at 80 taels of silver." She hesitated, her expression revealing her discomfort. Yi Wanqing, perceptive to her unease, inquired, "Is there a particular difficulty?" With a sigh, Mrs. Li confessed, "To be honest, my husband's family was once engaged in small trade, but recently, we fell victim to thieves who not only robbed us of our wealth, but also left my husband severely injured, now bedridden. As for the 80 taels," her voice faltered and tears brimmed in her eyes. Understanding her plight, Yi Wanqing felt compassion for Mrs. Li. After a moment of contemplation, she assured Madame Li, "There is no need for excessive worry. I find this courtyard to be serene and elegant, and we are quite fond of it. The household is simply large, requiring a discussion before a decision can be made. How about this? Let us return tomorrow at noon to pay another visit, and we shall provide you with our response then. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li was overjoyed and quickly replied, "That sounds splendid. I appreciate your kindness." Yi Wanqing and her mother exchanged a few more pleasantries with Mrs. Li before taking their leave. Before departing, Yi Wanqing deliberately left behind a few of her homemade pastries and reminded Yu Gu'er to heed his mother's words. As they exited the courtyard, Gu Jingshi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Chen, what do you think of this courtyard? Should we rent or purchase it?" Yi Wanqing pondered for a moment and replied, "Mother, although this courtyard is somewhat secluded, it is tranquil and serene. The premises are well kept and tidy. Indeed, a splendid place to settle down. However, it is evident that Mrs. Li is attempting to undervalue the price. We must not take advantage of her situation. Rather, let us bring along Manager Liu tomorrow to assess the value, so we may have a clearer understanding." Gu Jingshi nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." The following day at noon, Yi Wanqing and her mother returned to Mrs. Li's residence with Manager Liu. He meticulously examined the courtyard and inquired about the prices of surrounding properties, ultimately providing an estimate of 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this figure, Mrs. Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face radiated a mixture of astonishment and joy as she exclaimed, "Is what Manager Pai says true? This courtyard is truly worth 100 taels of silver?" Manager Pai replied with a smile, "Madam Li, although the location may be somewhat remote, it is distinguished by its elegance and tranquility. Moreover, your courtyard is impeccably maintained. 100 taels of silver is certainly a fair price." Hearing this, Mrs. Li was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she grasped Yi Wanqing's hand tightly, saying, "Madam, you are truly a living bodhisattva. Were it not for you, I would have been at a loss." Yi Wanqing smiled and reassured her, "There is no need for such gratitude, Madam Li. We are quite satisfied with the courtyard. We shall return tomorrow after gathering the necessary funds." Mrs. Li, even more grateful, was moved to tears. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Li and her son, Yi Wanqing and Gu Jingshi made their way back to the inn. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, their spirits high. However, upon stepping through the inn's entrance, they were met with an oppressive atmosphere. Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaocheng were seated in a corner of the hall, their expressions grim and silent. Yi Wanqing felt a sudden pang of unease, a foreboding sensation washing over her. As they entered, an unusual quiet enveloped the entire hall. Normally, at this hour, travelers would be resting, and the calls of the attendants would create a lively din. Yet today, only a few individuals whispered in the corners, and even the innkeeper sat behind the counter, furrowed brow and lips sealed. "What has happened?" Gu Jingshi asked in a hushed tone, a flicker of apprehension rising within her. Yi Wanqing too sensed that something was amiss and gently shook her head, signaling her mother to remain calm. They traversed the empty hall and approached Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaocheng. "Husband, Xiaocheng, has something occurred?" Yi Wanqing inquired softly, her gaze sweeping over them, only to find their expressions grave, shadows of worry clouding their features. Gu Yunting lifted his head, managing to force a faint smile, though his tone betrayed his exhaustion. "It's nothing significant. Did you find the house satisfactory today?" Yi Wanqing noticed his deliberate evasion, deepening her confusion. However, she refrained from pressing him directly and recounted the details of their house visit with enthusiasm, concluding with a vivid description of the small courtyard's numerous advantages. "Though the yard is modest, it is well equipped and includes a small garden where we could plant flowers and vegetables. What do you think, mother?" Gu Jingshi chimed in, "Indeed. That courtyard is serene and elegant, and the price is reasonable. It seems quite excellent to me." Nonetheless, their enthusiasm did not seem to resonate with Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaocheng, who merely responded with a few indifferent remarks before lapsing into silence. Yi Wanqing's unease intensified as she observed Gu Xiaocheng tightly gripping her handkerchief, her knuckles pale with suppressed emotion. "Xiaocheng, your sister-in-law, I am fine. Gu Xiaoqing suddenly raised her head, forcing out a strained smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm just a bit tired. I wish to return to my room to rest. Without waiting for Yi Wanqing to respond, she hastily departed. Gu Yunting watched his sister's retreating figure and sighed deeply. Addressing Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi, what transpired today is a long story. I will explain it to you later. You both must be tired. Please return to your rooms to rest. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi exchanged glances, their hearts laden with questions. Yet they understood that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire further, so they stood up to take their leave. Once back in her room, Yi Wanqing felt a gnawing sense of unease, as if something significant was about to unfold. She approached the window, gazing at the dimming sky outside, an inexplicable anxiety rising within her. What has transpired? Why do both my husband and Xiaoqing appear so burdened by thoughts? Could there be yet another unforeseen change? Countless thoughts swirled in Yi Wanqing's mind as she clutched the housing contract tightly, silently praying for everything to unfold smoothly. Chapter 13. Preparing the hearth as night fell. The inn room was illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, casting a warm light on Yi Wanqing's slightly fatigued face. She gently set down her teacup and recounted the details of their house visit to Gu Xiaoqing and the two children. The courtyard may not be large, but it is clean and tidy, with a well and several fruit trees, ample for our family. Yi Wanqing spoke cheerfully, attempting to infuse the atmosphere with lightness, adding, and the price is fair, only 100 taels of silver. 100 taels? Gu Xiaoqing gasped, her face revealing her concern. But our current funds. Xiaoqing, I have saved some silver these past days, Yi Wanqing replied, pulling out a delicately embroidered purse from her bosom and placing it gently on the table. Combined with what we have left, it should be sufficient. Hui Guer and Ping Jie stared at the purse with curiosity, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was the first time they had seen such a sum of silver since their exile. Qing, where did you acquire so much silver? Gu Yunting's voice came from behind the screen, tinged with a barely discernible tremor. Yi Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. She knew Gu Yunting was concerned for her. With a smile, she explained, I pawned the golden leaves my mother gave me on the road, gathering some silver. Gu Yunting fell into a momentary silence, refraining from further inquiries, and calmly remarked, let us deliberate on the matter of purchasing a house over time. Though his tone was tranquil, Yi Wanqing discerned a hint of peculiarity. She understood that Gu Yunting harbored concerns, so she refrained from broaching the topic of the house again and instead engaged Gu Zhengshi in conversation about their two children. Nevertheless, the unusual behavior of Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaoqing lingered in Yi Wanqing's mind, as she sensed they were concealing something. The following morning, Yi Wanqing resolved to revisit South Street to negotiate the price with the property owner, Madame Li. She believed that, should the price be reasonable, Gu Yunting would not oppose acquiring the residence, for they were in need of a place to call home. Upon arriving at the courtyard on South Street once more, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi found Madame Li hanging laundry. Upon seeing them, she promptly set aside her task and warmly welcomed them into her home. Have you two made a decision? Madame Li inquired cheerfully while pouring tea for them. Madame Li, we have come today to discuss. Before Yi Wanqing could finish her sentence, Gu Zhengshi gently tugged at her sleeve, shaking her head in a gesture that urged patience. Madame Li, to be candid, we are quite fond of this courtyard, but alas, our finances are rather constrained. We wonder if... Gu Zhengshi hesitated, her expression revealing her unease. Madame Li, being astute, immediately perceived their predicament and smiled. Are you concerned about the price being too steep? Very well, I can see your earnestness. So I shall take it upon myself to offer you a discount. How does 80 taels of silver sound? 80 taels was the lowest price Madame Li could accept. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zhengshi exchanged grateful glances, their hearts swelling with appreciation. In that case, we are most grateful, Madame Li, Yi Wanqing exclaimed, fearful that Madame Li might change her mind. Thus, Yi Wanqing purchased the courtyard for 80 taels and completed the transfer of ownership on the spot. Clutching the property deed, joy and anticipation flooded Yi Wanqing's heart. She was confident that this place would become their new haven, a sanctuary brimming with hope and happiness. Holding the warm deed, She felt as if she grasped the key to a new life. Madame Li, being kind-hearted, offered to accompany them to procure some essential household items, noting, "These ceramic pots are sturdy and ideal for stewing soups and porridge." As she pointed out the plain-colored pots on the shelf, she continued, "And this kitchen knife is remarkably sharp, making it effortless to use." Yi Wanqing nodded with a smile, meticulously selecting the necessities. She was particularly attentive to the ingredients and cooking utensils, for the kitchen was her battlefield, and these items were her weapons. She aimed to provide her family with nourishing meals, dispelling the shadows of their exile. Upon returning to their new home, the old jujube tree in the courtyard seemed to welcome them. Gu Zhengshi gazed at the humble abode, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But she quickly composed herself and began directing the organization of their belongings. Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaoqing joined in, moving furniture and sweeping the floors. Their familial silhouettes elongated in the golden light of the setting sun. As Yi Wanqing observed this scene, a warm current surged within her. The night descended like a deep blue curtain, enveloping the worn courtyard in a serene stillness. Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaoqing carried the last piece of furniture into their new home, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Brother, we finally finished," Gu Xiaoqing said, wiping her brow, her voice tinged with exhaustion yet brimming with an undeniable sense of accomplishment. It was her first day here, transitioning from unfamiliarity to familiarity, from chaos to order, as they gradually adapted to this foreign land. "Indeed, it's all thanks to Qing'er," Gu Yunting remarked, his gaze drifting towards the kitchen, where the enticing aroma of delicious dishes wafted through the air, soothing their inner turmoil like an invisible hand. In the kitchen, Yi Wanqing hummed an unknown melody as she busily prepared dinner. She skillfully chopped fresh ingredients into uniform pieces, wielding the spatula like a conductor's baton, stirring the ingredients in the pan to a delectable sheen. "Sister-in-law, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful," Huaij and Pingjia exclaimed as they stood at the kitchen door, their mouths watering in anticipation. "Tonight, we will feast on fragrant glutinous rice, braised pork, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables," Yi Wanqing replied with a gentle smile. Her tone as warm as the spring sun. "Wow, that's fantastic." The two children cheered, their faces lighting up with joy. Gu Yunting and Gu Xiaoqing entered the kitchen, and as they beheld this heartwarming scene, Gu Xiaoqing's earlier melancholy began to dissipate. "Xiaoqing, could you help me carry these bowls to the table?" Yi Wanqing noticed the change in Gu Xiaoqing and handed her a stack of dishes, speaking softly. "Sure," Gu Xiaoqing replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Though it was a small gesture, it made her feel valued and needed in this household. Gu Yunting watched the exchange with gratitude. He recognized that Yi Wanqing was not merely attending to their daily needs, but was also warming their hearts in her own way, ensuring they could still feel hope and comfort amid adversity. However, Yi Wanqing discerned that while Gu Xiaoqing wore a smile, there lingered a hint of indescribable loneliness in her eyes. She understood that for someone accustomed to a life of luxury, the sudden shift in identity and the harsh living conditions required time to adjust. Determined, Yi Wanqing resolved to gradually involve Gu Xiaoqing in household chores, allowing her to discover her own sense of worth and belonging through labor. As time passed, the delightful aroma drifted through the window and into the yard, reaching the neighbor's nostrils. "What is that delicious smell? It seems to be coming from a new family next door. It smells like meat. Could they be having meat?" The neighbors leaned in, whispering among themselves. In this desolate place, where resources were scarce, it was rare for an ordinary family to enjoy a meal of meat throughout the year, let alone one so richly fragrant. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Wanqing ladled the steaming glutinous rice into bowls, placing them on the table, accompanied by vibrant green vegetables and enticingly glazed braised pork, an irresistible sight that stirred appetites. "Wow, it smells so good." Huigu and Ping Jie eagerly picked up their chopsticks, ready to indulge in a sumptuous feast. However, Yi Wanqing, with a smile, halted them, insisting that they first serve their elders. "Allow me," Gu Yunting interjected, taking the bowl and chopsticks from Yi Wanqing's hands, willingly assuming the task of serving. He first filled bowls with steaming, glutinous rice for Gu Xiaoqing, Gu Zheng, and Yi Wanqing, before serving Huigu and Ping Jie, ultimately reserving a modest portion for himself. "Brother, you should eat too," Gu Xiaochun remarked, noticing the scant layer of rice in Gu Yunting's bowl, her concern evident. "I am not hungry yet. Please enjoy your meal." Gu Yunting replied with a gentle smile, pushing the bowl toward Gu Xiaochun. "Hurry and eat. It will taste less delightful when it cools." Gu Xiaochun wished to say more, but was silenced by Yi Wanqing's glance. She understood that Gu Yunting's actions were meant to allow them to dine with ease and also to conserve more food. Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted Gu Xiaochun's unspoken words. Gu Yunting set down his utensils and rose to answer the door. Standing outside was Shunzi, a young servant from the Chen family, rubbing his hands together, exhaling puffs of warm air, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Young Master Gu, my master mentioned that the aroma of your cooking wafting from your home is simply irresistible. I wish to inquire if—" Shunzi hesitated, his gaze occasionally drifting into the room, clearly tempted by the tantalizing fragrance. Understanding his intent, Gu Yunting stepped aside to let Shunzi in, presenting him with a food box containing the untouched braised pork from the kitchen. "This is the dish my wife prepared today. I hope you will not find it lacking." As Shunzi opened the food box, he was immediately captivated by the enticing aroma and the dish's exquisite appearance. "This smells absolutely divine," he exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Thank you so much, young Master Gu. You and your lady are exceedingly gracious. My master will surely be very pleased and grateful." After sending Shunzi on his way, Gu Yunting returned to the room, where his family awaited with expectant eyes. He chuckled, explaining, "Old Master Chun wished to sample Qinger as culinary skills, so I sent him some leftover braised pork." "Ah, I see." Gu Zheng nodded, her gaze towards Yi Wanqing filled with admiration. "Qinger, your skills have truly improved. Even old Master Chun is captivated by your cooking." Yi Wanqing smiled gently, yet her mind was already formulating another idea. The Chen family was renowned as one of the wealthiest households in the vicinity. Establishing a regular provision of meals for them could prove a lucrative endeavor. After dinner, Yi Wanqing shared her thoughts with Gu Yunting. He pondered for a moment before responding, "This plan is feasible, yet we must proceed with caution, as the Chen family is a prominent household, and we are still newcomers." "I understand. I will handle it with care," Yi Wanqing affirmed, already devising her strategy. The night brought a heavy snowfall, and the following morning, the world was cloaked in a pristine white blanket, enchanting yet unsettling to Yi Wanqing. Chapter 14. Business idea. The snowfall is so substantial. I wonder if operations at the dock can continue as usual? As Yi Wanqing gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, a sense of unease settled in her heart. The dock served as the sole passage for goods to set sail. "I shall take a look," she declared. Gu Yunting, understanding the gravity of the situation, donned a thick cloak in preparation to venture out. "Wait, I shall accompany you." Yi Wanqing grasped his arm, her gaze resolute. "I wish to see the situation with my own eyes to better plan for the future." Gu Yunting, seeing the determination in his wife's eyes, nodded in agreement. Together, they braved the wind and snow, heading towards the dock, leaving behind a silhouette fraught with suspense. Amidst the storm, Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting trudged onward. The biting cold wind lashed against their faces, numbing their skin with its icy touch. The snow had already reached their ankles, making each step a laborious endeavor. "Qingya, perhaps you should return. It is far too cold here," Gu Yunting suggested, concern etching his features as he observed her reddened cheeks. "No, I must see for myself to feel at ease." Yi Wanqing resolutely shook her head, tightening her cloak and insisting on forging ahead. At last, they arrived at the dock. The once bustling area now lay desolate, with only a few workers toiling amidst the thick blanket of snow covering the boats and cargo, rendering the scene starkly bleak. "Excuse me, sir, will there be any departures today?" Yi Wanqing inquired of a worker busy unloading goods. The man looked up, seeing the humble couple before him, and sighed. "Departures? With this heavy snowfall, the river is frozen solid. Vessels cannot possibly navigate. When will normal operations resume?" Yi Wanqing pressed further. "That is uncertain. We must wait for the snow to cease and the ice to thaw. It could take at least 10 days to half a month," the worker replied with resignation. Yi Wanqing's heart sank. The delay was far too lengthy. It seemed they would need to devise alternative means of escape. "Thank you, kind sir." She expressed her gratitude before turning to Gu Yunting. "My husband, let us explore further." They strolled along the dock, seeking potential opportunities for income. Suddenly, Yi Wanming halted, her gaze fixating on a nearby group of individuals. They were members of ship crew, gathered around a fire, warming themselves while engaging in jovial conversation. "My husband, look at those people." Yi Wanqing pointed towards the crew, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Gu Yunting followed her gaze, puzzled. "What is it? Do they pose a problem?" "They might be our opportunity," Yi Wanqing replied with a mysterious smile, tugging Gu Yunting towards the group. The wind and snow mingled with the boisterous shouts of the dock workers as Yi Wanqing held Gu Yunting's hand, weaving through the crowd until they finally reached the bonfire. Scattered around were several empty wine jars, and the air was infused with the faint aroma of alcohol and grilled fish. "Gentlemen, may I interrupt?" Yi Wanqing greeted the crew with a warm smile. The crew members, seeing the young couple, welcomed them to join by the fire. "My lady, why are you out here in such heavy snow instead of staying warm at home?" "Brother, you yist. It's not as if our family is in dire straits, but I merely wish to see if there are any lucrative opportunities available," Yi Wanqing lamented, half in jest. "In these times, no one's life is easy." An older worker sighed and continued, "With the new year approaching, the relentless snow prevents any vessels from sailing. Those of us who transport goods can only wait idly, while we have families to support. Indeed, in this heavy snowfall, we cannot even enjoy a warm meal," another worker chimed in, rubbing his belly with a look of resignation. "There's only one noodle stall near the dock, and after eating there for several days, one grows weary of it. I long for some meat, but the prices are exorbitant, far beyond what we can afford." Yi Wanqing absorbed their words and turned to Gu Yunting, exchanging a knowing glance, as a plan began to form in their minds. "Husband, let us return home," she said, taking his hand and bidding farewell to the workers. Upon their return, Yi Wanqing shared her thoughts with Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng. "Mother, Xiaocheng, I intend to prepare some food to sell at the dock to the workers of the shipping crews." "Food? What do you wish to make?" Gu Xiaocheng inquired with curiosity. "I plan to make meat stuffed buns," Yi Wanqing replied, her eyes shining with confidence. "These workers toil daily and crave meat, yet the prices are prohibitive. I can use pork offal as filling, which is cost-effective yet equally delicious." Gu Zhengshi furrowed her brow slightly. "Qing'er, the taste of pork offal can be strong. If not handled properly, it may have an unpleasant odor. Moreover, its low price may not entice the workers." Yi Wanqing smiled confidently. "Mother, rest assured, I have my methods to create delectable meat stuffed buns. As for pricing, I will set it reasonably, allowing the workers to afford it while ensuring we make a profit." Yet Gu Zhengshi remained somewhat apprehensive. "Dear, please trust me. I will succeed," Yi Wanqing said, gripping her mother's hand with determination. "Since Qing'er is so confident, we shall support her," Gu Xiaocheng remarked from the side. "But what do we need to prepare?" "We require a cart, a stove, an iron pot, spices, and rock sugar." Yi Wanqing began to enumerate the necessary items. As Gu Zhengshi listened to the list of expenses, her concerns deepened. Yet, upon seeing the hopeful gleam in Yi Wanqing's eyes, she ultimately chose to support her. Gu Zhengshi gently stroked Yi Wanqing's hand, her eyes filled with worry. "Qing, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that pork offal has a strong odor, and if not handled well—" "Mother, please do not worry," Yi Wanqing interjected with a smile, aware of her mother's concerns. "I have a clever method that will ensure the meat stuffed buns are fragrant and irresistible." Her confidence radiated, as if she could already envision the scene of her buns selling like hotcakes. Gu Xiaocheng chimed in, "Yes, mother, let us trust Qing this once. With the new year approaching, we should also prepare some festive goods for the family." Eventually, Gu Zhengshi was persuaded, letting out a sigh. Very well, very well. I may not understand the ideas of the young, but I shall defer to you both. However, regarding the funds for purchasing goods, dear mother, rest assured, I still possess some private savings." Yi Wanqing said as she produced a delicately embroidered pouch from her bosom and handed it to Gu Zhengshi, asserting that this should suffice. "My dear child," Gu Zhengshi remarked, taking the pouch with slightly moist eyes, You truly toil endlessly for this family." Thus, the matter was settled, and the following day, Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting prepared a journey to the town to procure the necessary items. "My dear wife, I shall accompany you," Gu Yunting offered, eager to assist. "These items are quite heavy. Allow me to help you carry them." Yi Wanqing smiled and nodded, appreciating this man who, despite his usual reticence, was thoughtful and always concerned for her well-being. They arrived at the Li family home to borrow a donkey cart. Gu Yunting expertly harnessed the donkey, helped Yi Wanqing onto the cart, and took his place at the front, cracking the whip to set the cart in motion toward the town. "Dear wife, what do you intend to purchase the pig offal?" Gu Yunting inquired while steering the cart. "To the meat market in the east of the city, where the pig offal is freshest and most affordable," Yi Wanqing replied, lifting the cart curtain to observe the sky. "We must hurry to ensure an early return." Gu Yunting acknowledged her remark, flicked the whip gently across the donkey's back, and the cart quickened its pace toward the town. The couple first visited the meat market to procure the pig offal, then proceeded to a grain and oil shop to acquire flour, spices, rock sugar, and other necessities, ultimately halting before a carpenter's workshop. "Sir, we would like to custom order a small cart," Yi Wanqing announced as she entered the shop, addressing the diligent carpenter. "What sort of cart does the young lady desire?" The carpenter inquired, setting aside his work and welcoming her warmly. Yi Wanqing meticulously described her envisioned cart, detailing its size, dimensions, and functional design, leaving no detail overlooked. The carpenter nodded appreciatively, his eyes alight with admiration. "My lady, your cart design is truly ingenious. In all my years as a carpenter, I have never encountered such a concept. Indeed, one should consider the brilliance of the mind behind it." Before Yi Wanqing could respond, Gu Yunting, with a hint of pride, interjected on her behalf, his tone suffused with affection. Yi Wanqing shot him an admonishing glance before returning her focus to the carpenter. Continuing to discuss the specifics, "Master, the cart must be large enough to accommodate a clay pot, with space alongside for seasonings and utensils, and ideally, a sunshade." The carpenter, deft with his craft, quickly grasped her requirements. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "My lady, why not construct the cart with 2 tiers? The lower level can hold miscellaneous items and charcoal, while the upper tier can accommodate the clay pot and ingredients, thus combining convenience with aesthetics." "That is a splendid idea," Yi Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed as you suggest. How long will it take to complete this cart?" "Rest assured, my lady, it can be ready for collection in no more than 5 days." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Yi Wanqing paid the deposit and departed the carpenter's shop with Gu Yunting. After securing the cart, Yi Wanqing then led Gu Yunting to a general store to acquire additional spices, clay pots, and earthenware jars needed for preparing marinated dishes. Gu Yunting silently followed behind her, observing as she meticulously selected her items, occasionally assisting her with the heavier loads, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Once their shopping was complete, the couple returned to the donkey cart. Gu Yunting gazed at the cart overflowing with goods and could not help but inquire, "My dear wife, these items must have cost a considerable sum, have they not?" Upon hearing his words, Yi Wanqing's smile faltered slightly. She opened her money pouch and carefully counted the remaining coins, her brow furrowing in concern. She had initially believed that her savings would adequately cover the initial expenses, but it now appeared that she was facing a financial shortfall. "What is the matter?" Gu Yunting, perceptibly sensing her unease, asked with concern. Yi Wanqing sighed and displayed her money pouch to him. "It seems I do not have enough funds." Gu Yunting took the pouch and examined its contents, pondering for a moment before asking, "How much more do we need?" "At least 2 taels of silver," Yi Wanqing replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. 2 taels of silver was no trifling amount. What could they possibly do? Yi Wanqing felt a rising anxiety within her. Was her dream of a meat sandwich stall destined to fail before it had even begun? Upon returning to their lodgings, Yi Wanqing steeled herself and meticulously cleaned the newly purchased clay pot and ceramic jars. Noticing her melancholic demeanor, Gu Yunting refrained from pressing her for details and silently supported her by tending the fire and fetching water. Once the utensils were ready, Yi Wanqing resolved to prepare some simple dishes to cheer the children. She selected a few eggs from the basket and gathered some flour, intending to make a soft and sweet egg cake. Sister-in-law, what are you making? It smells so good. Ping Jie and Hui Gu, drawn by the enticing aroma, rushed into the kitchen, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm making egg cake. It will be ready soon, and you can enjoy it once it cools, Yi Wanqing replied, smiling as she poured the prepared batter into the mold and placed it in the steamer. While the egg cake was steaming, she also crafted a fish ball soup using fish, tofu, and shiitake mushrooms. The delectable fish balls bobbed in the broth, releasing a mouth-watering fragrance that made the children's mouths water incessantly. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaocheng were also enticed by the aroma and joined the family at the table, savoring the delicious dishes prepared by Yi Wanqing. This is delightful. The egg cake you made is truly scrumptious, Ping Jie exclaimed, taking a bite of the fluffy and sweet treat. This fish ball soup is extraordinarily delicious as well. Jing'er, your culinary skills have truly improved. Gu Zheng could not help but praise her. As she beheld the radiant smiles of her family, Yi Wanqing felt an overwhelming sense of joy wash over her. Indeed, there are always more solutions than difficulties, and she was confident she would find a way forward. 2 days later, Yi Wanqing returned to collect the custom-made cart as promised. The cart was even more exquisite than she had imagined, featuring a 2-tier design that was both aesthetically pleasing and practical. As night fell, Yi Wanqing began preparing the ingredients for the stall she would set up the following day. She meticulously cleaned the pork intestines and stomach, adding Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon among other spices, and slowly braised them over low heat. My dear wife, what are you cooking? The aroma is quite special, Gu Yunting inquired curiously, drawn by the rich scent wafting from the kitchen. This is the food I plan to sell in my stall tomorrow. It's called Ro Jiaimo. Yi Wanqing busied herself while explaining to him that although the price of pig offal was modest, if handled properly, it could taste even more delectable than the finest cuts of pork. Gu Yunting gazed at her industrious figure, filled with admiration and affection. He recognized that Yi Wanqing was not only a culinary virtuoso, but also possessed an indomitable spirit. As night deepened, the rich aroma of marinated meat wafted through the courtyard, drifting into the distance. Chapter 15. Meat pie with fish fragrance. Yi Wanqing enjoyed a restful night as sleep, rising before dawn the next day to begin her preparations. She sliced the braised intestines and pig stomach, then baked a full basket of flatbreads. With a small cart in tow and Gu Yunting's assistance, she made her way to the dock. The winter dock was bitterly cold, shrouded in a thin mist that enveloped the river surface, with only a handful of laborers busily transporting goods. Yi Wanqing chose a sheltered spot to set up her stall, igniting the fire, and as the heat rose, the savory scent of meat began to permeate the air. What a delightful aroma! What could that be? A few shipmates, preparing for work nearby, were captivated by the enticing fragrance, unable to resist glancing around. It resembled the smell of meat, yet it was far more intense. Let's go take a look. Drawn by the alluring scent, the shipmates arrived at Yi Wanqing's stall, where a steaming pot sat atop the stove, filled with glistening red marinated meat, emanating an irresistible aroma. My lady, what is simmering in this pot? It smells absolutely divine, inquired a burly crew member, a scar adorning his face. With a smile, Yi Wanqing replied, Dear brothers, this is my homemade rujiamo, crafted from fresh pig offal and marinated using a family recipe of spices. Would you care to sample some? Pig offal? The crew members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing hesitation. To them, pig offal was merely scrap, seldom purchased for consumption, let alone prepared as a dish. My lady, have you cleaned this pig offal thoroughly? We wouldn't upset our stomachs, the scarred face asked, laced with concern. Yi Wanqing confidently assured them, rest assured. Dear brothers, I have cleaned the offal meticulously, and during the marination, I added various spices that not only eliminate any unpleasant odor, but also promote digestion and stimulate the appetite. I guarantee you will crave more. Listening to Yi Wanqing's confident words, the crew members' appetites were thoroughly awakened. After a moment of deliberation, the scarred face declared, Very well. Then do prepare a few for us to try. Excellent. Please hold on a moment. Yi Wanqing deftly picked up a white flatbread, ladled a piece of braised intestines from the pot, sliced it thin, added some pig stomach, drizzled it with steaming marinade, and topped it with a handful of cilantro, completing a fragrant ruggiamo. The scarred face eagerly accepted the ruggiamo, taking a hearty bite. The intestines were tender and springy, the marinade rich and flavorful, the pig stomach crisp and delightful, complemented by the freshness of cilantro. Truly a culinary masterpiece. In just a few bites, he devoured the entire ruggiamo, licking his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. Absolutely exquisite. The scarred face could not help but exclaim, "My lady, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Bring us 2 more." The other crew members nodded in agreement, hastily pulling out their money to make purchases. "3 for me. I'll take 5. And I'll have 10 to share with my brothers." In no time, a long queue formed before Yi Wanqing's stall, as her meat-filled buns were in high demand. "Miss, will you be selling these buns tomorrow?" inquired the patron, savoring one of the buns in his hand. "Indeed, your buns are simply delightful. We plan to return for more tonight." Another customer chimed in. Yi Wanqing shook her head with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to today, so I won't be selling in the evening." "What? No sales? Why are you closing up so early?" The patrons expressed their disappointment, but had no choice but to accept her decision. "Rest assured, I shall return tomorrow to set up my stall again, and I welcome you all to visit," Yi Wanqing declared cheerfully. "Great. We shall eagerly await your return tomorrow." The patrons replied contentedly as they departed. Looking at her empty cart, Yi Wanqing's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. "Miss, your meat-filled buns are simply exquisite. I have never tasted anything as delicious," Gu Yunting exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Naturally, I am quite the professional," Yi Wanqing replied, proudly lifting her chin. "However, I won't be selling buns tonight." "Why not?" Gu Yunting asked, puzzled. "Because I wish to try something different," Yi Wanqing replied with a mysterious smile. "You shall see this evening." As nightfall descended and the lights illuminated the streets, Yi Wanqing steadied her cart at the entrance of Baiwa Alley. Lifting the white cloth that covered her cart, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing passers-by to stop and investigate. On the cart lay neatly arranged several golden-brown grilled fish, their bellies sliced open to reveal tender, succulent flesh, adorned with vibrant green scallions and fiery red chilies. The sight was irresistible, and the fragrance was alluring. "Don't miss out. Fresh and delectable braised fish, only 10 coins each." Yi Wanqing's melodious voice rang out at the alley's entrance, akin to a refreshing spring, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Braised fish? Aren't there many bones and a fishy smell?" a curious lady inquired. "Ah, dear lady, you may not know this, but the key to preparing fish is to eliminate any fishy odor. My braised fish has been treated with a special method to ensure it is completely devoid of any unpleasant scent, and the meat is tender and melts in your mouth," Yi Wanqing explained with a smile, picking up a fish. With a gentle pinch of her chopsticks, the meat easily separated from the bones, revealing the pristine white flesh. "Is that true? It does smell quite fragrant," another gentleman approached, inhaling deeply and displaying a look of surprise. "There truly is no trace of the fishy smell. Instead, it has a delightful aroma. How is this achieved?" "Sir, this is my secret recipe, not to be shared," Yi Wanqing replied playfully. "If you wish to taste it, purchase a fish to try at home. I guarantee you will want more." "All right, I shall take one." After a moment's hesitation, the gentleman succumbed to the temptation of the aroma and handed Yi Wanqing 10 coins. Taking the money, Yi Wanqing promptly wrapped the fish in oil paper and handed it to the gentleman, adding, "Sir, it is best to simmer this braised fish over low heat for an additional 15 minutes at home for enhanced flavor." "Very well, thank you, miss." The elderly gentleman took the blue fish with satisfaction and departed. With the first customer secured, subsequent business became considerably easier. "2 for me. I want one. And I too. Please." In an instant, a long queue formed in front of Yi Wanqing's stall, as everyone was eager to taste the legendary braised blue fish that was said to have no fishy odor. While diligently collecting payments, Yi Wanqing patiently explained to each customer how to prepare and savor the fish, ensuring that everyone could relish the most delectable catch. "Young lady, Is it true that your fish has no fishy smell? My wife has a keen nose. If there's even a hint of odor, I shall return it. An elderly woman with graying hair squeezed to the front of the stall, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Wanning. Rest assured, madam, this braised blue fish has been. Yi Wanning had yet to finish her sentence when the old woman interrupted. Enough with the boasting. My wife has consumed more salt than you have rice. If it's truly as delicious as you claim, I shall buy one to take home and try. As she spoke, the old woman retrieved an embroidered purse from her bosom, preparing to pay. Madam, you truly have discerning taste. This splendid fish is a gift from me to you, ensuring you'll crave more. Yi Wanning exclaimed, swiftly selecting the largest and most succulent blue fish, wrapping it in oil paper and placing it in the old woman's hands. The elderly lady was evidently taken aback by Yi Wanning's warmth and generosity. She stared in astonishment at the fish, then at the beaming Yi Wanning, and after a moment stammered, how can I accept this? Please do not be modest. This is merely a gesture to celebrate my grand opening, Yi Wanning replied with a smile. If you feel uncomfortable, simply return to support my business next time. Seeing Yi Wanning's insistence, the old woman felt unable to decline any further and reluctantly accepted the fish, continuously expressing her gratitude. After bidding farewell to the elderly lady, Yi Wanning had nearly sold out her stock of blue fish. She wrapped the remaining few in oil paper, reserving them for her family's dinner that evening. Let us go home, Yi Wanning said to Gu Yunting. Gu Yunting nodded, pulling the small cart behind him as he followed Yi Wanning, the two walking side by side on their way home. The setting sun elongated their shadows, creating a picturesque scene. Upon returning home, however, they found no sign of Gu Zhang. Where's mother? Yi Wanning inquired. I don't know. I didn't see her when I returned, Gu Yunting replied, worry etched on his face. What time is it? Why hasn't she returned yet? Yi Wanning felt a surge of anxiety. Surely nothing untoward had happened? Don't fret. I will go look outside, Gu Yunting reassured her, turning to step out. Yi Wanning, unable to remain still, set down her belongings and followed suit. The two searched the vicinity but found no trace of Gu Zhang. Just as they were about to widen their search, they spotted her at the doorstep. Mother! Yi Wanning and Gu Yunting exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with both surprise and concern. Hearing a voice, Gu Zhang turned around, managing a faint smile as she said, You have returned. I am fine. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Upon seeing that Gu Zhang was unharmed, Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting felt a wave of relief wash over them. Mother! Why did you venture out alone without informing us? You nearly gave us a fright. Yi Wanqing chided gently. Indeed, mother, if you wish to go out, please allow us to accompany you, Gu Yunting added. Gu Zhang, looking at her caring son and daughter-in-law, felt a warmth in her heart. Shaking her head, she replied, I am well. I just felt a bit stifled and wanted to get some fresh air. Mother, if you have any concerns, please share them with us, and we shall find a way to address them together, Yi Wanqing encouraged. Gu Zhang hesitated momentarily before ultimately shaking her head again and saying, It is nothing. I simply miss home. Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting exchanged glances, both understanding the sorrow that lingered in Gu Zhang's heart. Mother, we will strive to return to our homeland as soon as possible, Gu Yunting declared, grasping Gu Zhang's hand with determination. Gu Zhang nodded, her eyes glistening slightly with unshed tears. As evening approached, the family gathered around the dinner table. Though the meal was simple, the atmosphere was filled with warmth. Chapter 16. The troublemaker, however, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface lay a thread of unease. In the morning at Baiwa Alley, the air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, occasionally punctuated by the cheerful chirping of birds, uplifting the spirit. They rose early as usual to prepare for the market stall at Baiwa Alley, but just before stepping out, they discovered Gu Xiaochun sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought, her eyes reddened as though she had been weeping. The two children, Huaij and Pingjie, timidly hid behind Gu Xiaochun, their little faces etched with anxiety. Xiaochun, what is the matter? Has someone bullied you? Yi Wanqing asked, hastily setting down what she was holding to approach her with concern. Gu Xiaochun looked up, forcing a faint smile, and replied, I am fine, sister-in-law. I simply did not sleep well last night. Are you truly all right? Yi Wanqing questioned, clearly unconvinced. Gu Xiaochun's complexion appeared poor, and traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, suggesting that her distress was more profound than mere fatigue. Yes, Xiaochun, has someone mistreated you? Tell me and your sister-in-law, and we shall seek justice. Gu Yunting also approached, his brow furrowed with worry and anger. The two children, sensing the tension, huddled closer to Gu Xiaochun, with Huaij timidly whispering, "Sister-in-law, we are scared. Do not be afraid. Your sister is here." Gu Xiaochun reassured them, holding the two children tightly, bravely stifling her tears. "I am truly fine. I merely had a nightmare, so please do not worry." Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting exchanged glances, both sensing that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Gu Xiaochun had always been cheerful and optimistic. It was unlikely that she would have an inexplicable nightmare that left her so shaken. "Xiaochun, please tell us the truth. Has someone broken into our home?" Yi Wanqing asked anxiously. Though their residence was not secluded, it was a place where exiled prisoners lived, and the safety was not assured. There had been several theft incidents previously. No, please do not frighten the children." Gu Xiaochun quickly denied, fearing for the children's safety. Seeing that Gu Xiaocheng was unwilling to speak the truth, Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting refrained from pressing further, temporarily suppressing their lingering doubts. They reminded Gu Xiaocheng to inform them if anything was amiss before hastily departing. Throughout their journey, both were preoccupied with thoughts. Gu Yunting pushed the cart, his brow furrowed. Remaining silent, Yi Wanqing occasionally glanced back towards their home, a sense of unease gnawing at her, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. "My dear, do you think Xiaocheng is concealing something from us?" she finally inquired as they reached a secluded area. Gu Yunting paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Perhaps. Xiaocheng has always been one to share only good news, so we should remain vigilant." Yi Wanqing nodded, yet her anxiety deepened. Her intuition warned her that the matter was far from simple. The peculiar behavior of Gu Xiaocheng and the children surely harbored some underlying reason. Little did they know, at that very moment, an uninvited guest was storming towards their home, heralding an even greater upheaval. When Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting arrived at the market, dawn had just begun to break, and the shops lining the streets were only just starting to open. They set up their stall in a quiet corner, preparing the ingredients for the day. Yi Wanqing deftly handled fish and meat, all the while preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Xiaocheng and the children, her mind elsewhere. Gu Yunting observed her expression and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. Perhaps we are overthinking it. Xiaocheng might simply be tired from a restless night." Yi Wanqing forced a smile, striving to quell her unease as she focused on preparing the day's dishes. The highlight was the braised green fish, a recipe she had adapted from modern techniques, incorporating soy sauce and cooking wine, resulting in a fragrant and flavorful dish that wafted enticing aromas even before it left the pot, catching the attention of passers-by. At that moment, a shrill voice shattered the tranquility of Huahua Lane. "Gu Xiaocheng, come out here." Gu Xiaocheng, clutching a child and looking pale, stepped out of the courtyard. Upon seeing the intruder, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she forced herself to remain composed. "Aunt Sure, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than their neighbor, Old Lady Sure, who stood with her hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Xiaocheng. "How dare you ask? Tell me, the fish I bought from you yesterday, why was it so unpalatable? My husband couldn't eat all night and has been suffering from an upset stomach." Gu Xiaocheng inwardly lamented, recalling how she had been pressured to sell a medium-sized fish to Old Lady Sure, although the latter had intended to discard it upon returning home. She hesitated to waste her money and forced herself to eat it, resulting in this debacle. "And sure, I sold that fish myself. It has nothing to do with my sister. If you are dissatisfied, I can refund your money," Gu Xiaocheng offered, reaching for her purse. "Refund? Do you take me for a fool? Am I in need of your petty coins? I am here to demand your secret recipe for cooking fish." Old Lady Sure pushed Gu Xiaocheng's hand away, speaking with brazen audacity. Gu Xiaocheng was taken aback. She had no secret recipe to offer. After all, it was Yi Wanqing who had prepared the fish. "What? Are you unwilling? I must warn you, should you refuse to surrender the secret recipe today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With these words, the old woman, Mrs. Sure, forcefully pushed Gu Xiaoqing aside and boldly strode into the courtyard, heading straight for the kitchen. Gu Xiaoqing attempted to intervene, but was shoved to the ground by Mrs. Shi, causing the child to cry out in fright. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby neighbors, who rushed over to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but chastise Mrs. Shi. What is the meaning of this, Mrs. Shi? Young Gu has been kind enough to care for you. How can you repay kindness with malice? Indeed, young Gu's fish is exquisitely prepared. Surely there must be a secret recipe involved. How could you dare to steal it? Faced with the scorn of the crowd, Mrs. Shi, rather than feeling shame, grew even more audacious. I care not whether she possesses a secret. Today, I shall claim that recipe for myself. With that, she charged into the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets in search of the desired ingredients. Gu Xiaoqing attempted to stop her, but was pushed aside once more. As Mrs. Shi neared the spice box belonging to Yi Wanqing, Gu Xiaoqing felt a surge of desperation, yet was at a loss for what to do. Mrs. Shi's brazen invasion of the kitchen left Gu Xiaoqing seated on the floor in despair, eyes closed in resignation. At that moment, a delicate hand firmly grasped Mrs. Shi's wrist. Who dares? Mrs. Shi, irritated at the interruption, turned to face Yi Wanqing's icy gaze. You dare to meddle with my belongings? Yi Wanqing's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as she deftly twirled the knife in her hand, sending a chill down Mrs. Shi's spine. Who are you? What do you want? Mrs. Shi blustered, her bravado faltering as she dared not move further. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is, should you lay another hand on my family, that knife will not merely be an ornamental presence before you. Yi Wanqing's piercing eyes radiated a formidable aura, causing Mrs. Shi to instinctively retreat several steps. Observing this, Gu Yunting quickly stepped forward, drawing Yi Wanqing behind him, and gently urged, Qing'er, do not be rash. I shall handle this. He understood Yi Wanqing's temperament, fiercely protective, especially towards Gu Xiaoqing, who is the closest person to her in this world. Yet, he also worried that Yi Wanqing might find herself at a disadvantage, given that Mrs. Shi was known for her fiery temper and unreasonable nature. Yi Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and coldly regarded Mrs. Shi, awaiting an explanation. With the support of her neighbors, Mrs. Shi's bravado diminished, yet she was unwilling to concede defeat. A glimmer of cunning crossed her eyes as she assumed a pitiful demeanor. Lamenting, Madam Yi, I did not intend to cause trouble. It is just that the fish was so poorly prepared that my husband fell ill from it. Oh, if that is the case, simply return the fish, and I shall refund your money. Yi Wanqing astutely discerned Mrs. Shi's ploy, but opted to play along. Upon hearing the mention of a refund, Mrs. Shi's face lit up with delight, momentarily forgetting her husband's supposed ailment, and eagerly replied, Excellent. I shall fetch the fish at once. With that, she hurriedly dashed back to her home. Watching Mrs. Shi's hasty retreat, Gu Yunting expressed his concern. Are you truly planning to issue her a refund? She was clearly intent on provoking a confrontation. Fear not. I'm well aware of my boundaries. Yi Wanqing smiled mysteriously, a glint of cleverness flashing in her eyes. I'm not so easily bullied. Before long, old Madame Shi returned cheerfully with the already cooked fish. Yi Wanqing accepted the fish, examining it meticulously, and upon finding it intact with no issues, her suspicions were further confirmed. Old Madame Shi was not seeking a refund, but had ulterior motives. Well, Mrs. Yi, the fish is fine, isn't it? When will you refund me? Old Madame Shi rubbed her hands together, greedily eyeing the purse in Yi Wanqing's grasp. Of course it is fine, Yi Wanqing replied with a slight smile, retrieving a few coins from her purse and handing them to old Madame Shi. However, before that, shouldn't you apologize to my family? Old Madame Shi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a request. Yet, she reconsidered. An apology would not cost her anything, so she begrudgingly replied, all right, I suppose I misjudged you. Does that suffice? Yi Wanqing accepted the fish, handing over the coins, while discreetly inserting a small package into the fish's belly. In that case, we are even. She smiled slyly, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Old Madame Shi, satisfied with the coins, left without realizing she had fallen into Yi Wanqing's trap. Chapter 17. Heartwarming in the morning at Baiwa Alley. The air was filled with the subtle fragrance of osmanthus, mingling with a hint of fish, creating a particularly enticing atmosphere. Yi Wanqing placed the prepared fish pieces into a clay pot, adding ginger slices, scallions, and other seasonings, covering it with a lid to simmer over low heat. Amidst the rising steam, she focused intently on controlling the heat, her expression revealing a sense of earnestness, as if she were performing a sacred ritual. Gu Yunting sat nearby, quietly observing her busy figure, his eyes filled with warmth. He cherished watching her cook, her concentration and confidence making it seem as if nothing in the world could disturb her. "What are you thinking?" Yi Wanqing turned and met Gu Yunting's profound gaze. Unable to suppress a smile. "I was just reflecting on how skillful my wife is. She excels at everything she does." Gu Yunting rose and moved beside her, gently embracing her and whispering in her ear. A blush crept across Yi Wanqing's face as she softly pushed him away. "Stop it. The fish soup is almost ready. Could you please set the table?" Gu Yunting chuckled in response and turned to arrange the dishes. Before long, the fish soup was ready. Yi Wanqing ladled a bowl and handed it to Gu Yunting. "Try this and tell me how it tastes." Gu Yunting took the bowl, sipped the soup, and his eyes lit up delicious. "Qing'er, your culinary skills are truly improving." "Of course, just look at who I am," Yi Wanqing replied proudly, raising an eyebrow as she poured the remaining soup into a container. "All right, it's time for us to set off." At the entrance of Baiwa Alley, Yi Wanqing skillfully set up her stall, neatly arranging the bowls of fish soup. "Fresh and delectable fish soup is here," Gu Xiaocheng shouted from the side, her clear voice attracting many passers-by, swiftly forming a long queue in front of their stall. "Madam Yi, could you bring me a bowl of fish soup? I would like one as well." "And I too." Yi Wanqing warmly greeted the guests, her face adorned with a perpetual smile. Gu Zhengshi assisted nearby, handing steaming bowls of fish soup to the patrons. "Madam Yi, your fish soup has become even more delectable. It's richer and more fragrant than before." An elderly customer exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, I must come for a bowl every day to feel at ease." Another patron chimed in, listening to the compliments from her customers. Yi Wanqing felt a warm glow in her heart. She relished the recognition and adored witnessing the happiness her culinary creations brought to others. However, at that moment, Yi Wanqing noticed the absence of a familiar figure. Old Madame Shi had not come to purchase her fish soup today. Furthermore, the doors and windows of the Shi household were tightly shut, and the usually lively courtyard was eerily quiet. A sense of unease crept into Yi Wanqing's heart, as if something ominous were about to unfold. She could not shake her concern for the Shi family. The closed courtyard gate weighed heavily on her mind. Gu Yunting perceived her worry and offered to accompany her to check on them. As they approached the Shi family's courtyard, before they could knock, they heard the furious voice of Old Man Shi from within. "You wanted to learn, didn't you? What have you achieved? Can this fish soup even be consumed? Just look at you, more hindrance than help." Followed by the aggrieved voice of old Madame Shi. "I only wish to save you some money." Who knew Madame Ye's recipe was so difficult to master? "I had memorized it." "Save money? Have you considered what you are truly saving? Now, look, the fish is wasted, and I am left with nothing but anger." Old Man Shi's voice resonated with fury and disappointment. Exchanging glances, Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting grasped the situation. It appeared old Madame Shi had indeed attempted to learn the craft in secret, only to fail, leading to this familial discord. Yi Wanqing sighed softly and was about to knock, but Gu Yunting stopped her, saying, "Let's allow them to cool off for a moment." They turned away from the Shi residence and returned to their stall at the entrance of Baiwa Alley. As the sun set, golden rays bathed Yi Wanqing's busy figure, enveloping her in a warm glow. Today's business of Rujiamo was particularly thriving, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the alley, attracting passers-by. Shi Dazhuang also came to lend a hand, expertly slicing the marinated meat while casting furtive glances at Yi Wanqing, hesitating to speak. Yi Wanqing noticed his unusual demeanor but chose not to comment. Instead, she handed him a freshly made Rujiamo with a smile, saying, "You've worked hard. Please enjoy." Shi Dazhuang accepted the Rujiamo, gratitude shining in his eyes as he devoured it eagerly. He understood that Yi Wanqing had likely surmised something, yet her silence only deepened his sense of shame. As night fell, Yi Wanqing began to pack up her stall in preparation to return home. At that moment, old Madame Sure peeked from the alley, her face a canvas of hesitation and embarrassment, holding a basket filled with fresh vegetables. "Madame Yi," she began, only to be interrupted by Yi Wanqing. "Dear Aunt Sure, let's discuss this tomorrow. It's getting late," Yi Wanqing said softly before turning to leave. Aunt Sure watched her retreating figure, her lips moving, yet she ultimately chose silence. She understood that she had truly hurt Yi Wanqing's feelings this time, and gaining her forgiveness would not be an easy endeavor. Upon returning home, Yi Wanqing felt a weight upon her heart. She pushed open the gate and, holding a basin filled with fish, prepared for the day's business. The morning in Baiwa Alley was fragrant with delicate floral notes, mingled with the essence of everyday life. At Yi Wanqing's fish stall, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. Fresh fish, lively and affordable, rang out her cheerful calls, infusing the morning with exuberance. Today, she had risen early to personally select a basin of fresh carp from the river. The fish were plump, their scales shimmering like gold in the sunlight as they swam gracefully. With practiced ease, she arranged her stall, lining up the wooden buckets and assembling a simple countertop from several planks. Finally, she brought out her scales and tools, all set for the day ahead. "Madame Yi, your fish are incredibly fresh," exclaimed a passing woman, drawn in by Yi Wanqing's enthusiastic calls. "Indeed, I just caught them from the river this morning. Look at how lively they are," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, scooping a ladle of clear water to splash over the fish, the droplets glistening on their scales, enhancing their freshness. "I'll take two, please, the fatter ones." The woman's appetite was piqued, leading her to make an immediate purchase. "Certainly," Yi Wanqing swiftly netted 2 plump carp, weighed them, and quoted a price. "Madame Yi, your fish are rather pricey." The woman hesitated. "As you know, I catch each fish from the river myself, which requires time and effort, thus they are priced accordingly. Rest assured, my fish are absolutely fresh and delicious. You'll want more once you taste them." Yi Wanqing explained with a warm smile, her tone confident yet respectful. Convinced by her words, the woman paid readily, leaving with her 2 fish satisfied. With the first customer secured, business flowed more smoothly thereafter. Baiwa Alley was naturally bustling, and Yi Wanqing's stall was particularly lively. She was articulate and could easily entice customers with just a few words, and with the undeniable freshness of her fish, she quickly sold a significant portion of her stock. "Madam, you have an excellent eye. This perch is the finest fish from the river, tender and perfect for steaming," Yi Wanqing enthusiastically shared with a well-dressed lady. However, she abruptly halted as her gaze fell upon a man in a blue long gown standing behind the lady. "Madam, how much for these fish?" A woman carrying a vegetable basket squeezed to the front of the stall, pointing at the lively crucian carp in the basin. "Ma'am, you have exquisite taste. This crucian carp is tender and perfect for soup, ideal for nourishing both children and the elderly," Yi Wanqing replied swiftly, smiling as she weighed the fish. "How many would you like? I could select the larger ones for you." "2, please." The matron observed with satisfaction as Yi Wanqing placed 2 plump crucian carp into the basket and handed it to her. "There you go. Please take care." Yi Wanqing received the coins and tucked them into her waist pouch. "Madame Yi, may I have a grass carp, lively and wriggling?" boomed a burly man who had squeezed to the front of the stall. "Certainly." Yi Wanqing deftly scooped up a lively grass carp, laid it on the cutting board, and skillfully scaled and gutted it in one fluid motion. "What excellent knife skills!" the man exclaimed, his eyes wide in admiration. "You flatter me," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, handing the prepared fish to him. "Thank you for your patronage." The business at the fish stall thrived, with customers arriving in a steady stream. Yi Wanqing was busily engaged, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her face remained adorned with a radiant smile. "Madam, please take your time. No need to rush," she said, steadying an elderly woman who nearly stumbled in the crowd. "Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. My bones are still strong." The old woman chuckled, waving her hand. Pointing at the vibrant red carp in the basin, she said, "Madam, I would like a carp. As I have guests at home today, I plan to prepare braised carp." "Absolutely. Please hold on a moment." Yi Wanqing swiftly retrieved a plump carp, weighed it, and handed it to the elderly lady. "Here you are. May your gathering go splendidly." The old woman accepted the carp with a smile and departed cheerfully. As the sun climbed higher, only a few fish remained in the once overflowing basin. Yi Wanqing wiped the sweat from her brow, her heart brimming with joy. Just then, a thin, sallow-faced woman hesitantly approached the stall. Clad in a faded, coarse cloth garment, her attire, though clean and tidy, could not mask the hardships of life. The woman kept her head lowered, seemingly timid, stopping a few steps away from the stall. Her rough hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her gaze darting about, as though she were summoning her courage. Yi Wanqing perceptibly sensed the woman's unease. She paused her work, maintaining a warm smile, and gently inquired, "Madam, are you looking to purchase some fish?" The woman was taken aback by the sudden question, lifting her head only to find Yi Wanqing's clear gaze, which inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within her. She slightly parted her lips, yet hesitated, casting her eyes back to the few fish remaining at the stall. Her voice barely audible. "How much of the fish? Which type of fish would you like, dear madam?" Yi Wanqing asked patiently, showing no sign of impatience despite the woman's uncertainty. The woman's eyes flickered before finally settling on a small, lively bluefish that splashed droplets of water in the wooden basin. She swallowed hard, as if making a decision, and stammered, "Madam, I would like that bluefish, but I only have ate one. I'm not sure." Her words trailed off, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. Ate one could barely purchase a small block of tofu in Baiwa Alley, making it clear that it was insufficient to buy a fresh bluefish. Observing the woman's awkwardness, Yi Wanqing silently began to piece together the circumstances. She did not directly answer the woman's question, but gently inquired, "Sister-in-law, do you wish to purchase it for braising at home? Is there a patient in your family?" Upon hearing Yi Wanqing's question, the woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gave a slight nod. She nervously tucked a stray hair behind her ear and spoke in a hushed voice, "To be frank, my child has caught a cold a few days ago and has been running a high fever. The doctor advised that he needs some fresh fish to recuperate, which is why I came here to buy a fish for him to make soup. However, our family is quite poor." At this point, the woman's voice cracked, and she could say no more. Her head bowed as tears brimmed in her eyes, making her appear particularly pitiable and helpless. Yi Wanqing gazed at this mother, who was suppressing her sorrow for the sake of her child, and an inexplicable pang of sadness welled up within her. She seemed to see her own mother, who had once scrimped and saved to buy her new clothes, so selfless, so magnificent. "Sister-in-law, please do not cry." Yi Wanqing gently comforted her, her tone laced with compassion. When a child is ill, a mother naturally feels anxious. However, fish is not a miraculous remedy. Solely relying on it will not cure the illness. It is essential to adhere to the doctor's advice. Upon hearing Yi Wanqing's words, the woman's tears could no longer be contained, spilling over as she wiped them away with her hand, choking back sobs as she said, "You may not know, but my child's father fell ill a few years ago while saving someone and has been bedridden ever since. Our family relies solely on my meager needlework for sustenance. Now that my child is also sick, the doctor has said he needs nutritious food to regain his strength, yet I am truly at a loss, unable to even gather enough money for medicine." At this heart-wrenching moment, the woman could no longer control her emotions. She crouched down, covering her face as she wept bitterly. Yi Wanqing, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions surge within her. Though she was not a saint, she could not bear to see others suffer, especially a mother who is so deeply concerned for her child. With a gentle sigh, she helped the woman to her feet and softly said, "Sister-in-law, please do not cry. The most important thing now is your child's health. I will sell you the fish." The woman, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Yi Wanqing's face as she trembled and asked, "Are you truly serious?" "Indeed, I am," Yi Wanqing replied with a slight smile, leading her to the fish stall. "What do you think of this fish? Its flesh is tender and perfect for making soup." The woman gazed at the lively fish, her eyes filled with longing, but then dimmed as she shook her head and softly said, "Madam, this fish is too large. I cannot afford it." Understanding the woman's concerns, Yi Wanqing pointed to another slightly smaller fish and said, "This one is also good and priced more affordably. What do you think?" The woman followed Yi Wanqing's finger and observed that while the fish was smaller, it would still suffice for a few meals for her child. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and inquired, "Madam, how much is this fish?" Yi Wanqing initially considered quoting a low price, but then realized that if it were too low, it might embarrass the woman. Thus, she offered a price slightly below the usual rate. Upon hearing the price, a flicker of surprise glimmered in the woman's eyes. She had not anticipated that Yi Wanqing would sell it to her at such a modest cost, and gratitude welled up within her. Hastily, she retrieved a cloth pouch from her bosom, carefully unfastening it to reveal a few copper coins, mere trifles. "Madam, this is all the money I possess. Do you think it is sufficient?" she inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation as she extended the copper coins to Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing gazed at the coins in the woman's hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood the significance of this money to the woman. It represented her hard-earned savings, perhaps intended for purchasing medicine for her child or improving her husband's meals. Yet now, without hesitation, she offered it up solely to procure a fish for her child. Yi Wanqing did not accept the coins. Instead, she selected the fish from her basket, meticulously binding it with straw before presenting it to the woman. "Sister, please keep this money for your child's medicine. Consider this fish a gift from me," she said gently. "But how can this be?" The woman hastily shook her head, astonishment and gratitude illuminating her features. "Madam, you have already offered me such a low price. How can I accept your fish without recompense?" "Sister, please do not be so formal with me," Yi Wanqing insisted, pressing the fish into the woman's hands with a smile. When a child is ill, a mother naturally feels anxious. This small act is nothing of consequence. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she gazed at the fish, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Madam, you are truly a good person. Good deeds will be rewarded, and may goodness accompany you throughout your life." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp voice echoed from a distance. "Ah, you wretched girl, how dare you steal my money to buy fish? Just wait until I deal with you." Chapter 18. Evil begets evil. Behind the woman stood several onlookers, one of whom recognized Lin Shi and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that the Lin family girl? What brings you here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Shi's face turned pale, and she frantically attempted to evade, only to be seized by the fierce matron, who yanked her by the hair and dragged her aside. "Do you still intend to flee? Just wait until I deal with you, unfilial wretch." The matron scolded as she raised a wooden stick, preparing to strike. "Stop!" Yi Wanqing stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Shi. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The matron retorted, her fury igniting at the sight of the obstruction. "This lady," Yi Wanqing began calmly, "I am the proprietor of this fish stall, and this woman is my customer. Let us discuss this matter civilly without resorting to violence." "A customer? Her? She stole my money to buy fish and dares to claim she is your customer." The matron bellowed, pointing at Lin Shi. "You little wretch, return my money at once." Lin Shi, overwhelmed by the accusations, could not lift her head, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, what on earth has happened? Please, calm down and explain." Yi Wanqing soothed the woman while scanning the gathered crowd for information. "Madam, you must be from out of town, unfamiliar with these two?" A kind woman interjected. "Indeed, auntie, I have only recently arrived in Qingshi town. I would appreciate your guidance," Yi Wanqing replied. Alas, the young woman of the Lin family is indeed a victim of misfortune. Having married into the Lin family for several years, she has been relentlessly tormented by her cruel mother-in-law, who has reduced her to a mere shadow of her former self. A sympathetic elder sighed and recounted the series of unfortunate events. This woman, the mother-in-law of Lin, named Shi, is known for her sharp tongue and harsh demeanor. Ever since Lin entered the family, she has endured a life devoid of peace. Shi, the mother-in-law, is far from benevolent. Her son is indolent, spending his days gambling and accumulating a mountain of debt. He forces the young woman of the Lin family to borrow money from her own family, and when she refuses, she faces physical and verbal abuse. "It is truly a lamentable situation," another elder chimed in. "Indeed, just a few days prior, I witnessed the Lin woman battered and bruised. A truly pitiable sight. The surrounding crowd exchanged murmurs, recounting the misdeeds of Shi, while Yi Wanqing furrowed her brow in concern. She had initially thought the Lin family was merely facing financial hardship, unaware of the deeper, more sorrowful truths lurking beneath. Dear, it will be prudent to steer clear of this matter. Shi is not someone to be trifled with. Be cautious lest you invite trouble upon yourself, an elder advised kindly. Yi Wanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the trembling figure of Lin, her heart swelling with empathy and indignation. She recognized that if she stood idly by today, Lin would undoubtedly face even harsher treatment upon her return. Yet, if she intervened, how would she navigate the aftermath? Just as Yi Wanqing wrestled with her indecision, Lin suddenly fell to her knees before her, pleading, "Dear lady, I implore you, sell me that fish. I beg you." Lin's desperation only solidified Yi Wanqing's resolve. She must assist this unfortunate woman. Yet, how could she extend her aid without entangling herself in peril? Lin's supplications echoed hauntingly in the cold wind, her frail form kneeling on the icy ground, as if the gusts could sweep her away at any moment. Clutching Yi Wanqing's garment, as if it were her last lifeline, she implored, "Dear lady, I beseech you, have mercy and sell me that fish. I cannot do without it." Observing the despair in Lin's eyes, Yi Wanqing's heart was a tumult of emotions. She understood the significance of that fish to Lin. It represented the last vestige of dignity she possessed, perhaps the sole source of sustenance for the evening, and potentially a shield against her mother-in-law's cruelty. "Sister-in-law, please rise," Yi Wanqing gently urged as she assisted Lin to her feet and led her aside. The onlookers murmured and pointed. Seeing this, Shi became even more brazen, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at Yi Wanqing and berating her, "You insolent wretch, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Let me make this clear. If you sell that fish today, I shall demolish your stall." Yi Wanqing cast a cold glance at Shi, disregarding her threats, and instead focused on Lin, asking, "Sister-in-law, why do you not resist? Your continued submission will only embolden her." Lin was taken aback. She had never contemplated rebellion. In her mind, her husband was akin to heaven, her mother-in-law to earth. Defying them felt as catastrophic as collapsing skies and crumbling ground. Bowing her head, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, and she choked out, I do not dare. Dare not?" Yi Wanqing raised her voice. "If you cannot even muster the courage to resist, who do you expect will come to your rescue? Do you intend to live your entire life beneath her shadow?" Yi Wanqing's words struck Lin Shi like a thunderclap, reverberating in her ears. She abruptly lifted her head, gazing at the young woman before her, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. "Sister-in-law, listen to me." Yi Wanqing grasped Lin Shi's icy hands with unwavering resolve. "You are not at fault. You should never be anyone's outlet for frustration. You must summon the courage to rise and live for yourself." Lin Shi stared blankly at Yi Wanqing, her heart tumultuous with a storm of emotions. Rebellion? Such a notion had never crossed her mind, nor had she dared entertain it. The surrounding crowd fell silent, captivated by Yi Wanqing's impassioned words. Under the yoke of feudal constraints, they had long grown accustomed to submission, never contemplating the prospect of defying their fate. Yet this young woman radiated like a beam of light, illuminating the desolate expanse of their hearts. "Is what you say truly genuine?" Lin Shi's voice trembled, as if she glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Indeed it is," Yi Wanqing affirmed with conviction. "You must believe in yourself. You are deserving of a better life." Tears shimmered in Lin Shi's eyes as she clutched Yi Wanqing's hand tightly, as though grasping a lifeline. However, at that moment, Lin Posey suddenly rushed forth, forcefully pushing Yi Wanqing aside, bellowing, "You little wretch, get away from me. Do not sow discord here." Lin Shi was taken aback by Lin Posey's actions. Instinctively, she sought to protect Yi Wanqing, but was shoved to the ground by Lin Posey, landing awkwardly and gazing in terror at the furious figure before her. She instinctively attempted to rise, to shield the woman who had instilled hope in her. But her hands faltered against the ground, rendering her incapable of standing. "You bring misfortune. Worthless. I'll beat you, you ungrateful wretch." Lin Posey seethed, pointing a finger at Lin Shi, unleashing a torrent of insults that splattered Lin Shi's face with spittle. Yi Wanqing, incensed by this brazen display, sprang to her feet. Positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Shi, her eyes wide with fury as she declared, "Cease this at once. Dare you lay a finger on her?" Yi Wanqing's voice rang out clear and resolute, akin to another thunderclap in Lin Posey's ears. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Posey seemed to be daunted by Yi Wanqing's fierce resolve, halting her aggression, though her tongue remained relentless. "You little wretch, mind your own business. This is a matter for our family, not for an outsider like you. Helping my sister-in-law in her time of need is hardly meddling." Yi Wanqing stood her ground, meeting Lin Posey's gaze unwaveringly. "As an elder, you should show compassion to the younger generation rather than resorting to violence and abuse. Where's your humanity?" Lin Posey was rendered speechless by Yi Wanqing's retort, her fury boiling over as she pointed at Yi Wanqing, struggling to articulate a response. The onlookers could no longer remain silent, voicing their disapproval of Lin Posey's malice. "Lin Auntie, perhaps you should temper your words. The young woman is acting out of goodwill, and your behavior is utterly unreasonable. Indeed, with the Lin family's daughter-in-law in such distress, have a little compassion for her." Confronted by the crowd's reproach, Lin Posey's facade crumbled, yet she was powerless to dispute them. With a venomous glare directed at Yi Wanqing and Lin Shi, she spat, "You will regret this," before retreating in defeat. As the crowd dispersed, Yi Wanqing gazed at Lin Shi, her eyes brimming with concern. Lin Shi hung her head, silent, her face streaked with tears. Yi Wanqing understood that the departure of old Lady Lin did not signify the conclusion of this matter. What awaited Lin Shi was a more severe retribution. With a sigh, Yi Wanqing extended the fish in her hand to Lin Shi, softly saying, "Sister-in-law, please take this fish." However, Lin Shi shook her head in refusal, asserting, "No, I cannot accept your fish." Undeterred, Yi Wanqing firmly pressed the fish into Lin Shi's hands, declaring, "This is rightfully yours." Lin Shi stared at the fish, tears once again blurring her vision. She had never imagined that in this cold world, there would still be someone so kind to her. As Yi Wanqing watched Lin Shi depart, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain whether her actions today were right or wrong. Yet she knew there were matters she could not simply ignore. Upon returning home, Yi Wanqing's mood remained heavy. She began to reflect on her circumstances in this era, pondering whether a frail woman could truly affect any change in a society that favored men over women. Inside her modest dwelling, a faint aroma of firewood lingered in the air. Yi Wanqing set down her basket, but, unlike usual, she did not start sorting through her day's catch. Instead, she walked to the window, gazing at the desolate scenery outside, lost in thought. The image of Lin Shi's scarred face and despairing eyes haunted her mind, refusing to dissipate. In modern society, a wicked matron like old Lady Lin would have faced legal repercussions. Yet here, she could only watch as Lin Shi suffered. Must women in this era merely endure the injustices of fate? Yi Wanqing murmured to herself, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within her. "Sister-in-law, what troubles you?" Gu Xiaocheng, noticing Yi Wanqing's melancholic demeanor, inquired with concern. "Nothing," Yi Wanqing managed to force a smile. "I was just contemplating how much longer we must remain here. When the day of vindication arrives, we shall be able to return," Gu Xiaocheng replied with unwavering conviction, her eyes sparkling with hope. Yi Wanqing regarded Gu Xiaocheng's innocent face, her heart a mixture of emotions. She was unsure when the Wang family of Wuan would find justice. Yet she knew they could not place their hopes in an elusive future. They must live in the present and strive to alter their current circumstances. "Xiaocheng, how about we make something delicious?" Yi Wanqing inhaled deeply, resolved to dispel the gloom within her with culinary delights. "Absolutely. I love whatever you make, sister-in-law." Gu Xiaocheng clapped her hands with joy, her eyes filled with anticipation. As Yi Wanqing beheld Gu Xiaocheng's innocent and vibrant smile, her heart gradually lightened. Indeed, regardless of life's hardships, one must still relish good food. Only when one is nourished can they muster the strength to face challenges. She stepped into the kitchen, commencing the preparation for dinner. She intended to cook sweet and sour ribs, a dish both tangy and delightful, perfect for the chilly winter. Yong'an first blanched the ribs to eliminate impurities, then added ginger slices, scallions, and cooking wine, sought ing until the ribs changed color. Next, she introduced soy sauce, rock sugar, and vinegar, allowing the mixture to simmer gently. As time passed, a rich aroma gradually filled the kitchen, a delightful blend of sweet and sour mingling with the savory scent of meat, making one's mouth water. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing fragrance, Gu Xiaoqing couldn't help but rush to the kitchen door, peering in and asking sister-in-law, "Is it ready yet? It smells so good." Yong'an shook her head with a smile. "Not yet, just a little longer." At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. "Coming," Gu Xiaoqing replied cheerfully, hurrying to open the courtyard gate. "Ah, it's Sister Li. Please come in and take a seat." Gu Xiaoqing warmly welcomed the visitor, who was none other than Li's wife, the mother of Yugur. She held a bamboo basket in hand, her face adorned with a hint of shy delight. "Miss Gu, I prepared some food to bring you for a taste." Gu Xiaoqing accepted the basket, peering inside to find several plump, white rice cakes exuding a sweet fragrance. Her eyes lit up, and she turned to call out to Yong'an in the kitchen, "Sister-in-law, Sister Li made rice cakes. They smell so wonderful." Hearing her name, Yong'an emerged from the kitchen, smiling at Li. "Sister Li, in this cold weather, you've gone through so much trouble to come here. Do come in and sit." Li smiled shyly, following Yong'an and Gu Xiaoqing into the house. The room was filled with the enticing aroma of sweet and sour ribs, prompting Li to take a deep breath and exclaim, "How delightful! What deliciousness is the young lady preparing? I've made sweet and sour ribs, and am just about to eat." "Sister Li, do join us for a bit," Yong'an invited warmly. "Oh no, I have matters to attend to at home," Li insisted, shaking her head as she handed the bamboo basket to Yong'an. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't think too little of it." Unable to decline any further, Yong'an accepted the basket. Upon opening it, she discovered not only the rice cakes, but also several fluffy rabbit fur hats and a few pairs of gloves, clearly freshly made. Yong'an gazed at Li in surprise. Li, a bit embarrassed, explained, "A few days ago, my husband went hunting in the mountains and caught several rabbits. I thought, given the bitter cold, I ought to make some warm clothing. I hope you and young Master Gu won't mind. How can we accept this?" Yong'an felt a surge of warmth within her. Recognizing that Li's family was not affluent, yet still thought of them, she cherished this bond. "Please, young lady, just accept them. If it weren't for your guidance in cooking, Mayu wouldn't be as he is today." Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ever since he learned to cook, Yugo had no longer been the scrawny child he once was. This was a transformation she had never dared to imagine. Seeing Li's insistence, Yong'an ceased to refuse. "Sister Li, thank you. I graciously accept your heartfelt gift." "That is wonderful to hear," Li replied, her face lighting up with a smile of relief. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yong'an and Gu Xiaoqing, she took her leave. Once Li departed, Yong'an returned indoors, her gaze falling upon the fluffy rabbit fur hats and gloves on the table, a wave of warmth washing over her. "Sister-in-law, these hats are truly lovely. Let's try them on." Gu Xiaoqing picked up a hat and handed it to Yong'an, then excitedly donned one for herself. Yong'an smiled as she accepted the hat and gently said to Gu Xiaoqing, "All right, let us give it a try." With that, she placed the soft rabbit fur hat upon her head. The size was perfect, and the fluffy texture tenderly enveloped her ears, adding a touch of warmth amidst the winter chill. Gu Xiaoqing, too, wore another hat, gleefully spinning around the room like a joyful little rabbit. "How lovely!" Yong'an exclaimed, genuinely admiring Gu Xiaoqing. With her naturally charming features, the addition of the fluffy rabbit fur hat accentuated her vivacity, evoking an irresistible fondness. Gu Xiaoqing dashed to the mirror, admiring her new look from left to right, thoroughly pleased. She turned around, her face beaming with joy as she asked Yong'an, "Sister-in-law, do I look good in this?" "You look wonderful. Xiaoqing looks good in anything," Yong'an replied with a smile, her tone filled with affection. Just then, Gu Yunting entered from outside. Catching sight of the scene, he paused slightly, his gaze lingering on the rabbit fur hat atop Yong'an's head, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Elder brother. Gu Xiaocheng exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Gu Yunting, rushing to his side to proudly showcase her new hat. Look, this beautiful rabbit fur hat is a gift from Sisterly. Isn't it lovely? Gu Yunting's attention shifted from Yi Wanqing to Gu Xiaocheng as he nodded with a smile. It is lovely. Xiaocheng looks good in anything. Hearing her brother's compliment, Gu Xiaocheng beamed even brighter. She tugged at Gu Yunting's hand, playfully saying, Elder brother, you should wear one too. We all have new hats. Gu Yunting glanced at the remaining rabbit fur hat on the table, then at Yi Wanqing, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Yi Wanqing smiled and nodded, Dear husband, you should wear it. This hat is warm. Only then did Gu Yunting reach for the hat and place it upon his head. The hat suited his demeanor perfectly, softening the severity of his features. How handsome! Gu Xiaocheng exclaimed, circling around Gu Yunting with joy. You look truly wonderful, brother. Gu Yunting, gazing at Gu Xiaocheng's innocent and radiant smile, felt a wave of warmth surge within him. He reached out to gently pat her head, softening his tone. All right, let us go and eat. The family gathered around the table, where steaming sweet and sour ribs and fragrant rice awaited. The children savored their meal, occasionally expressing their delight with satisfied exclamations. Watching this heartwarming scene, Gu Zhengshi couldn't help but smile gently. After dinner, Gu Yunting took Gu Xiaocheng to the yard to build a snowman, while Yi Wanqing remained in the kitchen to clean up the dishes. As she gazed out at the falling snowflakes, she fell into contemplation. Simply relying on fish, vegetables, and meat-filled buns was not a sustainable long-term solution. Yi Wanqing murmured to herself, I must devise some new ideas to attract more customers. Though the business of fish, vegetables, and meat-filled buns have been flourishing recently, the daily income barely sufficed to maintain the family's basic needs. Moreover, as the weather grew colder, foot traffic diminished, leading to a significant decline in business. I need to create more enticing dishes, preferably those that entice passers-by with their aroma. In Yi Wanqing's mind, vivid images of delectable dishes surfaced: braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and crispy fried meat. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her: sweet and sour ribs. With their delightful balance of sweetness and tanginess, accompanied by an irresistible aroma, they would undoubtedly attract a multitude of customers. Without hesitation, Yi Wanqing sprang into action. She rummaged through the corner of the kitchen and discovered a small jar of sugar and a jug of aged vinegar. Fortunately, there was still a bit left. With a sigh of relief, she began to prepare the ingredients. She cleaned the remaining ribs, chopping them into pieces and marinating them with scallions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and soy sauce. Next, she heated oil in a pan and fried the marinated ribs until they turned golden and crispy. Finally, she added the fried ribs into the pot, along with sugar, aged vinegar, water, and other seasonings, allowing them to simmer gently over low heat. The flames danced beneath the pot, and bubbling sound arose from the vibrant sweet and sour sauce, carrying the fragrant notes of meat, sugar, and vinegar, filling the small courtyard with an enticing aroma. Yi Wanqing inhaled deeply, the scent evoking memories of her hometown and instilling her with confidence about the new dish she was about to unveil. Chapter 19. A letter from the north. Outside the gate of the Yong'an Marquis' residence in the capital, Li Si appeared weary from days of travel. He glanced at the sky, noting the sun dipping toward the horizon, fatigue washing over him. Approaching the door, he gently tapped the door frame and inquired, Is Second Madam Fan at home? I have urgent matters to report. The doorman leisurely opened the door and scrutinized Li Si with a sidelong glance. Who are you? Is my lady someone you can meet so casually? Li Si felt a flicker of dissatisfaction, but maintained his composure, replying, I am an official messenger with urgent matters to discuss with Second Madam Fan. I kindly request that you inform her. The doorman, observing Li Si's coarse clothing and the inconspicuous dagger at his waist, grew more condescending and impatiently retorted, All right, I understand. Just wait here. With that, he turned and retreated into the courtyard, leaving Li Si to endure the biting wind alone. After standing in the cold for quite some time, a young servant clad in blue finally led him into the courtyard. The servant brought him to the front of the main residence and said, Our old lady wishes to see you personally. You may enter. Li Si felt puzzled. Why would Madame Fan's mother-in-law want to see him? However, recalling the mission he bore. He straightened his attire and stepped into the room. Inside, a warm stove radiated a spring-like warmth. A dignified elderly woman, her hair graying and adorned in luxurious garments, sat at the head of the room, her expression serious, exuding authority without anger. "Old madam, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to convey?" Li Si bowed respectfully, inquiring earnestly. The old lady nodded slightly, her tone imbued with concern. "You are an official messenger, are you not? Have you come from the farthest north?" "Indeed, I have," Li Si replied, his curiosity deepening. Why was the old lady so well informed about his origins? "My son-in-law and the children, are they well?" The old lady sighed, a glimmer of tears apparent at the corners of her eyes. Li Si scoffed inwardly. The old lady was putting on quite the performance, and he found her act rather amusing. He had witnessed her indifference when the Wang family of Wuhan was confiscated and exiled. She had shed not a single tear then. Yet now she feigned sorrow. How laughable! "Rest assured, my lady, they are all well," Li Si said, maintaining a stoic demeanor and revealing little detail. "That is good. That is good." The old lady seemed to exhale in relief, then inquired, "What of my granddaughter, Qing? She has always been pampered. How is she faring in that desolate place?" Li Si hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "What? Has something happened to Qing?" The old lady, perceiving Li Si's uncertainty, grew anxious and stood abruptly, asking urgently. Li Si discreetly glanced up, calmly stating, "There is no need for concern. Madame Yi is doing well." "That is good. That is good," the old lady repeated, though doubt lingered in her heart. This errand boy clearly concealed something. Could it be that Qing'er was indeed suffering in exile? The old lady pondered, knowing that as a government servant, Li Si would not dare deceive her. Yet, why would he obscure the details regarding Qing? Was he being influenced by someone? "Li Si, is it? Do you have a message for my daughter-in-law in the second household?" The old lady queried, altering her tone to probe further. "Madam, I have come on an official mission to convey a message to Second Lady Fan. The details are not for me to disclose." Li Si replied with measured respect. The old lady's expression darkened. It seemed Li Si was impervious to her inquiries, and she realized she would gain no further information. "Very well, you may leave." She waved her hand, indicating for him to depart. "Madam, I have one more request." Li Si did not leave, but clasped his hands, saying, "This message bears great significance, and I must meet Second Lady Fan in person. I kindly ask for your assistance." The old lady furrowed her brow, feeling some displeasure. How audacious of Li Si, merely a footman, to presume to dictate terms to her. Yet, considering he was sent on an important mission, she could not obstruct him if the matter truly was grave. "Hi, Mama. Please escort him to the second household." The old lady contemplated briefly before issuing her command. Hi Mama, a trusted elder in the old lady's service, stepped forth, acknowledging her order, and led Li Si away from the main residence. Li Si followed Hi Mama through several winding corridors, arriving at a somewhat secluded courtyard. Although modest in size, the courtyard was clean and tidy, with a few fragrant winter sweet blossoms standing defiantly, adding a touch of vitality to the frigid winter. "Second lady resides here. Please wait for me." Hi Mama gestured towards one of the side rooms. Li Si nodded in agreement, watching as Hi Mama entered the room. Standing in the courtyard, he quietly observed his surroundings. Though the second household's courtyard lacked the grandeur of the main residence, it possessed a serene elegance of its own. Just as Li Si was lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Turning, he saw a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, storming towards him with fury. Dressed in a blue cotton robe, the boy had 2 topknots atop his head, his round face flushed with anger, and his large eyes widened in a fierce glare, as if he intended to devour Li Si whole. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my mother's courtyard?" the boy demanded, planting his hands on his hips and questioning loudly. Li Si regarded the fierce little boy before him and couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. He crouched down and, with a gentle demeanor, said, "Dear child, I am an official messenger sent to deliver a letter to her." "I don't believe you. You must be a bad person trying to bully my mother." The boy, completely disregarding Li Si's explanation, brandished his tiny fists, ready to strike. Observing this, Li Si quickly raised his hand to stop him and helplessly remarked, "Little one, you are mistaken. I truly mean no harm. Hauger, do not be rude." At that moment, a soft female voice resonated from within the room. Upon hearing the voice, the boy immediately ceased his struggle and dashed to the doorway, expressing his grievance. "Mother, a bad man is trying to bully you." Upon hearing the name Hauger, Li Si felt a flicker of recognition. He was aware that the Fan family had a son named Yi Hao, and it appeared this spirited boy was indeed him. "Hauger, do not speak so recklessly. This gentleman is a guest. Quickly apologize." Fan's voice echoed again, laced with a hint of sternness. Though somewhat reluctant, Hauger dutifully offered an apology to Li Si. "I'm sorry I wronged you." Li Si smiled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. Just then, Fan emerged from the room, followed closely by the elderly maid, Gao Ma. "This is?" Fan inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Li Si. "Madam, I am called Li Si, tasked with delivering a letter to you," he replied, producing the letter from his garment and extending it towards Fan. As she accepted the envelope and recognized the familiar handwriting, her expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, she opened the envelope and swiftly read the contents within. "Mother, what has happened to my sister and the others?" Hauger, noticing his mother's reaction, felt an unsettling premonition rise within him and urgently questioned. Fan offered no response but clutched the letter tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Madame Gao Ma, observing the scene, became aware of the gravity of the situation and anxiously inquired, "Maid, I must see the old matriarch." Fan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes resolute. "My daughter is still alive. I must inform the old matriarch." "Mother, I want to go too." Haugia chimed in. "Very well, let us go together," Fan said, grasping Hauger's hand as they turned to leave. Li Si watched the retreating figures of the mother and son, silently praying, "Madam, may you remain safe." Fan hurriedly led Hauger directly to the Qingjian Hall where the old matriarch resided. Gao Ma, hesitant to intervene, could only jog behind, fearful that the mother and son might inadvertently disturb the old matriarch. Though young, Hauger sensed the gravity of the situation. He tightly grasped his mother's hand and, looking up with concern, asked, "Mother, has something happened to my sister?" Fan lowered her gaze to her son, tears welling even more fiercely in her eyes. "Haugia, do not be afraid. Your sister and the others are fine. It's just..." But what followed remained unspoken. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Joy at receiving news of her daughter, sorrow at learning of the family's tragic exile, and anxiety regarding their uncertain fate. "Li Si, come inside with me and relay the situation to the old matriarch in its entirety." Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions as she instructed Li Si behind her. Li Si followed Fan Shi in a Qingyan hall with measured steps. The elderly matriarch was seated on a heated kong, resting her eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes and with displeasure remarked, "Heir's wife, what are you doing? This is most improper." Ignoring the matriarch's rebuke, Fan Shi stepped forward and presented a letter, saying, "Mother, please take a look at this." The matriarch, with a hint of suspicion, took the letter and upon glancing at it, her expression shifted dramatically. The elegant handwriting was unmistakably that of her granddaughter, Yi Wanqing. The letter contained a simple message, merely assuring that her family was safe during their exile. After reading it, the matriarch was both astonished and enraged. Slamming the letter onto the table, "Rebellious daughter! How dare she write back after being exiled?" Fan Shi had anticipated such a reaction from the matriarch, and despite the turmoil in her heart, she knelt down, imploring, "Mother, though Qing'er has erred, her transgressions do not warrant death. They have been banished far away, their fates uncertain. I beseech you, for the sake of our blood ties, please extend your hand to save them." With a cold scoff, the matriarch retorted, "Save them? What means do I possess to rescue them? They have committed the heinous crime of treason, and the emperor's mercy in sparing their lives is already a great favor. Do you expect me to plead for them? Mother, please be silent." The matriarch scolded fiercely, pointing at Fan Shi. "You are equally foolish. Their current plight is of their own making. If you still regard me as your mother, you shall sever all ties with them." Fan sure wished to protest further, but was restrained by the young Hao Gur beside her. Though still a child, he understood that now was not the time to argue with their grandmother. Kneeling next to Fan Sure, he gazed up at the matriarch with pleading eyes. "Grandmother, I implore you to save my sister. I promise to be obedient and never make you angry again." The matriarch, gazing at her exquisite grandson, felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, she was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and dared not intervene. "Hao Gur, rise," she sighed, softening her tone. "It is not that your grandmother is unwilling to save your sister, but rather that I am powerless to do so. Fear not. Your sister and her family will surely have divine protection and will be safe." Hao Gur, unable to comprehend these reassurances, felt a surge of desperation as tears threatened to spill. Witnessing this, Fanshire's heart ached even more. She recognized that the matriarch had resolutely decided against offering assistance, and thus she refrained from further insistence, quietly picking up the letter from the ground and clutching it tightly in her hand. "Lisi, come here for a moment. I have something to inquire of you," Fanshire said as she stood up, taking Hao Gur with her. They moved to the courtyard, where Lisi recounted in detail Yi Wanqing's experiences during her exile. Fanshire listened with trepidation, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Lisi, thank you for sharing this with me," she said, drying her tears. "Rest assured, I will express my gratitude appropriately." "Madam, you are too kind. It is merely my duty," Lisi replied hastily. "I must return to report back, so I shall take my leave." After Lisi departed, Fanshire gazed at his retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was acutely aware that although her daughter's family was temporarily safe, the road ahead was long and fraught with unknown dangers. "Mother, do not worry. I will surely protect my sister," exclaimed Hao Gu, his small fist clenched with determination, his youthful face radiating sincerity. As Fan's gaze fell upon her son's innocent visage, a wave of warmth surged within her. She bent down and embraced him tightly. "Hao Gia, you are truly a wonderful child," she thought, understanding that the old matriarch would no longer intervene in this matter. She carefully tucked away the letter, keeping it close, for it was her daughter's only message, one she intended to cherish dearly. "Come, Hao Gu, or let us depart." Hand in hand, mother and son leaned on each other as they slowly made their way outside. Outside Qing Hall, the anxious Granny Gao awaited their return. Upon seeing them emerge, she hurried over. "Madam, are you unhurt?" she inquired with genuine concern, her eyes resting upon Fan's slightly reddened eyelids, leading her to surmise much. "I am fine," Fan replied, shaking her head, reluctant to elaborate further. "Do not be too sorrowful, madam. The second young lady is favored by fate and will certainly be safe," Granny Gao consoled, though a silent sigh escaped her heart. Fan forced a smile as she led Hao Gu back to their quarters. Chapter 20. The Clouds of Rebirth. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Yong'an Marquis' residence, Yi Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the antiquated furnishings within the room. As she gazed around in a daze, everything felt both familiar and foreign. "Is this my room?" Yi Wanqing murmured, memories flooding in like a tidal wave. The intricately carved wooden bed, the embroidered canopy depicting 100 children, and the roux kiln vase that she cherished, all precisely matched her recollections. Struggling to rise, she stumbled to the dressing table and peered into the copper mirror, confronting a face that was both familiar and alien. The youthful skin, as white as snow, and the exquisite features were unmistakably those of her 14 or 15-year-old self. "This cannot be. How is this possible?" Yi Wanqing muttered, her mind swirling in confusion. "Did I not already perish?" Her fingers gripped the table tightly, turning pale with tension. She vividly recalled that evening when she had inadvertently drunk too much at a banquet and returned to her quarters to rest, only to awaken to the shrieks of Yen Pin and Ye Guiron, discovering a stranger lying beside her amidst chaos. Soon, Yen Pin's maid summoned Emperor Kong and the Empress. Yet no matter how she explained, the fact of being found in bed with a stranger remained unchanged. The Emperor, filled with rage, left the matter entirely to the Empress before storming out of the chamber. fearing that the scandal might spread. The empress had bestowed upon her a length of white silk that night, the moment it tightened around her neck. The suffocating sensation and despair still sent chills down her spine. "Miss, why are you up? Are you feeling unwell?" A bright voice chimed in, accompanied by light footsteps as a maid clad in a blue robe entered, carrying a basin of water. "Xia!" Yi Wanjin exclaimed, recognizing the maid before her, the familiar figure of her former personal attendant surfacing in her memories. Upon observing Yi Wanjin's unusual demeanor, Xia quickly set down the basin of water and approached with concern. "Miss, what troubles you? Shall I summon the doctor?" "Not necessary. I am quite well," Yi Wanjin replied, grasping Xia's hand with urgency. "Tell me, what is the current era?" Taken aback by Yi Wanjin's sudden inquiry, Xia paused for a moment before responding, replying to the third miss, "It is currently the first year of Yuanping." The first year of Yuanping? Yi Wanjin's heart surged with tumultuous waves at this revelation. Was it possible that entering the palace as a consort was merely a figment of her imagination? No, these scenes were far too vivid to be mere dreams. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable joy. If fate had granted her a chance to start anew, she would not return to the palace this time. "Miss, are you truly well? Your complexion appears rather pallid," Xia observed with concern. Having served Yi Wanjin for many years without witnessing her in such a disheartened state, Yi Wanjin endeavored to suppress the tumult within her, inhaling deeply before asking, "Sure? Tell me, how is my second sister faring? If she has not yet wed the heir, I might still have a chance." Uncertain of the exact date, she recalled that in her previous life, it was she who had been betrothed to the heir of the Duke of Wuhan. However, during the imperial power struggle, the fourth prince had fallen victim to the ruthless machinations of the first prince and the empress, leading to the demise of the late emperor via a poison chalice. With the blame unjustly placed upon the fourth prince, the families that supported him faced executions and exiles. In her state of despair, she sought her grandfather to annul the engagement, while her grandmother wept bitterly, unwilling to see her endure hardship. Her grandfather, with greater affection for her than for Yi Wanqing, employed certain measures to facilitate Yi Wanqing's marriage. Tragically, she succumbed to illness during the journey of exile. Subsequently, the border defenses collapsed and no one was able to fight, resulting in the loss of several cities. Ministers petitioned the emperor to send Gu Yunting, now a commoner, to battle in order to redeem himself. After several years, Gu Yunting successfully reclaimed the lost territories and captured 6 cities from the enemy, negotiating a 50-year peace treaty that ensured the safety and prosperity of the border populace, providing the Tianyuan dynasty with a much-needed respite. Delighted yet unwilling to further harm the loyalty of his ministers, Emperor Kongjing decreed that Gu Yunting inherit his original title, bestowing upon him a residence and a generous reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Reflecting on this, Yi Wanjin regretted her prior decision. Fortunately, it was not too late. She had not yet entered the palace as a consort, and she still had a chance. Though she could not recall whether her second sister had already married into the royal household, Xia appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Yi Wanjin's words. After a brief silence, she quietly replied, "But miss, did you not know? The second miss departed for the far north 3 months ago." "The far north?" Yi Wanjin's head snapped up, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "You mean to say that my second sister has already accompanied that heir to that desolate land?" "Indeed, miss." Xia confirmed, her confusion deepening. "Have you forgotten? The second miss set forth 3 months ago, and it is said that the journey is quite arduous." 3 months ago? Yi Wanjin's heart raced with urgency. Had 3 months truly passed? She recalled that her second sister had succumbed to illness during her exile. Surely, the heir would not remarry so swiftly. There was still time to devise a plan. "I must see grandmother. For her approval is essential for me to journey to that desolate land to wed the heir, even if that place is impoverished. I can bring ample silver, perhaps a few tens of thousands in notes. My mother is wealthy, and each year she could continue to send me money. I could purchase a grand residence there and bring along 10 or so maidservants. Living with the heir alone could be bearable. However, the absence of the capital's splendor, exquisite garments, jewelry, and delectable treats cannot be overlooked. No, I must also bring a chef. I must ensure I have enough beautiful clothing and accessories. As Yi Wanjin contemplated this, she declared, since my second sister has met with misfortune, I must speak with grandmother. Sure, observing Yi Wanjin's demeanor was filled with confusion. But second miss is not in trouble. I just heard that officials have come bearing a letter from her, stating that she and the heir have safely arrived at the farthest northern lands. Safely arrived? How can that be? Yi Wanjin retorted. My sister clearly passed away during her journey. I would not mistake such a thing. The second madam fell gravely ill over this and soon departed from this world. Yet, she now claimed that her sister was alive. It was inconceivable. I must seek grandmother for clarity. Suddenly, Yi Wanjin stood up, disregarding her frail condition, and stumbled out of the room. Miss, where are you going? Your health is still fragile. Chi exclaimed, alarmed, and hurried after her. Yi Wanjin paid no heed to Qing'er's cries as she rushed to her grandmother's courtyard, disregarding the customary decorum, and burst into the room. Grandmother, I need to know my sister's news. Has she truly arrived safely in that desolate land? Her voice trembled with urgency and anxiety. Grandmother Yi was reciting prayers in the Buddha hall when she heard Yi Wanjin's voice and frowned. Jin'er, what is the matter? Why are you in such a fluster? Grandmother, I implore you, tell me, is my second sister. Yi Wanjin fell to her knees before her grandmother, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her granddaughter's distress, Grandmother Yi felt a twinge of unease and sighed, asking, You already know? With tearful eyes, Yi Wanjin gazed up at her, awaiting an answer. A few days ago, the officials indeed returned with news, stating that your second sister and the heir have safely reached the farthest exile. Your second sister even asked the officials to convey a letter, saying that all is well and there is no need for concern. How can this be? If this is true, it implies that Yi Wanqing is indeed alive. But what are the memories I hold? Grand moter, ye observit, ye vanzens pal kuntenats. Her eyes clouded as if lost in a reverie. The incense wafted through the room, yet could not dispel the tumult of doubt and fear within Yi Wanjin's heart. If my sister truly lives, then have I merely dreamt a bizarre and absurd nightmare? Grandmother, Yi Wanjin's voice quivered ever so slightly. Did my second sister mention in her letter how she and the heir are faring? Grandmother Yi shook her head, her expression troubled. Your second sister only brings tidings of joy, omitting any mention of sorrow, stating only that all is well. Yet in that far northern land, wild and frigid, Lady Yi did not continue her words. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Yi Wanjin bit her lip tightly, her mind in turmoil. If everything could begin anew, if Yi Wanqing had not perished, would there still be a chance for her? She inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the complex emotions swirling within her, and said to Lady Su, Grandmother, I am weary and wish to return to rest. Lady Yi, observing her granddaughter's forced demeanor, sighed with compassion. Very well. You should rest well and not dwell too much on your thoughts. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yi Wanjin dismissed all her maidservants, sitting alone by the window, gazing at the desolate autumn scenery of the courtyard, lost in contemplation. Fate seemed to have played a cruel jest upon her, allowing her to hover on the brink of life and death, only to return her to the starting point. Chapter 21. The arrival of the serpent and the leopard. The dying rays of the sun bathed the small courtyard in a warm orange hue. Yi Wanqing stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed upon the distant mountains and forests, now shrouded in twilight, appearing ever more profound and mysterious. Gu Yunting had been seeking herbs in the mountains for several days, yet still showed no sign of return. Worry coiled around Yi Wanqing's heart like a vine, refusing to dissipate. She wondered if he had found the medicinal herbs, or if he had encountered any danger, murmuring softly, her brows furrowed in anxiety. Sister-in-law, why hasn't brother returned yet? A sweet, innocent voice interrupted her thoughts, pulling Yi Wanqing back to reality. She looked down to see Ping Jie tugging at her sleeve. Managing a faint smile, brother has gone to gather herbs in the mountains. He will return shortly, so do not fret, Ping Jie. But it is getting dark. What if there are tigers in the mountains? Ping Jie looked up, her round eyes filled with concern. Fear not, Yi Wanqing gently reassured her, Your brother is very capable. Even tigers would avoid him. Ping Jie nodded, her worry slightly alleviated. At that moment, familiar footsteps echoed from afar. Yuanqing suddenly looked up, her heart leaping as she saw Gu Yunting's figure appear at the end of the path, carrying a bundle of herbs on his shoulder, walking steadily towards the courtyard. Brother is back. Ping Jie cheered, releasing Yuanqing's hand and racing towards Gu Yunting. He set down the herbs and scooped her up in his arms, affectionately ruffling her small nose. Have you been good at home, Ping Jie? I have been very good. She beamed, wrapping her arms around Gu Yunting's neck, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yuanqing watched the tender interaction between the siblings, a smile of relief gracing her features. She stepped forward to take the herbs from Gu Yunting's hands. Did you find the medicinal herbs you needed? I did, he nodded, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket and handing it to her. In addition to the herbs you requested, I found some delightful treasures. Yuanqing opened the bag, revealing it filled with fresh mushrooms, emitting an enticing aroma. Is this winter mushroom? She asked in astonishment, for the northern climate was currently cold. The perfect season for winter mushrooms, yet they were quite rare. Indeed, Gu Yunting replied with a smile. I discovered a patch of winter mushrooms in the mountains and thought of your fondness for them, so I gathered some. A warmth flooded Yuanqing's heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gu Yunting's meticulousness and thoughtfulness deeply moved her. Sister-in-law, what is this? It smells wonderful. Gu Xiaochun curiously leaned over, gazing at the winter mushrooms nestled within a cloth bag. These are winter mushrooms, quite delectable, Yuanqing replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Tonight, we shall use them to make soup, shall we? Yes, yes. Gu Xiaochun clapped her little hands, bubbling with excitement. By the way, I have also found a few helpers for guarding the house, Gu Yunting suddenly said with a mysterious smile, slowly extracting something from his sleeve. Upon seeing what Gu Yunting had pulled from his sleeve, Yuanqing's face paled in fright, and she let out a high-pitched scream. From the coarse, dark blue sleeve, a small green snake peeked out, flicking its tongue, its golden vertical pupils surveying the surroundings. Yuanqing had never encountered such a sight, and she stumbled back, her complexion losing its color. Observing her reaction, Gu Yunting promptly returned the little snake to his sleeve, chuckling helplessly. It's merely a harmless little green snake. Why are you so frightened? If it's harmless, then why is it flicking its tongue? It looks rather terrifying, Yuanqing said, her heart still racing. Gu Yunting, seeing her distress, couldn't help but laugh. Snakes do this to sense their environment. It bears no ill intent. I specifically chose a docile one that won't harm anyone. Only then did Yuanqing feel somewhat reassured. Yet she still dared not approach Gu Yunting and cautiously inquired from a distance. My husband, why did you bring it back? This little creature is quite the helper, Gu Yunting responded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his sturdy forearm. The little green snake was gracefully coiled around his wrist, its vibrant green scales shimmering in the morning light. It was highly sensitive to changes in its environment, particularly attuned to the scents of mice and other pests. With it around, our food supplies and kitchen will be much safer. Understanding Gu Yunting's intentions, Yuanqing felt an additional wave of gratitude towards his attentiveness and consideration. She recalled the previous rodent troubles in the kitchen, where they had pilfered quite a bit of grain. If this little green snake could indeed assist in guarding the premises, it would be a fortuitous arrangement. But what will it eat? Yuanqing cautiously asked, her gaze still avoiding Gu Yunting's sleeve. It will suffice with some small insects. We can let it roam in the kitchen to hunt for food on its own, Gu Yunting explained. Once spring arrives and the weather warms up, I shall return it to the mountains. Yuanqing nodded, accepting this new addition. Noticing her waning fear, Gu Yunting released the little green snake from his sleeve, allowing it to wander freely in the kitchen. The snake appeared quite content, exploring its surroundings before disappearing into a corner beneath the stove. After dinner, Yuanqing inquired of Gu Yunting about where to procure more animals for safeguarding their home. My husband, what do you think about getting a few large yellow dogs? She asked while clearing the dishes. I've heard that dogs have keen noses and can detect the scent of strangers, and their loud barks serve as an excellent warning. Gu Yunting pondered for a moment before responding, dogs could indeed be beneficial, but I would recommend acquiring Tibetan Mastiffs. Their imposing size and strength offer a greater deterrent. Tibetan Mastiffs? Yuanqing was not very familiar with this breed. Is it difficult to find? Is it expensive? The livestock market in the western part of the city should have some for sale. As for the price, it depends on the quality. A fine Mastiff is, of course, quite costly. Gu Yunting explained. However, if you truly wish to purchase one, I can ask someone to inquire and see if we can find a suitable one. That would be a great help, my husband. Yuanqing replied joyfully, her heart brimming with anticipation for the life ahead. The next day, Yuanqing arose early and, accompanied by Gu Yunting and the two little ones, Gu Xiaocheng and Hui Ge, set off for the livestock market in the western part of the city. She had brought along a considerable sum of money, intending to select a majestic Mastiff to guard their new home. Upon their arrival at the livestock market, before they could locate the stalls selling dogs, a commotion in a corner caught their attention. The bustling crowd was filled with vendors' shouts. The cacophony of various animals blending together to create a vivid tableau of market life. Ye Vanbing, Gu Yunting, Gu Xiaochen, and the two little ones curiously navigated through the throng, their eyes scanning the surrounding stalls. Sister, look at that horse. It's so tall, Hui Ge exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a chestnut stallion nearby. Indeed, its coat is truly beautiful, Ping Jie chimed in, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight. Yuanqing smiled as she affectionately patted the heads of the two children, preparing to move forward when a sudden stir from the corner drew her attention. Look, what is that? Someone gasped. It seems to be a young leopard. How could it be so injured? Curiosity propelled Yuanqing to follow the crowd. There, before an inconspicuous stall, lay a pitch-black young leopard curled up on the ground, its body marred with wounds, its dark fur soaked in blood, a harrowing sight. The young leopard trembled slightly, emitting faint whimpers, seemingly enduring immense pain. One of its forepaws was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. This poor leopard. I cannot fathom who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm, someone murmured. Yes, such a small leopard, separated from its mother, surely cannot survive, others lamented. Yet no one stepped forward to assist the wretched creature. As Yuanqing beheld this scene, a wave of profound sympathy and compassion surged within her. Without a second thought, she pushed through the crowd, knelt before the young leopard, and softly spoke, "Do not be afraid. I am here to help you." The young leopard seemed to sense her kindness, lifting its head slightly to meet her gaze with its emerald green eyes, filled with fear and a silent plea. "Husband, shall we take it home?" Yuanqing looked up at Gu Yunting, her tone laced with earnestness. Gu Yunting, observing the benevolence of this woman and the near-lifeless young leopard on the ground, finally nodded, saying, "Very well, we shall do as you wish." Yuanqing was overjoyed at his response and promptly lifted the young leopard, carefully cradling it as they made their way back to their residence. Throughout the journey, the young leopard lay obediently in her embrace, occasionally emitting faint whimpers. Upon returning home, Yuanqing promptly fetched a clean cloth to tend to the leopardess wounds. Gu Yunting went to the mountains to gather some herbs, returning to crush them and apply the mixture to the leopard's injuries. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaocheng also came to assist, and the family busied themselves around the little leopard. It seemed that the young creature sensed the goodwill of those around it, gradually calming down, although it still let out occasional feeble whimpers. Observing the injuries on the leopard, Yuanqing couldn't help but voice her concerns. "Husband, is its condition serious? Will it recover?" Gu Yunting, while administering the medicine, reassured her, "Do not worry. Although its injuries appear alarming, they are merely superficial, without any damage to its bones. With proper care, it will heal in due time." Relieved by Gu Yunting's words, Yuanqing's mind turned to the new addition to their family, stirring a twinge of anxiety within her. They already had a snake, and now a leopard had arrived. Would they clash? Particularly the timid little green snake. Would it be frightened by the leopard? Pondering this, Yuanqing felt a headache coming on. It seemed the days ahead were destined to be anything but tranquil. Yet, her worries were evidently unfounded. The little green snake was not intimidated by the leopard. Instead, it was filled with curiosity towards its new companion. It would occasionally peek from beside Gu Yunting's feet, flicking its tongue to observe the leopard's every movement. The young leopard, in turn, appeared to sense the snake's benign intentions, showing no signs of aggression, merely sniffing at the green snake with its damp nose, prompting the snake to dart away playfully. Once Gu Yunting had treated the leopard's wounds, he retrieved several herbs from his pouch, carefully grinding them into a powder and mixing them with a dark, paste-like substance to create a healing salve, which he meticulously applied to the leopard's injuries. "Husband, this salve smells delightful, and it seems effective. The leopard hardly whimpers anymore," Yi Wanqing remarked, admiring Gu Yunting's adeptness in treating the wounds. Gu Yunting smiled modestly and replied, "This salve is of my own formulation. It has properties that stop bleeding, alleviate bruising, and reduce swelling and pain, making it quite effective for treating external injuries." "Husband, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical expertise is equally exceptional. You are truly a polymath. Yevanming potut, feignin anoyanje. What else are you hiding from me? You know herbs and possess medical knowledge. What else is there that I do not know?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gu Yunting cleared his throat and said, "All right, we will discuss it gradually later. Let's not dwell on that now. We shall keep this little leopard here until it is fit to return to the wild." Yi Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will take good care of it." In the ensuing days, Yi Wanqing devoted all her attention to nurturing the little leopard. Each day, she would bathe it with warm water, feed it fresh meat, and engage in playful activities with it. Under her meticulous care, the little leopard's wounds healed remarkably quickly, and within a few days, it was frolicking with vigor. One afternoon, Yi Wanqing, as was her custom, retrieved some fresh pieces of meat from the kitchen, intending to feed the little leopard. Upon stepping into the yard, she noticed Huaij and Pingjie squatting in the corner, their eyes transfixed on something. "What are you two looking at?" Yi Wanqing inquired with curiosity. "Sister-in-law, look," Huaij exclaimed, pointing towards a corner with excitement. "The little green snake is eating." Following Huaij's, Yi Wanqing turned her gaze to the corner and saw the little green snake coiled up, its mouth agape as it swiftly consumed a plump insect. The entire process of the snake's feeding was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, the insect had vanished without a trace. "Wow, the little green snake is amazing." Pingjie clapped her hands in delight. Seeing the rare smiles on the children's faces, Yi Wanqing felt a warmth bloom within her heart. Chapter 22. A season of trouble that evening. Gu Yunting returned to their residence with a basket brimming with medicinal herbs, which included various colored fungi. He meticulously sorted these items and laid them out in the yard to dry. "My dear husband, what are you planning to do?" Yi Wanqing asked with intrigue. "I intend to prepare a medicinal bath," Gu Yunting replied, organizing the herbs. "The toxins within me have accumulated for far too long and must be thoroughly eliminated." His words caused Yi Wanqing's heart to plummet. She had been aware of his toxicity since their time in Lidu, but had not anticipated it had escalated to the point of necessitating a medicinal bath. A medicinal bath? Could that be dangerous? Madame Gu asked with concern, her brow furrowed with worry. Gu Yunting poured the last batch of herbs onto the ground, dusting off his hands as he reassured, "Mother, do not fret. I am well prepared. Nothing will happen." In the days that followed, Gu Yunting scarcely left the house, dedicating himself to the meticulous preparation of the herbs. He classified and ground the dried herbs into powder, while slicing and drying the fresh fungi with utmost precision. Yi Wanqing could offer little assistance, instead silently observing Gu Yunting as she handed him various items. At last, everything was in readiness. That night, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, and a chilling wind howled, enveloping the world in a cold gloom. Gu Yunting instructed his men to set up a large pot in the yard, beneath which a fierce fire blazed, causing the water within to boil and steam to rise. He methodically added the prepared herbs into the pot, transforming the initially clear hot water into a dark concoction that exuded a peculiar medicinal aroma. "Chinger, keep an eye on things for me," Gu Yunting said, shedding his outer garments to reveal his sturdy physique, his tone grave. Yi Wanqing exchanged a glance with Madame Gu, both recognizing the tension and concern reflected in each other's eyes. Gu Yunting took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the scalding medicinal broth. The liquid engulfed his chest, and the dark potion flowed along his skin, seemingly infused with a mysterious power. As time elapsed, Gu Yunting's once fair skin began to exhibit an unnatural flush, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet, he kept his eyes tightly shut, striving to control his breath. His wife, Yong'an clenched her fists, her palms slick with perspiration. She could sense the immense agony Gu Yunting was enduring. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, which had once sparkled with clarity but were now bloodshot. Fixating on his arm, panic seeped into his voice. "Mother, Qing'e, quickly bind me." It was then that Yong'an and Gu Zheng realized that twisted black lines had emerged on Gu Yunting's skin, exposed beyond the medicinal bath, resembling serpents in their grotesque horror. "Hurry!" Gu Yunting's voice twisted with pain, yet he fought to retain a shred of rationality. Without hesitation, Gu Zheng and Yong'an sprang into action, one hastily procuring sturdy hemp ropes while the other rushed to Gu Yunting's side, attempting to restrain his increasingly agitated body. "My dear husband, please endure. It will soon pass." Yong'an endeavored to draw closer to Gu Yunting, but was repelled several steps back by the chilling aura that emanated from him. Those eyes, once gentle and affectionate, now glinted with terrifying bloodshot veins, resembling a beast stripped of all reason, exuding a chilling light. "Quickly, hold it down." Gu Zheng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation, and urgently directed Yong'an to assist in binding Gu Yunting firmly to the pillar beside the tub. Gu Yunting's body trembled violently. The black lines beneath his skin writhed as if they were sentient, spreading and threatening to break free. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, laden with an unnerving despair. "Yevamink, bitherlip, tightly, sitiflink hercules." She grasped Gu Yunting's hand, feeling the warmth that had once radiated from it now fading into cold rigidity. Sweat poured from his forehead, his complexion pale as death, and his lips were bloodied from biting, crimson rivulets trailing down his chin, a sight most harrowing. How could this be happening? How could this be? Gu Zheng collapsed helplessly to the ground, her tears blurring her vision. She watched in despair as her son endured inhuman torment, powerless to intervene, her heart heavy with sorrow and despair. As moments ticked by, Gu Yunting's struggles gradually weakened. Yet the black lines upon him grew increasingly pronounced and menacing, as though they were on the verge of bursting forth. Just as Yong'an and Gu Zheng teetered on the brink of hopelessness, Gu Yunting abruptly ceased his thrashing, his head drooping lifelessly. The once frenzied gaze transformed into one that was cold and unfamiliar, as if he had become an entirely different person. "Husband?" Yong'an cautiously called out, only to be met with an emotionless, cold laugh from the man. "Do not touch me." Gu Yunting suddenly lifted his head, his icy stare sweeping over Yong'an and Gu Zheng, filled with loathing and warning. That gaze seemed to regard them as complete strangers or even adversaries. Gu Zheng and Yong'an were utterly astonished by the sudden transformation of Gu Yunting. They had never encountered such a version of him, cold, merciless, as if he had lost all semblance of humanity. The medicinal bath continued, yet Gu Yunting had succumbed to unconsciousness, the dark patterns on his skin no longer spreading. Lying quietly beneath the surface like a ferocious beast waiting to strike, instilling a sense of dread. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long. As time passed during the medicinal bath, the black markings gradually faded until they vanished entirely. His tightly shut eyes quivered slightly before slowly opening, revealing a return of clarity and gentleness. "Mother, Qing'e." Gu Yunting's voice was still weak, yet it carried a note of relief, as if he had survived a calamity. Overcome with joy, Gu Zheng and Yong'an hurried forward to assess his condition. "Beloved, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that still troubles you?" Yong'an grasped Gu Yunting's hand, her concern palpable. Gu Yunting responded by holding her hand in return, a faint smile gracing his pale face. "I am fine now. Sorry to have worried you." He turned his gaze toward Gu Zheng, speaking softly. "Mother, I apologize for frightening you." Wiping away her tears, Gu Zheng expressed her relief. "It's good to hear you are well, truly." Gu Yunting attempted to rise, but was gently restrained by Yong'an. "Do not move. You must rest properly." "I am all right." Gu Yunting shook his head, explaining, "The toxicity is severe. It requires 3 consecutive medicinal baths for complete eradication. Today was merely the first. Though it was arduous, the most perilous moment has passed. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng and Yi Wanqing felt a weight lift from their hearts. In the following days, Gu Yunting remained dutifully within the confines of his room, taking his medicine on schedule and resting, while Yi Wanqing devoted herself to his care, tending to him meticulously, bathing him and nourishing him with food and drink. One night, Yi Wanqing experienced a peculiar dream. She envisioned the small green snake and the little black panther, no longer in their juvenile forms, but transformed into majestic beasts, roaming freely through the mountains and forests, exuding an air of confidence. Upon waking, with the dawn light brightening the sky, she rose and approached Gu Yunting, eager to share her dream. "Do you think we should give them names?" Yi Wanqing proposed enthusiastically. Gu Yunting, gazing at her animated expression, could not help but smile indulgently. "Very well, I shall follow your lead. How about calling the little green snake Qinglong and the black panther Haidu?" She tilted her head, seeking his approval. "Qinglong, Haidu," Gu Yunting softly repeated, a flicker of inexplicable light appearing in his eyes. "Yes, let them be named thus." They exchanged a smile, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. At that moment, the morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm hue over the modest room. Gu Yunting was already dressed and sat at the table, invigorated, watching Yi Wanqing bustling about with tenderness in his gaze. "Beloved, won't you take a moment to rest?" Yi Wanqing placed a steaming bowl of porridge before him. Playfully chiding, "The doctor said you still need to recuperate." "I'm fine now," Gu Yunting said with a smile as he took the bowl of porridge. "But you, for the sake of caring for me, haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days." Yi Wanqing sat across from him, serving herself a bowl of porridge as she casually remarked, "I am young and strong. A few sleepless nights are nothing. However, you must not take such risks in the future." Gu Yunting paused, gripping the spoon as he recalled the excruciating pain of those days, feeling a twinge of fear within. He looked up at Yi Wanqing, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. "Qing'er, thank you. What is there to thank? We are husband and wife." Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, though a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her. She understood that the poison within Gu Yunting was merely suppressed temporarily. To eradicate it entirely, an antidote was necessary. To alleviate her heavy heart, Yi Wanqing shifted the topic. "Husband, I have thought of a new dish. Would you like to try it?" "Oh." Gu Yunting's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "It's a secret." Yi Wanqing feigned mystery. "You'll find out tomorrow." The next morning, "Mother, I wish to go to the city to purchase some glutinous rice and spices. Additionally, I need to visit the blacksmith to order a large iron pot." "A large iron pot?" Gu Zhengshi questioned, somewhat puzzled. "I intend to make glutinous rice sausages to sell, and our pot is too small for that. It would be inconvenient," Yi Wanqing explained. "Moreover, I want to prepare more dishes. A large pot would greatly facilitate the process." "Very well. You always have your reasons for what you do." Gu Zhengshi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Wanqing took Gu Xiaocheng with her shop. At the grain store, she purchased the finest glutinous rice. Carefully selected spices such as pepper powder and wild perilla powder at the spice shop, and bought green onions, ginger, and garlic from the vegetable stall. Finally, they arrived at the blacksmith's shop, ordering a pot of ample size. Upon returning home, Yi Wanqing began preparing to make glutinous rice sausages. She meticulously cleaned the casing she had bought to remove any unpleasant odors, then rinsed the glutinous rice, soaking it before mixing it with various spices for marination. "Preparing these casings is quite troublesome," Xiaocheng remarked, wrinkling her nose as she helped. "Indeed, but as long as the final product tastes good, all the trouble will be worth it," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. Gu Zhengshi also came over to assist, handing the clean casings to Yi Wanqing. "King, how much glutinous rice should be stuffed into these?" "That depends on the size of the casing. It can't be overstuffed or underfilled," Yi Wanqing explained patiently as she skillfully filled the casings with the seasoned rice mixture. Xiaocheng watched with keen interest and couldn't help but ask sister-in-law, "How we cook the stuffed casings?" "That's simple," Yi Wanqing said, tying off the filled casings with a smile. "Just place them in the pot, add water and seasonings, and simmer them until cooked." As the family collaborated busily in the preparation of glutinous rice sausages, A familiar call echoed from outside. Fresh fish, large and fat fish. Selling cheap. It was Gu Yunting calling to customers. Ever since they started the food business, Gu Yunting had taken it upon himself to fish by the lakeside every morning, regardless of the weather. Yunting, I'll take 2 crucian carp. I plan to make a tofu fish soup today, a cheerful woman with a vegetable basket approached. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Gu Yunting skillfully fished out 2 lively crucian carp, weighed them, and handed them over to the aunt, totaling 31. Here you go. The aunt readily paid, leaving with a satisfied expression. Shortly after, several neighbors arrived to purchase fish, and Gu Yunting patiently attended to each one, meticulously handling payments and making change with admirable organization. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshi and Xiao Cheng were busy gathering the spices they had dried the previous day in the courtyard, their familial cooperation exuding a harmonious atmosphere. Just as Gu Yunting was preparing to close up shop, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh, isn't that young Master Gu? It's been quite a while. Your business seems to be thriving." Gu Yunting looked up at the sound, his brows slightly furrowing. The speaker was none other than the old woman Shi, who had been driven away by Yi Wanqing a while back. She wore a disingenuous smile and carried a basket of eggs in her hand. "Young Master Gu, I admit I was wrong in our previous encounter. I should not have been so petty. You are magnanimous, so let us not dwell on it," the old woman said, extending the basket of eggs towards him. "Consider these eggs as my apology." Before Gu Yunting could respond, Yi Wanqing stepped out, declaring, "Old woman Shi, I cannot accept your apology. You may take them back." The old woman's face stiffened as she awkwardly withdrew her hand, turning to face Yi Wanqing, her smile faltering. "Chinger, look, I genuinely came to apologize. Please do not hold a grudge against an old woman like me." Yi Wanqing coldly regarded her, her tone devoid of warmth. "Old woman Shi, we both know that your visit today is not a sincere apology, but rather a scheme of sorts, is it not?" With her intentions laid bare, the old woman's facade crumbled, her eyes flickering as she struggled to articulate a response. "If it is not a genuine apology, then please take your leave. Our family does not welcome you." Upon finishing her words, Yi Wanqing turned to walk away. Incensed that her motives had been uncovered, Shi lashed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Wanqing. "You little wretch. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You merely wish to monopolize this fish stall's business, don't you? Let me tell you, that will never happen." The old woman's caustic tirade reverberated through the courtyard, akin to the incessant buzzing of flies on a summer afternoon, evoking a sense of annoyance. Yi Wanqing was no weakling to be trifled with. Her gaze turned icy as she retreated to the kitchen. "Chinger, do not stoop to her level. This old woman is nothing but a scoundrel." Gu Zhengshi anxiously grasped Yi Wanqing's arm, fearing she might act impulsively. "Mother, I understand," Yi Wanqing replied, clutching Gu Zhengshi's hand firmly, her resolve unwavering. "However, we cannot allow her to bully us. If we do not show her some resistance today, she will only grow bolder in the future." With that, Yi Wanqing seized the gleaming kitchen knife from the countertop and strode out without a backward glance. "Qingya, Vite!" Gu Zhengshi gasped, startled by her boldness, wishing to stop her. But it was already too late. Xiao Cheng, equally alarmed, clutched Gu Zhengshi's sleeve tightly, her face pale as she watched the unfolding scene outside. There stood Yi Wanqing, knife in hand, advancing step by step towards the still chattering old woman Shi, her expression cold and fearless. The sudden action of the old matron startled Shi Leopozi. Her scolding abruptly ceased as she beheld the glimmering kitchen knife in Yi Wanqing's hand. Instinctively, she retreated a few steps, her voice trembling. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, taking a life comes with a price." Yi Wanqing let out a cold, mocking laugh, her tone as frigid as ice. "I do not intend to do anything, merely wish to convey that we are not to be trifled with. Should you dare to create a scene again, this knife is blind to reason." With that, she deliberately swung the knife a few times, the glint flashing before Shi Leopozi's eyes, rendering her pale and weak-kneed, causing her to collapse onto the ground. "You don't act recklessly." Shi Leopozi was thoroughly frightened, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate Yi Wanqing could be so terrifying when provoked. At that moment, Gu Yunting rushed over, lifting Shi Posey from the ground and unceremoniously kicking her away. Ouch! Shi Posey cried out in distress, falling clumsily to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble in my home again, I will break your legs. Gu Yunting's eyes blazed with fury, his voice chilling, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, leaving Shi Posey trembling in fear as she crawled away in a panic. As she watched Shi Posey flee in disgrace, Yi Wangqing finally put away the knife and turned back to the courtyard. Gu Zhengshi and Xiaoqin hurried to her side, worry etched on their faces. "Qing'e, are you all right?" "I'm fine, truly." Yi Wangqing gently shook her head, a relaxed smile gracing her features. The troublesome woman had finally been driven away. Watching the retreating figure of Shi Posey, Yi Wangqing's gaze deepened. The unscrupulous bully was most cowardly against the strong. Had she shown even a hint of weakness today, Shi Posey would undoubtedly return with even greater audacity. "Qing'e, are you all right?" Gu Jingshi's concerned voice pulled her from her thoughts. "I'm fine, mother." "See, I am perfectly well," Yi Wangqing replied, turning to wear a reassuring smile, as if the fierce woman wielding the knife had merely been a figment of illusion. Gu Xiaoqin approached, grasping her hand with a look of trepidation. "Sister-in-law, you were incredibly brave just now. That knife looked so sharp, it frightened me." Yi Wangqing chuckled softly, patting her hand in comfort. "Do not fear. I merely intended to intimidate her. I would not truly harm her." Yet before Gu Xiaoqin could voice her thoughts, Gu Zhengshi interjected, "All right, Xiaoqin. Qing'e knows what she is doing." With a tender gaze, Gu Zhengshi looked at Yi Wangqing and spoke gently. "Qing'e, you did well. We must not allow ourselves to be bullied. However, this world..." Gu Zhengshi hesitated, but Yi Wangqing understood her concerns. Their family was currently under scrutiny and constrained in every aspect. Should a conflict arise with the local populace, it would ultimately be they who suffered. "Mother, rest assured, I am aware of my limits." Yi Wangqing grasped Gu Zhengshi's hand firmly, her tone resolute. "I shall not allow our family to be unjustly oppressed. Yet I will not act recklessly." After reassuring Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqin, Yi Wangqing returned to the kitchen, her mind pondering how best to protect her family. In this era, power eclipses all. Merely possessing fervor and brute strength is woefully inadequate. It appears I must devise a means to befriend some local officials. Yi Wangqing muttered to herself. She recalled having heard about the Chun family next door having some connections with Zhao Dezhong for the county office, and perhaps she could approach the Chun family for assistance. Resolute in her decision, Yi Wangqing resolved to experiment with a newly researched dish, glutinous rice sausages. This dish is quite popular in modern times and is a local culinary specialty. She believed it could find its market even in this era. More importantly, it would serve as a means for her to draw closer to the Chun family. Chapter 23. Delectable Delights the following morning. Yi Wangqing rose early and placed the glutinous rice sausages she had prepared the previous day into a steamer. The enticing aroma wafted through the morning breeze, piquing the curiosity of her neighbors. As she retrieved the last steaming batch of glutinous rice sausages from pot, the translucent rice encased the fragrant sausage casing, making it a sight to behold and a temptation to the palate. Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing were drawn by the delightful scent. Their eyes filled with surprise as they beheld the neatly arranged glutinous rice sausages on the table. "Qing'e, is this the new dish you mentioned? It smells divine," Gu Zhengshi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Indeed, sister-in-law, these glutinous rice sausages look even more appetizing than buns." Gu Xiaoqing chimed in eagerly, unable to wait to sample the dish. With a smile, Yi Wangqing served each of them a piece, asking them to taste and share their thoughts. Both Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing took a bite, and their faces lit up with delight. Delicious. The glutinous rice is soft and sweet, while the fatty sausage is rich yet not overwhelming. Together, they create a heavenly flavor. Gu Zhengshi praised generously. Gu Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, it's exquisite. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are improving remarkably." As she listened to the heartfelt compliments from her family, warmth surged within Yi Wangqing. At that moment, Li Shi approached with her son, holding two new jackets. "Guiger, Ping Jier, come and try on your new clothes." Chinshi called out with a smile. Li Yiya. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble, Gu Zhengshi said, rising to accept the garments with gratitude. We're neighbors. There's no need for such formalities, Li Shi replied, waving her hand dismissively. Her gaze fell upon the glutinous rice sausages on the table. Oh, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. This is the glutinous rice sausages that Qing'er made. Would you like to try some, Li Jie? Gu Zhengshi warmly invited, offering her a pair of chopsticks. Li Shi accepted without hesitation, taking a piece and savoring it thoughtfully. Delicious, rich yet not greasy, fragrant and delightful. Ying'an, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Li Shi praised, devouring several pieces. Liani, if you like it, please eat more, Yi Wanqing said with a smile. By the way, Ying'an, I heard you were looking into Zhao Kongmu's matters? Li Shi inquired, lowering her voice as she set her chopsticks down. Yi Wanqing's heart stirred, and she inquired nonchalantly, Is that so? What about it? Do you know something, Lianti? Li Shi glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Before leaning closer to Yi Wanqing and whispering, I heard that Zhao Kongmu has quite the appetite, especially for trying new foods. Your glutinous rice sausages are so delectable. If you were to taste them, who knows what might happen? Liani, are you suggesting? Ye vanmink probit koshisi. Li Shi nodded with a smile. My husband works at the docks, you see. I was contemplating inviting Zhao Kongmu to my home for a humble meal one day. Perhaps you could showcase your culinary skills, and who knows, it might lead to a connection with Zhao Kongmu. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing was elated, recognizing it as a splendid idea. She promptly expressed her gratitude to Chun. Aunt Li, I truly appreciate your suggestion. There's no need for thanks. We are neighbors, and it is only natural to assist one another. Li waved her hand dismissively, though she continued with a hint of concern. However, this matter requires careful planning. Zhao Kongmu holds a distinguished position, and it is not so simple to invite him for dinner. Yi Wanqing understood Chun's apprehensions and nodded, assuring her, Aunt Li, rest assured, I comprehend your concerns. I will prepare diligently for this occasion, ensuring that neither you nor Brother Li will face any difficulties. Seeing Yi Wanqing's thoughtful demeanor eased Li's worries significantly. She had faith in Yi Wanqing's intelligence and believed she would manage the situation adeptly. A few nights later, the Li household was brightly lit. Li Qingji returned early from the dock, donning a fresh outfit, pacing back and forth in the main room, appearing somewhat anxious. What troubles you, head of the household? You seem as restless as an ant on a hot stove, Li remarked, entering with a plate of peanuts, a smile gracing her face. It's merely the matter of inviting Zhao Kongmu for dinner tonight, Li Qingji replied, taking the peanuts but lacking the appetite to indulge. Do you think Zhao Kongmu will appreciate the dishes prepared by Yi? Li shot him a knowing glance. Is that even a question? You have tasted Ye's cooking before. It's simply exquisite. I am confident that once Zhao Kongmu experiences her culinary delights, he will regard her with newfound respect. Li Qingji pondered this, acknowledging that Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess was indeed commendable, even eliciting praise from him, a notoriously picky eater. Let's hope for the best, he sighed, still feeling a twinge of apprehension. Before long, Zhao Kongmu arrived with Mr. Chun at the Li residence. When Li returned to the main room after attending to her tasks, Zhao Fanghai was introducing Mr. Chun to Li Qingji, explaining the purpose of their visit. Zhao Kongmu, the reason for your invitation today is twofold. I wish for you to savor Ye's culinary artistry. This young lady possesses remarkable skills in the kitchen, creating dishes that are visually appealing, aromatic, and delectable, Li Qingji stated, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Fanghai. Zhao Fanghai understood Li's insinuation. In these times, one cannot expect favors without the indulgence of fine food and drink. He responded with a smile. Oh, then I must relish every bite, for I am notoriously fond of good food, especially exquisite delicacies. Indeed, Li Qingji rejoiced upon sensing Zhao Fanghai's enthusiasm, turning to his wife with instructions, my dear. Please check on the dishes. We cannot afford to neglect Zhao Kongmu and Mr. Chun. Li nodded in understanding, responding with a smile, Do not worry, my husband. Everything is prepared perfectly. I shall serve the dishes right away. Shortly thereafter, Li brought forth a series of meticulously arranged dishes to the table. Glistening sweet and sour ribs, aromatic braised pork, and refreshing lotus root salad, each plate artfully presented, tantalizing the appetite of those present. Finally, Madame Li presented a jar of wine and placed it beside Zhao Fanghai, personally pouring him a full cup with a radiant smile. Zhao Kongmu, Lord Chun, this is a treasured Huadiao wine that has been in my family for many years. Today, I have specially brought it out to treat you, and I sincerely hope you will indulge in its exquisite flavor. After Li Qingji, Lord Chun, and Zhao Fanghai took their seats, Madame Li skillfully filled their cups to the brim. Zhao Fanghai's gaze lingered on the array of dishes on the table, ultimately resting on a bowl of golden broth. Succulent white fish, complemented by fragrant red chili segments and chopped green onions. The enticing aroma of spicy and savory flavors intermingled, awakening his appetite. The sour fish soup was indeed a feast for the senses. Unable to resist, Zhao Fanghai exclaimed in admiration and eagerly picked up a piece of fish to savor. The tender fish meat, paired with the aromatic chili, created a delightful harmony, further enhanced by an array of spices, a true culinary masterpiece. As he relished each bite, a look of enjoyment spread across his face, prompting him to exclaim, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous!" The combination is exquisite, tangy, and spicy, leaving one with an insatiable craving. Noticing Zhao Fanghai's enthusiastic praise for the dish, Lord Chun was equally intrigued. He too took a piece of fish to taste, nodding in approval. Indeed, it is quite impressive. This Madame Yi possesses remarkable culinary skills. My dear brother, Madame Yi is truly gifted. Her culinary artistry is unmatched in all of Qingshi town, Zhao Fanghai remarked, setting down his chopsticks, still longing for more. You are absolutely right. Madame Yi has a penchant for experimenting with food, and her creations are indeed delectable, Li Qingji said, a proud smile illuminating his face. Then I must meet this culinary virtuoso, Madame Yi, Li Qingji replied with a grin, calling towards the kitchen, Madame Yi, come and meet Zhao Kongmu. Upon hearing her name, Yi Wanqing emerged from the kitchen, greeting Zhao Fanghai with a graceful bow. I am Yi Wanqing, a humble woman, and it is an honor to meet Zhao Kongmu. Zhao Fanghai observed Yi Wanqing closely. Her features were enchanting, her skin as smooth as cream, though clad in plain linen. Her ethereal grace was undeniable, and he silently marveled at her beauty. Madame Yi, no need for such formality, Zhao Fanghai replied with a smile. Upon meeting you today, I can see why the praises are well-deserved. Your culinary skills could easily rival those of the imperial chefs. Yi Wanqing smiled modestly, responding, You flatter me, Zhao Kongmu. I merely possess a slight understanding of cooking, not worthy of such commendation. Ha ha ha, a slight understanding indeed. Zhao Fanghai chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the array of dishes. This braised pork is perfectly crispy and tender, rich yet not greasy. The cold lotus root slices are visually appealing and refreshingly light, and this sour fish soup, with its exquisite meat and aromatic broth, every dish is a masterpiece, far beyond what mere culinary understanding can produce. Should Zhao Kongmu desire to explore more unique dishes in the future, you're most welcome to visit the Gu family. I have many more recipes yet to showcase. After several exchanges of praise, Zhao Fanghai and Lord Chun felt sufficiently satiated and set down their chopsticks, transitioning to more serious matters. Lord Chun, do you have any leads regarding the recent theft at Liuguang Pavilion? Zhao Kongmu, to be candid with you, I happened to pass by the Liuguang Pavilion that day and witnessed Lord Chun lowering his voice to recount in detail to Zhao Fanghai what he had observed. As Zhao Fanghai listened, his brow furrowed, occasionally nodding or falling into contemplation, as if he were analyzing something profound. Ah, I see, Zhao Fanghai remarked after reflecting on Lord Chen's description. This case is indeed far from simple. Lord Chun nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that thief displayed remarkable skill. Unmistakably not an ordinary pickpocket. This matter is of great significance. I shall thoroughly investigate it to provide the citizens of Qingshi town with a satisfactory resolution. Zhao Fanghai's tone was resolute, his gaze piercing. Today's events owe much to Lord Chun for his valuable insights. and I am grateful to Brother Li for the warm hospitality. It seems that my acquaintance with Lord Chun has blossomed from a chance encounter. I hope for your continued guidance in the future." Lord Chun discerned the underlying meaning in Zhao Fanghai's words and felt a surge of joy within. He promptly rose, raising his cup. "Your words are too kind, Zhao Komu. It is my honor to lend a modest hand to the authorities today. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall exert myself to the utmost." The three exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups in unison, an unspoken camaraderie enveloping them. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Fanghai and Lord Chun stood to take their leave, with Li Qingji personally escorting them to the door. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he watched as they departed. Chapter 24. Welcoming the new year on the following morning, Yi Wanqing, inspired by modern methods, prepared fish balls by finely chopping fresh fish into a paste, adding egg whites, starch, and various seasonings. After mixing them thoroughly, she shaped the mixture into round balls and boiled them in a rich fish broth she had previously prepared. In addition to the fish balls, she also set out to make a dish of fish head stewed with tofu. This recipe was quite simple. After cleaning the fish head, she seared it in a pot until golden brown on both sides, then added tofu, scallions, ginger, and garlic, simmering until the tofu was tender. Both dishes were homely fare. Yet due to Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess, they were exceptionally delectable and thus greatly appreciated by the neighbors. As soon as she completed the fish balls and fish head stew, the residents of Baiwa Lane and Xiaoxi Lane were drawn by the enticing aromas. "Madam Yi, what delightful dishes are being prepared today. It smells divine." "Indeed, Madam Yi, your culinary skills are unparalleled. Ever since my husband tasted your cooking, he can hardly enjoy anyone else's meals." "Madam Yi, what is this new dish? It looks absolutely scrumptious." The neighbors chimed in, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With a smile, Yi Wanqing invited everyone to line up, saying, "Today, I have prepared fish balls and fish head stew with tofu. Please choose what you would like to enjoy." "I want fish balls. I want fish balls. I want fish head stew with tofu. I want fish head stew with tofu." The neighbors eagerly declared their preferences, each brimming with excitement. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Wanqing smiled and said, "Everyone, please do not rush. There is plenty for all. Let's take our time." She paused, casting her gaze over the crowd before continuing. "However, today's fish balls and fish head stewed with tofu are new dishes, crafted with exquisite ingredients." She deliberately elongated her words, keenly observing the reactions of those gathered. Upon hearing this, the neighbors exchanged glances, well aware of Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess, which often commanded a slightly higher price than others. Yet, due to the undeniable quality of her creations, they were always willing to indulge. Now they wondered just how much more these new dishes would cost. Ye Vanming, noticing the anxious expressions on their faces, smiled gently and announced, "The fish balls are 3 for 10 coins, and a bowl of fish head stew with tofu is priced at 20 coins. What do you all think?" A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Although the prices were somewhat higher than usual, they remained within an acceptable range. "Madam Yi, your prices are fair. I shall be the first to buy," exclaimed Granny Wong from Baiwa Alley, pulling a few copper coins from her pocket to hand to Yi Wanqing. "I want some too. 2 bowls of fish head stew with tofu for me," cried another neighbor. "I'll take 10 fish balls for my little one to try," shouted yet another. One by one, the neighbors eagerly reached for their coins, and soon a long queue formed before Yi Wanqing. Haidu, excited by the throngs of people, darted through the crowd, playfully nudging the patrons, eliciting peals of laughter. Meanwhile, the little green snake peeked out from the kitchen, curiously surveying the lively scene. Gu Xiaocheng assisted Yi Wanqing by ladling the freshly prepared fish balls and fish head stew into bowls, handing them to the neighbors in line. Gu Yunting stood quietly to the side, watching the bustling Yi Wanqing with a tender smile playing upon his lips. "Delicious, absolutely delightful," exclaimed one neighbor after taking a bite of the fish ball, unable to contain their enthusiasm. "Madam Yi, these fish balls are exquisite, so fresh and springy. They truly are a culinary delight. This fish head stew with tofu is equally marvelous. The broth is rich and the tofu is tender. It's so good I could swallow my tongue." Another neighbor chimed in, showering praises. "Madam Yi, please give me 10 more fish balls," said a neighbor who had previously purchased some, eager for more. "I want some too. Another bowl of fish head stew with tofu for me." As Yuan Xing prepared to respond to the fervent crowd, a stout woman at the front, holding an empty bowl, squeezed her way forward and declared, "I want 20 fish balls." "Dear madam, I'm afraid that is not possible," Yuan Xing said with a smile, gently blocking the woman. "In order to allow more people to savor the fish balls, each person may purchase a maximum of 10 today." The woman's expression soured upon hearing this. "How can you conduct business like this? I'm offering to pay." "Please do not be upset," Gu Xiaoqing interjected quickly, stepping forward to explain. "Our fish balls are made fresh daily, and we have a limited supply today. If you take 20, others will miss out." Indeed, chimed in the neighbors behind her, urging, "Please buy a little less so that we too might enjoy." As the woman faced the collective reproach of the crowd, she reluctantly fell silent. "Then I shall have 10, she declared. Yuan Xing ladled 10 fish balls into a bowl and handed it to the woman. Turning to the neighbors behind her, she assured them, "Rest assured, tomorrow we shall continue selling fish balls and fish head stew with tofu, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to purchase." Satisfied, the neighbors dispersed, leaving the small courtyard of the Gu family to succumb to the twilight. Under the dim candlelight, Gu Xiaoqing's fair face glowed with excitement as she counted the copper coins, their crisp clinking resonating like celestial music. 821. "Sister-in-law, we earned a great deal today." Yuan Xing, observing the pile of coins on the table, could not help but smile. This was no trifling sum. After all, their journey of exile had necessitated meticulous budgeting, and 820 when nearly equaled their expenditures of the past 2 or 3 days. "Tomorrow we shall rise a bit earlier and prepare more fish balls and fish head tofu, aiming to earn even more." Gu Xiaoqing was fully immersed in the joy of self-sufficiency, completely oblivious to the discouragement and unease she had felt upon arriving in this place. "Understood, my dear sister-in-law." Yuan Xing meticulously counted the coins, organizing them with care. After deducting the cost of today's ingredients, they had netted nearly 500 won. "So much!" Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed. Her gaze toward Yuan Xing filled with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable." Watching this scene, Gu Yunting's previously tense expression softened slightly. Though life was arduous, he had not anticipated that Yuan Xing would not only withstand the challenges, but also carve a new path for them through her culinary prowess. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the market to see if I can find a suitable shop," Yuan Xing mused, her fingers gently tapping the table, already contemplating that after the new year, when the weather warmed, they would open a restaurant. Open a restaurant? Gu Xiaoqing's eyes brightened, as if she could already envision the bustling scene of their establishment filled with patrons. "Then we would be able to savor your delicious dishes every day." Yuan Xing playfully tapped Gu Xiaoqing's nose. "You little glutton, all you think about is food." "Food is of utmost importance to the people," Gu Xiaoqing replied, sticking out her tongue. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "Sister-in-law, will you take on apprentices? I could help you." Seeing the eager glint in Gu Xiaoqing's eyes, Yuan Xing chuckled and shook her head. "You, my dear girl, are too pampered. You are not suited for a cook's life." Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their conversation. So late at night, who could it be? Gu Xiaoqing wondered as she stood and approached the door. Upon opening it, she found a middle-aged man in a blue long robe standing outside. The very same Zhao Komu who had praised Yuan Xing's culinary skills during his visit to Li Qingji's home. "Zhao Komu?" Yuan Xing was taken aback. "How did Zhao Fenghai find us here?" "Madam Yi, I apologize for the intrusion." Zhao Komu slightly inclined his body, a hint of apology gracing his features. "I must express my gratitude to Madam Yi for her fish balls, which have alleviated my wife's cravings during her pregnancy." As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal his wife and daughter following closely behind. "Madam Yi, I am truly indebted to you." Zhao Komu's wife, Mrs. Sun, with her round belly, exclaimed gratefully to Yuan Xing, "Without your fish balls, I fear I would have suffered greatly today." The Zhao family entered the room with Mrs. Sun eagerly holding Yuan Xing's hand, engaging in warm conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Komu's gaze fell upon the pile of copper coins on the table. "These fish balls have such remarkable effects?" inquired Gu Zhengshi, who had arrived at the sound of their conversation, her surprise evident. Mrs. Sun nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Indeed, this pregnancy has left me with a notoriously discerning appetite, and I could hardly eat anything. However, upon catching the scent today, I found myself unable to resist. Thanks to Madame Ye's fish balls, my cravings have been satisfied, and my unborn child has settled considerably." Zhao Kongmu smiled in agreement, adding, "Yes, my wife enjoyed Madame Ye's fish balls immensely, and her appetite for dinner today exceeded that of her usual portions. I must admit, I came with a request." He turned to Yi Wangqing, his tone earnest. "In a few days, I am to host a banquet for my superior, and I wish to invite you to oversee the culinary preparations. Would you be so kind?" Yi Wangqing's expression faltered, fully aware of the sensitivity of their current circumstances, and she was reluctant to cause any undue trouble for Zhao Fenghai. Noticing her hesitation, Zhao Kongmu reassured her, "There is no need for concern, Madame Yi. My superior is not a rigid individual and possesses a profound appreciation for fine cuisine. Should he have the pleasure of tasting your culinary expertise, he would undoubtedly be most impressed." Mrs. Sun chimed in, urging, "Yes, Madame Yi, please lend us your assistance. Your dishes are so delightful. It would be a pity for them to languish in this rural setting." Zhao Shushua also tugged at Yi Wangqing's sleeve, playfully adding, "Sister, your fish balls are so delicious. I yearn to taste more of your dishes." Unable to resist their fervent pleas, Yi Wangqing ultimately acquiesced to their request. After bidding farewell to the Zhao family, Gu Xiaoqing excitedly clung to Yi Wangqing's arm, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you are simply marvelous. Your reputation is soon to spread to the county." Yi Wangqing chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. "All right, it is getting late. You should rest now." Once she had gathered the copper coins earned that day, she resolved to refrain from setting up her stall from the 28th day of the 12th lunar month onward, intending to enjoy the new year and prepare for the establishment of her eatery in the coming year. Yi Wangqing shared her plans with her family. Naturally, Gu Zhangshi had no objections, and Gu Xiaoqing was so elated that she jumped up, eager to rush out to purchase New Year goods immediately. "Husband, tomorrow Xiaoqing and I will visit Lida City," Yi Wangqing said, looking at Gu Yunting. "I wish to browse for fabrics and cotton to procure new clothes for the children and to gather supplies for the New Year festivities." Gu Yunting nodded, his gaze softening as it rested upon Yi Wangqing, his heart swelling with appreciation and pride. "Hui Gu Ping Jie, would you like to accompany me to Lida City tomorrow? If there is anything novel you wish to purchase, do not hesitate to tell me," Yi Wangqing said, her face beaming as she spoke to the two children with affectionate indulgence. "Hooray, I am off to the county." Hui Gu clapped his small hands in excitement, while Ping Jie joyfully nodded along, her bright, black eyes twinkling with anticipation for their upcoming journey. On the following morning, as dawn broke gently, Yi Wangqing rose early to prepare the children. Hui Gu donned a deep indigo cotton jacket, while Ping Jie looked charming in her rosy attire, her hair styled into two adorable horn braids, exuding a delightful cheerfulness. Gu Zhangshi, too, had chosen a stone blue cloak for the day, looking considerably more spirited. Observing the lively children, her face radiated maternal affection. "Be cautious on the road, and do not tire the little ones." Yi Wangqing, accompanied by Gu Xiaoqing and the two children, made their way to the county town in a swaying donkey cart. The streets were sparsely populated during the winter, yet the shops on either side had already opened their doors, with vibrant red lanterns and multicolored awnings adding a splash of festivity to the chilly season. "Sister-in-law, let us visit the Chun family fabric store. I heard from Aunt Chun that they have received many beautiful fabrics," Gu Xiaoqing suggested enthusiastically. Yi Wangqing readily agreed, and they proceeded directly to the Chun family fabric store located at the street corner. "Ah, is that not Madame Yi? Please come in, come in." The shopkeeper, Mrs. Chun, recognized them immediately and greeted them warmly. Yi Wangqing exchanged pleasantries and then led Gu Xiaoqing and the children to select fabrics within the store. "Aunt Chun, how much for this pomegranate red brocade?" Yi Wangqing inquired, picking up a vividly colored fabric and examining it closely. "Madam, Yi has a discerning eye. This is the new shoe brocade that just arrived this year. Its colors are bright and the patterns exquisite, making it perfect for new garments." Mrs. Chen replied with a beaming smile. Yi Wanqing nodded, selecting additional cotton fabrics suitable for the children as clothing. Eventually, her gaze fell upon a pile of scraps in the corner. Aunt Chen, how much for these remnants? She asked, pointing to the assorted pieces of fabric. Mrs. Chen followed her gaze, looking puzzled. Madam Yi, what do you intend to do with these scraps? They are merely remnants and not particularly useful. I have my own purposes. Yi Wanqing replied with a mysterious smile, providing no further explanation. Mrs. Chen, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, assumed she intended to craft small items for the children and gladly included the scraps in her purchase. Sister-in-law, what do you plan to do with those remnants? What will be made from such scraps? Gu Xiaoqing asked curiously, her round apricot eyes blinking in anticipation of Yi Wanqing's response. Feigning mystery, Yi Wanqing smiled and lowered her voice. Naturally, I shall create some novel items, and you shall see in due time. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she envisioned the myriad possibilities. Those colorful remnants would transform under her skilled hands into exquisite and practical household goods, perhaps even evolving into a unique business venture. After departing from the Chun family fabric store, Gu Xiaoqing eagerly grasped Yi Wanqing's hand and proposed, Sister-in-law, let's visit Lu Guang Pavilion. I have heard they have recently acquired many wonderful new items. Yi Wanqing naturally would not dampen her spirits, and the group proceeded to the renowned Liuguang Pavilion in the county town. The interior sparkled with an array of dazzling jewelry that left one in awe. Gu Xiaoqing had her eyes set on a pair of rose gold earrings adorned with rubies, unable to part with them. However, Yi Wanqing gently discouraged her, citing their ostentatiousness. Although Yi Wanqing, too, was enamored by the exquisite adornments, she suppressed her desire to purchase, fully aware of the substantial expenses associated with opening a restaurant. She understood that the paramount task at hand was to economize and accumulate funds to realize her dream of establishing a shop. Come, Xiaoqing, we should return, Yi Wanqing said softly, giving Gu Xiaoqing's hand a gentle pat. Though Gu Xiaoqing felt a tinge of reluctance, she understood Yi Wanqing's heartfelt intentions and nodded obediently. Just as they were about to leave the Liuguang Pavilion, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Cousin, what are you doing here? A bright voice rang out, laced with surprise and delight. Yi Wanqing turned towards the sound and saw a young woman dressed in a green-blue jacket and skirt standing at the door, her features bearing a resemblance to Gu Zhengshi. It was Zheng Jiai, the niece of Gu Zhengshi from her maternal family. Zheng Jiai's gaze swept over Yi Wanqing and Gu Xiaoqing, a subtle appraisal flickering in her eyes, before she swiftly approached Gu Xiaoqing, affectionately linking her arm. Cousin, why didn't you let me know you were coming to the county town? I would have come to greet you. Yi Wanqing felt a slight stir in her heart. Zheng Jiai's appearance seemed far from coincidental. She scrutinized the Zheng family girl before her, recalling how Gu Zhengshi's family had harbored resentment towards them, offering little kindness. They had not seen each other since their separation upon entering Lidu City. So why this sudden intimacy? Zheng Jiai, donned in a green-blue jacket with a silver marten fur vest, her hair styled in the fashionable flying fairy bun adorned with golden hairpins, appeared charming. Yet, the glimmer of shrewdness in her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of Gu Zhengshi, belied her seemingly innocent demeanor. Seeing her cousin, Gu Xiaoqing grasped her hand. Cousin, it's been a while. Is there something you need? Nothing much, just missed Annie and thought I'd take a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you, Zheng Jiai replied, her gaze intentionally drifting over Yi Wanqing and Gu Xiaoqing, a mysterious smile curving her lips. And who is this? This is your sister-in-law. Gu Xiaoqing introduced briefly, urging, it's getting late, we should be heading back. Yi Wanqing understood immediately. Gu Xiaoqing was intentionally avoiding Zheng Jiai, reluctant to engage further. She herself had no interest in the affairs of the Zheng family and was content to go along with it. So she took Gu Xiaoqing's arm and bid farewell to Gu Zhengshi's family. Indeed, Xiaoqing, we should be on our way. Wait, sister-in-law. Zheng Jiai suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path, her face adorned with a saccharine smile. Where are you going? Allow me to escort you. It's been ages since I've been out. Yi Wanqing inwardly scoffed. Zheng Jiai's intentions were clearly ulterior. She calmly evaded Zheng Jiai's outstretched hand and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Zheng. We must hurry back, so we won't trouble you." Zheng Jiai, momentarily taken aback by Yi Wanqing's rejection, displayed a fleeting look of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Cousin, you speak as if we are strangers. We are family. There is no trouble at all. Besides, I feel an instant rapport with you and wish to grow closer." She recalled the intel she had gathered. Although Yuanbao town was remote, it attracted many merchants. If she could establish an eatery there, it would undoubtedly thrive. Yet, at present, she was devoid of funds, with all her money held by her grandfather, rendering her dreams unachievable. As she spoke, she took Yi Wanqing's hand without invitation, intimately linking her arm as if they were long-lost sisters. Yi Wanqing felt a surge of disdain within, but maintained a composed exterior, allowing Zheng Jiai to lead her outside. "Cousin, I heard you've settled in Qingshi town and have ventured into food business. It seems to be going well," Zheng Jiai inquired casually as they walked. Yi Wanqing understood her true intentions and coldly scoffed internally. Despite having resided in the northern region for quite some time without any contact, Zheng Jiai's sudden overtures were merely a ploy to capitalize on her culinary skills. "Ms. Zheng, you yist. It's merely cooking for the neighbors, hardly a business." Yi Wanqing replied with a faint smile, her tone distant. Zheng Jiai's expression faltered slightly, but quickly returned to a smile as she stepped closer, grasping Yi Wanqing's hand affectionately. "Cousin, we are family. There's no need for such distance. I know you must feel resentment for not being taken care of during our exile, but let bygones be bygones. Now that we are in this city together, we should support one another." Yi Wanqing calmly withdrew her hand and replied coolly, "You exaggerate. I harbor no resentment. I'm simply straightforward and prefer honesty. If you have something to propose, feel free to speak openly." Seeing Yi Wanqing's resolute demeanor, Zheng Jiai dropped her pretense, lowering her voice as she said, "Cousin, I wish to partner with you in opening a tavern." Before she could finish her thought, Yi Wanqing coldly interrupted, "Miss Zheng, are you jesting?" Zheng Jiai's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger crossing her features, but she quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile. "Sister-in-law, you must not take it lightly. We are relatives after all, and it is only natural to support one another." "Relatives?" Yi Wanqing sneered, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Miss Zheng seems to have forgotten who cast stones when the Gu family was exiled. Now that you see I have some value, you wish to draw me in. Your calculations are rather transparent." Zheng Jiai's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, taken aback by Yi Wanqing's mercilessness. Anger surged within her, but she stifled it for the sake of propriety. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a hushed tone, "Yi Wanqing, do not be ungrateful. I'm offering you an opportunity. Do not think that your looks or culinary skills make you exceptional. As long as you are in Lidu City, I have many ways to deal with you." Yi Wanqing met her gaze fearlessly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Then I shall indeed be waiting to see what you can do." After speaking, she disregarded Zheng Jiai and turned to leave. Gu Xiaoqing and the children promptly followed suit. Watching Yi Wanqing's retreating figure, Zheng Jiai trembled with rage, her eyes filled with malice. She stamped her foot vehemently, vowing silently that she would never let Yi Wanqing off the hook. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed two familiar figures not far away, Zheng Yanlin and Zheng Yantao, the illegitimate sons of the third branch. "You two, come here," Zheng Jiai beckoned, signaling for them to approach. Zheng Yanlin and Zheng Yantao exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes, yet they obediently walked over. "Elder sister," the two called out softly, "did you see that wretched woman just now?" Zheng Jiai pointed in the direction Yi Wanqing had departed, a flicker of cruelty passing through her gaze. "Go stop her." Zheng Yanlin and Zheng Yantao exchanged looks of despair. They had never held a favorable opinion of the main branch, and given the family's current decline, they were reluctant to engage in such a contentious task. Zheng Yanlin, quick-witted, forced a smile and said, "Elder sister, our sister-in-law is not to be trifled with. We are no match for her. Do not put us in a difficult position." Zheng Jiai's brows furrowed in anger as she rebuked, "Nonsense. I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Zheng family, and you are my cousins. If I command you to go, you shall go. Do not speak so much. Zheng Yantao, typically the timid one, quivered at Zheng Jiai's fury, stammering elder sister. We will go right away. However, Zheng Yanlin, more cunning, sensed that Zheng Jiai's anger was on the verge of eruption and quickly pulled Zheng Yantao along, smiling apologetically. Sister, do not be angry. We shall go at once. With that, he dragged Zheng Yantao away, disappearing in a flash. Those useless fools. Zheng Jiai stamped her foot in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Chapter 26. Grandmother's illness. Upon returning home, Yi Wanqing began preparing new delicacies. She first washed and dried the purchased peanuts, placing them in a pot with water, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and segments of chili to soak. Once soaked, she drained them and finally roasted them in clean sand. As the temperature in the pot rose, a rich aroma gradually filled the air, capturing the attention of passers-by. Sister-in-law, what delicious food is that? It smells wonderful. Huaij and Pingjia rushed over as soon as they saw Yi Wanqing emerge from the kitchen. It's 5-spice peanuts, be careful. They are hot, Yi Wanqing said, portioning the warm peanuts into 2 small dishes and handing them to the children. Eat slowly, don't choke. Huaij and Pingjia happily indulged, even remembering to offer a few to Gu Yunting. Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng also emerged, drawn by the enticing scent. What is that? It smells divine. It's 5-spice peanuts. Mother, do try some. Yi Wanqing smiled, offering a dish to Gu Zhengshi. Gu Zhengshi tasted one and exclaimed, crispy and savory. Qing'er's culinary skills are truly improving. Gu Xiaocheng nodded vigorously. Delicious, far better than what South sold on the street. Even the usually taciturn Gu Yunting remarked, indeed. Quite good. Seeing everyone enjoying the treat filled Yi Wanqing with joy. I made plenty. I will send some to old Master Chun and Aunt Li later. Just as Gu Zheng was about to speak, she suddenly paused, casting a complex glance at Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing felt a stir in her heart. Mother, what is the matter? Gu Zheng sighed. Qing'er, you are unaware that your great-aunt. She hesitated, ultimately lowering her voice. Your great-aunt has fallen gravely ill at the Zheng residence. What? Yi Wanqing exclaimed. Great-aunt is severely ill at the Zheng family? This cannot be tolerated. Gu Zheng smiled bitterly. How can we intervene? We are now the family of a condemned criminal, struggling to protect ourselves, let alone assist others. Yet, before Yi Wanqing could voice her thoughts, Gu Zheng interrupted. Qing, I know your heart is kind, but we must act within our limits. We shall discuss your great-aunt situation at a later time, shall we? Gu Zheng patted her hand. Her eyes filled with helplessness. Yi Wanqing fell silent, comprehending Gu Zheng's intentions and their current predicament. However, the thought of her great-aunt suffering at such an age filled her with distress. Mother, I have an idea, Yi Wanqing suddenly exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she turned to Gu Yunting, seemingly seeking his support. Feeling Yi Wanqing's gaze upon him, Gu Yunting nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. The others in the room looked on with curiosity, eager to hear her plan to rescue her great-aunt. My idea is... Yi Wanqing leaned in closer to Gu Yunting, lowering her voice as she elaborated on the scheme she had been contemplating. Your plan is indeed audacious, yet not unfeasible, Gu Yunting remarked after listening, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his deep-set eyes. However, we must deliberate thoroughly to ensure every detail is flawless. Yes, you are correct. Yi Wanqing agreed with a nod, acknowledging the need for careful consideration. Elder brother, sister-in-law, what are you whispering about? Gu Xiaocheng inquired curiously, blinking her large eyes. We are discussing how to rescue our great-aunt, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, gently ruffling Gu Xiaocheng's hair. But this matter must remain confidential. You must not tell anyone. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I am the most discreet. Gu Xiaocheng vowed, thumping her chest. I, too, wish to see our great-aunt soon, so our family can reunite. Subsequently, Yi Wanqing detailed the intricacies of the plan to Gu Zheng. Upon hearing it, Gu Zheng's expression turned anxious. Qing'er, your plan is indeed meticulous. But what if the Zheng family grows suspicious? What then? Your great-aunt. Mother, I understand your concerns. Yi Wanqing interlaced her fingers with Gu Zheng's, her gaze unwavering. I have contemplated all possible scenarios. Zheng Jiayi is determined to leave the Zheng family. Once we cast the bait, she will surely take the hook. As for the others in the Zheng family, I will devise a means to keep them occupied, ensuring they remain oblivious to our scheme. After a brief pause, her voice exuding undeniable confidence, she continued, Mother, we can no longer remain passive. Each day our great-aunt is trapped in the Zheng residence. She faces greater peril. We must dare to take risks to rescue her and reunite our family. Seeing the confidence in Yi Wanqing's eyes, Gu Zheng's worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Very well, Qing'er, I believe in you. Time is of the essence. Let us commence preparations at once. Gu Yunting declared as he rose to his feet. As the night deepened, Gu Yunting returned from the apothecary, holding a delicate porcelain vial sealed with fine oil paper at the mouth. He handed the vial to Gu Zhengshi and spoke softly. This is a faux illness plaster I prepared according to ancient prescriptions. When applied to the skin, it creates the illusion of red rashes and ulcers. It poses no harm to the body. I have infused it with special fragrances, making it difficult for the Zheng family to detect, even if they summon a physician. Gu Zhengshi accepted the porcelain vial, carefully placing it in her bosom, and gazed at Gu Yunting with gratitude. Yunting, thank you. You are my mother. There is no need for thanks, Gu Yunting replied gently, patting the back of her hand. Exercise caution. I shall await your safe return home. The following morning, Gu Zhengshi, armed with a medicinal plaster and gifts, arrived at the Grand Zheng residence, where a heavy atmosphere greeted her. Suppressing her anxiety, she followed the maid through the intricately carved corridors and the exquisitely crafted yet lifeless garden, arriving at the courtyard where Aunt Lu resided. Before entering, a strong scent of medicine assaulted her nostrils, causing her heart to tighten as she hurried inside. There, Aunt Lu lay pale and frail on the bed, while an elderly nurse sat beside her, murmuring softly. Aunt! Gu Zhengshi rushed forward, grasping Aunt Lu's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. How are you? What ails you? Aunt Lu weakly shook her head, attempting to speak, but Gu Zhengshi interrupted. Aunt, please do not speak. Rest well. Turning to the elderly nurse, she spoke with a gentle yet authoritative tone. Madam, could you kindly prepare a pot of hot tea? I wish to converse with my aunt. Though reluctant, the nurse dared not defy the former princess's request and exited with an air of unwillingness. Once the nurse had gone, Gu Zhengshi swiftly retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, feigning to wipe Aunt Lu's tears while discreetly slipping the concealed porcelain vial into her hand. Aunt, this is the ointment specially prepared for you by Qing'er. Seize the opportunity. Aunt Lu understood immediately, nodding and hiding the vial deep within her bedding. Rest assured, Aunt, Qing'er has devised a plan, and we shall soon. What plan are you speaking of? A sharp voice suddenly cut through the air, startling both Gu Zhengshi and Aunt Lu. They looked up to see Zheng Jiayi standing in the doorway, her expression one of scorn and derision. Oh, is that not the former princess? What brings you to this dilapidated courtyard? Zheng Jiayi stepped inside, her gaze contemptuously sweeping over Gu Zhengshi and Aunt Lu. What? Are you conspiring to escape again? I advise you to abandon that notion. This is the Zheng family, and you cannot fly away. Gu Zhengshi inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner turmoil as a touch of sorrow graced her features. Jiayi, you misunderstand. I merely came to visit your aunt and what? To bid your aunt farewell? Zheng Jiayi interjected sharply, approaching the bed and looking down at Aunt Lu with disdain. How fortunate that she is near death. It saves me the trouble. Jiayi. Gu Zhengshi suddenly stood, her voice rising in reprimand. How can you speak such words? She is your elder, and you ought to show her respect. Elder? Zheng Jiayi scoffed. I have no such elder. Were it not for her, my mother suddenly halted, realizing she was on the verge of revealing too much. Her gaze flickered momentarily before she donned an expression of impatience. You may continue your conversation. I shall not intrude on your reminiscences. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, casting a meaningful glance at Aunt Lu, her lips curling into a cold smile. Watching Zheng Jiayi's retreating figure, Gu Zheng felt a silent sigh of relief within her heart, yet she dared not relax even slightly. She understood that this game of wits had merely commenced. "Aunt, you must." Upon Gu Zhang's return to the small courtyard, the afternoon sun of winter poured through the window panes, casting a warm glow upon the modest room. Yi Wanqing was busy in the kitchen with Gu Xiaoqing, the countertop laden with an array of ingredients, and the air was infused with tantalizing aromas. "Mother, you're back." Gu Xiaoqing, with keen eyes, spotted Gu Zheng at the doorway and promptly set aside her tasks to greet her. Gu Zheng smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged fried meatballs, twisted dough sticks, and other treats, a flicker of surprise shining in her eyes. "Qinger, what are you preparing?" "Mother, with the new year approaching, I am making festive delicacies." Yi Wanqing explained with a smile. "These are snacks I used to prepare at home during the New Year celebrations. While they may not rival the exquisite offerings of the Wang residence, they are fresh and delightful. Please, mother and husband, give them a try and let me know if they suit your tastes." Gu Zheng looked at Yi Wanqing with profound appreciation, her heart brimming with emotion. Since arriving in this harsh land, their lives had been arduous, yet it was because of Yi Wanqing that they had not succumbed to despair. Instead, they had discovered newfound hope amidst adversity. "Mother, do try this fried meatball. It's crispy on the outside and tender within. Delicious." Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, holding out a golden, crispy meatball to Gu Zheng, her face alight with anticipation. Gu Zheng took a gentle bite, and a burst of savory flavor enveloped her mouth. Unable to contain her delight, she exclaimed, "Delicious! Qing'er's culinary skills have truly improved." "Then indulge a little more." "I made plenty," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, bringing a plate of fried meatballs to the table. "Mother, please sit and rest." Gu Zheng grasped Yi Wanqing's hand, whispering, "How did everything go?" Yi Wanqing offered her a reassuring glance. "Do not worry, mother. All is proceeding smoothly." With that, Gu Zheng's heart eased, and she joined Gu Xiaoqing in savoring the delectable fried treats, a long-lost smile gracing her face. As night fell, the family gathered around the table, enjoying steaming hot dishes, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. When Gu Yunting returned home, a flicker of warmth crossed his eyes upon witnessing this scene. "Husband, you're back." "Come, eat," Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, quickly rising to serve him a bowl of rice. Taking the bowl, Gu Yunting's gaze settled on Gu Zheng. "Mother, was your visit to the Zheng residence successful today?" Gu Zheng nodded, recounting the events of the day in detail. "Thus, the plan has succeeded halfway." Gu Yunting pondered for a moment before stating, "However, we still need to devise a way to safely bring Aunt Lu out." "Rest assured, husband, I already have a plan," Yi Wanqing declared, setting down her utensils, her lips curving into a confident smile. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaoqing gazed curiously at Yi Wanqing, eager to unveil her plans. However, Yi Wanqing refrained from providing a direct answer, playfully teasing them with a smile. "Mother, husband, let us discuss the matters of the plan after the new year." Gu Zheng shot her a reproachful glance. "You, my dear, always know how to keep people in suspense." Chapter 27. A new year and new beginnings. Yi Wanqing arose early and eagerly pulled Gu Xiaoqing outside. The market today was exceptionally lively, adorned with colorful decorations, radiating the joyful spirit of the new year. "Sister-in-law, slow down, be careful not to trip," Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, lifting her skirt and scampering to keep pace with Yi Wanqing, her face aglow with excitement. The sisters arrived at the stationery shop, selecting several vibrant pieces of red paper before contentedly returning home. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Gu Yunting grinding ink, while Huaij and Pingjie played nearby, and Gu Zheng sat in the corridor, sewing new garments. The sunlight bathed them, creating an indescribably warm and beautiful scene. "Husband, let me assist you," Yi Wanqing declared as she placed the red paper on the table, rolling up her sleeves to start preparing the paste. Gu Yunting's calligraphy flowed with strength and vigor, and soon auspicious couplets and the character for fortune sprang to life on the paper. Huaij and Pingjie clamored to write as well, and Gu Yunting patiently guided them, the three siblings erupting into laughter and playfulness. As they affixed the couplets, Gu Yunting handed them to Yi Wanqing, who carefully climbed onto a stool to adhere them above the door. Gu Xiaoqing supported the stool, occasionally advising, "Sister-in-law, a bit higher on the left, a touch lower on the right." Once the couplets were affixed, the family turned to the character for fortune. Gu Yunting passed the finished characters to Huaij and Pingjie, who eagerly stuck them on the windows, albeit crookedly, yet brimming with childlike charm. Observing the lively scene before her, Gu Zheng's face broke into a contented smile. Ever since they had settled in this remote area, their family had not experienced such happiness for quite some time. All of this joy was thanks to Qing. "Mother, the noodles are ready. Come and eat," Yi Wanqing called as she brought the steaming Yangchun noodles to the table. Gu Yunting set down his brush, smiling. "You've worked hard today. It is only fitting, for we are family," Yi Wanqing replied with a grin. The family gathered around the table, savoring the hot Yangchun noodles, their faces radiating bliss. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard, and Li Qingji's voice called out, "Young Master Gu, Madam Yi, Happy New Year. Brother Li, Happy New Year." Yi Wanqing swiftly rose to open the door. Li Qingji entered, carrying a basket of sweet potatoes, cheerfully declaring, "New year, new beginnings. I come to pay my respects. Brother Li, please come in and sit." Yi Wanqing welcomed him, taking the basket and ushering him into the courtyard. After a brief visit, Li Qingji prepared to leave, and before he departed, Yi Wanqing remembered to prepare a bowl of Yangchun noodles and a few steaming buns for him to take back to Uyghur. After bidding farewell to Li Qingji, Yi Wanqing returned to the kitchen to begin preparations for the evening's New Year's feast. She meticulously cleaned the pig's stomach, old duck, carp, and lamb before commencing the preparation of various spices and seasonings. The flames in the stove licked the bottom of the pot, turning the once icy cast iron vessel searing hot. Yi Wanqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate and fair wrists, expertly blanching the prepared pig's stomach and old duck in the boiling water. "Sister-in-law, how long should we cook the pig's stomach?" Gu Xiaocheng inquired curiously while adding firewood nearby. "This pig's stomach is quite thick. It needs to be boiled for a quarter of an hour to eliminate impurities and the fishy odor, ensuring the broth is delectable," Yi Wanqing replied, lifting the blanched pig's stomach and old duck out and rinsing them with clean water. Once the pig's stomach and old duck were properly handled, Yi Wanqing turned her attention to the carp. Holding a sharp kitchen knife, she worked with gentle yet decisive movements, scraping the scales off the fish, opening its belly to remove the entrails, and making several cuts along the sides to enhance the flavor absorption. "Sister-in-law, how do we eat this fish?" Yu Zhive, enticed by the aroma, ran over to Yi Wanqing, his curiosity piqued. "Tonight, I shall prepare a spicy carp for you, and I assure you, you have never tasted such a delicious fish." Yi Wanqing smiled, playfully pinching Hui Guter's chubby cheeks before setting the prepared carp aside to marinate. Finally, Yi Wanqing placed the cut lamb pieces into a clay pot, adding ginger slices, scallions, and cooking wine, allowing it to simmer slowly over low heat. The savory scent of lamb wafted through the kitchen, making one's mouth water. "How delightful!" Gu Yunting entered the kitchen, observing the industrious Yi Wanqing with a smile. "Do you need any assistance?" "No need. You may go and enjoy yourself. I can manage this," Yi Wanqing replied without looking up, her hands continuing their work. "I'll help you with the fire," Gu Yunting offered, squatting down by the stove and skillfully adding firewood. Within the kitchen, Yi Wanqing busied herself at the stove while Gu Yunting quietly assisted, occasionally passing plates or bowls. Their seamless cooperation created an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. As night fell and the lights illuminated, the Gu family's courtyard was filled with the rich essence of the new year. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes: a milky white pig's stomach and old duck soup, a uniquely shaped spicy carp, fragrant lamb stew with radishes, and a few refreshing vegetable dishes, each one infused with Yi Wanqing's heartfelt effort. The children could hardly contain their eagerness to dig in. But Gu Zhangshi urged them to wait, for there was still an important matter to attend to. "Children, go and change into your new clothes first," Gu Zhangshi said with a smile. "New clothes?" Upon hearing this, the children sprang up with excitement, rushing back to their rooms to change. Joy radiated from every face. Gu Xiaocheng donned a light pink dress, her hair styled in a charming floral bun, looking particularly adorable. Hui Guer and Pingjie also appeared in their new garments. Although merely coarse cloth, it represented a rare celebration for them. All right, everyone, let us sit down and eat, Gu Zhengshi called to the children, her voice brimming with affection. The Gu family gathered around a simple wooden table, laden with an abundance of steaming, aromatic dishes. The children could no longer contain their excitement, picking up their chopsticks and indulging in the feast. "Sister-in-law, this fish is truly delicious," exclaimed Huigo, as he picked a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling praises between bites. "If it's delicious, then eat more," Yi Wanqing responded with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Gu Yunting also took a piece of fish, savoring it with delight, and remarked, "Qinger, your culinary skills have truly improved. This fish is fragrant, spicy, and melts in the mouth, even more delectable than that prepared by the palace chefs." Hearing Gu Yunting's compliment, Yi Wanqing's face flushed with a hint of bashfulness. She understood that he was comforting and encouraging her. "I have brewed some sweet rice wine. Everyone can have a taste tonight," Yi Wanqing announced, as she brought out a ceramic jar from the kitchen, filled with a milky white rice wine that released a delicate aroma. "Wonderful. We have wine to drink," cheered Gu Xiaocheng, clapping her hands in excitement. Gu Yunting stood up to take the ceramic jar, pouring a cup for each person, then raised his glass, smiling as he said, "With the new year comes new beginnings. May our Gu family have a prosperous year ahead." Everyone raised their glasses and drank in unison. The humble abode was filled with laughter and joy, radiating a rich sense of festivity. Outside, the night sky deepened, dotted with twinkling stars, as if they too were blessing the family. Chapter 28. Post-festival feast. In the blink of an eye, the last day of the new year had arrived. "Sister-in-law, let us visit the night market," Gu Xiaocheng exclaimed, setting down her bowl and tugging at Yi Wanqing's sleeve in a playful manner. "The night market?" Yi Wanqing hesitated slightly, glancing at Gu Yunting. He set down his wine cup, smiling as he replied, "Today is the Lantern Festival. There will be a lantern display in town. Let's go together." Observing the children's eager expressions, Gu Zheng nodded in agreement. Yi Wanqing helped the children don their thick winter clothes, and the family set out. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the small town buzzed with liveliness. The shops lining the streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and various lanterns illuminated the night as if it were day. The crowd bustled with laughter and merriment, filling the air with a festive and harmonious atmosphere. As the children stepped into the night market, they were captivated by the dazzling array of goods. Candied hawthorn, dough figurines, and a myriad of trinkets overwhelmed their senses. Gu Yunting, with a fond smile, purchased several items that each child adored. "Sister-in-law, look, the lantern riddles over there are so beautiful," Gu Xiaocheng exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stall adorned with lanterns. Yi Wanqing followed her finger, noticing the crowd gathered around the stall, where red papers with riddles hung beneath each lantern. "Let us go take a look," Gu Yunting suggested, taking Yi Wanqing's hand and guiding her and the children into the throng. The stall owner was a sprightly old man, shaking a bell in his hand while calling out loudly, "Come and guess the lantern riddles. Guess correctly and win a lantern for free." Gu Yunting watched the riddles on the lanterns with great interest, occasionally pondering and whispering discussions with Yi Wanqing. His extensive knowledge soon led him to solve several riddles, winning exquisite lanterns. The children cheered with joy, hugging their lanterns tightly. "Young sir, you have a keen eye." The stall owner beamed as he handed a rabbit-shaped lantern to Gu Yunting, declaring it to be the last lantern available. "I shall also present a riddle. Might the young master give it a try?" Gu Yunting accepted the lantern and turned to the riddle in the stall owner's hand. On the red paper were inscribed 4 characters, 1 month and another month. After a moment of contemplation, a confident smile graced his lips as he slowly articulated the answer. "Ming. Congratulations, young master. You have guessed correctly." The stall owner clapped his hands in delight, presenting the lantern to Gu Yunting as a gift. Gu Yunting accepted it with a smile and passed it to Yi Wanqing, who stood nearby. As night deepened, the Gu family returned home, laden with treasures. The children clutched their lanterns, their faces radiating joy. Once inside, they continued to excitedly discuss their adventures at the night market. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the warmth of the home. "So late, who could it be?" Gu Zhengshi mused. Yi Wanqing approached the door and opened it to reveal a young servant clad in blue, holding a lantern. He respectfully inquired, "Excuse me, "Is this the residence of Master Gu? I am Gu Yunting." Stepping outside, Gu Yunting looked at the servant and asked, "And you are?" The servant, upon recognizing Gu Yunting, quickly bowed and replied, "My master has heard of your remarkable talents and has specially invited you to his residence tomorrow for a discussion." Gu Yunting furrowed his brow in curiosity, but maintained his politeness, asking, "May I inquire who your master is?" The servant respectfully answered, "My master's surname is Zhao, given name Fong Hai, and he currently serves as the chief clerk at the county office." Upon hearing the name, Zhao Fong Hai, Yi Wanqing's heart stirred as an image of a person surfaced in her mind, the clerk who had been entertained by Li Qingji previously. She contemplated that Zhao, as the chief clerk, managed the finances and documents, making him a favored individual in the eyes of the county magistrate. His unexpected invitation to Gu Yunting piqued her curiosity regarding his intentions. Gu Yunting pondered for a moment before asking, "Might I know the purpose of the invitation to your master's residence?" The servant replied, "My master did not elaborate, only stating that there would be a banquet to honor Master Gu at noon tomorrow, and he hopes you will grace us with your presence." Gu Yunting glanced at Yi Wanqing, his eyes questioning. She nodded slightly and stepped forward to address the servant. "Please inform Master Zhao that Master Gu will certainly attend the invitation tomorrow." With the assurance given, the servant took his leave. Once he had departed, Gu Zhengshi expressed her concerns. "Qing'er, do you think there is something amiss with Zhao sending someone to invite us at such a late hour?" Yi Wanqing smiled reassuringly, "Mother, do not worry. Since Zhao merely invites us to a banquet, and we have met him at Brother Li's home before, there should be no issues. Besides, being in a foreign land, it is beneficial to make acquaintances with local officials." Gu Yunting nodded in agreement. "Qing'er is right, Mother. You need not fret. She will accompany me tomorrow." On the following morning, Yi Wanqing rose early to prepare for the luncheon, aware that Zhao Fong Hai was an esteemed figure before the county magistrate. She understood the significance of this invitation and dared not be neglectful. "What are you up to, Qing'er?" Gu Yunting inquired as he observed her bustling about in the kitchen. "Since Master Zhao has invited us to a banquet, I naturally must prepare some of my best dishes," she replied, arranging the freshly washed vegetables with care. "It is merely an ordinary banquet. Why go to such lengths?" Gu Yunting expressed his confusion. Yi Wanqing smiled mysteriously and replied, "What I prepare is not ordinary fare. You shall see." As noon approached, a carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Gu residence. Zhao Kongmu, dressed in official attire, personally came forth to welcome Gu Yunting and Yi Wanqing. "Young Master Gu, Madam Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Zhao Kongmu warmly ushered the two into the carriage. Throughout the journey, Zhao Kongmu spoke highly of Gu Yunting, his words laced with respect. The carriage gently rolled into the Zhao estate and came to a stop in front of the main hall. Zhao Kongmu led Gu Yunting and Yi Wanqing inside, traversing a winding garden path until they arrived at a spacious and bright courtyard. The courtyard was already adorned with a banquet, a myriad of dishes laid out, tantalizing to the senses. However, the most striking sight was the two ladies standing beside the table. "My dear husband, you have returned," a woman clad in splendid attire approached. The wife of Zhao Fong Hai, Mrs. Sunday, beside her stood their daughter, Zhao Shuxue. Today, Zhao Shuxue had dressed with particular care. Her pink gown accentuated her charming demeanor. She discreetly observed Gu Yunting, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Zhao Fong Hai smiled as he introduced, "This is young Master Gu, and this is Madam Yi, who have come specifically for the banquet." Mrs. Sun and Zhao Shuxue hurriedly bowed and greeted Gu Yunting and Yi Wanqing. "Young Master Gu, Madam Yi, please take a seat." Zhao Kongmu invited them to the table. Yi Wanqing surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the kitchen of the Zhao residence was not far off. A thought struck her, and she said to Zhao Fong Hai, "Zhao Kongmu, I see your kitchen is nearby. Why not allow me to showcase my culinary skills and add a few dishes to today's banquet?" Zhao Fong Hai, taken aback at first, soon smiled and agreed. "That would be splendid. I would be grateful for your efforts, Madam Yi." Yi Wanqing followed one of the servants to the kitchen, which was spacious and bright. A wave of warmth greeting her, mingled with the aroma of various ingredients. She glanced around, noting the ample counter space, sharp utensils, and neatly arranged jars of spices. and inwardly approved of the Zhao kitchen's facilities. Requesting some unused ingredients from the banquet, she began her preparations. With deft hands, she sliced high-quality beef into thin pieces, marinating them with soy sauce, cooking wine, and ginger. Afterward, she took several fresh cucumbers, shredded them finely, salted them briefly, and then squeezed out the excess moisture for later use. Zhao Shuxue had been stealthily observing from outside the kitchen door, intrigued by Yi Wanqing's every move. She had never witnessed anyone handle ingredients with such expertise. It was as if the knife in Yi Wanqing's hands were a paintbrush, creating exquisite artwork with the ingredients. Sensing a gaze upon her, Yi Wanqing turned and met Zhao Shuxue's eyes. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Miss Zhao, are you interested in cooking?" Caught off guard, Zhao Shuxue flushed, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment as she nodded shyly. "Then why not come in and join me? Je Vanwink, Karmdi invited." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shuxue stepped inside. Yi Wanqing pointed at a pile of water chestnuts on the cutting board and remarked, "These water chestnuts are crisp and refreshing, perfect for cooking. Shall I teach you how to prepare them?" Zhao Shuxue readily agreed. As Yi Wanqing explained, she demonstrated the process, peeling and chopping the water chestnuts with gentle, practiced motions. Zhao Shuxue observed intently, her eyes brimming with admiration. After finishing the meat and vegetables, her gaze shifted to a basin of cleaned pig intestines in the corner. These intestines are a treasure. When cleaned properly, the dishes made from them are even more enticing than exquisite delicacies, Yi Wanqing said with a confident smile. Zhao Shuxue gazed at the white intestines, her brow slightly furrowed, struggling to envision what delectable dish could emerge from them. Coming from a well-off family, she had never encountered such rustic ingredients, despite her father being a minor official and her mother, of scholarly lineage, having instilled a strict education in her. Yi Wanqing noticed Zhao Shuxue's expression but chose not to address it directly. Instead, she cheerfully declared, "Today I will show you the allure of these intestines." With that, she began preparing the pig intestines, turning them inside out and meticulously scraping off the fat. She then placed them in a basin, adding salt, vinegar, and flour, washing and kneading them repeatedly until all unpleasant odors were eliminated, before rinsing them clean with water. Once the intestines were prepared, Yi Wanqing proceeded to gather other ingredients. She cut the streaky pork into small pieces and marinated it with scallions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and soy sauce, preparing to make a dish of glutinous rice with pig intestines. Zhao Shuxue watched Yi Wanqing's fluid movements with deep admiration. She had never seen anyone handle ingredients with such finesse, as if the knife in her hand was not a mere kitchen tool, but a brush creating exquisite artwork upon the canvas of ingredients. "My lady, allow me to assist you," Gu Yunting's voice called from outside, infused with a hint of affection. Yi Wanqing looked up to see Gu Yunting entering with two lively fish, one a plump sea bass, the other a fresh herring, procured from the county town earlier that day. "Perfect timing. Come help me gut these fish. We shall prepare 2 dishes with them today," Yi Wanqing said with a smile. Gu Yunting approached the basin, skillfully cleaning the fish with swift, precise movements, devoid of any hesitation. Although he was a noble heir, he had been trained in martial arts from a young age, acquiring adept wilderness survival skills. "My lady, how shall we prepare the fish?" Gu Yunting inquired, his gaze soft as it rested on Yi Wanqing. "The sea bass, with its tender flesh, is best steamed, while the herring, rich and flavorful, is most suited for a dish of chopped chili fish head," Yi Wanqing replied, dividing the cleaned pig intestines into 2 portions, one to keep for later use and the other to incorporate into the glutinous rice dish. Zhao Shuxue stood at the kitchen door, holding the baby boy, curious as she observed everything unfolding in the kitchen. The child, catching a whiff of the enticing aromas, wrinkled his little nose and stretched out his hands toward the kitchen, only to be gently restrained by Zhao Shuxue. "Be good, little one. The kitchen is filled with smoke. Let us watch from here." She softly soothed the child in her arms, her gaze never straying far from the figure in the kitchen. "Sister, what is that? It smells terrible." Little Geyer wrinkled his small nose and pointed at the pig intestines that Yi Wanqing was handling, his face contorted in distaste. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shushua's expression changed, and she was about to intervene, but she noticed Yi Wanning had already turned around. Little Geyer, this is not a foul odor. It is an aromatic fragrance, Yi Wanning said with a smile, gently pinching little Geyer's chubby cheek, explaining in a tender tone, once it's finished, you will understand. Little Geyer looked at Yi Wanning with skepticism, glancing at the pig intestines in her hands, his little face filled with conflict. Observing this, Zhao Shushue quickly remarked, Wanning, do not mind him. Children are often ignorant. Yi Wanning shook her head with a smile, saying, it's all right. Curiosity is a good trait in children. Little Geyer, would you like to give it a try? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of food and nodded. Very well, once it's done, I shall let you taste it first, Yi Wanning said with a smile, returning to her task of preparing the ingredients. Zhao Shushue watched Yi Wanning's skilled movements, feeling a quiet admiration. She had initially thought that someone of Yi Wanning's stature would be unaccustomed to such tasks, yet she was astonished by her culinary expertise. Wanning, you are truly remarkable. In your hands, these pig intestines seem to transform into a gourmet delicacy, Zhao Shushue exclaimed in admiration. Once cleaned, the pig intestines actually possess no unpleasant odor, and the dishes made from them are even more delectable than the finest delicacies from the mountains and seas, Yi Wanning explained, as she cut the prepared intestines into smaller sections and set them aside. Is that truly so? Zhao Shushue asked with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, it is true. Once it is finished, you will know for yourself, Yi Wanning replied, her eyes brimming with confidence. As Zhao Shushue observed Yi Wanning's assured demeanor, she too began to feel a surge of anticipation. Sister, I think I can smell something delicious. Little Geyer suddenly lifted his head, sniffing the air. Zhao Shushue also caught a whiff of a rich aroma, one unlike any she had encountered before, imbued with a subtle hint of wine and meat, stirring her appetite. This fragrance, Zhao Shushue inhaled deeply, her eyes wide with astonishment. It is the scent of jiangmi fat intestines. This dish is renowned for its irresistible aroma, guaranteed to whet one's appetite, Yi Wanning explained with a smile. It truly smells divine. I can hardly wait to taste it. Zhao Shushue could not help but exclaim. It will be ready soon. Just a little longer. Yi Wanning smiled as she placed the prepared intestines into the pot, beginning to stir-fry. Instantly, the kitchen was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, and Zhao Shushue and little Geyer stood at the kitchen entrance, inhaling deeply, their faces reflecting sheer delight. Sister, this scent is delightful, far more pleasing than the aromas from our kitchen, little Geyer declared, enraptured. Zhao Shushue nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, this fragrance is incredibly enticing. Yi Wanning, listening to their conversation, felt a smile of contentment form at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 29. Post-Festival Banquet to Madam. May I offer my assistance? After Gu Yunting finished preparing the fish, he approached Yi Wanjing and inquired, could you please assemble a stove outside? I will take care of the cooking inside. Yi Wanjing smiled in response. Watching Gu Yunting's departing figure, a subtle smile of happiness graced her lips. She ladled the glutinous rice and pig intestines from the pot into a dish, then retrieved a section of lotus root and a two-bone from the basket. Inside the kitchen, the charcoal fire blazed, casting a warm crimson glow across the stove. Yi Wanjing deftly chopped the two-bone into smaller pieces and briefly blanched them in boiling water before rinsing and setting them aside. She picked up a plump, white lotus root and carefully peeled away its skin, revealing the tender flesh within. The intricate threads of the lotus root were clearly visible, seemingly narrating the freshness and deliciousness of this ingredient. Chinger, how do you prepare this lotus root and two-bone soup? It appears quite different from what I've previously encountered, Zhao Shushue inquired curiously while playfully engaging with the little one in the courtyard, peering toward the kitchen. Yi Wanjing placed the cut lotus root into a clay pot filled with clean water and explained with a smile. This lotus root must be gently pounded with the back of a knife to better absorb the flavors of the broth. As for the two-bone, it's essential to sear it in oil until both sides turn golden. This will ensure that the soup is richly aromatic. Zhao Shushue listened with rapt attention, unable to suppress a swallow of saliva, already convinced of the soup's exquisite taste merely from a description. Yi Wanjing added the prepared two-bone to the clay pot. along with slices of ginger, sections of scallion, and cooking wine. She covered the pot and let it simmer gently. How long must the soup simmer to reach perfection? Zhao Shushu asked. It requires at least 2 hours to extract the essence of both the tu bone and the lotus root, Yi Wanjing replied, adjusting the heat slightly lower. Zhao Shushu gazed at the bubbling pot, filled with anticipation, eager to savor this delectable lotus root and tu bone soup. Qing'er, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. No wonder my father speaks so highly of you. Zhao Shushu praised sincerely. Yi Wanjing smiled gently, choosing not to respond, and continued her tasks with diligence. The kitchen was permeated with an increasingly rich aroma, harmoniously mingling with the cozy warmth of the charcoal fire, creating an atmosphere of utter comfort and contentment. Come, little one, let us play in the courtyard, Zhao Shushu said, lifting the child and stepping out of the kitchen. In the courtyard, the sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Gu Yunting had brought several green bricks and was constructing a rudimentary stove in the open space. What are you up to? Zhao Shushu asked with curiosity. Gu Yunting replied with a mysterious smile. I hunted a wild sheep in the mountains, pausing as his gaze fell upon Yi Wanjing in the kitchen. I will be making roasted lamb chops shortly. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and began moving the green bricks with practiced ease, quickly assembling a simple yet sturdy stove. Zhao Shushu stood nearby with the little one in her arms, watching him with intrigue. Brother Gu is truly capable. Such skills should not go to waste in masonry, she jested with a smile. Gu Yunting raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. What is this, Miss Zhao? Are you mocking me? Zhao Shushu's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, No, no. How could I dare? I genuinely believe that Brother Gu is remarkable, capable of doing anything. Gu Yunting chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued to meticulously stack the stove. Yi Wanqing ladled the freshly prepared lotus root and pork bone soup into a bowl and brought it out. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, she couldn't help but smile. Approaching Zhao Shushu, she offered her one of the bowls, saying, Sister Zhao, do try this. I just made it. Zhao Shushu accepted the bowl with gratitude, lowered her head to take a sip, and her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. So fresh. Sister Qing, this soup is truly delicious. Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. I'm glad you like it. Please have more. Yes, yes. Zhao Shushu nodded vigorously, savoring the soup with great enjoyment. Little Lai Go, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, clamored for a taste as well. Zhao Shushu scooped up a bit with a spoon, gently blowing on it before feeding it to him. After a few sips, Lai Ge clapped his little hands in delight, mumbling, Tasty, tasty. Seeing the joyful expressions on Zhao Shushu and her brother, Yi Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. She turned to glance at Gu Yunting, only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes soft and gentle as water. Their eyes met, and Yi Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly averted her gaze. Gu Yunting placed the last piece of firewood into the stove, stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and approached Yi Wanqing, softly saying, The lamb chops are marinated and ready. I shall go roast them. Yi Wanqing nodded, handing him the remaining bowl of soup. Be careful. Gu Yunting took the bowl, lifted it to his lips for a sip, and praised, Qing's culinary skills are truly improving. Not at all. You flatter me, my husband, Yi Wanqing replied, feeling a bit bashful from his compliment. Gu Yunting laid the marinated lamb chops onto the grill, where the charcoal blazed fiercely, crackling with sound. An intoxicating aroma began to waft through the courtyard, prompting Zhao Shushu to inhale deeply, exclaiming, How fragrant! This scent is even more appetizing than what I've encountered in the taverns. She couldn't help but swallow discreetly. With a smile, Yi Wanqing handed the roasted lamb chops to Zhao Shushu and Lai Ge. The golden, crispy exterior and the succulent meat, sizzling with juices, were enough to ignite anyone's appetite. Sister Zhao, do try this. I marinated it with special spices. It should taste delightful. Eagerly, Zhao Shushu took a bite, reveling in the crisp exterior and tender interior. The unique spice flavor enveloping her senses, rendering her speechless. So delicious. Sister Qing, your skills are truly worthy of opening a shop. Lai Yi. also gnawing on a lamb chop, wore a look of complete satisfaction on his small face, mumbling indistinct praise, "Tasty, tasty," observing the two siblings enjoying their meal so heartily. Yong'an couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. He picked up a small knife and began to cut the remaining lamb chops into smaller pieces for everyone's convenience. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a booming voice, "Haha, I could smell the aroma from afar. I wonder which master chef is showcasing their skills today." Everyone turned toward the sound to see a middle-aged man, slightly plump and clad in official robes, entering. It was none other than Chu Xiangjin, the magistrate of Hexing County. Following closely behind him were his wife and a charming young lady. "Dear Lord Chu." Zhao Fanghai rose to pay his respects. Lord Chu Xiangjin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Fanghai, there is no need for such formality. I was drawn here by the delightful aroma. I hope you do not mind if I join you for a meal?" Zhao Fanghai chuckled. "Your presence graces our humble abode." He welcomed Chu Xiangjin into the courtyard, introducing, "This is my wife, Mrs. Sunday." Mrs. Sun offered a slight bow in greeting. Chu Xiangjin's eyes were immediately drawn to the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, particularly the golden, succulent lamb chops, which made his mouth water. What a fragrant roast lamb! I wonder which master chef is responsible for this. Just as Yong'an was about to respond, he was gently tugged by Yi Wanqing at his sleeve. Zhao Fanghai smiled and introduced, "These two are Yi Wanqing and Yong'an. The roast lamb is the handiwork of these talented individuals." Yong'an paused for a moment before saying with a smile, "It is merely a home-cooked dish, but I hope Lord Chu will indulge." As Chu Xiangjin took a piece of lamb and savored it, his eyes lit up with delight. He could not help but exclaim, "Delicious! Truly delicious! This lamb chop is perfectly roasted, crisp on the outside yet tender within, rich without being greasy. And the spices enhance its flavor remarkably. In all my years, I have never tasted such exquisite roast lamb." Chu's wife and daughter eagerly joined in, and after tasting, they too were full of praise. Chu's wife, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mrs. Yi, may I inquire what spices were used for this roast lamb? Its flavor is truly unique." Yi Wanqing smiled slightly, just about to respond when she was interrupted by Chu Xiangjin. He glanced at his somewhat plump daughter with a hint of regret and said, "Ah, perhaps it's best I indulge sparingly in such delights, lest I worry about gaining weight like Hua." Turning to his daughter, he affectionately inquired, "Hua, do you not agree?" This playful remark lightened the atmosphere around the table. Yi Wanqing seized the moment to share amusing anecdotes from the capital, tales rich with the essence of everyday life, causing the Chu family to nod along as if they were present in those moments. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital, spring was in full bloom, making it an ideal time for outings. Chapter 30. A change of perspective the next morning. As the thin mist lingered, the dock was already bustling with activity. Yi Wanqing, as was her custom, rose early to prepare her stall at the dock. However, when she arrived, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The harbor, which should have been filled with merchant ships, was eerily empty, save for a few small fishing boats gently swaying with the waves. "Good sir, where are all the merchant ships today?" Yi Wanqing inquired of an elderly man who was busy sorting fishing nets. He looked up, glancing at the vacant river, and sighed. Last night, during the tide, all the merchant ships set sail, eager to engage in trade down south. They likely want to return for some time. Yi Wanqing felt a sinking sensation in her heart. The departure of the merchant ships meant a loss of her stable clientele, which would undoubtedly affect her breakfast stall's business. "It seems I must devise another plan," she murmured to herself, her gaze falling upon the large pot of braised pig offal in her load. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned and strode purposefully towards the town, her steps firm and urgent. As she reached the entrance of the town, she encountered Butcher Zhu, who was wielding a cleaver and preparing to head to the meat stall. "Uncle Zhu, you're setting up your stall so early?" Yi Wanqing greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Wanqing, why aren't you at the dock today?" Butcher Zhu responded warmly upon recognizing her. "Don't even mention it. All the merchant ships have departed." Yi Wanqing briefly recounted the situation at the dock. "Uncle Zhu, I wanted to discuss this with you. With the ships gone, I fear my braised pig offal will be difficult to sell. As she spoke, she pointed to the wooden barrel on her shoulder, initially hoping the bustling dock would bring her more customers. Butcher Zhu followed her gaze and saw the bubbling, richly seasoned pig offal, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. And he immediately grasped the predicament. Wanqing, have you encountered some difficulties? Yi Wanqing did not conceal her troubles and shared her challenges stemming from the departure of the merchant ships. After listening, Butcher Zhu pondered for a moment before saying, Wanqing, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but your pig offal, while excellent, is not exactly a rare commodity. The dockworkers are drawn to bargains in your prices. Yi Wanqing understood his point. Her unique braising technique and quality ingredients meant her costs were significantly higher than those of ordinary vendors, resulting in elevated prices. With business at the dock dwindling and fewer customers patronizing her stall, her income had undoubtedly suffered. You speak the truth, Uncle Zhu. I have indeed been short-sighted. Yi Wanqing smiled ruefully, realizing she needed to devise a new strategy. Actually, I have an idea, though I'm uncertain if I should share it. Butcher Zhu rubbed his hands together, hesitating slightly. Please, speak freely. What can we discuss between us? Well, you know my wife, who runs a stall in town selling preserved meats. Her business does reasonably well. I see your braised offal is authentic, so how about this? Butcher Zhu paused, gauging Yi Wanqing's reaction. You could specialize in braised intestines, and my wife, being well known in town, could help sell them for you. What do you think? Yi Wanqing's heart stirred. Butcher Zhu's suggestion could indeed resolve her current dilemma. Braised intestines were labor-intensive and often deemed too troublesome by others. Yet their flavor surpassed that of other offal. If Zhu's wife could sell them, it would provide her with a viable sales channel. Uncle Zhu, I appreciate your kindness. Yi Wanqing contemplated for a moment before inquiring, but I wonder about the pricing. Rest assured, my wife is not greedy. How about we set the price at 30 when per gene? Butcher Zhu proposed. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smile. Uncle Zhu, I fear that price is not feasible. She shook her head with a grin. Butcher Zhu was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misspoken, but before he could respond, Yi Wanqing continued, the preparation of the intestines is labor-intensive. At 30 when per gene, I wouldn't even cover my costs, let alone make a profit. Hearing this, Butcher Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly. You see, I was so focused on my wife that I neglected your costs. What do you propose as a suitable price? How about this, Uncle Zhu? I suggest 51 when per gene for your wife, allowing her to earn 5 when per gene. What do you think? Yi Wanqing proposed a new price. Upon hearing this, the Butcher Zhu was filled with unexpected joy. What surprise! 5 when is rather excessive. He exclaimed, Not at all. Sister, you help me sell the goods and run errands. It is only fitting, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. Seeing her insistence, Zhu could not refuse and agreed, secretly cherishing this bond of goodwill in his heart. With the issue of selling the braised offal resolved, Yi Wanqing felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. Upon returning home, she began to prepare the materials for braising pig intestines. Mother, Xiaoqing, look what I have, she exclaimed, peeking out from the kitchen while holding a fluffy piece of white fabric. What is this? It feels soft, almost like rabbit fur, Gu Zhengshi said, setting down her needlework. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the fabric closely. I just bought this in town, intending to make bags out of it, Yi Wanqing explained with a smile. When winter arrives, we'll need to carry some items when we go out. This will make a warm and convenient bag. Make bags? Can this material really be used for that? Gu Xiaoqing asked, leaning in with wide-eyed curiosity. Of course. Just wait and see, Yi Wanqing replied with a mysterious smile before returning to the kitchen. In the following days, Yi Wanqing busied herself, cutting the purchased fabric into appropriate sizes and sewing them into bags of various dimensions. Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing joined in, assisting with threading needles and lending a helping hand, despite their lack of sewing skills. Under Yi Wanqing's deft hands, exquisite and adorable fluffy bags were swiftly crafted. Wow, these are beautiful, Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, unable to put down a pink bag. Qinger, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. These bags are exquisite. Gu Zhengshi couldn't help but praise. Mother, Xiaoqing, I'm glad you like them. Yuan Qing responded with a smile. When the weather turns cold, we shall carry our new bags when we go out. As night fell, Gu Yunting returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. Qing, what delicious dish are you preparing? He asked as he walked into the kitchen, where Yuan Qing stood at the stove, stirring something in a pot with a spoon. I'm braising pig intestines. She replied without looking up. You've returned just in time. Please help me prepare that fish. Fish? Gu Yunting followed her gaze to see a plump grass carp on the cutting board. The old man at the dock brought it today, fresh from the river. Yuan Qing explained. Nodding, Gu Yunting rolled up his sleeves and began to handle the grass carp. The warm spring sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the busy figures in a golden hue. Gu Yunting skillfully prepared the fish, and, as the scales flew, the fresh aroma of the fish filled the air. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing diligently stirred the braised intestines, the rich scent of the marinade mingling with the fragrance of the fish, enticing the appetite. Sister Chen mentioned that her family's fabric shop has recently seen many customers and could free up a room for us to set up a stall. As Yuan Qing deftly maneuvered the spatula, she addressed Gu Yunting, remarking that this way, they would no longer have to endure the elements on the streets. It truly is a splendid idea. Gu Yunting meticulously rinsed the prepared fish in clear water and mentioned that Sister Chen, being kind-hearted and warm, would surely welcome them to set up a stall at her fabric shop. Indeed, Sister Chen often praised the deliciousness of her cooking and expressed a desire for Yi to showcase her culinary delights at her shop to attract customers. Yi Vanming chuckled, noting that she had been preoccupied with preparing the braised offal and had not attended to this matter sooner. In light of this, Gu Yunting proposed that they visit Sister Chen the following day to discuss the specifics. Agreed, Yuan Qing nodded in affirmation. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Yuan Qing plated the braised intestines and the cooked fish, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, stirring the appetites of Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing. King, this fish smells absolutely divine. I haven't even tasted it yet, and my mouth is watering, exclaimed Gu Zhengshi, as she picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a wave of delectable flavors spread across her palate, prompting her to exclaim, delicious, truly exquisite. Mother, do take your time. There's plenty more, Yuan Qing replied with a smile. Sister-in-law's fish is the best. Gu Xiaoqing chimed in, savoring the fish while speaking indistinctly. Watching this warm scene unfold, Gu Yunting could not help but smile gently. The following morning, Yuan Qing and Gu Yunting arrived at the doorstep of the Chen family, bearing their prepared braised intestines and fish. Sister Chen, are you home? Yuan Qing called out cheerfully from the entrance. Ah, coming. Sister Chen responded, emerging from the inner room. Upon seeing Yuan Qing and Gu Yunting, her face lit up with joy. Oh, isn't this Qing and Yunting? Gumin. Sister, we have come today to discuss a matter with you, Yuan Qing said as she placed the braised intestines and fish on the table. What is it? You brought so many things. How generous of you. Sister Chen exclaimed warmly. It is this. Yunting and I wish to set up a stall at the entrance of your fabric shop to sell some food. What are your thoughts on this? Yuan Qing stated directly. Of course you can. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Sister Chen responded without hesitation. You have no idea. Ever since I tasted the braised offal you made last time, I've been longing for more. If you could set up a stall here, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, sister. Yuan Qing replied with delight. Thus, the couple's snack stall officially opened at the Chen family's fabric shop. The braised intestines and fish prepared by Yuan Qing were exquisite and reasonably priced, quickly attracting a throng of customers. Boss, I'll have a pound of braised intestines. Madam, how much are your fish? I'll take 2 fish and half a pound of intestines. Customers streamed in continuously, and Yuan Qing and Gu Yunting were busily engaged, their faces radiating happiness. As the head of the household, I must say, the sale of these pig intestines is remarkable. In such a short span, half of them have already been sold, Zhu's sister-in-law excitedly remarked while counting the money. Indeed, Yuan Qing replied with a smile, her hands deftly packing the sliced braised intestines into oil paper bags before handing one to Zhu's sister-in-law. Here you go, it's a total of 3 Jin and 2 Liang. but I'll only charge you for 3 Jean, which comes to 151. Oh dear, Qing'er, you are truly honest. Zhu's sister-in-law chuckled as she accepted the oil paper package, retrieving some copper coins to give to Yuan Qing. I suppose I'm fortunate to be benefiting from your success. Previously, everyone shunned these intestines, deeming them unclean, and no one wished to purchase them. But now, thanks to your efforts, they're even more popular than pig's head meat. Indeed, there's no denying Qing'er's culinary skills. A customer buying fish chimed in with a smile. The fish is equally delightful, fresh and flavorful. I come by every few days to buy one for dinner. It's simply exquisite. I'm glad you enjoy it. Do come again next time. Yuan Qing replied cheerfully, turning to attend to other customers. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaochun were also busy, arranging embroidered pouches and fragrant sachets on one side of the stall for passing patrons to peruse. Occasionally, Chen's sister-in-law would lend a hand in attracting business, drawing in numerous customers. Qing'er, your business is thriving. Have you considered introducing new varieties? Chen's sister-in-law inquired while assisting in organizing the fabrics. I've been pondering that very idea. Do you have any suggestions? Yuan Qing asked with a smile, her hands never pausing. I believe you could try making some pastries. Women and children alike have a fondness for sweet treats, Chen's sister-in-law proposed. I shall give it a try when I return home. Yuan Qing nodded, committing the suggestion to memory. As the sun began its descent, customers gradually dispersed, prompting Yuan Qing to tidy up the stall in preparation to head home. The evening sunlight cast a warm glow upon the stone-paved path, elongating the silhouettes of a couple walking side by side. Yuan Qing and Gu Yunting strolled together, sharing laughter as they made their way back to Baiwa Alley. Before entering, they were greeted by a familiar aroma wafting through the air. It was the dinner that Gu Zheng had meticulously prepared. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, Gu Xiaochun's cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, sister-in-law, you're back. We have delicious food today. You little rascal, all you think about is food." Yuan Qing chuckled as she playfully pinched Gu Xiaochun's cheek, stepping inside. The table was already set with steaming dishes, and Gu Zheng was ladling soup into bowls. Upon their arrival, she smiled and called out, "Come wash your hands and eat. Today I made your favorite braised fish." The family of 4 gathered around the table, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Gu Yunting attentively served Yuan Qing a piece of fish, gently saying, "Try this. Mother's cooking has improved remarkably. Delicious. Mother's dishes are even better than those of the imperial chef." Gu Xiaochun exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying her meal while praising Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng was delighted by the flattery. Laughing heartily, "You little one, you always know how to make me happy." After dinner, Yuan Qing made her way to the kitchen, pouring out the day's earnings to count them. The copper coins piled high, accompanied by 2 hefty ingots, all gained from the sale of braised intestines. Business was quite good today, Gu Yunting commented as he approached her, his eyes brimming with joy at the sight of the coins. "Indeed, it is thanks to your assistance in finding those markets." Yuan Qing meticulously threaded the copper coins together, then picked up the 2 small ingots and handed them to Gu Yunting, saying, "My dear husband, please keep these. They are the fruits of your hard work. You should keep them for yourself." Gu Yunting did not accept them, replying, "Did you not say you wanted to save money to open a shop?" "The matter of opening a shop can wait. There are more pressing concerns at hand," Yuan Qing asserted, locking the 2 small ingots at the bottom of the box, her eyes gleaming with determination. The 2 ingots settled firmly at the box's bottom, joining the previous savings and producing a dull clinking sound. Yuan Qing gently closed the box lid, as if sealing away the fatigue of the day, along with her hopes for the future. Chapter 31. Ultimately free in the Zheng family's rear courtyard, the elderly matriarch sat in a pavilion, her brow furrowed with concern as she asked, "Is Lu Yinyang feeling any better today?" Replying to the matriarch, Lu Yinyang, an old maid's expression faltered, hesitating to continue. "What is it?" The matriarch's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Lu Yinyang is suffering from a severe cough," the old maid started to explain, but was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing from within the room, accompanied by a pained groan. The old maid's heart sank as she rushed through the door, only to find Lu Yinyang pale, her lips tinged with purple, clutching her chest in agony as she coughed violently. "Quick, summon a doctor," the old maid exclaimed, urgency overtaking her. The doctor arrived promptly and examined Lu Yongyang's pulse, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Doctor, what is the situation?" the old maid inquired anxiously. The doctor pondered for a moment before slowly responding. He was about to speak when Lu Yongyang suddenly erupted into a fierce cough, spewing forth a torrent of blood that stained the sheets. A heavy scent of blood filled the air, and the old maid gasped, nearly collapsing. The doctor reacted swiftly, supporting Lu Yongyang and instructing, "Quick, bring a clean cloth." A maid hurriedly handed over a clean cloth, and the old maid took it, gently wiping the blood from Lu Yongyang's lips, her anxiety deepening. The doctor, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, staggered back, his face pale, trembling as he stammered. This doctor, please tell me what is wrong," the old maid implored, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Taking a deep breath, the doctor endeavored to calm himself, carefully articulating, based on the pulse, "It appears that the lady's ailment resembles tuberculosis." Tuberculosis? The old maid's face drained of color, struck as if by lightning. In ancient times, tuberculosis was deemed an incurable affliction. Once contracted, it signified impending death. Moreover, tuberculosis is highly contagious. If Lu Yongyang were truly afflicted, it could endanger the entire region. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Fong Yongyang rushed in, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. "Sister, what has happened?" Fong Yongyang paid no heed to anything else, hurrying to Lu Yongyang's side, grasping her hand and asking anxiously, "Sister, how are you? Please do not frighten me." Aunt Lu smiled weakly, gently patting Aunt Fong's hand and softly uttering, "Sister, I am fine, do not worry." Aunt Fong, gazing at Aunt Lu's pale complexion and the blood at the corner of her mouth, could not hold back her tears and choked out, "It is my fault. I have not taken good care of you." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to the physician and urgently inquired, "Doctor, is there any hope for my sister's illness?" The physician shook his head, sighing, "In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a severe case of tuberculosis. I fear." "Fear what?" Aunt Fong pressed, her voice laced with despair. The physician glanced at the frail Aunt Lu and quietly stated, "I fear her time may be limited." Upon hearing this, Aunt Fong swayed, nearly collapsing. Nursen, quick to react, supported Aunt Fong and softly reassured her, "Do not be overly distressed, Aunt Fong. Good people are watched over by fate, and Aunt Lu will surely be all right." With tear-filled eyes, Aunt Fong looked at Yuan Qing, her lips moving as if to speak, yet ultimately she said nothing, only clutching Aunt Lu's hand tightly, weeping uncontrollably. As the physician tidied his medicine box in preparation to leave, he suddenly heard Aunt Fong whisper to Aunt Lu, "Sister, rest assured, I will assist you." After the physician departed, Aunt Fong hurriedly made her way to the residence of Old Master Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng, embellishing the news of Aunt Lu's tuberculosis to the elderly couple. Old Master Zheng, advanced in years and particularly fearful of death, turned pale upon hearing this, repeatedly gesturing. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" While old Mistress Zheng did not share her husband's level of fear, she too became anxious. Tuberculosis is no trivial ailment. A careless moment could lead to contagion, endangering the entire Zheng family. Realizing this, she instructed Aunt Fong, "You must swiftly inform Gu Zhengshi," urging her to bring Aunt Lu back to the Gu family to prevent contagion among us. Aunt Fong complied and soon arrived at Gu Zhengshi's home. Upon hearing the news, Gu Zhengshi was equally taken aback, but she did not immediately agree to take Aunt Lu back. Instead, she pressed, "What exactly is happening? How did my aunt suddenly fall ill with tuberculosis? Was she not well before?" Aunt Fong, feigning sorrow, responded, "You are unaware. Ever since Madame Gu visited the Zheng family, Aunt Lu has been melancholic and lost her appetite, which has led to her illness." Aunt Fong did not elaborate further, yet her implication was clear. Gu Zhengshi understood her point and felt a surge of anger. She had long suspected old Master Zheng's ill intentions. Thus, she coldly replied, "If my mother has contracted tuberculosis, I will certainly take care of her, but to bring her back to the Gu family is out of the question." I cannot risk the lives of my children. Aunt Fong attempted to persuade her further, but Gu Zhengshi ruthlessly interrupted. Go back and tell father and mother that I am already aware. I will find a way to treat my mother's illness. As for other matters, do not expect anything from me. Seeing Gu Zhengshi's resolute stance, Aunt Fong realized further discussion was futile and reluctantly departed. She returned to the courtyard of Old Master Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng, relaying Gu Zheng's words verbatim. Meanwhile, under the embellishments of concubine Fong, Old Master Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng had become thoroughly convinced of concubine Lu's dire illness. Old Master Zheng was so distraught that he lost all composure, fearing he might contract the illness himself. He could scarcely eat, pacing back and forth in his chamber, muttering anxiously, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Although Old Mistress Zheng did not exhibit the same level of panic, she was nonetheless gravely concerned. She understood the severity of tuberculosis and recognized the dire consequences should it spread. After much contemplation, she resolved to isolate concubine Lu and send for the most renowned physician in the city to attend to her. At that moment, concubine Fong returned, her voice choked with emotion, exclaiming, "Master, madam, it is terrible. Concubine Lu has declared that she knows her time is short and wishes to see you one last time. She implores you to grant her this wish." Upon hearing this, Old Master Zheng was immediately taken aback, instinctively wishing to refuse. However, upon envisioning concubine Lu's tear-streaked visage, evoking a sense of pity, he faltered. Seeing Old Master Zheng's indecision, concubine Fong seized the opportunity, kneeling on the ground and pleading. "Concubine Lu has devoted herself to you for so many years. Though she may lack merit, she has endured her share of hardships. Now that she is gravely ill, please have compassion and grant her this final meeting." Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, Old Master Zheng ultimately succumbed to concubine Fong's heartfelt entreaties, letting out a deep sigh. He acquiesced. "Very well, I shall see her." Concubine Fong, upon hearing this, rose to assist Old Master Zheng, guiding him to concubine Lu's quarters. Upon entering, a strong medicinal odor assailed their senses, causing Old Master Zheng to wrinkle his brow in discomfort. Concubine Lu lay in bed, pale and bloodless, weakly coughing. Upon seeing Old Master Zheng enter, she struggled to rise, but he gently restrained her. "You are unwell. Do not trouble yourself to get up," he said, gazing at the once vibrant woman before him, now a mere shadow of her former self, his heart a tumult of emotions. Tears streamed down concubine Lu's face as she grasped Old Master Zheng's hand tightly, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "Master, I fear I may not have much time left." Old Master Zheng averted his gaze from concubine Lu, speaking solemnly, "I have summoned a physician. Focus on your recovery, and you will surely regain your health." Concubine Lu offered a sorrowful smile, replying, "Master, do not deceive me. I understand my condition all too well." Old Master Zheng sighed. "You are aware, then?" Concubine Lu nodded, tears glistening as she continued, "Master, I have been by your side for so many years, though I have not achieved much. I have endured hardships alongside you. Now, afflicted by this grave illness, I fear I may bring trouble to you and the household." Understanding that concubine Lu comprehended his intentions, he withdrew a letter he had prepared in advance from his bosom and handed it to her, saying, "This is a letter of release for you. Take it, along with these silver coins, and go." Trembling, concubine Lu accepted the letter, her vision blurred by tears. She recognized that this was her only avenue for escape and the last act of kindness from Old Master Zheng. "Master," she choked at a loss for words, unsure of what to say next. Old Master Zheng turned his head away, unable to bear another glance at her. He uttered a cold farewell, "Take care of yourself," before departing the room. Aunt Fong, witnessing the scene, hurriedly followed, casting a reproachful glare at Aunt Lu. Alone on the bed, Aunt Lu lay weeping silently, fully aware that from this moment forth, she was severed from any ties to the Zheng family. A sleepless night ensued. As she repeatedly gazed at the concubine release document in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. As dawn broke, she rose to gather her belongings. The mistress entered with 2 coarse servants, unceremoniously dropping a bundle and a pouch of silver onto the table. Coldly, she stated Aunt Lu, The old master has decreed that you must leave the Zheng family today and never return. Aunt Lu regarded the lifeless silver on the table, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Please convey my gratitude to the old master for his care over the years." The mistress scoffed and exited. Grasping her bundle, Aunt Lu stepped unsteadily out of the Zheng family gate, never glancing back, fully cognizant that there was no turning back for her. At the entrance of the Gu residence, Gu Zhengshi awaited anxiously. The early autumn sun cast a gentle glow upon her, creating a delicate halo around her figure. In the distance, she spotted a familiar silhouette approaching slowly, faltering yet imbued with an unwavering determination. Gu Zhengshi's heart tightened, and she hurried to meet her. Aunt Lu lifted her head, her eyes swollen and tear-stained, and upon seeing Gu Zhengshi, she managed a faint, sorrowful smile. "You." Yi Wangqing observed the tightly clutched bundle in Aunt Lu's grasp and felt an inkling of understanding. Aunt Lu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, trembling hands retrieving a letter from her bosom, which she presented to Gu Zhengshi. "This is the concubine release document given to me by the old master." Gu Zhengshi accepted the warm letter, her fingertips trembling. The words concubine release seemed to weigh heavily, suffocating her. "The old master also provided me with a sum of silver, instructing me to take care of myself." Aunt Lu's voice quivered, tears streaming anew. Wiping her tears, she endeavored to muster a semblance of smile. "I am now a discarded woman, with nowhere to go, and can only seek your shelter." Gu Zhengshi gazed at the pitiable woman before her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 32. A harmonious reunion. Yi Wangqing and Gu Yunting's plan succeeded. Aunt Lu had finally escaped the confines of the Zheng family. "Mother, please settle in first. We can discuss everything else later," Gu Zhengshi gently reassured, her gaze falling upon Aunt Lu's pallid face and murky eyes, stirring a wave of sorrow within her. Aunt Lu nodded, her eyes brimming once more. She clutched the release document tightly, as if it were her last bastion of hope. This letter was the price of her youth and dignity, the sole testament of her escape from torment. "Aunt!" Yi Wangqing rushed in upon hearing the news, her heart breaking at the sight of Aunt Lu's haggard form, tears streaming down her cheeks. She rushed forward, enveloping Aunt Lu in an embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. Gu Xiaoqing, with reddened eyes, timidly tugged at Aunt Lu's sleeve, calling out, "Aunt! Good children, good children." Aunt Lu tenderly stroked Yi Wangqing's hair and lovingly glanced at Gu Xiaoqing, finally allowing a glimmer of comfort to grace her visage. Gu Zhengshi gazed at the scene before her, her heart brimming with emotion. The bond of blood ties is the most unbreakable connection in this world. Even after enduring life's tempests, it remains as warm as ever. "Mother, please rest for a while. I am here with Qing'a," she gently urged, supporting Aunt Lu. "Indeed, dear aunt, you have traveled a long way. Please take your time to recuperate," Yi Wangqing added in comfort. Aunt Lu nodded, slowly making her way into the room with Gu Xiaoqing's assistance. Watching her frail figure retreat, Yi Wangqing felt a surge of sympathy. She turned to Gu Zhengshi and said, "Mother, please prepare some warm water for Aunt Lu. I will head to the kitchen." Gu Zhengshi nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, and turned to prepare warm water for Aunt Lu. Yi Wangqing hurried to the kitchen, intent on cooking a light and refreshing fish porridge for Aunt Lu. In the kitchen, she skillfully washed the rice, cleaned the fish, and sliced ginger, each movement infused with care and precision. Selecting the finest pearl rice, she rinsed it thoroughly before soaking it in clean water, ensuring that the resulting porridge would be plump and tender. From a fresh grass carp, she delicately filleted the tender belly meat into thin slices as delicate as a cicada's wings, marinating them with cooking wine, salt, and a touch of egg white to eliminate any fishy odor while preserving the meat's succulence. Once the porridge reached a rich consistency, Yi Wangqing gently added the marinated fish slices, stirring softly until they changed color and curled, then sprinkling them with ginger shreds and scallions, resulting in a fragrant pot of fish porridge. "Aunt, please try this fish porridge. Does it suit your taste?" Gu Zhengshi carefully entered the room, holding the steaming bowl. Aunt Lu accepted the bowl, blowing gently on its surface before savoring a spoonful. The fish was tender and smooth, the porridge rich and delectable, warming her stomach and dispelling the weariness from her journey, bringing comfort to Aunt Lu's heart. Delicious, truly delicious, Aunt Lu exclaimed, taking several more sips, tears welling in her eyes. How long has it been since I tasted such exquisite flavor? Gu Zhengshi looked at Aunt Lu with concern, wiping the corners of her mouth as she softly reassured, Mother, from now on, you shall reside here in peace. Qing'er and I will take good care of you. In the midst of her words, Gu Zhengshi inadvertently noticed a swollen area beneath Aunt Lu's arm, with faint traces of blood visible on her clothing. Alarmed, she hastily rolled up Aunt Lu's sleeve, revealing a wound that had festered, emitting a foul odor. Mother, your injury. Gu Zhengshi gasped, tears streaming down her face once more. Aunt Lu gently patted Gu Zhengshi's hand, enduring the pain to comfort her. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days. Gu Zhengshi shook her head, choked with emotion and unable to articulate her thoughts. She understood that Aunt Lu spoke thus to ease her worries. This was no mere scratch. It was evident that she had endured inhumane torment. Yi Wanqing entered the room, carrying warm water, and felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing the scene. Setting the warm water on the table, she said to Gu Zhengshi, Mother, please help Aunt Lu lie down. I will clean her wound. Gu Zhengshi nodded and assisted Aunt Lu onto the bed. Yi Wanqing then took out her travel kit containing healing ointment and began to tend to Aunt Lu's injury. After removing the soiled clothing, Gu Zhengshi brought forth her own clean garments to dress Aunt Lu anew. Mother, please bear with me a moment. I shall fetch you some warm water for your ablutions. Gu Zhengshi said, turning to leave. Wait, called out Lu Yinyang. I can manage on my own. With great effort, Lu Yinyang propped herself up, her spine bent as if she were a vine ravaged by storms, a testament to her prolonged captivity. After washing up, Lu Yinyang's posture miraculously straightened somewhat, though her once ample figure had grown gaunt. Gu Zhengshi's garments hung loosely on her. With a heart full of compassion, Gu Zhengshi assisted Lu Yinyang to sit at the bedside. Gazing at her mother's emaciated face, tears welled in her eyes. Mother, you have suffered so much. Lu Yinyang grasped Gu Zhengshi's hand in return, gently patting it, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she forced a smile. Silly child, am I not well now? But you, enduring hardships alone outside. The two embraced, weeping together, their unspoken emotions palpable. Yi Wanqing entered the room, carrying a steaming bowl of fish porridge. Upon witnessing the scene, her own eyes shimmered with moisture. She placed the porridge on the table and gently said, Aunt, please eat more. This fish porridge is easy to digest and will help restore your strength. Lu Yinyang accepted the bowl, her gaze falling upon the milky porridge. The aroma of rice and fish intertwining, rekindling her long-lost appetite. She scooped a spoonful to her lips. The fish was tender and succulent, the porridge rich and flavorful, warmly settling in her stomach, dispelling her fatigue and soothing her heart. If you enjoy it, I will prepare it for you every day, Yi Wanqing said with a smile. What a good child. You are so thoughtful. Lu Yinyang regarded her with affection, her heart brimming with gratitude. Observing Lu Yinyang's improved appetite, Gu Zhengshi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning to Yi Wanqing, she instructed, Qing'er, please check if Ping Jie has awakened. I will tidy up the bedding for Mother. Yi Wanqing nodded and exited the room, gently closing the door to grant this long-separated mother and daughter their privacy. Lu Yinyang set down her bowl, watching Gu Zhengshi's busy form, hesitating to speak. Mother, do you have something on your mind? Gu Zhengshi noticed the look in Lu Yinyang's eyes and paused her task to inquire. With a heavy sigh, Lu Yinyang replied, Aji, I fear my presence may bring trouble to you and Qing. Gu Zhengshi was taken aback, quickly comprehending Lu Yinyang's implications. Lu Yinyang had been cast out by the Zheng family due to her illness, and it would not take much for the curious to uncover her whereabouts. Now that Lu Yinyang was here, it was inevitable that someone might recognize her, leading to potential scandal. Mother, please do not speak of such things. Gu Zhengshi interrupted. Those notions are baseless. You are not ill. It is they who. Aji, Lu Yinyang called out sternly. Some matters are best left unspoken. Gu Zhengshi bit her lip, falling silent. Lu Yingyang regarded her daughter with deep concern. Aji, I know you're indifferent to gossip, but Qing'er is different. Her business is expanding, and if... Aunt, you needn't worry. Yuan Qing re-entered just in time to overhear Lu Yingyang's words. She smiled reassuringly. Those with integrity have no fear of shadows. If there are rumors, they are but figments of imagination. Moreover, with your presence in our home, nourished with delightful food and drink, your health shall soon be restored. In due time, who would still heed those baseless rumors? Aunt Lu gazed at Yi Wanqing's confident smile, her heart slightly at ease. Indeed, she could not dwell perpetually in the shadows of the past. She must rally herself, for her daughter, for her granddaughter, and for her own well-being. Qing'er is right. Mother, please stay here with peace of mind, Gu Zheng said softly, holding Aunt Lu's hand. This is your home. Aunt Lu's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded in acknowledgement. As dusk fell, Gu Yunting returned home and, upon learning of Aunt Lu's arrival, went to visit her. After taking her pulse, he confirmed that her physical weakness stemmed merely from prolonged malnutrition and excessive mental strain, with no serious ailments. She simply required proper nourishment. Rest assured, Aunt, your health is not in jeopardy. Just take your medicine regularly and supplement it with nutritious food, and you shall soon regain your vitality. Gu Yunting remarked with a smile as he packed away his medical kit. Thank you, Yunting. Aunt Lu expressed her gratitude. There is no need for formality, Aunt. Gu Yunting reassured her. During this period, you may live here comfortably, without any worries. Aunt Lu nodded, her heart brimming with emotion. She recognized that Gu Yunting was offering her a sense of security, allowing her not to fret about being a burden. By the way, Gu Yunting suddenly recalled, consuming milk can swiftly restore health, though it is a rare commodity in this frigid region. Milk? Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up at the mention. Husband, do you mean Aunt Lu would benefit from drinking milk? Gu Yunting nodded, expressing a tinge of regret. Yes, but in this area... No, dear husband. Have you forgotten about Old Man Miao? Ye Vanming intergestit excitedly. Old Man Miao was an elderly exile they had aided. After recovering, he had been helping neighbors with herding and had recently brought fresh lamb meat, expressing his gratitude for their life-saving assistance. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunting immediately grasped Yi Wanqing's intent and smiled. You are indeed thoughtful. I shall go inquire with Old Man Miao. As it turned out, Old Man Miao had indeed kept milking ewes in his flock and readily offered to deliver fresh sheep's milk daily. With this newfound resource, Yi Wanqing was inspired to showcase her culinary skills. She first prepared a pot of caramel milk tea using the sheep's milk, and the sweet aroma wafted through the room. Aunt Lu, inhaling the rich scent, felt her eyes moisten. Aunt, do try this. It is caramel milk tea made with fresh sheep's milk. Please let me know how it tastes. Yi Wanqing presented a steaming bowl of tea before Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu cautiously accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. A wave of sweetness spread through her mouth, transporting her back to the carefree days of her youth. Delicious, truly fragrant, Aunt Lu could not help but exclaim, declaring it the finest milk tea she had savored in years. In addition to caramel milk tea, Yi Wanqing also crafted milk tofu and various dairy products, creatively providing Aunt Lu with nourishment each day. Under the tender care of Yi Wanqing and Gu Yunting, Aunt Lu's health visibly improved, her complexion brightening considerably. On this particular day, Yi Wanqing crafted delectable custard buns using fresh goat's milk. The golden-hued buns exuded an enticing aroma that made Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing unable to resist their cravings. Mother, what kind of buns are these? They smell divine. Gu Xiaoqing inquired with curiosity. These are custard buns made by your sister-in-law with goat's milk. They are absolutely delicious, Gu Zhengshi replied with a smile. Do give them a try. Gu Xiaoqing, unable to contain her eagerness, took a bite, and the sweet custard filling instantly filled her mouth. They're truly delightful. Mother, these are the best buns I have ever tasted. Gu Zhengshi also sampled one, showering praises. Qing'er, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. These custard buns surpass even those made by the imperial chefs. Yi Wanqing chuckled. I'm glad you enjoy them, Mother. I have plenty more. Do indulge yourself. Gu Zhengshi nodded with a smile and continued to savor several more before finally pausing. Mother, do take it easy. Be mindful of overeating. Yi Wanqing cautioned with a grin. Not to worry, my appetite is quite good today, Gu Zhengshi replied cheerfully. By the way, Qinger, do send some over to Madame Chun and Madame Zhao. They are fond of your creations. Yi Wanqing nodded and instructed Yin Ting and Xiaoqing to deliver some custard buns to the Chun and Zhao households. Chapter 33. The storm approaches. When Gu Xiaoqing delivered the treats to Zhao Shuxue, she discreetly whispered, "These are the newly made custard buns by Lady Yi. They are sweet and fragrant, meant for you to savor." Coincidentally, Zhao Shushue's friend, Chu Momo, was visiting her home. Su Yuyu, who had been dieting recently, had not indulged in sweets for quite some time. "Shushua, what is this? It smells so delightful." Chu Momo couldn't help but ask, as the sweet aroma proved irresistible. Zhao Shushue observed Su Yuyu's eager gaze, stifling a laugh in her heart, yet feigned nonchalance. "Oh, it's nothing special, merely some ordinary pastries." As she spoke, Zhao Shushue picked up a custard bun and took a delicate bite, her face illuminating with pleasure. Chu Momo, eyeing Zhao Shushue, asked suspiciously, "Are you certain these are just ordinary pastries? I detect a hint of milkiness." Zhao Shushue was taken aback, surprised by Chu Momo's acute sense of smell, which had allowed her to discern the custard bun's fragrance even through the cloth. Maintaining her composure, she replied with a smile, "You have quite a keen nose, my dear. You've sniffed out a rare delicacy." "I knew it. I can never be mistaken when it comes to such enticing aromas," Chu Momo exclaimed with excitement. "Shushue, you must let me have a taste. It has been ages since I enjoyed something sweet." Zhao Shushue feigned reluctance. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Aren't you on a diet?" "I couldn't possibly." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuyu interrupted, "Oh, come now, Shushue, an occasional indulgence is acceptable. Just let me try one, just one." With that, Chu Momo reached for the food box in Zhao Shushue's hand. Seeing this, Zhao Shushue quickly concealed the box behind her, insisting, No, for the sake of your health, I must keep these all to myself." As Chu Momo realized Zhao Shushue's refusal to share, her curiosity only deepened about just how delicious these pastries could be to warrant such protection. With a swift glance, she devised a plan, deliberately feigning a pitiful demeanor, and spoke, "Shushue, I know you care for me the most. Considering my recent struggles with weight loss, would you allow me just a taste? Just a tiny morsel?" Zhao Shushue, observing Chumo's pitiful act, silently chuckled to herself. This girl would go to great lengths for a morsel of food. She feigned a stern expression and replied, "Absolutely not. Not even a single bite. I intend to savor these delicacies myself." Realizing that her initial approach had failed, Chumo resorted to her ultimate weapon, gently shaking Zhao Shushue's arm and pleading in a sweet, coaxing tone, "Oh, Shushue, please let me have a taste. I beg you." Zhao Shushue could hardly withstand Su Yuyu's charms. With a resigned sigh, she relented. All right, enough of the shaking. If you continue, I might just fall apart." Seeing Zhao Shushue finally relent, Chumo's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly inquired, "So, does that mean you're allowing me to taste it?" With a resigned sigh, Zhao Shushue replied, Yes, I concede. I truly cannot resist you." She then reached for the food box behind her. Upon opening it, she feigned surprise. "Oh, how is there only one left?" In truth, she had anticipated this outcome and had intentionally left just one behind, realizing she would need to savor it sparingly. Chumo gazed at the solitary custard bun in the box, her eyes widening in excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "There's only one left? What are you waiting for? Quickly, hand it over." Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Zhao Shushue surrendered the last custard bun. Su Yu eagerly accepted it, gently pulling it apart, and a rich, creamy aroma wafted through the air. The delicate, white dough enveloped a golden custard filling, looking utterly irresistible. Chumo took a cautious bite. The soft dough and sweet custard instantly captivated her palate. "Heavens, this treat is simply divine," she exclaimed. "The dough is so tender, and the custard is sweet yet not overwhelming. Truly the finest delicacy I have ever tasted." Zhao Shushue, watching Chumo revel in her enjoyment, felt a surge of pride. "Delicious? Isn't it?" she inquired with a smile. "Delicious barely begins to describe it. It is an exquisite delight," Chumo responded, finishing off the remaining bun in a few eager bites. licking her lips in satisfaction. Shushua, where did you procure such a delectable treat? You must tell me. I wish to buy some as well. With a playful smile, Zhao Shushua replied, this delightful morsel is called a custard bun, and it wasn't tea purchased from the street. Let me tell you. She elongated her words, teasing Chumo's anticipation. What is it? What is it? Please tell me, Chumo implored, eager to pry the secret from Zhao Shushua. Observing Su Yuyu's anxious expression, Zhao Shushua couldn't help but chuckle to herself. It is a secret, she whispered conspiratorially into Chumo's ear. Once they returned home, Chumo remained enchanted by the custard bun, describing its sweet, tender texture and alluring aroma to her mother, Sheng Shi, as if she were desperately trying to etch the flavor into her memory. After hearing her daughter's vivid description, Sheng Shi couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Is it truly as delightful as you say? Indeed, my dear mother. This delicacy surpasses any treat I have ever tasted, Chu Momo declared earnestly. Yet regrettably, Shu Shue refused to disclose its source, claiming that the esteemed master preferred to remain inconspicuous. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng pondered to herself, the fact that the Zhao family girl holds this in such high regard suggests that the pastry chef possesses remarkable credentials. She addressed her daughter, stating, in that case, we shall let it be. It would be inappropriate to impose. Though somewhat disheartened by her mother's words, Chu Momo had no choice but to acquiesce. However, while Sheng outwardly conceded, she quietly noted the matter in her mind. Coming from a distinguished family, she had cultivated a shrewd disposition from a young age, always harboring a curiosity for the novel. Moreover, the description her daughter provided of the custard bun was simply irresistible. She resolved to find a way to procure such a pastry. Early the next morning, Sheng summoned a capable maid and whispered a few instructions. The maid, understanding the task, nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, two elegantly dressed women entered the Qianwei pastry shop, meticulously selecting pastries while occasionally inquiring with the shopkeeper. Do you have a delicacy called custard bun? One of them asked. The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily, shaking his head. No, I'm afraid we do not carry such a pastry. That cannot be, one of the women retorted, unwilling to concede. I have heard that a new pastry has emerged in the city called custard bun, renowned for its sweet, soft, and delightful taste. How could it not be available here? The shopkeeper, maintaining a courteous demeanor, replied, Madam, our pastries are crafted according to ancestral recipes, and I have never heard of a custard bun. If you wish to explore, perhaps other establishments may have it. Seeing that she could not obtain the desired information, the woman reluctantly left the Qianwei pastry shop with her companion. Meanwhile, another maid dispatched by Sheng arrived at the Calaxiang restaurant, seeking information regarding the custard bun. Custard bun? What is that? The shopkeeper responded, equally perplexed. We only serve various dishes here, and do not have such a pastry. The maid, undeterred, described the characteristics of the custard bun, but the shopkeeper continued to shake his head, reiterating, we truly do not have it. With no success, the maid returned to report her findings. You found nothing? Sheng inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Where on earth could this custard bun be from? Just then, County Magistrate Chu returned home and noticed his wife's troubled expression. He inquired with concern, What troubles you, my dear? Sheng recounted how their daughter had tasted the exquisite custard bun from Zhao Shushua, and how she had sent people to several renowned pastry shops in the city, only to be met with failure. After reflecting for a moment, County Magistrate Chu asked, What was the taste and texture of this custard bun? Sheng then recounted her daughter's description. Upon hearing her words, the county magistrate nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, this custard bun bears the hallmark of Lady Ye's craftsmanship. Sheng's spirits lifted at this revelation. Are you suggesting that Lady Yi is the one who makes this custard bun? County Magistrate Chu affirmed, It is highly likely. I had previously heard that Madame Yi possesses remarkable culinary skills, creating dishes and pastries that are truly exceptional. He paused for a moment and lowered his voice, adding that I have also heard she seems to employ certain cooking methods we have never encountered. Mr. Sheng suddenly understood, exclaiming, So that's it. No wonder I had never heard of these custard buns before. They are indeed a product of Madame Yi's artistry. County Magistrate Chu naturally comprehended his wife's concerns and chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. My dear, there is no need for worry. I understand your sentiments. Yet, it is regrettable that we are unaware of Madame Ye's current whereabouts. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed his wife suddenly rise, a knowing smile gracing her face. Who says we don't know? Magistrate Chu looked at his wife in confusion, unsure of her intentions. However, Mrs. Sheng merely smiled mysteriously and turned to instruct the maid to prepare the carriage. Get the carriage ready. We shall pay a visit to Zhao Fanghai. Meanwhile, Yi Wanqing sat by the window, cradling a cup of hot tea, her gaze fixed outside, lost in contemplation. Gu Yunting entered the room and, upon seeing her demeanor, approached her gently, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. What occupies your thoughts? Yi Wanqing came back to herself, letting out a soft sigh, and voiced her worries. The southern regions are suffering from severe flooding. I wonder if the government aid will arrive in time. The common people are bound to endure great suffering. Gu Yunting furrowed his brow slightly, draping his cloak over her shoulders. You are too burdened by your thoughts. The court has its arrangements, and we, being thousands of miles away, are powerless to intervene. Despite his reassurances, the mere thought of the displaced populace unsettled her heart. Yi Wanqing gazed out the window, murmuring to herself, if only there were rice, at least it could alleviate the disaster. Rice? Gu Yunting keenly picked up on the implication in her words. Are you referring to edible grain crops? Realizing she had let slip too much, Yi Wanqing, who hailed from modern times where various grain crops were commonplace, now recognized that such crops had yet to be introduced to the Central Plains. She coughed lightly to cover her slip, saying, I merely mentioned it in passing. I once read about such crops in an overseas compendium. It is said they thrive in flood-prone regions, and when steamed, they are fragrant and highly productive, a boon in times of famine. Gu Yunting's interest was piqued. An overseas compendium? What book is that? May I borrow it for a look? Yi Wanqing's expression faltered. That book is long lost. I have only casually glanced at a few pages, and the details escape me. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Yunting's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. He understood that Yi Wanqing's reluctance to elaborate must have its reasons, and he refrained from pressing further, his curiosity about the so-called rice remaining. Enough of this. I do not wish to dwell on this topic, Gu Yunting said, seeking to shift the conversation. Today, while patrolling the mountains, I discovered an injured eagle and have brought it back. Would you like to see it? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing's spirits lifted. She had always held a fondness for such creatures and eagerly followed Gu Yunting to the backyard. The eagle's wounds had been tended to, and it stood quietly on a branch, its sharp eyes warily surveying its surroundings. How beautiful! Yi Wanqing could not help but exclaim in admiration. Gu Yunting gazed at the eagle, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He spoke softly, Tomorrow, I shall release it back into the wild. Yi Wanqing paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet she understood that for such a free-spirited bird, the sky was its true home. She nodded gently and replied, Very well. As night fell and stars twinkled in the sky, Gu Yunting stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon on the horizon, his mind swirling with thoughts. The echoes of Yi Wanqing's word from earlier that day resonated in his mind, along with the memories of a long-lost overseas journal. At dawn, before the mist had fully lifted, Gu Yunting ventured deep into the forest with the eagle. He untied the cloth that bound the bird's leg, and the eagle flapped its wings a few times, seemingly unaccustomed to its newfound freedom. It circled low in the air before finally perching on a nearby branch, tilting its head as it regarded Gu Yunting. Go, he murmured, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The eagle seemed to comprehend his words, spreading its wings once more and soaring high, quickly vanishing into the mist. Gu Yunting watched it depart until its silhouette was no longer visible before he turned to leave. Upon returning home, he found Yi Wanqing tending to her flowers in the courtyard. When she saw Gu Yunting, she set down her watering can and approached him. Have you set it free? She inquired. Gu Yunting nodded. It belongs to the sky. Yi Wanqing took his hand gently, affirming, I know you did the right thing. Despite her own reluctance, she recognized that for the eagle, freedom was paramount. Gu Yunting's consideration in returning it to the wild brought her solace. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. Gu Yunting lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. He replayed the scene of releasing the eagle in his mind. along with thoughts of the journal filled with overseas tales. Suddenly, 3 clear bird calls pierced the stillness of the night, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide, the sound prompting him to rise from his bed and approach the window, keenly listening to the sounds outside. The night wind rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. Yet no other unusual sounds reached his ears. Is it merely an illusion? Gu Yunting murmured to himself, just as he turned to return to bed. The 3 bird calls echoed once more. This time, he recognized that they were not the calls of ordinary birds. Gu Yunting's expression shifted. He quickly opened the window and leaped into the night, disappearing into the shadows. "My lord, you have finally arrived." A dark figure knelt before Gu Yunting, urgency lacing their tone. "Your subordinates have awaited your return for some time." Chapter 34. Farewell, Jiangqi. What brings you here? Gu Yunting inquired, surprise evident in his voice. The visitor was none other than his former chief bodyguard, the leader of the Silver Armored Guards, Jiangqi. "I have been ordered to inform you of everything, my lord," Jiangqi replied, lifting his head. In the moonlight, his weathered face exuded resilience and loyalty. "The old prince has been wronged." Gu Yunting's heart jolted, a chill coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head. "What do you mean?" The old prince anticipated this. He divided his will and the silver-armored military token, hiding them in secure locations, leaving clues that only you can decipher. Jiangqi paused momentarily before continuing, "Currently, the new emperor is under the soft restraint of Empress Dowager El, and there are spies embedded among the silver-armored guards. The situation is dire. I risked my life to escape solely to inform your majesty of this matter." Gu Yunting remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. It dawned on him that all of this had been orchestrated by his father, who had anticipated today as predicament long ago. Yet, why did he choose this course of action? Gu Yunting stood with his hands behind his back, the mountain breeze rustling his robes. Jiangqi's words stirred tumultuous waves within him, as his father's benevolent intentions, the capricious intrigues of the court, the flames of vengeance, and the weight of restoring familial honor surged forth in his mind. "Your Majesty?" Jiangqi, noticing Gu Yunting's prolonged silence, tentatively called out. Gu Yunting withdrew his thoughts, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. The death note and military talisman should not be recklessly handled. We are currently unaware of Empress Dowager El's maneuvers, and any rash actions would only serve to alarm the serpents in the grass. Jiangqi was taken aback, realizing that the implication was for them to leave this place. Gu Yunting spoke with unwavering conviction. "This remote borderland cannot contain us." A flicker of confusion crossed Jiangqi's eyes, but his long-standing absolute trust in Gu Yunting compelled him to comply. "Understood. I shall make arrangements." Not in haste, Gu Yunting interjected. "This matter requires careful deliberation. Our foremost task is to rendezvous with the other silver-armored guards and ascertain the current situation before devising our next steps." "Yes." Jiangqi knelt on one knee, accepting his orders and departing. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of white, Gu Yunting returned to the small courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found Yi Wanqing seated at the table, where a bowl of congee and simple dishes exuded an enticing aroma. "You're back." Yi Wanqing looked up, a gentle smile gracing her face at his return. Gu Yunting sat beside her, taking her cool hand in his. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I waited for you to have breakfast together." Yi Wanqing served him a bowl of congee. "Did something happen last night?" Gu Yunting did not withhold the truth, briefly recounting Jiangqi's visit. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing's expression shifted to one of concern. "Then I have decided to leave this place," Gu Yunting interjected firmly. "I must fulfill my father's last wishes and restore justice to the world." Yi Wanqing fell silent, knowing this was a responsibility he could not escape. She refrained from urging him to stay and turned to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to knead the dough and prepare the wrappers. The kitchen fell into a serene hush, with only the faint sounds of the dough on the countertop echoing the rising rhythm of Yi Wanqing's heartbeat. Gu Zhengshi entered the kitchen with Gu Xiaocheng and Gu Shi, and upon witnessing this scene, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "King Ye, just ensure he takes some dry rations and water. It's difficult to preserve food on the bumpy road." Gu Zhengshi spoke with maternal concern. Yi Wanqing shook her head, her hands continuing their work. Mother, I understand, but I wanted to have a warm meal on the road, just like at home. Gu Zhangshi, touched by her words, refrained from saying more and silently assisted her. Before long, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen ignited the appetites of Huaij and Pingjie. Sister-in-law, what are you making? It smells wonderful. Gu Xiaocheng could not contain his curiosity. This is rujiamo, your brother's favorite dish. Yi Wanqing smiled as she handed over the golden, crispy buns to them. Gu Xiaocheng and the Gue family received them, taking a bite that instantly lit up their eyes. Delicious, exceedingly delightful. Watching them, the sorrow in Yi Wanqing's eyes was replaced by warmth. She believed that with the support and love of family, Gu Yunting would surely overcome all challenges. As dusk approached, Gu Yunting packed his belongings in preparation for departure. Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaocheng, along with Lu, came to bid farewell, their eyes brimming with reluctance. Mother, I am unfilial, unable to fulfill my duties at your side. Gu Yunting knelt before Gu Zheng, his tone filled with remorse. Tears welled in Gu Zheng's eyes as she helped him up, saying, You do this for the family, for the world. Your mother understands. Go forth, and be cautious in all matters. I, along with the children, await your return. Inside are the provisions that Qing'er prepared for you. Eat sparingly on the road. Gu Yunting nodded, turning to meet Yi Wanqing's gaze. Their eyes locked, and countless unsaid words transformed into a heartfelt embrace. Take care of yourself. Gu Yunting whispered in her ear, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Wanqing held him tightly, fighting back tears, you too. As Gu Yunting cast one last glance at the courtyard, the setting sun bathed Yi Wanqing in a golden glow, casting a halo around her. Despite the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, she mustered a smile and gently waved at him. A pang of sorrow gripped Gu Yunting's heart as he tightened his grip on the reins. He knew he had to leave for a better future for them all. Go! With a low command, Gu Yunting spurred his horse onward, galloping away. The sound of hooves echoed, resonating in the hearts of all present. Gu Zheng watched her son's retreating figure, and tears finally slipped down her cheeks. Gu Xiaocheng and Lu also turned misty-eyed, leaning against their mother, softly sobbing. Yi Wanqing watched Gu Yunting disappear into the night, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that this was merely a temporary parting and that they would eventually reunite. Taking a deep breath, she fought back her tears and turned to Gu Zheng, saying, Mother, let us return. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter. As night fell and stars twinkled, Gu Yunting rode swiftly, the sound of hooves shattering the tranquility of the night. He needed to depart quickly. The tears of the Zheng family burned his heart like fire, and he feared that if he lingered a moment longer, he would abandon all reason to stay. Days later, he reined in his horse before a dense thicket. This secluded bamboo grove was the secret base previously agreed upon. Dismounting, Gu Yunting tethered his horse to a sturdy tree trunk. The night breeze rustled through the bamboo, producing a whispering sound as if sharing secrets. From his pocket, he extracted a black token, and in the faint moonlight, the character Jiang could be discerned engraved upon it. Gu Yunting clenched the token tightly in his hand, his gaze resolutely fixed on the depths of the thicket. The surroundings were silent, save for the rustle of bamboo, leaves in the wind. Gu Yunting was not in a hurry. He took measured steps, slowly advancing deeper into the bamboo grove. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, adding an air of mystery. As he walked, Gu Yunting suddenly halted. He crouched down, brushing aside the fallen leaves to reveal several tender, yellow bamboo shoots. These shoots had just begun to emerge, fresh and succulent, instantly stimulating one's appetite. Gu Yunting recalled the exquisite dishes that Qing'er had once prepared with bamboo shoots. The fragrant oil-braised spring bamboo shoots, the stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat, and the delectable Crucian carp soup, all of which lingered in his memory with a tantalizing allure. At the thought of these culinary delights, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. He pondered when he might again savor Qing'er's culinary artistry. Master, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. Gu Yunting turned to see a tall figure emerging from the shadows, accompanied by several cloaked guards. Jiangqi, you have arrived. Gu Yunting rose, brushing off the fallen leaves from his attire, his gaze settling on the guards behind Jiang Qi, who replied, "They are all loyal subordinates, master. They are the silver armor guards who have been lying in wait." Jiang Qi knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, and said, "I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me, master." Gu Yunting helped Jiang Qi to his feet. "Rise, this is not your fault. Now that we have safely arrived here, as brothers, there is no need for excessive formality." With that, he retrieved a few oil paper packages from his satchel, releasing a rich, savory aroma into the air. What is that delightful scent? One of the guards could not help but inhale deeply, his eyes drawn to the packages. Having gone a day and night without food, the enticing aroma made their stomachs grumble uncontrollably. Gu Yunting smiled faintly and opened the packages to reveal golden, crispy sauce-flavored pancakes and enticing pieces of dried pork. "This is food prepared by the lady. It is quite delectable. Please partake." Unable to contain their eagerness, Jiang Qi and the others reached for the pancakes and dried pork, devouring them with gusto. "Exquisite, truly exquisite," one guard exclaimed while chewing. "The pancakes are crispy and delightful, and the dried pork is bursting with flavor. I have never tasted anything so delicious." "Indeed, her culinary skills are unparalleled," Gu Yunting remarked, taking a piece of the sauce-flavored pancake himself, though a hint of bitterness flickered in his eyes. Now, they were worlds apart, and he could not foresee when they might meet again. "Master, are you well?" Jiang Qi, noticing Gu Yunting's somber expression, could not help but feel concerned. Gu Yunting took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness within, and shook his head. "I am fine. Now that we are safe, we must carefully plan our future course." "What are your intentions, master?" Jiang Qi inquired. Gu Yunting paused, his gaze hardening with resolve. "First, I will locate our other brothers and gather ships and funds." Jiang Qi's heart stirred as he began to grasp Gu Yunting's intentions. "Indeed, I plan to leave this place and return to the capital." Gu Yunting clenched his fists, his tone unwavering with determination. "I will not sit idly by. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he knelt again, declaring solemnly, "I vow to follow you to the death, master." The other silver armor guards also knelt, united in their fervent pledge. "We will follow you to the death, master." Gu Yunting gazed at his loyal guards, warmth swelling within him. He extended a hand to help Jiang Qi rise, speaking earnestly, "Good brother, rise." The group deliberated in the bamboo grove for quite some time, formulating a meticulous plan. Meanwhile, in a bustling town several thousand miles away, Yi Wanjing strolled leisurely along the lively streets. Each day, apart from attending to Gu Zheng and Gu Xiaocheng, she immersed herself in the exploration of local ingredients and culinary techniques. "Fresh eels for sale. Fresh eels for sale." A crisp voice rang in Yi Wanjing's ears. Turning towards the sound, she beheld a boy of about 10, standing by the roadside with a small stall before him, showcasing a few lively eels. The boy, with his delicate features, appeared ragged and somewhat pallid, revealing his status as Zheng Yanlin, the illegitimate son of the Zheng family's third branch. "It's you." Yi Wanqing recognized him immediately, her surprise evident. "What brings you here selling fish?" Upon seeing her, Zheng Yanlin's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly replied, "Cousin, you remember me. My family is poor, and my parents are ill, so I have to sell fish to help support us." Understanding his plight, Yi Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy. The young boy was shouldering family responsibilities at such a tender age. She glanced at the eels and, intrigued, inquired, "Did you catch these eels yourself?" "Yes, cousin," Zheng Yanlin nodded. "Since arriving here, I have learned from an old man." With a gentle smile, Yi Wanqing remarked, "The fish you catch are quite fresh, and I appreciate them. How about this? From now on, sell all the fish you catch to me." Zheng Yanlin's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. "But is that really appropriate? Why are you unwilling?" Yi Wanqing feigned a stern expression. No, I am willing. I am willing." Zheng Yanlin hurriedly waved his hands, anxious to dispel any misunderstanding. "It's just what is it?" Zheng Yanlin bit his lip, feeling somewhat bashful as he confessed. "I only catch a small number of fish each day, and I worry it won't be enough for you." "Not a problem. I will take as many as you can provide," Yi Wanqing assured him, pulling a piece of broken silver from her pocket and handing it to him. This is an advance payment. Keep it. Zheng Yinlin stared at the silver, momentarily stunned. Cousin, this. Take it as a prepayment for your work, Yi Wanqing insisted, placing the silver firmly in his palm. From now on, you shall assist me as my little helper agreed. Holding the silver, Zheng Yinlin felt its weight and warmth stir within him. In his life thus far, he had never encountered such a sum. Cousin, he began, unsure how to express his thoughts. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Yi Wanqing continued her playful demeanor. No, I am willing. I am willing. Zheng Yinlin quickly reassured her, fearing she might misunderstand. I just worry I might not do well. As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you. Yi Wanqing replied with a slight smile. Despite his youth, Zheng Yinlin's clear gaze and diligent nature marked him as a promising pupil. Thus, Zheng Yinlin became Yi Wanqing's assistant. Each morning, he arrived early at her home to help clean the yard, wash vegetables, and prepare meals. In his spare time, he accompanied Yi Wanqing, learning various culinary skills. She began by teaching him how to prepare fish, elaborating on every detail from selecting fresh specimens to scaling, gutting, and cleaning them, demonstrating each step several times. Zheng Yinlin paid close attention and learned swiftly. Before long, he could independently execute the fish preparation with skill that rivaled that of an adult. In addition to fish preparation, Yi Wanqing also instructed him on cleaning intestines. This is indeed a technical endeavor, one that most individuals find challenging to execute flawlessly. A slight misstep can result in lingering, unpleasant odors. However, Zheng Yinlin is undeterred by dirt or fatigue. If he cannot master a task after the first attempt, he perseveres until he succeeds, repeating the process as many times as necessary. Following Yi Wanqing's guidance, he begins by scrubbing the ingredients with salt and vinegar, followed by kneading them with flour and water, and finally rinsing them thoroughly. The clean pig intestines emerge pristine and odorless, earning him a look of admiration from Yi Wanqing. You are truly a clever child, Yinlin. So perceptive. She praises wholeheartedly. Blushing from the compliment, Zheng Yinlin scratches his head and chuckles shyly. Chapter 36. Signs of division as the days pass. Zheng Yinlin's culinary skills flourish under Yi Wanqing's meticulous tutelage. He not only learns to clean fish and prepare pig intestines, but also becomes adept at crafting various types of dumplings. One evening, while assisting with dinner at Yi Wanqing's home, dusk settles in, and the last traces of daylight gradually fade. Zheng Yinlin hurries home, holding several fresh eels in one hand and a few steaming milk buns in the other. The wisp of smoke rises from chimneys as most households have extinguished their lights, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the night's tranquility. He treads lightly, striving to make no noise, eager to sneak back into the secluded courtyard of his own home under the cover of night. Slowing his pace, he tiptoes to the window of the main room. In the dim light, he spots his great-aunt and Aunt Fong. With a sigh, he realizes he cannot avoid them any longer and steels himself to bring his treasures inside. Mother, look what I have brought back, Zheng Yinlin exclaims, forcing enthusiasm into his voice as he places his bounty onto the table. Aunt Fong and Aunt Rong, who are engaged in needlework, look up with curiosity at the sound of his voice. What is this? Aunt Fong sets down her sewing and approaches the table, eyeing the items with intrigue. This is eel and fish balls, and this it's called milk bun. Zheng Yinlin proudly introduces each item, his tone betraying a hint of satisfaction. El, can this be eaten? Aunt Rong regards the dark, slippery eel with distaste. Of course it can, and it is truly delicious, Zheng Yinlin asserts, unveiling the eel, which has been meticulously cleaned and cut into segments, sprinkled with aromatic spices that waft enticingly. Mother, you must try it. It's incredibly tasty. He offers a piece of eel to Aunt Rong. She hesitates momentarily, but ultimately opens her mouth to taste it. Delicious. Truly delightful. Aunt Rong's eyes light up. The flavor of this eel surpasses any fish she has ever sampled. Really? I want to try too. Aunt Fong, seeing her reaction, sets aside her reservations and quickly takes a piece of eel herself. Delicious. Absolutely exquisite, she exclaims, savoring each bite with unabashed delight. Watching his mother and great-aunt enjoy the meal with such fervor fills Zheng Yinlin with immense joy. prompting him to eagerly present the fish balls and milk buns for everyone to share. "What is this? It's so delicious." Tao Guer and Qing Jie were also drawn in by the enticing aroma, each seizing a milk bun and savoring it with delight. In that moment, the room was filled with laughter and joy, allowing Zheng Yinlin to temporarily forget the earlier unpleasantness and relish the happiness that the feast brought alongside his family. Cough, cough. Zheng Yiquan entered the room, observing the family gathered around the table, engrossed in their meal. Unable to suppress a soft cough, the atmosphere fell into immediate silence, with everyone pausing their actions and turning their gazes toward Zheng Yiquan. "Father," Zheng Yinlin called out, somewhat sheepishly. Zheng Yiquan ignored him and approached the table, scrutinizing the unfamiliar dishes laid before him, a frown creasing his brow. Where did these items originate? Zheng Yinlin glanced at Aunt Fong and Rong Shi, biting his lip before summoning the courage to speak. "Father, they are... What are they?" Zheng Yiquan pressed, his gaze piercing. "They are what my sister-in-law made." Zheng Yinlin's voice dwindled, aware of the implications his words carried. What did you say?" Aunt Fong exclaimed, nearly dropping the milk bun from her hand. "You mean all of these were made by Yuan Qing?" Rong Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zheng Yinlin. "Yinlin, you must be mistaken. That Yi family, she can cook these?" Tao Guer and Qing Jie, still young and unaware of the unfolding drama, simply watched the adults with curiosity. Zheng Yinlin lowered his head, unable to meet the eyes of Aunt Fong and Rong Shi. "It is true, Mother Aunt. I'm not deceiving you. These were all made by my sister-in-law." Zheng Yiquan's frown deepened. "Why did you conceal this from us?" Zheng Yinlin explained, "Father, it was not my intention to hide it. It's just that my older sister has a bias against my sister-in-law, and I feared she would be upset if I mentioned it." Aunt Fong snorted. "Well, you certainly know your older sister's temperament. However, this is not entirely your fault. After all, your older sister cannot bear to see others thrive." Rong Shi sighed. "Indeed, your sister's disposition is quite vexing." Zheng Yiquan remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Very well, I understand. You may continue eating." Though Aunt Fong and Rong Shi still felt a twinge of discomfort, with Zheng Yiquan having spoken, they felt compelled to refrain from further comment and resume their meal. Zheng Yinlin, relieved, quickly followed suit. Only Zheng Yiquan remained, gazing at the delectable spread, yet tasting nothing. He could hardly fathom that such exquisite dishes had been conjured by Yuan Qing. The meal concluded amidst an unusual atmosphere. After the others departed, Zheng Yiquan summoned Zheng Yinlin to the study. "Speak. What transpired today? Why did you sneak home?" Zheng Yiquan inquired solemnly, seated behind the desk. Zheng Yinlin, unable to hide the truth, recounted everything that had transpired with the Gu family in detail. "Father, I had no choice but to agree to my sister-in-law's request to work for her. Please do not be angry." He spoke cautiously, eyes cast down. Zheng Yiquan remained silent, listening intently. "Father, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have maintained relations with my sister-in-law. However, I truly cannot bear to witness her suffering." Zheng Yinlin's voice dwindled, nearly choking on his words by the end. Zheng Yiquan sighed, aware of his son's kind heart that could not endure the sight of others in pain. Yet, he must also comprehend that certain matters are beyond his intervention. "Yinlin, remember this, our family and your aunt's family are not of the same ilk. In the future, limit your interactions with them," Zheng Yiquan imparted with solemnity. "But father," Zheng Yinlin attempted to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Zheng Yiquan. "Enough. It is getting late. You should return and rest," Zheng Yiquan stated, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing into the enveloping darkness of the night, his heart heavy with unspoken burdens. Zheng Yinlin, perceiving his father's unwillingness to continue the discussion, reluctantly took his leave. After Zheng Yinlin departed, Zheng Yiquan paced the study, his brow furrowed, his mind a tempest of thoughts. "Master, are you still troubled by Yinlin's affairs?" At that moment, Rong Shi entered the study, holding a cup of tea. Zheng Yiquan accepted the cup, taking a gentle sip. "Alas, what is it about this child that makes him?" "Master, do not reproach Yinlin. His intentions are sincere," concubine Fong consoled. "Furthermore, the delicacies prepared by the Yi family are indeed delightful. Even you." Zhang Yikuan sighed. Indeed, that Yi family is quite remarkable. Rongsher approached Zhang Yikuan, gently massaging his shoulders. Master, do you think our family might? Zhang Yikuan set down the teacup. Realizing concubine Fang's words resonated with his own thoughts. You mean, to separate the households? A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Rongsher's eyes. Master, I do not wish to incite discord, but consider how our third household has fared over the years. Your meager salary has nearly supported the first and second households. Yet have they ever acknowledged our contributions? Now that Yinlin has finally found a way to earn some silver, should this news reach their ears, do you think they will not covet it? Will they not come to take advantage? Zhang Yikuan fully understood this reasoning. Having spent years away, he entrusted all household affairs to his wife. Yet Rongsher's gentle disposition was no match for the formidable matrons of the first and second households, who had bullied the third household for years. Master, we can no longer afford to be idle, Rongsher continued to urge. Now that Yinlin has potential, we must plan for our future. Separation of households is the wisest choice. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhang Yikuan finally nodded. You are correct. It is time to separate the households. Chapter 37. The selection. The following morning, an imperial decree arrived at the Yong'an Marquis' residence, summoning the legitimate daughter, Yi Wanjin, to the palace for an audience. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon the intricately carved wooden bed as Yi Wanjin slowly opened her eyes. The tumultuous memories of her past life surged forth in a tidal wave during her dreams last night, leaving her in a state of unrest. Third sister, you're awake? A sweet voice called from outside, laced with a hint of deliberate endearment. The decree has arrived. Eldest sister has sent me to inquire if you are ready. We shall go to pay respects to mother together. Yi Wanjin gently rubbed her forehead, her tone tinged with weariness. I appreciate your concern, dear sister, but I caught a chill last night and am feeling somewhat unwell. I do not wish to cause any trouble for mother and my sisters. The voices outside paused, seemingly taken aback, but quickly resumed their enthusiasm. How can that be? You are the emperor's chosen beauty. How can you let a mere slight illness hinder you? I shall inform mother and have her summon the physician. There's no need for that. It is merely a minor ailment. A bit of rest will suffice. Ye Vanzhen resultedi dejeunet. She had no intention of participating in any selection of beauties. Given the chance to live again, all she desired was to cherish her family and lead a tranquil life. As the voices outside gradually faded, Yi Wanjin rose and approached the window, gazing at the courtyard scenery, her mind swirling with thoughts. In her previous life, she had ardently aspired to rise above others, only to meet with ruin and despair. Now, having been granted a second chance, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. Jin, are you all right? The door creaked open gently, revealing her father, Yi Bixian, with a worried expression. I'm fine, father. Yi Wanjin turned, offering him a reassuring smile, though there were matters she wished to discuss privately. Noticing his daughter's grave demeanor, Yi Bixian felt a twinge of anxiety. Whatever it is, you may speak freely. Your father is listening. Yi Wanjin took a deep breath and said slowly, Father, do you believe one can be reborn after death? Yi Bixian paused, momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a smile. My child, what nonsense are you speaking? When one dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. There is no talk of rebirth. No, father, I speak the truth. Yi Wanjin's tone was firm. I have died once, and now I have returned to life. Yi Bixian studied his daughter's serious expression, his doubts intensifying, yet he remained patient. What makes you say such things? Has something occurred? Yi Wanjin moved to the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to her father, lowering her voice. Father, I am not deceiving you. I know I have been reborn because I foresaw an event. She paused, her gaze intensely fixed on him. Master Zhang, the Minister of Rites, will suffer a heart attack and die at home in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Yi Bixian's teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces. Scalding tea splashed onto his feet, but he remained oblivious, staring in astonishment at his daughter. His lips quivered as he finally regained his voice. How do you know this? Yi Wanjin understood that to convince her father of this absurd notion of rebirth, she needed to provide compelling evidence. She recounted calmly, I dreamed of it. In my dream, A banquet was held at Master Zhang's home, and after he drank a cup of wine, he suddenly collapsed, with the physician helpless to assist. Though skeptical, Yi Bixian was compelled to take his daughter's words seriously due to her unwavering conviction. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to observe the situation. If her prediction were to come true in 3 days, then 3 days later, news of Master Zhang's sudden demise spread throughout the capital, causing a stir among officials and commoners alike. Upon hearing this news, Yi Bixian felt as if struck by lightning. The brush in his hand clattered to the ground, leaving a dark ink blot on the rice paper, mirroring the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. He staggered into Yi Wanjin's room, gazing at his seemingly fragile daughter, as if he were confronting an unfathomable enigma. With a trembling voice, he inquired, "Zhener, who are you truly?" Yi Wanjin recognized that the moment had come to reveal everything. She recounted her experiences from her past life to the present, sharing her journey from the esteemed daughter of an ancient noble family, her yearning for power, to her ultimate remorse, laying bare her heart to her father without reservation. Yi Bixian listened to his daughter's narrative, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt sorrow for her tribulations and astonishment at her extraordinary experiences. However, he understood that the immediate priority was to protect her, to shield her from the treacherous intrigues of power. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall protect you," he asserted, grasping her hand firmly. "If you do not wish to enter the palace, then I shall ensure you do not." Yet, with the imperial decree already issued, how could they navigate this perilous situation? Yi Wanjin's face clouded with concern, for she knew that defying the decree could lead to severe consequences for her entire clan. "Do not fret about this. I have my ways," Yi Bixian mused, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "It may require some sacrifice on your part for a while." The father and daughter conferred in hushed tones for an extended period, ultimately deciding to take a daring risk by employing a ruse of self-harm to evade the sudden selection process. Days later, chaos enveloped the Yi household, as news spread that the third young lady, Yi Wanjin, had tragically fallen from a cliff during a prayer ceremony, her fate uncertain. Yi Bixian, suppressing his grief, commanded the servants to search diligently. 3 days later, the search party finally discovered a barely conscious Yi Wanjin at the bottom of the cliff, her body battered, a broken leg, and a grotesque wound marring her face, rendering her beauty forever altered. "My Diatsinia," Yi Bixian wept as he held his daughter, her visage irrevocably changed. Yet a sigh of relief escaped him. He understood that the more convincingly this charade was enacted, the safer his daughter would be. In the palace, Empress Dowager L furrowed her brow upon receiving the news of the third young lady of the Yi family's disfigurement. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face as she murmured, "What a pity." A nearby matron, keenly observing her demeanor, cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, since the third young lady has lost her beauty, she would no longer be suitable for the palace." With an indifferent tone, the Empress Dowager appeared unconcerned about losing such a beauty. "I too am merciful thus. I shall decree her exemption from the selection process and bestow upon her some medicinal herbs and supplements as a token of my care." "Your Majesty is indeed kind," the matron replied, bowing her head, fully aware that this was merely a pretext to avoid unfavorable gossip. Days later, the palace's physician, after examining Yi Wanjin, reported to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, the third young lady of the Yi family has sustained severe injuries. Although her life is not in danger, her beauty is irrevocably lost, and with a fractured leg, she may struggle to regain her former self." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager sighed softly, a mix of regret and relief evident in her expression. "Very well, if that is the case, let it be as I have decreed." Meanwhile, in the Yi household, having narrowly escaped disaster, Yi Wanjin recuperated in a humble farmhouse. While she had temporarily evaded her fate of entering the palace, she was acutely aware that this was merely a stopgap. The scars on her face served as an indelible reminder of the perilous situation she found herself in, with countless eyes and ears in the palace ever watchful. "My dear lady, do not fret. The master has commissioned someone to seek out a skilled physician who will undoubtedly heal your scar," consoled the maid, Shir, while she diligently changed Yi Wanjin's bandages. Yi Wanjin gazed into the copper mirror at her scarred visage. This scar not only marred her beauty, but also severed her hopes of returning to a tranquil life. "Shi'er, do you think we can ever return to the past?" Yi Wanjin whispered, her voice laced with uncertainty. Shi'er paused, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, everything had changed. They could never revert to the carefree lives of a noble lady and her maid. "My lady, do not dwell on such thoughts. It is paramount that you focus on your recovery," Shi'er urged, avoiding Yi Wanjin's gaze as she presented a bowl of medicinal soup before her. "Come, drink this." Yi Wanjin accepted the bowl and drained it in one gulp, the bitter taste spreading across her palate, much like her current sorrow. Chapter 38. Preparations for the restaurant. In recent days, Yi Wanqing had been relentlessly busy. Ever since she rented a shop at the market, she had been fervently preparing for the establishment of her eatery. "Linger, these soybeans have soaked for a day and night. We should be able to start making fermented tofu now," Yi Wanqing announced, rolling up her sleeves in readiness for the task ahead. "Cousin, take it easy. Let me handle these laborious tasks," Zhang Yanlin remarked, observing Yi Wanqing's industriousness with a mixture of concern and admiration. "Linger, there is no need for formality between us. We must work together diligently to open the restaurant as soon as possible," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, her voice brimming with anticipation for the future. Zhang Yanlin couldn't help but marvel at Yi Wanqing's radiant smile. This seemingly delicate woman possessed an inner resilience and optimism beyond ordinary comprehension. The two collaborated, one tasked with crafting the fermented tofu, while the other handled the drying of fermented soybeans and bean paste. The courtyard was suffused with a gentle bean fragrance, mingling with the early summer sunlight, evoking a serene and delightful atmosphere. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of urgent hoofbeats approaching the door. "Madame Ye, are you home?" Li Si's voice called from outside, tinged with excitement. Yi Wanqing exchanged a puzzled glance with Zhang Yanlin, both wondering what had prompted Li Si's unexpected visit. "Brother Li, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Yi Wanqing inquired as she stepped outside, curiosity evident in her tone. "Madam Yi, take a look at this," Li Si exclaimed, producing a thick envelope from his coat and presenting it to Yi Wanqing. She took the envelope and opened it, revealing a substantial stack of silver notes. "What is this?" Yi Wanqing gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she momentarily lost her ability to articulate her thoughts. "This is a gift from your parents," Li Si explained. "They want you to live comfortably here without worrying about finances. Knowing your situation, they scrimped and saved, even enlisting your uncle's assistance to gather this sum." As Yi Wanqing stared at the silver notes, tears of joy welled up, blurring her vision. Trembling, she gently caressed the familiar markings on the notes, as if she were touching her parents' rough yet warm hands. The stack of silver notes bore the boundless love and expectations of her parents, traversing vast mountains and rivers to finally reach her hands. "Father, mother," Yi Wanqing murmured softly, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Thank you, brotherly." She took a deep breath, striving to calm her excited heart as she carefully tucked away the silver notes. "Rest assured, I shall make good use of this money and will not disappoint their hopes." Li Si regarded Yi Wanqing's resolute gaze and nodded approvingly. "I believe in you, Lady Yi. You have always been a determined and capable young woman." After bidding farewell to Li Si, Yi Wanqing returned to her courtyard. 150 taels. The weighty silver notes felt like a grasp on hope and the future. She caressed the notes repeatedly, her heart again a mixture of sentiments. This was not merely money. It represented her family's unconditional trust and support. With this sum, she believed it would suffice to open a small eatery. "What kind of establishment shall I create?" Yi Wanqing pondered, her gaze drifting towards the window. In the modern world, she was a five-star chef, adept at various cuisines. Yet in this era, constrained by available ingredients and seasonings, many dishes could not be replicated. "First, I must address the issue of basic sustenance," she resolved inwardly, deciding to establish an eatery accessible to the common folk. Choosing a location became urgent. Through recent observation, she noticed that the area west of the city near the docks had the highest foot traffic, with dockworkers and merchants continuously coming and going. However, this vicinity lacked a decent eatery. It shall be in the west of the city. Yi Wanqing determined in her heart. As night fell, she spread out a piece of writing paper, illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight, to write a letter to her mother far away in the capital. She carefully chose her words to detail her plans for the eatery, earnestly advising her mother to refrain from straining her eyes with embroidery work. Mother, you and father need not worry about me. I am well. Once the eatery is operational and profits are made, I shall bring you here to enjoy a life of comfort. As she penned the final line, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. She then took another sheet of paper to write to her uncle, enclosing a method for making tofu, along with several recipes. These recipes have been adapted to suit the conditions of this era, being simple to execute and low in cost. Given her uncle's modest means, these recipes might help improve their circumstances. Yi Wanqing folded the letters with great care, silently praying. After completing her tasks, she extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Outside, the moonlight was cold and the stars dim, yet her heart brimmed with hope and strength, as if she could envision the bustling scene of her eatery opening, filled with patrons and the joyous tableau of family reunion and shared happiness. The following morning, Li Si arrived as promised. His visit was not only to check on Yi Wanqing's well-being, but also to savor her culinary delights once more. Brotherly, just in time. Do try my newly made fermented tofu and let me know how it tastes. Yi Wanqing warmly invited, placing a dish of brilliantly colored tofu before him. Li Si picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, whereupon a rich aroma burst on his palate, savory and thick, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Li Si could not help but exclaim, Madam Yi, your culinary skills are such a treasure. It would be a pity not to open a restaurant. Yi Wanqing smiled and replied, Indeed, I am contemplating just that. Preparations are already underway. She elaborated on her plans to establish an eatery and requested his assistance in delivering a letter back to the capital. After listening, Li Si patted his chest and assured her, No problem, leave it to me. I promise to deliver the letter to your mother and uncle. Thank you so much. Brotherly, Yi Wanqing expressed her gratitude, scooping a spoonful of fermented tofu from the jar and handing it to him. Brotherly, this is my newly made fermented tofu. Enjoy it on your journey and share it with your sister-in-law and the children. How can I accept this? Li Si protested, though his eyes were fixed eagerly on the jar of tofu. Sensing his desire, Yi Wanqing chuckled, Brotherly, please do not be polite. We are like family. Moreover, you have assisted me greatly, and I have yet to properly thank you. Li Si ceased his objections, accepted the tofu, and gratefully remarked, Madam Yi, you are truly too kind. I will remember this favor, and should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yi Wanqing nodded and retrieved a piece of paper from her bosom, presenting it to Li Si. Brotherly, this is my improved recipe for fermented tofu. Take it back and give it a try. It might bring you some extra income and help improve your family situation. Upon receiving the recipe and opening it, Li Si was momentarily taken aback. The recipe meticulously detailed the production process of the fermented tofu, from ingredient selection to fermentation and pickling, with every step clearly outlined, even noting important details to consider. Madam Yi, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Li Si exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. This recipe was a veritable treasure. With it, he could establish his own tofu workshop and ultimately escape poverty, leading a better life. Please accept it. Consider it a gift from me, Yi Wanqing sincerely urged. I know times are tough for your family. I hope this recipe can be a small token of my goodwill, helping you all to live a little better. Li Si's eyes glistened with emotion as he choked out, Madam Yi, you are truly a wonderful person. I hardly know what to say. All right, Brotherly. If you continue like this, I shall feel embarrassed. Yi Wanqing laughed gently. You should return now. Your sister-in-law and children are waiting for you at home. Very well, I shall not impose any longer. Li Si carefully stowed the tofu and recipe before rising to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Li Si, Yi Wanqing returned indoors, commencing her preparations for the restaurant. She planned to visit the western part of the city to scout for suitable shop rentals. Chapter 39. 1,000 miles of skewered delights in the southern part of the capital. The tea stalls gradually filled with patrons, the clamor and shouts intertwining in a lively cacophony. However, Pang Shi appeared oblivious to the noise, staring vacantly at the meager pile of silver coins on the table. Her brow furrowed in distress. This 2 taels of silver was all she had earned from selling her entire collection of embroidered goods today. Yet there was still a significant gap to cover for her son's tuition fees. The thought of the several dozen taels she had previously lent to Madame Yi pierced her heart like a knife, causing a dull ache. Dozens of taels, dozens of taels. Pang Shi murmured to herself, regret washing over her like a tide. Had she known then, she would never have lent her the money, nor should she have allowed her to take away her son's hard-earned tuition fees. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, as Pang was enveloped in regret and anxiety. A familiar voice pierced the air beside him. He abruptly lifted his head to see Fan approaching, and his irritation surged. What do you want? Pang snapped, his tone laced with resentment. Fan, aware that Pang was still upset about Xing'e lending her money, displayed an awkward expression. Pang initially contemplated turning away, but upon noticing Fan's gaunt frame and sunken eyes, his heart softened. He moderated his tone and inquired, "How is Qing? How has she been?" His voice dropped, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Seeing this, Fan recognized Pang's concern for Madame Yi and pulled a chair closer to sit beside him, gently responding. "Qing'er is doing well in the border town." She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts, before continuing, "She's faring better than we anticipated." Pang's eyes widened with skepticism. "Really?" Fan nodded, a hint of relief in her voice. "Yes, she mentioned in her letter that although life in the border town is harsh, she has found a way to make a living and even plans to open a restaurant." "A restaurant?" Pang exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Her? What could she possibly do?" In Pang's memory, Madame Yi had always been a delicate girl, untouched by the rigors of labor. So the idea of her preparing food seemed implausible. Fan seemed to read Pang's thoughts and chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Madame Yi's culinary skills are simply extraordinary." In her letter, she stated that she has been learning to cook from an elderly gentleman, and her dishes have even received praise from the local magistrate. Is that true? Pang was skeptical, yet a weight began to lift from her heart. As long as Madame Yi was thriving, that was all that mattered. Fan then produced a letter from her bosom and handed it to Pang. "This is a letter from Qing'er, entrusted to me to deliver to Xing'e." Pang accepted the letter, and the familiar handwriting brought a warmth to her eyes. The envelope bore the inscription to Uncle in neat script, exuding resilience. Qing'er also mentioned. Fan lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. She included some recipes in her letter, suggesting that Xing'e might want to try them. Before Fan could finish, a hearty laugh erupted from the backyard. "Ha, it's done. The stir-fried melon seeds have finally come out right." Pang and Fan turned toward the sound, witnessing Fan Xing holding a large tray filled with steaming stir-fried melon seeds. "Master." Pang quickly rose and approached. "Come see. Qing'er has written to us." Fan Xing set down the tray and accepted the letter from his wife's hand, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "What did Madame Yi say?" Pang shook her head, gesturing for him to read the letter first. Fan Xing opened the envelope and withdrew the letter, reading each line carefully. In her correspondence, Madame Yi not only inquired about their well-being, but also detailed several recipes for various dishes, barbecue, beverages, and sweet soups, an array that left Fan Xing bewildered. When did this child start dabbling in such things? Fan Xing chuckled, handing the letter to Pang. "Look at this. It's filled with recipes for barbecued meats and cold drinks. I've never heard of such things." Upon receiving the letter, Pang handed it to his daughter, Fan Xing, saying, "Qing, you are well versed in reading. Please recite it for your mother and me." Fan Xing took the letter, her melodious voice echoing through the tea stall. With each mention of an ingredient or cooking method, Fan Xin and Pang exchanged bewildered glances, their faces betraying their confusion and intrigue. "Father, this barbecue requires charcoal and a metal grill, and the meat must be cut into small pieces and skewered. Can it truly be delicious?" Fan Xing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity after finishing the segment on barbecue. Fan Xin furrowed his brow, diligently recalling the details within the letter. Images painted by Yi Wanqing's description surfaced in his mind. Blazing charcoal, meat sizzling on the grill, releasing an enticing aroma. He swallowed hard, finding the scene undeniably tempting, yet the method utterly unfamiliar. How extraordinary! Can it really work? He murmured to himself. Finally, it was mentioned that one must sprinkle cumin and chili powder over the grilled meat to achieve a flavorful dish. After reading the last line about barbecue, Fan Qing closed the letter and looked at her parents with eager eyes. Father, mother, let us give it a try. It sounds delightful. Pang, upon hearing this, set aside her needlework, her brow slightly furrowed. Qing'er, preparing food is not to be taken lightly. Look at what this letter mentions. Milk and spices, each of which costs money. Our family is already struggling. We cannot afford such extravagance. Fan Xi nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, Qing'er, your mother speaks wisely. The items listed in this letter are unheard of to us, and we have no idea how they will taste. What they're not palatable. It will be a waste of our hard-earned money. Seeing her parents' disapproval, Fan Qing pouted, slightly displeased. But this is Sister Qing's heartfelt intention. Even if we do not try it, we should at least write back to inquire further. Of course, a response was necessary. However, the matter of preparing food required careful consideration. Pang stated as she picked up the letter and read it again attentively. How about this? Let us begin with something simpler. Milk and spices are too expensive. Shall we try the grilled meat first? After a moment's contemplation, Fan Xi nodded. Very well, let us proceed with the grilled meat. Qing'er, go borrow the grill from the butcher Zhang next door. I will procure some charcoal and pork belly. All right, Fan Qing exclaimed. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of trying her hand at grilling meat, and she dashed out to borrow the grill. Pang watched her cheerful figure fade away, shaking her head in exasperation. Turning to Fan Xin, she remarked, My dear, what could have prompted Qing'er to suddenly take an interest in culinary endeavors? Fan Xin also shook his head and sighed. Who knows? This child, one can only wonder what hardships she has encountered over there, that she has begun contemplating the art of cooking. With that, the couple set about their respective tasks. When Fan Xin returned home, he found that Pang had already sliced the pork belly into thin strips and skewered them with bamboo sticks. Fan Qing, meanwhile, had ignited the charcoal in the yard, the glowing embers illuminating her excited little face. Father, you're back. Fan Qing rushed to greet Fan Xin. Mother has marinated the meat and is just waiting for you to begin grilling. With a smile, Fan Xin affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Very well. Let us commence the grilling. Pang Shi handed the marinated slices of meat to Fan Xin, carefully arranging the condiments. As the head of the household, it is imperative that you remember how to use these seasonings. We must not waste them. Taking the condiments, Fan Xin examined them attentively and nodded, assuring, Rest assured, I shall remember everything. With that, he picked up a skewer of meat and placed it over the charcoal to grill. As night descended, the small courtyard of the Fan family became enveloped in curling wisps of smoke, the aroma of charcoal mingling with the savory scent of grilling meat, permeating the air. Fan Qing, assisting in turning the meat, eagerly inquired, Father, when will the grilled meat be ready? I am nearly starving. Soon, soon, Fan Xin replied with a smile. Just a little longer, until the meat turns golden and the fragrance intensifies, then it shall be ready for consumption. At that moment, Pang Shi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of sauce, the rich aroma immediately filling the courtyard. Fan Qing inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mother, what kind of sauce is this? It smells divine. With a smile, Pang Shi replied, This is a secret sauce I crafted using your sister Qing's recipe, specifically designed to complement grilled meat. You will understand its delight shortly. Handing the sauce to Fan Xin, she turned to fetch bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Fan Qing, intrigued, leaned closer to her father, gazing longingly at the bowl of sauce. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Father, what is this sauce made of? It smells so good. Fan Xin dipped his chopsticks into the sauce and offered it to her, saying, Why not taste it and find out? Eagerly, Fan Qing extended her tongue to sample the sauce, and the exquisite flavor exploded on her palate. Her eyes widened in delight. Delicious. Father, this sauce is extraordinary. It surpasses any condiment we usually have. Fan Xin was equally astonished by the sauce's flavor. He had anticipated it to be merely ordinary, yet it was surprisingly delectable. It seemed that Qing's words in her letter held truth. The secret to exceptional barbecue indeed lay within this sauce. At that moment, Pang Shi returned with bowls and chopsticks. Noticing the entranced expressions on the faces of father and daughter, she inquired with a smile, "So, how do you find the sauce?" "Delicious. Mother, this sauce is amazing," Fan Qing exclaimed, eager for her mother to taste it. Pang Shi shook her head with a smile. "I'm not in a hurry. I shall enjoy it alongside the grilled meat." She placed the bowls on the table and returned to the kitchen. Before long, she emerged again, carrying a steaming pot of milk tea. The creamy liquid exuded a rich dairy aroma, remarkably enticing in the evening light. "What is this?" Both Fan Xian and Fan Qing asked in unison, having never encountered such a milky beverage before. "This is milk tea, another delightful drink from your sister Qing's recipe, said to be a perfect accompaniment to grilled meat to cleanse the palate." Pang Shi poured the milk tea into bowls, offering them to Fan Xian and Fan Qing. "Do have a taste." Each took a bowl, gently sipping the tea, as its sweet creaminess enveloped their mouths, weaving a tapestry of rich flavor that lingered delightfully. "Delicious," Fan Qing exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "This milk tea is far superior to the regular tea we usually drink." Fan Xian nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the charcoal fire. Fan Xian looked up and beheld the skewers of meat, now golden brown, sizzling with fat and emanating an irresistible fragrance. The meat was ready. Fan Xian picked up a brush from the side and generously applied a secret sauce onto the grilled meat. Instantly, a richer scent enveloped the air, tantalizing the senses and making mouths water. He presented the perfectly grilled skewers to Pang Shi and Fan Qing, while he eagerly took one for himself, unable to resist taking a bite. The harmonious blend of the savory meat, the rich sauce, and the smoky charcoal flavor created an exquisite taste that left him speechless. "Delicious. Absolutely delightful," Fan Qing exclaimed, her mouth full of grilled meat as she spoke indistinctly. Pang Shi nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "The flavor of this grilled meat is simply extraordinary." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard wall, accompanied by a voice exclaiming, "What a delightful aroma! What does that smell?" It was Uncle Zhao from next door. Fan Qing, with her keen ears, instantly recognized the visitor and hurriedly set down her skewer. She rushed to the wall, peering over, and indeed found Uncle Zhao standing outside, enraptured by the fragrance in the air. "Uncle Zhao, you've arrived," Fan Qing greeted with a smile. "Come in and sit with us. My father just finished grilling the meat, and we are about to eat." Uncle Zhao did not hesitate, smiling as he entered the courtyard, observing the charcoal, grilled meat, and milk tea laid out. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you all are living quite indulgently, enjoying grilled meat on such a fine evening. This recipe was specifically sent to us by my niece, who lives far away, encouraging us to try something new," Fan Xian explained with a smile, while extending a skewer to Uncle Zhao. "Please, have a taste and see how it is." Uncle Zhao accepted the skewer without hesitation, taking a large bite. The explosion of flavors, savory meat combined with a rich sauce, danced in his mouth, and he was immediately captivated. "Delicious. This grilled meat is truly exceptional. It's even better than what they serve at that restaurant in the city." "Really?" Fan Qing inquired eagerly. "Have a few more skewers and see if it's truly that good." Uncle Zhao, not one to decline, devoured several more skewers before reluctantly pausing. Sipping on the milk tea, he remarked, "Old Fan, I must say, with your culinary skills, you should consider opening a barbecue stall. It would surely thrive." Upon hearing this, Fan Xian felt a spark of inspiration. Initially, he had merely intended to try the recipe for fun, without any thought of setting up a stall. However now, with Uncle Zhao's suggestion, he found it to be a splendid idea. "Father, I believe Uncle Zhao is right," Fan Qing chimed in excitedly. "Our sauce is so delicious. If we open a barbecue stall, we could certainly earn a handsome profit." Pang Shi also nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, my husband, I think we should give it a try. After all, we have little to do at the moment, and a barbecue stall could help supplement our household income." After a moment of contemplation, with a decision forming in his heart, Fan Xian looked at his wife and daughter and declared, since you both believe it is feasible. Let's give it a try. However, establishing a shop is no trivial endeavor. We must devise a thorough plan." Before he could finish his sentence, his wife interrupted. "My dear, fret not. The money my family lent us has yet to be repaid, and we can conveniently utilize it." With a smile, Mrs. Pang turned to her daughter, who was engrossed in her meal. "Ching, what about you? Are you willing to contribute your savings?" Ching raised her head abruptly and replied without hesitation, "Mother, of course I am. My money was earned by my parents. If we need it now, I shall gladly offer it." Mr. Fan looked at his wife and daughter, feeling a warm surge of emotion. He had initially been concerned about the funding for the shop, but he was taken aback by the unwavering support from both his wife and daughter. "Excellent. Since you both are so supportive, let's plunge into this endeavor," Mr. Fan declared, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. "Tomorrow, I shall go to the city to commission a sturdy iron frame and procure some skewers. Let us strive to open as soon as possible." Determined, the following morning, Mr. Fan took the money to the town. He sought out the finest blacksmith and ordered a robust and durable iron frame. Then visited a general store to purchase an ample supply of bamboo skewers before returning home with satisfaction. In the ensuing days, the Fan family busied themselves with preparations for the grand opening of their barbecue stall. Mr. Fan cleared a corner of the tea stall, setting up tables and chairs, and constructed a simple shelter using bamboo poles and burlap to shield from sun and rain. Mrs. Pang was in charge of sourcing the ingredients, rising early each day to select the freshest vegetables and meats from the market, meticulously washing and preparing them upon her return. Ching became her father's little assistant, helping him thread meat and vegetable skewers, and the family was immersed in a joyful hustle. As night fell, the Fan family continued their preparations, making final adjustments for the launch the next day. Mrs. Pang carefully arranged the clean dishes on a wooden rack, checking repeatedly to ensure nothing was overlooked. Mr. Fan paced the courtyard, occasionally glancing up at the sky, his face betraying his anxiety. "My dear, it's getting late. You should retire early," Mrs. Pang urged, observing her husband's restless demeanor. "We must rise early tomorrow." "I cannot sleep," Mr. Fan sighed, his voice laced with concern. "Do you think our barbecue stall will truly succeed?" Hearing her father's words, Ching set down her task and ran to his side, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Father, have faith. Our barbecue tastes so delightful. Surely many will come to savor it." Mr. Fan gazed at his daughter's innocent and cheerful smile, feeling a measure of reassurance, though the worry etched on his brow lingered. He had managed the tea stall for many years and was acutely aware of the challenges faced by small businesses. The town was replete with taverns and eateries, and competition was fierce. Could a modest barbecue stall truly thrive amidst such adversity? "Ching-er is right. My dear, do not fret," Mrs. Pang reassured, approaching to comfort him. "Our barbecue sauce is a secret recipe from Ching-er. The flavor is guaranteed to impress. Moreover, our prices are more affordable than those of the taverns, ensuring many will be eager to sample our offerings." "Indeed, Father, you need not worry," Fan Ching echoed. "Just yesterday, I mentioned to Aunt Wang next door that we are opening a barbecue stall. She expressed her eagerness to try our sauces and promised to bring her entire family tomorrow to support us." Listening to the comforting exchanges between his wife and daughter, Fan Xin felt his anxieties gradually dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning anticipation for the future. "All right, tomorrow, we shall seize the opportunity," Fan Xin declared, inhaling deeply, his gaze resolute. Chapter 41. A prosperous opening at dawn the next day. Fan Xin rose early and meticulously reviewed the preparations made the previous day. Once everything was in place, he positioned the grill at the entrance of the tea stall and began to kindle the fire for barbecuing. The charcoal blazed brightly, roasting the skewers of meat, which sizzled and crackled, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. "Dad, let me help you," Fan Ching exclaimed excitedly as she rushed out, clutching several freshly prepared vegetable skewers. As dawn broke and the morning mist lingered, the streets of a certain town in the capital began to buzz with activity. Vendors pushed their carts and carried their wares, gradually setting up stalls in anticipation of a new day of commerce. The charcoal licked at the skewers on the grill, the marbled lamb sizzling and oozing with juices, emanating a series of mouth-watering fragrances. Fan Xian skillfully turned the skewers, ensuring each side achieved a golden crispness. This was the first time Fan Xian's tea stall sold barbecue skewers, and the aroma that filled the air was a stark contrast to the usual scent of tea, drawing the attention of many passers-by. "Brother Fan, what are you grilling? It smells divine." Aunt Lu, who sold tofu pudding next door, curiously leaned over, inhaling deeply. "Oh my, that aroma is truly enticing. It's making my stomach growl." "These are barbecue skewers, a new culinary venture of mine, priced at 6 each." Fan Xian replied with a smile, his hands never pausing in their work. "Would you care to try a skewer? 6 each? That's rather pricey." Aunt Lu exclaimed in surprise, considering that a bowl of tofu pudding only costs 2 "What exquisite ingredient have you included in your meat skewers?" "Yes, you. Only the finest lamb is used, complemented by my family's secret sauce. The flavor is undoubtedly worth every coin." Fan Xin sut gone feed in, fully trusting in the taste of his barbecue skewers, which he had learned from Yuan Qing. "Brother Fan, do let me try a skewer." Before Aunt Lu could respond, De Zhuang, the bun vendor nearby, could no longer resist and pulled out money to buy a skewer. He took the skewer eagerly and bit into it. An explosion of savory and spicy flavors erupted in his mouth. The lamb was crispy on the outside, yet tender within, rich yet not greasy, enhanced by the piquant sauce, making it utterly irresistible. "Delicious. Absolutely delightful," De Zhuang exclaimed, savoring every bite. "Brother Fan, I'll have 2 more. "Ah, is that not Lord Wang? What would you like to indulge in today?" Fan Xian greeted a familiar customer with enthusiasm as he approached. Lord Wang was a regular at the tea stall, visiting every morning for a pot of tea and a few snacks. Drawn in by the enticing aroma of the barbecue skewers, he paused and inquired with curiosity, "Boss Fan, what is this delightful new offering?" "Master Wang, would you care to sample this delectable dish I have recently learned to prepare?" Fan Xin Inguit, extending a skewer of roasted meat towards him. Master Wang accepted the skewer, scrutinizing it closely. The meat was grilled to a golden hue, glistening with oil, and generously sprinkled with cumin and chili spices, exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Upon taking a delicate bite, the crispy exterior gave way to tender lamb infused with a piquant sauce, creating a delightful medley of flavors in his mouth, prompting him to nod appreciatively. "Indeed, the taste is exquisite. How much for a skewer?" Master Wang exclaimed in admiration. 6 coins each, Fan Xian replied. Hearing this, Master Wang furrowed his brow slightly. The price was indeed somewhat steep, yet he could not resist the alluring fragrance and thus declared, "Very well, I shall indulge. Bring me 2 skewers." Ultimately, Master Wang surrendered to the temptation of the roasted meat and decided to savor the experience. "Excellent. Please hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly." Fan Xian promptly grilled 2 more skewers and handed them to Master Wang. "Do give it a try, and if you find it delightful, do return next time." As Master Wang reached for his purse, Fan Xian waved his hand and said, "Master Wang, you are the 2nd customer to purchase skewers today. Allow me to treat you to a bowl of tea." "Oh, such a pleasant surprise?" Master Wang responded, somewhat taken aback, then smiled, saying, "In that case, I graciously accept." "It is my pleasure," Fan Xian replied, turning to pour a bowl of tea and presenting it to Master Wang. "Enjoy at your leisure. How does the meat skewer smell? How does it taste?" Mrs. Li, who sold sundries next door, approached with curiosity. "Mrs. Li, would you care for a skewer as well?" "Yes, you. Once you taste it, you'll crave more." Fan Xian warmly invited her. "How much is it per skewer?" Mrs. Li inquired. 6 coins each, Fan Xian answered, "But today, we are offering a complimentary cup of tea with each skewer. If you find it pricey, you may share with someone else to try." 6 coins per skewer was indeed a bit extravagant, yet with the skewers glistening invitingly, Mrs. Li hesitated. Turning to see Master Wang savoring his meal, she asked, "Master Wang, are these skewers delicious?" Master Wang, thoroughly enjoying his meal, eagerly gave a thumbs up upon hearing Mrs. Li's question, exclaiming, "Delicious." Master Fan skewers are crispy on the outside and tender within, delightfully spicy and truly exquisite. Mrs. Li, hearing this, could not help but swallow hard, turning to Fan Xin. Then I shall have one as well. Certainly, Fan Xin replied with enthusiasm, beginning to grill a skewer for Mrs. Li. At that moment, a young woman clad in coarse linen approached, accompanied by a little boy of 5 or 6, whose eyes were fixated on the roasted meat, nearly drooling. "Mother, I want to eat that," the boy said, pointing to the skewers in a sweet voice. The young woman, Mrs. Deng, the wife of the fishmonger Zhang Wu, looked down at her son's eager expression and then at the price, letting out a soft sigh. "Dear, we cannot indulge. That is too expensive. When we return home, I will prepare some steam buns for you." However, the little boy seemed about to protest further when he was gently restrained by Mrs. Pang. "Wife, what brings you here?" Zhang Wu asked, spotting Mrs. Deng and hurrying to greet her. "I came to bring you something," she replied, handing a basket she carried to Fan Xin. "These are the freshly steamed buns I just made. Eat them if you're hungry." "Ah, you are too kind," he responded gratefully. Zhang Wu took the basket and, noticing the son behind Deng, inquired, "By the way, what is our son's name again?" Deng shot him a reproachful glance and replied curtly, Have you forgotten your own son's name? He's called Zhang Bauer." Right, Zhang Bauer. Look at me, my memory." Zhang Wu chuckled awkwardly, then retrieved a steamed bun from the basket and handed it to his son. "Bauer, are you hungry? Have a bun to fill your stomach first." Chapter 42, Prosper's Business Dad. "I want to eat meat." Zhang Bauer received the bun, but did not eat it. Instead, he gazed longingly at the grilled meat skewers. "Bauer, be good. Meat is too expensive. Once I earn some money, I will buy it for you." Zhang Wu gently patted his son's head, speaking softly. "Brother Fan, do you have any milk tea left? Please bring me a bowl." After finishing 2 skewers of grilled meat, Lord Wong felt a bit thirsty and asked, "Milk tea?" Fan Xin paused, puzzled. "What is that?" "The kind you let me drink last time, that milky, sweet, and delicious beverage," Lord Wong explained. "Oh, you mean the sheep's milk tea. Fansin Sudeli Undestol. That is not called milk tea. It's sheep's milk tea, a new delicacy my little sister developed." "Sheep's milk tea? What intriguing name." Lord Wong nodded. "How much do you sell it for?" 5 per bowl," Fan Xin replied. "However, today we are not offering sheep's milk tea with the meat skewers. If you want to drink it, you will need to pay separately." "What? 5 for a bowl?" Lord Wong's eyes widened. "Why don't you go rob a bank? Just for a bowl of sheep's milk tea, 5. Though Lord Wong enjoyed the grilled meat skewers, he found the price of 6 per skewer somewhat steep. Now hearing that a bowl of sheep's milk tea cost 5, he felt the tea stall was deliberately overcharging, leaving him rather displeased. "Lord Wong, please do not find it too expensive, this sheep's milk tea." Fan Xin tried to explain, but was interrupted by Lord Wong. "All right, I want tea, drink it." Lord Wong replied irritably, then pulled out 12 from his pocket and slapped it on the table. 2 skewers of meat, no need for change. Having said that, Lord Wong stood up and left the tea stall. Fan Xin watched Lord Wong's departing figure, shaking his head in resignation, then turned his gaze to the remaining grilled meat skewers, the enticing aroma wafting through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. After Lord Wong left, Aunt Lee took a bite of the grilled meat skewer, her eyes immediately lighting up. Without caring about the heat, she devoured it in a few bites. Both meat and fat. "Delicious. Truly delightful," she exclaimed, smacking her lips. "Brother Fan, how do you make these skewers? They are so fragrant. It's a family secret recipe." "Not to be divulged," Fan Xin said with a knowing smile, continuing to grill the skewers deftly. "Stingy," Aunt Lee pouted, pulling out another 6. "Give me another skewer." "Certainly," Fan Xin responded, handing her the freshly grilled skewer. "Enjoy your meal." Aunt Lee eagerly took the skewer and began to eat. Beside them, Zhang Bauer looked at Aunt Lee relishing her meal, unable to suppress a swallow, gazing longingly at Zhang Wu, and said in a childish voice, "Father, I too wish to eat meat." Zhang Wu, seeing the eager expression in his son's eyes, felt a pang of compassion and turned to Deng Shi, saying, "My dear, why not take Bauer to buy a skewer to try?" "How can that be?" Deng Shi quickly shook her head. 6 for a skewer is too expensive. Our family cannot afford it. "Fear not. The earnings from today should suffice to buy several skewers of roasted meat," Zhang Wu replied, pulling out a handful of coins from his money pouch and handing them to Deng Shi. "Go on, buy a skewer for Bauer." Seeing Zhang Wu's determination, Deng Shi ceased her objections, took the coins, and set off with Zhang Bei'er to purchase the skewers. Zhang Bei'er, having fulfilled his wish, savored the roasted meat, his small face radiating happiness. "Is it delicious?" Zhang Wu asked with a smile. "Yes." Zhang Bei'er nodded vigorously, his little mouth smeared with grease, oblivious to the mess. "Then eat a bit more," Zhang Wu said, taking another skewer from the grill and offering it to Zhang Bei'er, just as the father and son were enjoying their meal. A young scholar clad in a blue robe approached. "Owner, how much for your skewers of roasted meat?" The scholar inquired. "Allow me 2 skewers," he continued, reaching into his sleeve for his money pouch. "Dear guest, while 2 skewers may tantalize the taste buds, they may not satiate hunger. How about a bowl of sheep milk tea, which soothes the palate and warms the body?" Fan Xin suggested, pointing to a nearby milk tea stall with a smile. The scholar followed Fan Xin's gaze and saw a young woman in a light pink dress cooking something, with several white porcelain bowls beside her, filled with creamy liquid exuding a gentle fragrance. "What is this?" the scholar asked curiously. "This is sheep milk tea, a delightful concoction crafted by my younger sister. Its sweet and fragrant flavor pairs perfectly with roasted meat," Fan Xin enthusiastically explained. Feeling intrigued, the scholar asked, "How much for a bowl?" "5 on a bowl." "Fan xin zip lit." "Very well, then I shall have a bowl," the scholar said, handing over his money pouch. "Certainly." "Fan xin et galim." Swiftly counting the coins before turning to Fan Shi, "Sister, 1 bowl of sheep milk tea." "Okay," Fan Shi responded, beginning to prepare the tea for the scholar. As the scholar enjoyed his skewers and sipped the sheep milk tea, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. "Delicious, truly exquisite," he exclaimed after finishing. "Owner, give me 2 more skewers and another bowl of sheep milk tea." "Of course." "Fan xin zipli, setali palit." Realizing that business for skewers and sheep milk tea was thriving that day. As time passed, the intoxicating aroma of roasted meat drew more and more patrons, and a long line formed before Fan Xin's tea stall. In less than an hour, all 50 skewers of meat that Fan Xin had prepared were sold out. "Owner, do you have any skewers left?" inquired a burly man, followed by several similarly robust companions. "Regrettably, all the skewers have been sold out," Fan Xin apologized. "What? Sold out?" The man expressed disappointment. "Will you be selling skewers again tomorrow?" "Yes, I shall return tomorrow," Fan Xin assured him promptly. "Very well, I shall come back then." The man finished speaking and departed with his companions. Fan Xin sent off the group and began to tidy up the tea stall. "Brother Xin, our grilled skewers sold remarkably well today," Fan Shi remarked, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Indeed, I never anticipated such a prosperous start on our first day," Fan Xin responded with a grin, reflecting on their newfound potential for profit through the sale of grilled skewers. "Yes," Fan Shi nodded enthusiastically. The siblings cleaned up the tea stall and returned home with Fan Bauer. Upon arriving home, Fan Xin tallied today as earnings, which surprisingly amounted to over 10 taels of silver. "So much money," Pang Shi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the silver. "Yes, our grilled skewers performed exceptionally well today," Fan Xin replied, smiling. "That's wonderful," Pang Shi said excitedly. "Our family can finally enjoy a better life." Chapter 43. New delicacies the following day. Fan Xin rose early, prepared more meat, and, accompanied by Fan Shi and Fan Bauer, made his way to the tea stall. As expected, the grilled skewers remained immensely popular, selling out before noon. However, Fan Xin noticed that the sales of sheep milk tea were rather dismal. Only those with a penchant for sweets seemed to purchase it. "Brother, why are the sheep milk tea sales so poor today?" Fan Shi inquired, glancing at the neglected tea with concern. Fan Xin pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it's due to the heat. People prefer not to drink hot beverages in such weather." "What should we do then?" Fan Shi asked. Fan Xin contemplated and suggested, "Let's consider some adjustments for tomorrow." For the next month, Fan Xin's grilled skewer business continued to thrive, selling out early each day. Following Yi Wanqing's advice, he cut the lamb into smaller pieces, skewered them with iron sticks, sprinkled them with cumin and chili powder, and grilled them until they sizzled and exuded a tantalizing aroma, attracting numerous patrons. Yet, the sales of sheep milk tea remained stagnant. Fan Xin experimented with various strategies, such as lowering prices, adding ice, and even incorporating fruits and petals into the tea. But none yielded satisfactory results. That evening, Fan Xin and Pang Shi sat at the table, counting their earnings for the month. 1 tael, 2 taels, 3 taels. 60 taels? Pang Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. My dear, we've earned so much this month. A contented smile spread across Fan Xin's face, knowing that their success was largely due to the grilling secrets taught by Qing'er. However, Pang Shi's tone carried a hint of worry regarding the lackluster sales of sheep milk tea. If this continues, no need to fret, Fan Xin interjected, taking Pang Shi's hand reassuringly. I will devise another plan. After a brief pause, his eyes sharpened with resolve. Tomorrow, I will write to Qing'er and inquire if she has any more ideas. Pang Shi nodded, her eyes brimming with hope. By the way, Fan Xin suddenly recalled. I remember Qing'er mentioning that we could also grill vegetables besides skewers. Pang Shi's interest piqued. Yes, I recall her saying we could grill leeks, mushrooms, and eggplants. Indeed, Fan Xin's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Tomorrow, I shall purchase more vegetables, and, he lowered his voice, leaning closer to Pang Shi, we might also consider selling wine. The following morning, Fan Xin hurried to the outskirts of the city to a farmer's home, where he procured fresh vegetables such as leeks, mushrooms, and eggplants. He also made a special trip to a winery to purchase 2 jars of fine rice wine. Upon returning home, Fan Xin shared his ideas with the Pang and Fan families. Grilled vegetables? Is that even possible? Fan was somewhat astonished, questioning their palatability. Absolutely delicious. Fan Xin replied with confidence. Qing'er has told me that grilled vegetables are just as flavorful as grilled meat, and they are far healthier and less greasy. Pang expressed her support, affirming that if Qing'er deemed it delicious, it surely was. Xin, you must give it a try. Thus, Fan Xin began preparing the grilled vegetables. He washed the leeks and cut them into sections, sliced the mushrooms, and cut the eggplants into thin pieces, then skewered them with bamboo sticks, seasoning them with salt and chili powder before placing them over the charcoal to grill. As evening approached, Fan Xin's tea stall buzzed with activity once more. In addition to the aromatic grilled meat skewers, the newly introduced grilled vegetables and rice wine also attracted numerous patrons eager to sample them. Boss, how much for your grilled leeks? They smell delightful. A customer inquired, pointing at the golden brown leeks. 5 per skewer, 10 for 3. Fan Xin replied with a smile. The customer handed over 10, saying, I'll take 3 skewers to try. Before long, the 3 skewers of grilled leeks were ready. The customer took a bite and was instantly delighted, exclaiming, this tastes fantastic. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, spicy and flavorful. Let's have 3 more. The grilled mushrooms and eggplants received equally favorable reviews. Particularly, the grilled eggplants, brushed with garlic sauce and topped with scallions, proved to be exceptionally delectable, quickly becoming a sought-after item. The new rice wine was also selling remarkably well. On a scorching summer day, a bowl of chilled rice wine was both refreshing and thirst-quenching, winning the hearts of many diners. Xin, our business is booming today. Fan observed the throng of customers, his face beaming with joy. Indeed, this is all thanks to Qing'er's brilliant idea. Fan Xin replied while busy grilling meat skewers, adding, I estimate our income next month will surely double. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, the 3 members of the Fan family sat in the courtyard, counting the day's earnings. 1 tael, 2 taels, 3 taels, 18 taels? Pang exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. My goodness, we have earned 18 taels today. Both Fan Xin and Fan were equally taken aback by this figure. They had never anticipated that simply by adding grilled vegetables and rice wine, their income would more than double. Early the next morning, Pang arrived at the entrance of the Yi family's second house, carrying a bundle of goods. Sister-in-law, are you home? She called out from the doorway. Sister, is that you? Fan responded as she came out. Come in and sit. Following Fan inside, Pang handed her the bundle. Sister-in-law, this is a small token of appreciation from me and the family. Please accept it. Upon opening the bundle, Fan discovered it was filled with shiny silver coins. She quickly pushed it back, saying, "Sister, what are you doing? I cannot accept your money without merit." "Sister-in-law, you must accept it," Pang insisted. Pang returned the burden to Fan, and ever since Qing'er taught us the art of grilling skewers and vegetables, life at home has improved significantly. This modest sum is a token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse it. Fan intended to say more, but was interrupted by Pang. "I understand your concern for Qing'er. She has endured much suffering over the years. Accept this money to purchase her some clothing and jewelry, so that she may live a little better." As Fan gazed at the silver coins in her hand, her eyes became misty. "Sister-in-law, enough. No need to say more, I understand." Pang patted Fan's hand gently. "Rest assured, in the future, as we earn more, I will be here to assist." Pang's voice suddenly faltered, as if recalling something, her expression turning somewhat complex. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will come to help often." With teary eyes, Fan grasped Pang's hand tightly. She recognized Pang's struggles and understood that this silver was hard-earned. More importantly, she realized she could no longer decline, lest she squander the goodwill of Pang and Fan exile. After bidding farewell to Pang, Fan returned indoors, unwrapped the bundle, and counted carefully 30 taels of silver. A long sigh of relief escaped her lips, and a grateful smile graced her face. She planned to save this money diligently, sending it to Qing'er every 6 months so that she could enjoy a better life even in the border town. Far away in the distant border town, Yi Wanqing remained unaware of her mother and uncle's circumstances. She sat in the courtyard, holding a piece of charcoal, sketching and calculating the tea stall business of her uncle. According to her uncle, they could sell over 200 skewers of grilled meat and more than 50 skewers of grilled vegetables daily, supplemented by the income from rice wine, resulting in a net profit of around 30 taels of silver each month. As she calculated, she mused aloud, "If business continues like this, they could earn over 300 taels in a year, far better than farming." With this thought, a sense of hope filled her heart. She had initially believed that arriving in this unfamiliar era would condemn her to a life of poverty. Yet, through her skills, she discovered the potential to carve out her own niche. While her uncle's tea stall business was thriving, it remained confined to the town with limited foot traffic. Lowering the charcoal, she looked into the distance, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Once my uncle saves enough capital, I will suggest they rent a shop in the city and open a proper barbecue restaurant. Business would surely flourish even more." She believed that with her culinary skills and her uncle's hard work, they could establish a thriving enterprise in this new world. Chapter 44. Preparations the following morning. Yi Wanqing awoke early, meticulously counting her accumulated silver, amounting to approximately 20 taels. She then walked to the adjacent room and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Gu Zhang's voice from within. Yi Wanqing entered, presenting the cloth bundle to Gu Zhang. "Mother, this is some silver I have saved over the past few days. Please accept it." Gu Zhangshi unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing it brimming with silver, and could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. "Qing'er, what is this?" she inquired. "I have given it considerable thought. Although our family's business is currently flourishing, it is still limited to the town with a restricted flow of customers. I plan to save enough capital to rent a shop in the city and open a proper restaurant. The business will undoubtedly thrive even more than it does now." Ye Van Wunk it. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhangshi nodded appreciatively. "Qing, I am heartened by your ambition. However, renting a shop in the city is no small expense. I fear these silver coins may not suffice. I believe if I manage my expenses carefully, it should be sufficient," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. "I will also speak to Gu Xiaocheng, encouraging her to save as well." In the following days, Yi Wanqing gathered all the savings from her family, along with Gu Xiaocheng's private funds, amassing approximately 250 taels of silver. 250 taels should suffice for a modest shop, she mused. Already formulating a plan, she resolved to first scout the city for suitable premises. One afternoon, Yi Wanqing, accompanied by Zheng Yanlin, made her way to the bustling vegetable market in the west of the city. The area was alive with activity, filled with numerous food stalls exuding enticing aromas. "Lingia, do you smell that delightful fragrance?" Yi Wanqing asked, pointing to a nearby fish stall with a smile. Zheng Yinlin inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement, yes. The aroma of fish soup is exquisite. Let's take a look. As they approached the fish stall, they found a middle-aged man skillfully preparing fresh grass carp. Good sir, how do you price your fish? Yvonne Munk inwited. Are you looking to buy fish, young lady? My catch is incredibly fresh, just pulled from the waters this morning, and I am selling it at a bargain. The vendor replied warmly. Yi Wanqing closely examined the fish on display, her mind already racing with ideas. She intended to teach Zheng Yanlin to make fish balls and braised fish, two simple yet delectable dishes that were cost-effective and ideal for street vending. Lin Gur, would you like to learn how to cook? She turned to ask. Zheng Yanlin paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. Yes. Cousin, would you be willing to teach me how to cook? Of course, but Yi Wanqing paused deliberately, observing Zheng Yinlin's anxious expression, before continuing, if you wish to learn. You must not give up halfway. It requires dedication and earnest effort. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yinlin immediately patted his chest in assurance. Cousin, you can rest easy. I promise I will study diligently. I also wish to become your apprentice. Yi Wanqing looked at Zheng Yinlin's earnest demeanor, her heart swelling with warmth. This child was genuinely innocent and endearing. We can discuss the apprenticeship later. For now, the priority is to master the art of cooking. Wouldn't you agree? Zheng Yinlin nodded, albeit somewhat confused, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation for learning to cook. Yi Wanqing purchased several fresh grass carp along with scallions, ginger, garlic, and other ingredients, before returning to the small courtyard of the Zheng family, with Zheng Yinlin in tow. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Zheng Yinlin eagerly announced to everyone, Mother, Aunt, my cousin is going to teach me how to cook. Both Rong and Aunt Fong were filled with delight upon hearing this. Rong immediately pulled her son close, examining him from head to toe, and said with a sense of pride, Linge, you must learn well from your cousin. Our family is counting on you to become the master chef. Aunt Fong chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Qing'er's culinary skills are exceptional. If you learn from her, our lives will surely improve. Zheng Yinlin felt bashful from the praise, his cheeks flushing as he replied, I will do my best. Qing, this child is a bit clumsy, so you'll need to be patient with him, Rong remarked, preparing to go inside to fetch some money for Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing quickly stopped her, saying, Aunt Rong, what are you doing? I am teaching Lin Gur to cook because of his eagerness to learn, not for your money. That won't do. It's customary for a disciple to present a token of appreciation to their teacher, Rong insisted. Rest assured, though we are poor, we shall not neglect proper etiquette. Aunt Fong agreed, adding, Yes, Qing'er, please don't be so polite with us. Teaching Lin Gur how to cook is indeed a great help. Faced with their insistence, Yi Wanqing relented, saying, All right then, but let us waive the token for now. Once Lin Gur has mastered cooking and can earn money, he can prepare a generous red envelope for me. Everyone erupted in laughter. After a brief discussion, Rong and Aunt Fong decided to secretly prepare a gift for Yi Wanqing later that evening. As dusk fell, Yi Wanqing and Zheng Yinlin busied themselves in the kitchen for the better part of the evening, finally creating two delectable dishes, fishball soup and braised fish. Zheng Yinlin gazed at the aromatic dishes on the table, unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation, eager to taste his own efforts. Cousin, may I have a taste? He asked, looking at Yi Wanqing with eager eyes. She nodded with a smile. Of course, go ahead and see how it tastes. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a fishball, and upon tasting it, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Delicious. Cousin, your fish balls are truly wonderful. Then eat more. Yi Wanqing laughed. You must learn to make fish balls as delicious as these. Zheng Yinlin nodded fervently, feeling a resolute determination in his heart to learn cooking from Yi Wanqing, aspiring to create dishes as delightful as hers. Chapter 45. Preparation. As night descended, Yi Wanqing did not retreat to her room for rest as usual. Instead, she retrieved a map and began to study it intently. Two locations were circled in charcoal, North Street and West Street. Her gaze flitted back and forth between the heavily marked spots, having chosen these targets after careful consideration. North Street, bustling with foot traffic and filled with restaurants, boasted fierce competition, yet it also signified greater opportunities. In contrast, West Street, being closer to residential areas, exuded a vibrant community atmosphere with stable customer flow, making it more suitable for establishing a long-term business. The following morning, Yi Wanqing set out with Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing. Their first stop was North Street, where they walked along the thoroughfare, observing the passers-by and the bustling business of various shops. The North Street bustles with vibrant activity, the air thick with an array of delectable aromas, yet it is equally inundated with a cacophony of sounds, haggling voices and shouts that can be rather disconcerting. After a cursory stroll, Yi Wanqing resolved that, despite the allure of North Street, its overwhelming clamor did not align with her vision of an elegant dining establishment. Consequently, they redirected their steps towards West Street, which, in stark contrast to the raucousness of the North, exuded tranquility, flanked by quaint shops offering everyday goods. The street was occasionally interspersed with tea houses and dessert shops, releasing wafts of delightful fragrances that uplifted the spirit. Yi Wanqing paused before a modest rouge shop, which, though small, was impeccably tidy and replete with a diverse array of products, drawing the attention of numerous ladies. She entered the shop accompanied by Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing, where the proprietor, a woman of approximately 40, with a charming countenance and appropriate attire, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. "Ladies, may I assist you in finding something? We have just received several new shades of blush and powder, vibrant in color and lasting in fragrance. Would you care to try them?" With a gentle smile, Yi Wanqing waved her hand and inquired about the adjacent shop, which stood ominously closed. "Madam, may I ask what that shop specializes in? Why has it remained shuttered?" The proprietress glanced in the direction indicated by Yi Wanqing, sighed, and replied that establishment was once involved in the culinary trade, but alas, the owner met with an untimely illness last year, leaving behind a widow and orphans. It became untenable to continue, thus it was forced to close. "Is there currently anyone interested in acquiring that shop?" Yi Wanqing pressed, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. The shopkeeper pondered briefly before responding. "The location and layout of that shop are indeed quite favorable. Should it be taken over for business, it would undoubtedly be profitable." However, she hesitated, lowering her voice. "I have heard that the former proprietress is quite resolute and unwilling to part with the shop for a low price, which is why it has remained vacant until now." "Ah, I see. Je van mink, no dit, formulitink hertots. Might I inquire where the former proprietress resides? I wish to pay her a visit to discuss the possibility of acquiring the shop." The shopkeeper appraised Yi Wanqing, recognizing her modest attire belied an air of nobility, and thus responded with enthusiasm, "If you're truly interested, I can certainly lead you there, but what?" Yi Wanqing asked. "However, my acquaintance with the former proprietress is merely superficial, and whether or not a deal can be struck will depend on your own persuasive abilities." The shopkeeper replied with a smile. "That is only to be expected." Yi Wanqing returned her smile, producing a piece of silver from her sleeve and handing it to the shopkeeper. "I would be grateful for your guidance." The shopkeeper accepted the silver, her smile widening, and promptly called upon her assistants to tend to the shop while she led Yi Wanqing and her companions towards the residence of the former shop owner. Navigating through a series of winding alleys, the shopkeeper eventually arrived at a secluded lane, halting before a residence with a striking vermilion door. "Madam, this is the place." Yi Wanqing approached and gently knocked on the door knocker. Before long, a woman appeared to answer the door. Dressed in plain clothing, her countenance bore traces of weariness, yet hints of her former grace remained visible in her features. The landlady stepped forward to explain the purpose of their visit, and only then did the woman, surnamed Meng, welcome Yi Wanqing and her companions into the courtyard. This woman was the widow of the restaurant owner. After her husband's passing, she found herself unable to sustain the business alone, leaving the establishment idle in hopes of renting it out to supplement her household income. Upon Yi Wanqing's explanation of her intentions, Mrs. Meng led her to inspect the premises. Although the shop had been vacant for several months, Mrs. Meng had maintained it with regular cleaning, resulting in a relatively tidy and orderly appearance. The space was modest, yet well-designed, with a spacious kitchen and all necessary facilities, indicating that the previous owner had indeed been a diligent culinary enthusiast. Yi Wanqing expressed her satisfaction with the shop and, after inquiring about the rental fee, stated that she would return to discuss the matter with her family before making a decision. Mrs. Ming readily agreed and personally escorted Yi Wanqing and her companions out. Upon returning home, Yi Wanqing shared her experience of viewing the shop with Gu Zheng and the others. Gu Zheng concurred that the shop on West Street appeared more suitable than that on North Street, though the price warranted further consideration. Mrs. Meng seemed straightforward. Yet, Gu Zheng hesitated regarding the rental cost. The price can be negotiated. I believe Mrs. Meng is a reasonable person. If she is genuinely interested in renting, we should be able to discuss the price further, Yi Wanqing remarked. I will return tomorrow to see if I can negotiate a lower rate. That sounds good. You can handle this matter as you see fit. We all have faith in you. Gu Zheng nodded in agreement. After dinner, Yi Wanqing called Lin Gu'er over and said, Lin Gu'er, I plan to teach you how to prepare some simple dishes. Would you be willing to learn? Upon hearing this, Lin Gu'er's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes. I've always wanted to learn how to cook. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, you shall follow me as I teach you how to make some home-cooked meals. Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. Lin Gu'er happily accepted, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 46. The Return of the Azure Dragon. The next morning, Yi Wanqing rose early. As she opened the window, the fresh air mingled with a delicate floral fragrance, enhancing her already elevated spirits. After her visit to the shop at the end of the market the previous day, she had formulated a plan. The high foot traffic on West Street, combined with the spacious premises, made it an ideal location for a restaurant. After breakfast, Yi Wanqing set out with Gu Xiaoqing and Lin Gu'er. Their destination was the end of the market. Mrs. Ming, I discussed the matter with my family yesterday and have decided to rent your shop, Yi Wanqing cheerfully informed the woman who had welcomed them the day before. Mrs. Ming was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon blossomed with a smile. Madam Yi, you truly are a forthright person. I was concerned that, given your youth, you would need to deliberate with your elders for quite some time. Though I may be young, my resolve to open a restaurant is unwavering, Yi Wanqing replied with determination. However, regarding the rental fee, the rent is negotiable, absolutely, Mrs. Ming exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor. Since you are so straightforward, I shall not be stingy. Let us settle on the lowest price we discussed yesterday. How does that sound? Thank you very much, Mrs. Ming. Yi Wanqing responded with a smile. Having reached an agreement on the rent and various details, they proceeded to arrange for the signing of the contract. I had intended to inquire about the opening of the establishment yesterday. Might I ask when Madame Yi plans to launch this eatery? Meng inquired with curiosity. I have already decided on the name. It shall be called Wei Xiangu, replied Yi Wanqing. As for the opening date, she paused, her gaze drifting toward the bustling crowd outside, confidence sparkling in her eyes. Let's set it for the 8th of next month, shall we? Excellent, excellent. The 8th of next month is indeed an auspicious day. Meng nodded repeatedly, though secretly astonished. This Madame Yi appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Yet she was independently managing the establishment. One could only wonder from which family she hailed, displaying such remarkable capability. However, it seemed Meng remembered something, hesitating as she regarded Yi Wanqing. Does Madame Yi have something she wishes to convey? Yi Wanqing perceptibly sensed her unusual demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Meng spoke. Madame Yi may not be aware, but this shop had previously been leased to others who attempted to run an eatery. She paused, lowering her voice and infusing it with an air of mystery. The previous 2 establishments, unfortunately, could not sustain themselves, closing their doors not long after opening. Ye vanning furovit herbro, had curiosity pijuit. Oh, and what might the reason be? Meng sighed, lowering her voice further. I have heard whispers that this shop is rather ominous. The owners of the previous 2 eateries both thrived initially, but suddenly fell victim to strange ailments. Not long after, she made a gesture indicating death, her face clouded with superstitious dread. Gu Xiaoqing and Lin Gu'er, upon hearing this, paled in fright and hid behind Yi Wanqing, afraid to utter a word. Yet Yi Wanqing remained unfazed, dismissing it as mere gossip. With a reassuring smile, she said, There is no need for concern, Madame Meng. I do not believe in the supernatural. I trust in human determination to conquer fate. The success of this eatery will depend on skill and management, not on any superstitions. Seeing her resolve, Meng refrained from further comment, though a trace of worry lingered in her heart. Yi Wanqing retrieved a brush and an empty contract from her cloth bag, swiftly drafting the lease's terms before handing it to Meng. Please take a look, Madam Yao. If all is in order, we shall proceed to sign. Meng examined the contract meticulously, confirming that the terms aligned with their previous discussions. Nodding, she remarked, Madam Yi is indeed a person of promptness. Let's sign. The two signed the document, formalizing the lease. Congratulations, Madame Yi. How delightful, Madame Yi. Meng beamed as she handed one copy of the contract to Yi Wanqing. As of today, this establishment is now yours. May your business flourish and your fortunes abound. I appreciate your auspicious words, Madame Meng. Yi Wanqing accepted the contract with a smile, her heart brimming with anticipation. After bidding Meng farewell, Yi Wanqing, accompanied by Gu Xiaoqing and Lin Gu strolled around the shop, envisioning its future layout. Sister-in-law, this shop is truly spacious, Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed, running excitedly through the open hall. Indeed, once our eatery opens, it will surely be bustling with activity, Lin Gu added, filled with hope. Yi Wanqing gazed at her surroundings, her heart overflowing with hope and dreams. She firmly believed that with her culinary skills and diligence, Wei Xiangu would become the most beloved eatery on West Street. In the stillness of the night, Yi Wanqing lay in bed, her mind replaying the vivid scenes from the bustling restaurant earlier that day. In her drowsy state, she felt as though she were amidst the lively atmosphere of Wei Xiangu, where patrons flowed in and out, singing praises of the culinary delights. Suddenly, her reverie was interrupted by an unsettling sensation. She felt as though her arm was ensnared by some unseen force, rendering her immobile. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over her, prompting her to snap her eyes open, only to be met with a chilling figure illuminated by the dim moonlight. A serpent, its scales a striking emerald green, coiled around her arm, its icy touch jolting her fully awake. The serpent raised its head high, its golden eyes glimmering in the darkness, seemingly appraising her. Ah! Yi Wanqing gasped, sitting up abruptly in a frantic attempt to shake off the snake. However, it clung to her arm as if it were a part of her, resisting her every struggle. Do not move, a cool voice whispered near her ear, laced with a note of caution. Yi Wanqing froze, the familiarity of that voice striking her. She gazed at the green serpent, which slowly lifted its head, its penetrating golden eyes locking onto hers, as if it could see into her very soul. Why you are? Yi Wanqing's voice trembled, her mind racing with an unbelievable thought. The serpent seemed to comprehend her words, nodding gently, its tongue flickering in the air with a soft hiss. Are you the Azure Dragon? Yi Wanqing inquired tentatively, disbelief woven into her tone. The serpent nodded once more, a hint of tenderness flashing in its golden gaze. Yi Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that the Azure Dragon, which had vanished without a trace, leaving her in despair, would reappear before her in such a manner. How are you here? She stammered, her astonishment palpable. The Azure Dragon offered no response, instead loosening its grip on her arm and gracefully gliding to the edge of the bed, coiling there while maintaining its unwavering gaze upon her. It dawned on Yi Wanqing that the Azure Dragon appeared to have grown considerably, its body more robust and powerful than before. The creature raised its head, its golden eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words. It opened its mouth as if to speak, but then fell silent. Why you? Yi Wanqing began to ask, but suddenly realized something, her hand flying her mouth in shock. Why you can understand me? The Azure Dragon nodded, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in its golden eyes. Yi Wanqing was rendered speechless. She had never imagined that this Azure Dragon, which had accompanied her for so many years, could comprehend human speech. She stared at the Azure Dragon, her heart a tumult of emotions. After its abrupt departure, she had mourned for a long time. Now, its sudden return and newfound ability to understand her left her at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 47. The Return of the Azure Dragon. Where have you been all this time? Yi Wanqing inquired cautiously, fearful of disturbing the creature. The Azure Dragon remained silent, gently descending from the bed and circling her legs as if to express affection. Yi Wanqing then realized that the Azure Dragon had grown considerably since their last encounter. its serpentine form now more robust and powerful. What once resembled the width of an arm had now become comparable to her waist. "You've grown quite a bit," she remarked, unable to resist the urge to gently caress the dragon's head. The azure dragon closed its eyes in pleasure, nuzzling against her hand. With a soft hiss, it flicked its tongue, seemingly responding to her affection. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuan Qing. "Are you hungry?" The azure dragon's golden eyes brightened at her words, and it nodded. A smile crept onto her face. The dragon had maintained its gluttonous nature over the years. "Come, let me take you to the kitchen for a bite." As she rose, the azure dragon obediently followed her into the kitchen. In the kitchen, remnants of the day's cooking lingered. After rummaging through the ingredients, Yuan Qing found some eggs and milk. However, the azure dragon appeared uninterested in these offerings, coiling quietly in a corner, its golden gaze fixed intently on her. "Why aren't you eating? Don't you like these?" she inquired, puzzled. The dragon shook its head, a flicker of disdain evident in its eyes. "What do you prefer to eat?" she asked. The azure dragon did not respond verbally. Instead, it slowly slithered closer, rubbing its head against her leg. Glancing down, Yuan Qing noticed that the dragon was covered in dirt and grass, looking rather unkempt. "What a mess you've made of yourself after going out," she chided softly, shaking her head in resignation. She fetched a clean cloth, dampened it, and began to carefully wipe away the grime from the dragon's scales. The azure dragon closed its eyes in contentment, allowing her to tend to it. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's movements halted as she noticed something unusual. The dragon's belly appeared significantly distended. A jolt of unease coursed through her. The azure dragon's smooth, cool body felt different, particularly around its abdomen, which radiated an unusual warmth as if something were writhing within. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Remembering the dragon's disdain for the eggs and milk, she hesitantly posited, "Could it be that you've consumed something you shouldn't have?" Her voice trembled slightly. She was well aware of the azure dragon's dietary preferences. It typically feasted on fresh meat, avoiding anything spoiled or rotten. Its peculiar behavior today was deeply concerning. The azure dragon seemed to comprehend her worry. It lifted its head, a glimmer of mischief dancing in its golden eyes, before lowering it again and pressing its abdomen firmly against her palm. Nuzzling as if to seek comfort or perhaps to show off. A chill ran down Yuan Qing's spine, and instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, the azure dragon tightened its coil around her, the icy sensation of its scales sending shivers through her. At that moment, the dragon's belly began to writhe violently, as if something were struggling to break free. Yuan Qing's face paled, disregarding her fear. She swiftly pulled the azure dragon from her body and set it down on the floor. The hissing azure dragon snake emitted a disgruntled hiss. Its golden vertical pupils fixated intently on Yuan Qing, seemingly accusing her of her brusqueness. Yet, Yuan Qing paid no heed to the serpent's protests. Her gaze was anxiously locked onto the creature's abdomen, which had begun to swell into a small mound, continuously enlarging as if something were poised to burst forth. "What on earth have you consumed, azure dragon?" A tremor of fear laced her voice, as she harbored a vague suspicion of the truth, yet dared not fully believe it. The azure dragon snake offered no reply. It merely opened its mouth wide, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat, akin to the prelude of retching. Observing this, Yuan Qing hastily retreated a few steps, covering her mouth and nose, fearful of an unpleasant odor. In the next moment, the snake's abdomen heaved violently, and a dark object was expelled from its mouth, landing on the ground. The sudden, panicked squawk of a chicken echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, causing Yuan Qing to step back in astonishment, her eyes wide in disbelief as she beheld the wild chicken, still flapping its wings on the ground. This chicken was of considerable size, its feathers glossy and sleek, a clear indication of its succulent flesh, now flailing in a state of distress, attempting to escape this perilous situation. "Azure dragon, you." Yuan Qing pointed at the azure dragon snake, glancing back at the wild chicken, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the azure dragon snake appeared to take immense pride in its accomplishment. Puffing out its chest, the golden pupils sparkling with a glimmer of expectation for praise, gently nudging the trembling wild chicken with its tail. Yi Wanqing was left in a state of amusement. She had never anticipated that the azure dragon snake would swallow a living chicken, let alone regurgitate it unscathed. You, truly, she shook her head in exasperation. Quickly swallow it back down. You must not do this again. Suddenly, the hissing azure dragon snake coiled around Yi Wanqing's arm, its golden pupils shimmering with longing. Yi Wanqing paused, looking down at the serpent, perplexed. What is it? The azure dragon snake remained silent, merely nuzzling against her arm, as if in a display of affection. Are you suggesting? Yi Wanqing's expression shifted slightly as a realization dawned upon her. You can't possibly want me to eat it, can you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight passed through the snake's golden pupils as it eagerly nodded, its tail wagging with excitement. You, truly, Yi Wanqing sighed in resignation. You leave me at a loss for words. She gently tapped the serpent's head. Since you wish for me to partake so much, then. She deliberately elongated her tone, causing the azure dragon snake's pupils to gleam with anticipation. Its elongated body writhing with excitement, as if envisioning the moment its catch would be savored. Then you may keep it for yourself to enjoy at your leisure. With that, Yi Wanqing shifted her tone, gently unwinding the azure dragon snake from her arm, turning to stride back towards the house. The azure dragon snake was left momentarily stunned, its golden pupils filled with disbelief. It glanced down at the prey it had so laboriously captured, then looked back at Yi Wanqing's retreating figure, letting out a couple of disgruntled hisses in protest. It could not comprehend why, despite having mastered the art of hunting, she refused to consume the prey it had captured. Was it possible that the spoils of its labor lacked flavor? Burdened with confusion and a sense of injustice, the azure dragon serpent trailed slowly behind Yi Wanqing, dragging the wild chicken as they returned to the house. Observing the serpent's pitiable demeanor, Yi Wanqing's heart softened. She understood that the azure dragon was striving to learn hunting for her sake. It merely wished to contribute in whatever way it could. All right, enough of the sorrow. Yi Wanqing sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she gently stroked the serpent's head. From now on, you may remain by my side without worry. Upon hearing her words, the serpent's golden vertical pupils sparkled with radiant delight. It excitedly coiled around her arm, affectionately nudging her cheek with its head, expressing its joy. However, do exercise caution while hunting in the future. Avoid venturing into the town, as it may frighten the townsfolk, Yi Wanqing advised. The azure dragon serpent nodded obediently, indicating its understanding. Watching the serpent's obedient and sensible behavior brought a smile to Yi Wanqing's lips. It seemed imperative for her to strive harder to earn money. Gazing at the sky, she mused to herself, one day, I shall purchase a grand residence in this town, where you can live freely without any concern of alarming others. Chapter 48. Initial establishment of the eatery. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Cousin, are you home? The azure dragon serpent immediately raised its head alertly, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in its golden eyes. It's Ling Gu and Tao Gu Yi Wanqing remarked, rising to approach the entrance. As the door swung open, she beheld Ling Gu and Tao Gu each carrying items in their hands, their faces alight with excitement. Cousin, look! Before they could finish their sentence, their attention was captivated by the scene within the room, their mouths agape in astonishment. The azure dragon serpent coiled majestically in the center of the room, its golden eyes coldly fixed upon them, while beside it lay a wild chicken. This is, Ling Gu stammered, pointing at the azure dragon serpent, and then glancing at the wild chicken on the floor, utterly astonished. Tao Gu, equally wide-eyed, remained in a state of disbelief. Although he knew that the azure dragon serpent was no ordinary snake, witnessing its prowess in hunting left him profoundly impressed. This was captured by the azure dragon, Yi Wanqing explained with a smile. It's quite remarkable. It even finds its own food. Azure dragon, Ling Gu and Tao Gu chorused in unison, as it was their first time hearing this name. Yes, I named it, Yi Wanqing replied, gently caressing the serpent's head. Azure dragon, say hello to Ling Gu and Tao Gu. The The azure dragon, serpent, seemed to comprehend her words. It raised its head, casting a glance at Ling Gu and Tao Gu before lowering it once more, resuming its dignified posture. Ha! The azure dragon certainly has an air of aloofness. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Gu could not help but chuckle. Truly, it was remarkable that it had managed to catch a wild chicken. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted in from outside, heading straight for the Qinglong snake. Haidu! Yi Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly attempting to intervene. Don't cause trouble. Qinglong has just returned. However, Haidu paid no heed to Yi Wanqing's words. Leaping directly onto the Qinglong snake, affectionately rubbing its body with its head, its tail wagging with uncontained excitement. The Qinglong snake seemed to be equally enchanted by Haidu's exuberance. Lifting its head to gently reciprocate the affection, joy gleaming in its golden vertical pupils. The two creatures began to frolic and chase each other, creating a lively scene. Observing this, Yi Wanqing could not suppress a warm smile. Cousin, do you not intend to return Qinglong to the mountains? Ling Gia inquired. No, I have made up my mind to keep it by my side, Yi Wanqing replied resolutely. Since it wishes to stay, I shall not abandon it. That is good. Ling Gu and Tao Gu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of contentment. By the way, you should take that wild chicken outside and bury it, Yi Wanqing suggested, gesturing towards the chicken on the ground. All right, Ling Gu and Tao Gu responded promptly, stepping forward to carry the chicken away. After bidding farewell to Ling Gu and Tao Gu Yi Wanqing returned indoors to prepare for the opening of her eatery. She took out paper and pen, beginning to design the styles of the tables, chairs, and counter. She wished for her establishment to be simple yet elegant, with a unique charm to attract customers. Once the designs were complete, Yi Wanqing contacted the carpenter and blacksmith in town, requesting them to custom-make the tables, chairs, and counter according to her blueprints. Additionally, she began considering the recruitment of waitresses, hoping to find diligent and nimble women to serve in her eatery. In the evening, the family gathered around the table, enjoying their meal while discussing the operational details of the eatery. Mother, let us name our establishment Wanxiang Tower, Yi Wanqing proposed. Wanxiang Tower? What a lovely name. Gu Zhengshi's eyes brightened. It is both pleasant and memorable, and it even incorporates your name. It could not be more fitting. Indeed, I think this name is wonderful. Gu Xiaoqing agreed with a nod. Then it is settled. Our eatery shall be called Wanxiang Tower. Ye Wanming exclaimed joyfully. On the day of the opening, we shall. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 49. Recruitment. Yi Wanqing set down her chopsticks and quickly made her way to the door, where she found Aunt Lu standing there, drenched in sweat and looking anxious. Aunt Lu, what has happened? Please, take your time, Yi Wanqing said, assisting Aunt Lu to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard and pouring her a glass of water. Aunt Lu took the water but hardly had time to drink it, gasping as she spoke. Lady Yi, my daughter heard that you are hiring and insisted on trying. I simply could not stop her. Hiring? Hiring whom? Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaoqing emerged from the house, puzzled by the commotion. Oh, it is like this. Your eatery is about to open, is it not? I was considering hiring a small cook and a few servers. Just as I finished writing the notice, I hadn't even had the chance to post it yet. Yi Wanqing explained. I see, Gu Zheng nodded. That's splendid. Our courtyard has been rather desolate for quite some time. It's high time we infused it with some liveliness. Yi Wanqing smiled in agreement and turned to Lu Laopa, saying, Aunt Lu, you know that being a small cook is no easy task. Your daughter-in-law. Oh dear, my good girl, let her give it a try. Lu Laopa interjected. My daughter may not excel in many things, but she possesses great strength and is quite diligent. As she spoke, Lu Laopa pulled forward the timid Lin Shi. Pushing her towards Yi Wanming. Lin Shi looked at Yi Wanqing with apprehension, her head bowed and her fingers twisting the hem of her garment, remaining silent. Aunt Lu, please don't rush. Allow me to speak, Yi Wanqing soothed. I am not denying her an opportunity. It's just that the position of a small cook requires. Madam Yi, please allow her to try. She will truly work hard. Lu Laopa insisted, almost kneeling before Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing quickly supported her, letting out a weary sigh before turning to Lin Shi, asking, What is your name? What dishes can you prepare? Lin Shi, still looking down, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I am Lu Yinmeng, and I can make some home-cooked meals. Home-cooked meals? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. What exactly can you cook? I can make. Lin Shi stammered, struggling to name a single dish. Seeing her hesitation, Yuan Qing had made up her mind, but upon catching the pleading look in Lu Laopa's eyes, she found it hard to refuse outright. How about this, Aunt Lu? You know my eatery is about to open, and I am in urgent need of staff. I will post a notice today, and if I find a suitable candidate, I will inform you promptly. With that, she turned and retrieved the prepared notice from inside, walking to the door to affix it to the wall. The notice outlined in detail the requirements and benefits for the positions of small cook and servers, drawing the attention of women from the nearby alleys, who gathered to discuss it animatedly. Yuan Qing took out paper and pen, meticulously recording the details of the applicants as they came forward, planning to sift through the information once the crowd had dispersed. Among them, Lin Shi gazed enviously at the generous terms on the notice, biting her lip and summoning her courage to approach Yuan Qing. Madam Yi, may I have another chance? I truly need this job. Yuan Qing paused, looking at the timid woman before her. She understood the difficulties Lin Shi faced and recognized Lu Laopa's good intentions. Yet she was acutely aware that a restaurant was not a charity, and one could not hire based on sympathy alone. Sister Lin, I will try to keep my tone gentle, Yuan Qing said. I am not denying you a chance, but given your circumstances, Madam Yi, I beg you, please grant me an opportunity. I can do anything, even washing dishes. I am willing to accept a lower wage. I just need to support my family. Lin Shi's tears began to fall as she spoke. Oh dear, my good girl, have pity on her. Her husband is useless, always drinking and gambling, leaving her to support the family all on her own. Please, give her a chance to earn some money for her livelihood. Lu Laopa chimed in from his side. Yuan Qing gazed at the mother and daughter before her, a silent sigh escaping her lips. It was not that she was unwilling to assist them. Rather, the Lin family matriarch appeared to possess a fragile disposition, easily susceptible to manipulation. Even if she were to employ her, the outcome might not be favorable. Furthermore, Yuan Qing had no desire to entangle herself with the troubles brought by the old matriarch of the Lin family. With this thought in mind, she inhaled deeply and stated with unwavering conviction, Aunt Lu, please refrain from further discussion. I have made my decision. The Lin family matriarch is not suited for this position. Madam Lin wished to plead her case once more, but was interrupted by Yuan Qing's raised hand. Madam Lin, I recognize the difficulties you are currently facing. Yet some matters cannot be resolved by relying on others. Rather than placing your hopes in me, consider ways to alter your own fate. Yuan Qing's tone was calm, yet her words were profoundly impactful. Madam Lin was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion as she stared at Yuan Qing, her eyes filled with bewilderment. All right, let's conclude our meeting here. Everyone may return. Yuan Qing addressed the onlookers without paying further heed to Madam Lin. As the crowd dispersed, losing interest in the spectacle, the old matriarch attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be restrained by Madam Lin. Mother, let us go. Madam Lin's voice was low and tinged with bitterness. The old matriarch sighed helplessly and followed her daughter away. Yuan Qing watched their retreating figures, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that if Madam Lin were to separate from her spouse, her skills would allow her to sustain herself. However, in her current state of submission, she seemed incapable of taking that step. Yuan Qing sighed deeply. I hope she comprehends my intentions. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Madam Lin numbly followed Aunt Lu home. Her once hopeful gaze now dulled. Aunt Lu chattered incessantly, lamenting Yuan Qing's perceived lack of compassion. Yet Madam Lin absorbed none of it. Yuan Qing's words had struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the long-standing gloom that shrouded her heart, revealing a glimmer of hope. Change one's destiny. Madam Lin silently repeated this phrase, her pace gradually slowing. Yuan Qing bid them farewell, her own heart stirred by the encounter. She was not a heartless individual, but rather someone who understood that teaching one to fish is more valuable than merely providing them with fish. The plight of Madame Lin was not merely a matter of lacking employment. It was a profound absence of the courage to change her fate. I hope she can come to understand, Yi Wanqing murmured to herself as she turned back to the eatery. Preparations for the establishment continued, with Lin Gur diligently following Yi Wanqing's instructions, washing baskets of fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Yi Wanqing began to prepare pickled spicy cabbage. She expertly blended chili powder, minced ginger and garlic, and fish sauce, evenly applying the mixture to the cabbage with grace and finesse. The subtle spiciness mingled with the fresh fragrance of the cabbage, wafting through the air and catching the attention of passers-by. "Madam Yi, what are you making? It smells divine," inquired the owner of a neighboring shop, her curiosity piqued. "This is spicy cabbage. It will be ready to eat in a few days. I will invite you to try it then," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. "Oh, that sounds delightful. I have long heard of your culinary skills. Today, I'm truly fortunate." The shopkeeper beamed, unable to contain her joy. Chapter 50. Counterattack against fate. Yi Wanqing smiled gently, continuing her diligent tasks. She understood that to establish oneself in ancient society, one needed not only exceptional culinary skills, but also a nimble mind and unwavering will, qualities that the Lin family sorely lacked. If only she could divorce. I could teach her to cook and provide her with a platform, Yi Wanqing mused, yet she feared that Lin might lack the courage to take such a step. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Gur had thoroughly cleaned the eatery inside and out. Yi Wanqing sealed the last jar of spicy pickled cabbage and stretched her limbs. "Lin Gur, you've worked hard today. You should head home and rest early," she said kindly. "Understood, cousin," Lin Gur replied before turning to leave. Yi Wanqing locked the door of the eatery and set off towards home. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's courtyard, old lady Lin awaited eagerly for the good news Lin would bring. As Lin entered the yard, she wearily set down her basket, remaining silent. Old lady Lin hurried forward, her face etched with anticipation. "Well, did Madame Yi agree?" Lin shook her head, but her previously dull eyes now sparkled with an unusual light. "What's wrong? The neighbors? And yet Madame Yi wouldn't lend a hand?" Old lady Lin's expression darkened, her tone filled with reproach. Mother Lin took a deep breath, finally meeting old lady Lin's gaze. "Madame Yi is right. I cannot forever rely on others. I must find my own way." Old lady Lin was taken aback. She had never seen her daughter-in-law display such determination, as if transformed into a different person. "What do you mean by this? Why forsake a good life? What are you planning?" Old lady Lin's voice softened, laced with confusion. "Mother, I no longer wish to lead a muddled existence." Lin's voice, though calm, resonated with unprecedented strength. "Madame Yi is right. I must change my destiny." Old lady Lin opened her mouth to speak further, but was interrupted by Lin. "Mother, it's getting late. I need to prepare dinner." Lin turned and entered the kitchen, leaving old lady Lin standing in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how a simple refusal could incite such a profound transformation in her daughter-in-law. As night fell, Lin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Yi Wanqing's words echoed in her mind, stirring ripples of emotion within her. The notion of changing her fate felt both alien and alluring. Suddenly, muffled voices from the adjacent room caught Lin's attention, piquing her curiosity. "Do you think this will work, dear?" Old lady Lin's voice trembled with unease. "Don't worry. I've already spoken with the midwife. Tomorrow, we'll send the eldest girl away, and then we shall receive a sum of silver," came the response. "But she is still so young." Old lady Lin protested. "What does a woman know? If it weren't for this family," Lin's heart jolted, and she sat upright, her complexion as pale as a sheet. A fire ignited within her, a tumult of anger, fear, and sorrow threatening to consume her. She couldn't believe they would consider such a thing for an 8-year-old girl. "No, I cannot allow this to continue." Lin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth resolutely. She abruptly threw aside the covers and rushed to the door of the adjacent room, pounding on it vehemently. "Mother, open the door. Open the door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. What are you shouting about?" Old lady Lin impatiently opened the door. "What do you want?" Lin's eyes were bloodshot, tears brimming in her eyes as she pointed at old lady Lin, her voice trembling. "Mother, why are you doing this? Danielle is your own granddaughter. Startled by Lin's sudden accusation, old lady Lin quickly regained her composure and, filled with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What have I done? Don't think I'm unaware. I heard everything. You want to sell the Nyo? How could you?" Lin was overcome with despair and rage, her voice choked with emotion. Seeing her plans exposed, old lady Lin decided to be candid, forcefully pushing Lin aside as she snarled, "What do you understand? If it weren't for this family, would I act this way? Look at you. After all these years of marriage, you haven't even given birth to a son. The family is so impoverished we can barely eat. If I don't sell my daughter, are we to starve? Mother, how can you say such a thing?" Lin gazed at old lady Lin in disbelief, as if seeing her for the first time. For years, she had silently endured her mother-in-law's scorn and her husband's indifference, believing that her diligence and hard work would earn her family's acknowledgement and respect. Yet, in this moment, she realized that in their eyes, both she and her daughter were merely commodities to be traded at will. "I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on Danielle, I will." Lin trembled with rage, yet was at a loss for how to threaten old lady Lin. "What will you do?" Old lady Lin sneered. "Can you really turn the tables?" With that, she seized Lin by the hair and hurled her to the ground. "Let me tell you, this household does not belong to you." Lin's head struck the foot of the bed, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through her, and her vision darkened. Yet, she felt no pain. Her sole thought was to prevent the Nyo from being sold. Struggling to her feet, she recklessly lunged at old lady Lin, her hands gripping the woman's arms tightly. Lin's sudden resistance was akin to a cornered rabbit revealing its sharp teeth when provoked. She clung fiercely to old lady Lin's arm, her voice a desperate shriek. "You dare? If you touch the Nyo, I will fight you." Old lady Lin was taken aback by Lin's unexpected outburst, her grip loosening slightly. Accustomed to wielding authority, she had never seen Lin in such a state, leaving her momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin broke free from old lady Lin's hold. Stumbling back a few steps as she pointed a trembling finger at her mother-in-law, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. "For all these years, I have toiled tirelessly, sacrificing everything for this family. Yet how have you treated me? What do you think I am? A beast of burden? An object to be beaten, scolded, and sold?" Tears streamed down Lin's face, falling like pearls onto the ground. Yet they stirred no emotion in old lady Lin. With a disdainful snort, she replied, "You dare to set conditions? Let me make it clear. In this household, I am the authority. You would do well to behave yourself, or else." "Or else what?" Lin gazed intently into the eyes of the old woman, a resolute glimmer illuminating her own. "Are you going to strike me? To kill me? Come then." The old woman was taken aback by Lin's fierce demeanor. She had never witnessed such unwavering determination in her, reminiscent of a mother wolf cornered and ready to fight for her life. Chapter 51. Counterattack against Fate 2. Taking a deep breath to quell the fury within her, Lin spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "I tell you, from this day forth, I shall no longer be at your mercy. I intend to leave this place with the Nyo and Air Nyo to escape this cannibalistic den." With that, Lin turned and dashed back to her room, forcefully shutting the door, effectively sealing out the old woman's curses. Clutching her daughters tightly, tears flowed anew, but this time they were not of weakness or despair, but rather of hope and resolve. "The Nyo, Air Nyo, do not fear. Mother will protect you," Lin gently reassured, tenderly patting her daughters' backs. "Mother, are we truly leaving?" Danielle timidly inquired. Though still young, she sensed the unusual gravity of the night. Taking another deep breath, Lin fixed her determined gaze upon her daughters and replied slowly, "Yes, we are leaving this place for somewhere no one knows us, to start anew." In the dim light of the oil lamp, Lin's frail figure seemed to radiate brilliance as she firmly grasped her daughter's hands, her voice resolute. "We shall depart, leave this place, and embrace a new life." Danielle and Ernio had never witnessed such steadfastness in their mother. They nodded, albeit with a semblance of understanding, their eyes shimmering with hope for the future. "But mother, how do we leave?" Danielle asked hesitantly, the stark reality like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope ignited within her. Lin inhaled deeply, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Mother has a plan." She rose and approached the bedside, rummaging beneath the pillow to uncover a cloth pouch, carefully unwrapping it to reveal gleaming silver ingots and coins that sparkled enticingly in the dim light. This was her hard-earned savings, initially intended as a dowry for her daughters, now transformed into their beacon of hope for escape from misery. "Mother, this money," Neo exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the silver in her mother's hands. She had never seen such wealth. "This money will sustain us for a while," Lin replied, repackaging the coins and tucking them away. "When we reach safety, I will find ways to earn a living for you." She gently lifted her daughters, whispering, "Now, we must move quietly, without alerting anyone." Stealthily, Lin led her daughters out of the room. Just as they reached the courtyard, they encountered Lin Dejin, drawn by the noise. "Where are you going?" he asked, a puzzled expression on his face, holding a wine jug, clearly recently intoxicated. Lin's heart sank at the sight of him, but retreat was not an option. Taking a steadying breath, she met her husband's gaze and declared firmly, "I wish to divorce you. I'm taking my daughters with me." Lin Dejin stuned. He had not anticipated such a demand from his wife. With a drunken hiccup, he scoffed, "Divorce? With you? Who do you think you are?" Lin did not heed her husband's taunts. Instead, she withdrew a cloth bag from her bosom and forcefully cast it at Lin Dejing's feet, her voice icy as she declared, "The contents of this bag are sufficient to compel you to acquiesce to my demands." Lin Dejing, perplexed, picked up the bag and opened it, instantly sobering up considerably. He gazed at his wife in astonishment, stammering, "How do you possess such a vast sum of money?" With a cold smile, Lin replied, "You are well aware of how much I have sacrificed for this family over the years. This money is rightfully mine." Pausing momentarily, she pointed towards the old woman's room and lowered her voice, stating, "If you wish to receive more from me, you must comply with my wishes, otherwise." Lin left her sentence unfinished, confident that Lin Dejing would grasp her implication. She regarded her husband with a frigid stare, awaiting his response. Observing the determination in his wife's eyes and the silver in his hands, Lin Dejing found himself in a moral quandary. His breath quickened. He had never anticipated that his typically meek wife could exhibit such ferocity. He greedily fixated on the bag of silver, envisioning an endless feast of fine wines and delicacies. "What is it that you desire?" Lin Dejing's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of capitulation. "I demand a divorce," Lin asserted, enunciating each word with unwavering conviction. "You shall release me, and I will take my daughters and leave." Lin Dejing hesitated. Divorce was no trivial matter, especially with Lin holding such a considerable amount of silver. A crafty thought crossed his mind. "Divorce is acceptable, but the silver, don't even think about it." Lin interrupted him sharply, "This money is mine by right. You shall not take a single coin." Furious, Lin Dejing was on the verge of erupting when Lin seized his collar. "Do you think I am unaware? You and your mother have conspired behind my back." Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her voice remained resolute. "You would sell my daughters for a mere handful of silver? Have you lost all sense of conscience?" Her voice escalated, drawing the attention of others in the courtyard. The old woman, hearing the commotion, rushed out in a fluster and, upon witnessing the scene, was immediately taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The old woman barked, her bravado faltering. "When did I ever propose to sell your daughters?" Lin scoffed, tearing open the sleeve of the eldest daughter to reveal bruises marring her arms. "Whose handiwork are these injuries? Is it not yours? In your quest to make her obedient, you have inflicted such cruelty upon her to secure a better price." The surrounding neighbors, upon seeing the injuries on the eldest daughter, began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward the old woman filled with disdain and fury. "I was merely trying to discipline her," the old woman stammered, rendered speechless. Lin, observing the righteous indignation of the neighbors, knew she had wagered correctly. Drawing a deep breath, she continued, "For years, I toiled tirelessly for this family. Yet how have you treated me? You squandered my dowry, abused my daughters, and now you even contemplate selling them. I lay down this ultimatum. I shall leave this den of iniquity, even if it costs me my life, with my daughters in tow." A wave of applause erupted from the crowd as neighbors condemned the misdeeds of Lin Dejing and his wife. Some even began to defend Lin, calling for her to separate from Dejing. The sudden turn of events left Lin Daijing and his wife in a state of shock. They never anticipated that the usually submissive Lin would dare to resist, let alone air their family's dirty laundry. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers and Lin's unwavering stance, Daijing ultimately capitulated. In front of everyone, he penned a divorce decree and returned Lin's dowry in full. Clutching the decree and holding her daughter's hands, Lin departed from the Lin household without a backward glance. Uncertain of what the future held, she firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no hardship could thwart them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin's silhouette gradually faded at the end of the street. Meanwhile, in a nearby tea house, a woman dressed in blue observed the scene through the window, placing her teacup down with a knowing smile. How intriguing, indeed. Chapter 52. The weight loss fiasco inside the tea house. Yi Wanqing set down her teacup, contemplating the unexpected yet reasonable developments concerning the Luo family. Not one to meddle in others' affairs, she found herself stirred by the audacity of Lin's mother-in-law, and Lin's plight left her with mixed emotions. "Madam, did you see the commotion caused by the Li family?" Li spoke in a hushed tone, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Yi Wanqing withdrew her thoughts and shook her head, remarking that even the most impartial judge struggles with domestic disputes, and it was not their place to interfere. "But how are matters at the shop? Is everything running smoothly?" Li promptly replied, "Thanks to your grace, we have had quite a number of applicants. Following your instructions, I have shortlisted a few. Would you like to review them personally?" Yi Wanqing nodded, rising to follow Li to the back courtyard of the establishment. There, a few women stood conversing quietly, and upon noticing Yi Wanqing's arrival, they halted their chatter, curiously assessing the young proprietress. "Aunt Wei, this is our owner, Madame Yi," Li introduced, pointing to a robust woman among them. Aunt Wei stepped forward to greet her. "It is an honor to meet you, Madame Yi. I am Wei Hongyi, and my culinary skills are quite commendable. May I inquire about the requirements for this establishment?" Yi Wanqing smiled and returned the greeting. "No need for such formalities, Aunt Wei. We mainly serve home-style dishes here. If you are willing, you may start with a trial, and we can negotiate your wages." Wei eagerly accepted the offer. Next, Li introduced another woman, Chun Xiuxia, who was adept at making noodles and was also successfully hired. Finally, only one woman remained, slender and with her head bowed, obscuring her features. After a moment's hesitation, Li spoke. "This is Lin Liaming." The woman spoke softly, her voice trembling. Upon hearing her name, Yi Wanqing felt a stir in her heart, raising her gaze to Lin, and indeed, it was she. Li continued. Lin's sister-in-law previously worked at the Chun household, known for her diligence and nimbleness. "Wait," Yi Wanqing interjected, turning her attention to Lin. "Did you just come from the Lin household?" Lin looked up in surprise, meeting Yi Wanqing's probing gaze, and nodded in a flustered manner. "Did you truly strike old Lady Lin?" Yi Wanqing inquired, her tone tranquil yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Instantly, tears cascaded down Lin's face. I did not. She is slandering me. I have never laid a hand on her." Li, standing nearby, could not refrain from interjecting. "My lady, you may not be aware, but old Lady Lin is brazen and unreasonable. She has been bullying Sister Lin. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Yi Wanqing raised her hand, signaling Li to cease her remarks. She gazed at the unfortunate woman before her, her mind already made up. "Sister Lin, take solace in your work here. Your wages will be commensurate with others. I assure you, you shall not be wronged." As night fell, Yi Wanqing departed the tea house, meandering along the street. The shops flanking the thoroughfare had begun to illuminate their lanterns, casting a warm glow upon the flagstone path, illuminating her path ahead. "My lady, please walk slowly." Li, holding a lantern, hurried to follow closely behind. "Just ahead lies our shop. How is the renovation progressing?" Yi Wanqing halted and inquired. "Everything is proceeding smoothly as per your instructions. You need not worry," Li assured her with a nod. Yi Wanqing stepped into the eatery. Inside, craftsmen were diligently engaged in the final decorative touches, the clinking sounds resonating with hope and vitality. Yi Wanqing surveyed her surroundings, her heart brimming with anticipation. "My lady, are you satisfied with this sign?" Li asked, pointing to the signboard. Yi Wanqing lifted her gaze to the sign, which bore the words Wanxiang Pavilion in bold gold lettering against a black background. an exquisite work from a master calligrapher. The shop front had undergone a fresh coat of paint, with window frames adorned in a vibrant crimson, harmonizing beautifully with the white walls, exuding elegance. Indeed, it is splendid. Thank you to the craftsmen for their hard work, Yi Wanqing replied, nodding in satisfaction. She retrieved a pouch from her sleeve and handed it to Li. Please procure some wine and dishes for the craftsmen, so they may rest early. You are truly considerate, my lady, Li responded with a smile as she accepted the pouch. After meticulously inspecting every corner of the eatery to ensure all was in readiness, Yi Wanqing finally felt assured enough to leave. As the night deepened, the vendors of Baiwa Alley began to close their stalls one by one. Yi Wanqing and Li, pushing a small cart, walked along the flagstone path, the air fragrant with the subtle scent of osmanthus. My lady, are we truly commencing trial operations tomorrow? Li asked, tidying up tables and chairs, her voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, everything is in place. We merely await the right moment, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. At that moment, a commotion in the distance caught Yi Wanqing's attention. She turned to see a crowd gathered, seemingly in the midst of an incident. Let's go take a look. Her curiosity piqued. She urged Li to follow her. As they navigated through the throng, Yi Wanqing swiftly spotted Zhao Shuxue standing amidst the crowd. Clad in a light blue dress, she appeared particularly fresh and elegant. However, unlike her usual self, she was accompanied by a plump woman who sat by the roadside, softly weeping, her shoulders shaking in sorrow. Shuxue, what has transpired? Yi Wanqing approached with concern. As Zhao Shuxue spotted Yi Wanqing, a flicker of surprise graced her face, which quickly morphed into a sense of reassurance, as if she had found her anchor. Wanqing, your arrival is timely, she exclaimed. However, before she could elaborate, the portly woman beside her interrupted with a lament. Oh dear, it's all my fault, all my fault. All right, cease your tears and speak slowly. What on earth has transpired? Yi Wanqing gently patted the woman's back, offering her a soothing tone. The woman looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, opening her mouth to speak, but no words emerged, only deeper sobs. Wanqing, this isn't an appropriate place for such discussions. Let's find a quieter spot, suggested Zhao Shuxue, glancing around at the bustling crowd. Indeed, Yi Wanqing nodded, leading Zhao Shuxue and the weeping woman to a nearby tea stall where they took a seat. After ordering a pot of tea, Zhao Shuxue began to recount the events that had transpired. So, you remain unaware of her distress? Yi Wanqing inquired, her brows slightly furrowing after listening to Zhao Shuxue's narrative. Yes, I have asked her several times, but she refuses to divulge anything. However, judging by her demeanor, it appears she is grappling with some dilemma, Zhao Shuxue replied, shaking her head helplessly. Very well, Yi Wanqing pondered for a moment. Allow me to escort you both home, and I shall return to seek you out tomorrow. That sounds good, Zhao Shuxue agreed, rising to assist the still sobbing woman. Now let us go. Yet, the woman remained rooted in place, clutching Zhao Shuxue's sleeve tightly, glancing at Yi Wanqing with a look of earnest plea. Seeing the woman's state, Yi Wanqing felt a pang of compassion and gently inquired, Dear lady, do you face some hardship? Please, share your troubles. Perhaps I may be of assistance. The woman, known as Chu Momo, raised her tear-streaked face to Yi Wanqing, hesitating as she glanced at Zhao Shuxue, seemingly torn about whether to speak. Zhao Shuxue, sensing her trepidation, softly patted the woman's hand and reassured her, Momo, this is Lady Yi, a dear friend of mine. You can confide in her. She will help you. Finally, with a timid voice barely above a whisper, Chu Momo began, I am Chu Momo, a friend of Shuxue. I came today to bring some snacks for Lady Zhao. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Snacks? Then why are you in tears? Yi Wanqing asked, perplexed. I. Chu Momo stammered, her face reddening with embarrassment. The snacks I made. They were inedible. Lady Zhao. She tried 2 pieces and then. Ye Vinings confusion deep in it. Chu Momo, biting her lip as if summoning courage, closed her eyes and confessed she vomited. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing was momentarily taken aback before laughter bubbled forth. Chu Momo, Hearing Yi Wanqing's laughter felt overwhelming shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. Zhao Shuxue quickly tugged at Yi Wanqing's sleeve, signaling her to hold back her laughter, then turned to comfort Chu Momo. Momo, do not take offense. Wanqing means no harm. I have tasted your snacks, and they were delightful, truly delightful. Chu Momo, however, remained unconvinced. With reddened eyes and a look of helplessness, she remarked, Shuxue, please stop trying to comfort me. I saw it with my own eyes. You clearly vomited. And so much of it too. Zhao Shuxue found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Observing the situation, Yi Wanqing chuckled and said, all right, enough of this. Momo, since you made the pastries to express your gratitude to Shuxue, why not give them to me? I can taste them for you. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Chu Momo lifted her head and gazed at Yi Wanqing with a timid look, her eyes filled with doubt. What? You don't trust me? Yi Wanqing asked with a smile. No, that's not it. Chu Momo quickly shook her head. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Yi Wanqing pressed. Chu Momo bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before whispering, I'm afraid. I'm afraid my pastries will be too unpalatable and might do something to you. What might they do to me? Yi Wanqing inquired with a playful grin. With her eyes shut tightly, Chu Momo inhaled deeply, as if resigned to her fate, and exclaimed, they might poison you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing's smile instantly froze. Wanqing, don't listen to her nonsense. Zhao Shuxue hurriedly interjected. However, before she could elaborate, Yi Wanqing interrupted, Momo, tell me the truth. Why did you decide to make pastries for Shuxue? Chapter 53. The weight loss predicament. Chu Momo felt a chill run down her spine under Yi Wanqing's scrutinizing gaze, and she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her discomfort, Yi Wanqing softened her tone, saying, you need not be afraid. I won't harm you. I simply wish to understand your motivations. After a brief pause, Chu Momo finally summoned the courage to raise her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, Sister Yi, I do not wish to marry young Master Wang. Young Master Wang? Yi Wanqing furrowed her brow, conjuring an image of a flamboyant, rich air in her mind. Beside them, Zhao Shuxue quickly clarified, Wanqing, you may not be aware, but young Master Wang is notoriously known in our county as a debauched playboy, indulging in a life of extravagance without any ambition. Recently, for reasons unknown, he has taken a liking to Momo and insists on making her his concubine. Momo's father, our county magistrate, naturally refused to consent. Yet, young Master Wang, leveraging his family's power, has been relentlessly pursuing her, even threatening that if the magistrate does not comply, he will face severe consequences. Momo, having no choice, thought of. Zhao Shuxue did not finish her sentence, but Yi Wanqing understood her implication. Chu Momo must have heard that young Master Wang favored women with ample figures, which is why she resolved to starve herself in a desperate attempt to become less desirable, hoping to extinguish his interest in her. You foolish girl, Yi Wanqing sighed, reaching out to gently tousle Chu Momo's hair. What you're doing will only bring you suffering. It does not resolve the problem at all. What should I do then? Chu Momo looked at Yi Wanqing with tear-filled eyes, as if clinging to her last hope. Yi Wanqing pondered for a moment before responding, rest assured, I will find a way to help you with this matter. However, your immediate priority is to take care of your health. Take care of my health? Chu Momo was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization dawned upon her, causing her face to flush crimson. Sister Yi, are you suggesting that Yi Wanqing is aware of her misunderstanding? She inquired. Yi Wanqing chuckled and elucidated. What I mean is, during this period, you must have consumed a considerable amount of greasy food in your attempts to gain weight, which is detrimental to your health. I have a collection of recipes here that are light, delectable, and easy to digest. After you return, you can follow them to prepare your meals. As she spoke, Yi Wanqing retrieved a cookbook from her bag and handed it to Chu Momo. Moreover, it's essential to engage in moderate exercise. I will teach you a set of fitness routines that, if practiced daily, will not only strengthen your body, but also assist in shaping it. While demonstrating a few simple movements, she left Chu Momo and Zhao Shuxue in awe, as they realized for the first time that there were such methods for weight loss. How about it? Would you like to give it a try? Yi Wanqing asked with a smile. Chu Momo and Zhao Shushua exchanged a glance filled with skepticism and confusion. Zhao Shushua tentatively inquired, Wanqing, can weight loss really be achieved solely through light meals and exercise? We've never heard of such a thing before. Noticing their doubts, Yi Wanqing smiled confidently. If you are uncertain, why not join me for dinner at my home? Experience the results firsthand. Despite their reservations about Yi Wanqing's approach, Chu Momo and Zhao Shushua agreed to accompany her. Upon arriving at her home, Yi Wanqing retrieved fresh escargot and chives from the kitchen, efficiently sorting and washing them before commencing the cooking process. The escargot is rich in protein, yet low in fat, and paired with the refreshing chives, it promises a dish that is both delicious and healthy. Yi Wanqing's skillful knife work left Chu Momo in astonishment as she deftly cut the escargot into evenly sized pieces within mere seconds. But aren't chives typically a strong-flavored vegetable? Zhao Shushua inquired with curiosity. Yi Wanqing smiled and explained, it primarily depends on the cooking method. With attention to timing and the right combination of seasonings, chives can indeed become light and appetizing. She casually grabbed a few slices of ginger and some minced garlic, heating them in oil until they released a rich aroma. Next, she added the prepared escargot to the pan, seasoning it with salt and pepper before finally incorporating the chives. A few minutes later, a plate of escargot and chives, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, was ready. Give it a try, Yi Wanqing said, offering a piece of escargot to Chu Momo with her chopsticks. Hesitantly, Chu Momo took a bite, her eyes lighting up in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This tastes incredible. It's light and refreshing, with a hint of gentle sweetness." Yi Wanqing nodded in satisfaction and continued to prepare the remaining dishes for dinner. She also made a nourishing cabbage and tofu soup, along with a plate of steamed fish, all of which were nutritious and low-calorie options for weight loss. Momo, you must understand that weight loss is not about starving oneself blindly. It requires a sensible arrangement of diet and exercise, Yi Wanqing patiently explained. Finally, dinner was ready, the table adorned with an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. Upon witnessing this feast, Zhao Shushua and Chu Momo felt their appetites awaken, shedding any lingering psychological burdens. Come, let us savor these delectable dishes and experience the unique pleasures of a healthy diet. Yi Wanqing invited with a smile. As they began their meal, Zhao Shushua was astonished to discover that Yi Wanqing's culinary skills not only rendered the food delicious, but also instilled a sense of physical and mental well-being. Chu Momo was particularly enchanted by the refreshing taste of the river snails with chives, repeatedly exclaiming, "Sister Yi, this is simply more delightful than the dishes at those restaurants. And it doesn't feel greasy at all." She then picked up a piece of tender fish, savoring it slowly. The steaming technique preserved the fish's exquisite flavor, devoid of any fishy odor, instead imbued with a subtle hint of ginger. She looked at Yi Wanqing in astonishment. "Sister Yi, these dishes are exquisite. How'd I not realize that weight loss meals could be this delicious?" Zhao Shushua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Wanqing, your culinary prowess surpasses that of the chefs at city restaurants." Yi Wanqing chuckled softly. "It's merely the most homely of methods. With fresh ingredients and appropriate seasoning, the flavors naturally shine." She turned to Chu Momo. "You see, weight loss meals do not necessitate a diet of boiled vegetables every day. By selecting the right ingredients and employing suitable cooking methods, one can still relish delightful cuisine." After dinner, Yi Wanqing inquired in detail about Chu Momo's daily eating habits and offered tailored advice. "You often indulge in sweets and fried foods, which should be minimized. For breakfast, consider having some coarse grain porridge paired with eggs and fruit. Ensure your lunch and dinner include vegetables and protein, opting for steaming, boiling, or stewing with minimal oil and salt." Chu Momo listened attentively, nodding occasionally to signal her understanding. Moreover, drinking plenty of water is crucial. It can enhance metabolism and aid in fat burning. Yi Wanqing added, "However, be cautious not to drink too much water at night to avoid swelling the next day." As night fell, Chu Momo and Zhao Shushua stood to take their leave. "Wanqing, thank you for your hospitality today. I feel invigorated with confidence in my weight loss journey." Chu Momo expressed gratefully. "Don't rush. This is merely the beginning. Persistence is key to seeing results, Yi Wanqing encouraged with a smile. Watching the two depart, Yi Wanqing turned back to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Outside, the night was deepening, the stars twinkling, heralding the arrival of a new day. Chapter 54. Initial results the following morning. Chu Momo rose from her bed, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She approached the scale in the corner of her room, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped onto it. The needle gradually settled, and Chu Momo widened her eyes, hardly believing the number she saw. "I've lost 2 pounds. I truly have lost 2 pounds," she exclaimed, jumping with excitement, hardly taking the time to freshen up before dashing to her mother, Sheng Shi's room. "Mother, mother, you must see this." Chu Momo gasped as she ran to her mother's bedside, exclaiming, "I've lost 2 pounds. I truly have lost 2 pounds." Sheng Shi was taken aback by her daughter's sudden enthusiasm, and upon understanding the situation, she too was filled with astonishment. "Momo, are you serious? You really have lost 2 pounds?" "Absolutely." Chu Momo nodded excitedly. "After enjoying Sister Wanqing's dinner yesterday, I felt considerably lighter, but I didn't expect to lose this much." After a moment of contemplation, Sheng felt a sense of wonder. Her impression of Yi Wanqing had always been confined to the label of a banished criminal, and she had never imagined that the daughter of an exiled sinner could possess such extraordinary culinary skills. "Mo, the lady you spoke of truly has remarkable talent," Sheng remarked. "Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that a single dinner could cause you to lose 2 pounds. Mother, let us pay another visit to Sister Wanqing. I wish to seek her advice on dietary matters and weight loss." Chu Mo tugged at Sheng's arm, her tone imbued with a playful charm. Observing her daughter's eager expression, Sheng had already made up her mind. "Very well, let us go visit this esteemed lady." The carriage rolled along, transporting Sheng and Chu Mo towards the countryside estate. "Madam, we have arrived," called the driver from outside. Sheng and Chu Mo alighted from the carriage, gazing at the modest farmhouse before them, a hint of uncertainty lingering in their hearts. Was this truly the dwelling of the culinary virtuoso, Yi Wanqing? "Madam, young lady, please come in." Zheng Yinling emerged from within, promptly welcoming them and guiding them into the courtyard. "I apologize for not being able to greet you properly upon your arrival," he said respectfully. "Not at all. It is we who have intruded," Sheng replied with a smile, her gaze subtly searching the surroundings, seemingly in pursuit of Yi Wanqing's presence. "Where's Wanqing? Why hasn't she come out to greet us?" inquired Chu Mo with curiosity. "Madam, the young lady is feeling a bit unwell today and is resting in her room," Zheng Yinling explained. Upon hearing this, Sheng's heart stirred, and she tentatively asked, "Might I inquire what ails Yi Wanqing? Does she require a physician's attention?" Zheng Yinling hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Aunt, I am fine, merely feeling a bit chilled last night. Rest is all I need," came Yi Wanqing's voice from inside, faint yet reassuring. "Yi lady, if you are unwell, it is best to remain indoors and rest." Sheng expressed her concern, yet her resolve to meet Yi Wanqing only grew stronger. "Mother, I wish to see Sister Wanqing," Chu Mo added. Sheng nodded and turned to Zheng Yinling. "Would you kindly lead us to see you, lady?" Reluctantly, Zheng Yinling acquiesced, guiding the mother and daughter towards Yi Wanqing's chamber. Inside, Yi Wanqing leaned against the headboard, her complexion somewhat pallid. "Wanqing, how do you fare?" asked Chu Mo with genuine concern. "I am well, and I apologize for causing you worry." Yi Wanqing managed a faint smile. "But may I ask what brings you to visit today? Is there something you require?" Sheng regarded Yi Wanqing, her voice steady as she began to speak candidly. "We have come today with a request." "Please go on," Yi Wanqing encouraged. "I have heard from Mo that not only are your dishes delectable, but they also possess the ability to assist in weight loss." Sheng paused, seemingly grappling with her words. "Might you be willing to help Mo learn how to eat healthily and manage her weight?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing smiled gently, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. "Yi lady, to be frank, Mo has been frail since childhood and has a penchant for sweet treats, which has resulted in her current predicament," Sheng sighed, her gaze filled with maternal concern for her daughter. "I wish to enlist your guidance for her." Yi Wanqing gazed at the mother and daughter before her, Understanding that this encounter transcended a mere meal, it embodied a profound trust and anticipation. Rest assured, madam, I shall take it upon myself to look after Momo. Yi Wanqing assured. But what is it? Sheng asked. Given my humble status, I fear, before Yi Wanqing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sheng. Dear Lady Yi, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and a familiar voice rang out. Madam, what brings you here? The tone of Chu Xiangjin was imbued with surprise. I heard that little Mo had returned to Qingshi town, so I thought I would come and see, not expecting to find you here as well. Sheng was taken aback by her husband's sudden appearance. My lord, what brings you here? As Chu Xiangjin entered the room and spotted Yi Wanqing, he was momentarily stunned. Lady Yi, how is it that you are here? His voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. Sheng, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, My lord, this is Lady Yi, the talented chef I mentioned to you before. Wait. Chu Xiangjin interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Wanqing, as if something had suddenly flickered in his mind. I remember you. Yi Wanqing looked at Chu Xiangjin, a premonition stirring within her. You were the chef from that day, at Zhao Kongmu's residence? His voice faltered, as if he had just recalled something of great significance. Chu Xiangjin's words rippled through the atmosphere, stirring astonishment in both Sheng and Chu Mo, who were puzzled by his sudden display of emotion. My lord, do you know Lady Yi? Sheng inquired tentatively, harboring a sense that perhaps her husband shared an undisclosed connection with this remarkable Lady Yi. Chu Xiangjin did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Yi Wanqing, seemingly trying to peer into her very soul. After a moment, he spoke slowly, incredulity lacing his tone. If I am not mistaken, you are the illustrious chef who dazzled guests at Zhao Kongmu's banquet? Yi Wanqing smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Though she had merely attended the banquet in the capacity of a chef, her exquisite culinary skills had garnered widespread acclaim among the guests. Little did she expect that even the esteemed county magistrate had heard of her. It truly is you. Chu Xiangjin confirmed his suspicion, his voice now tinged with delight and admiration. I was marveling at the talent behind such delectable dishes. Seeing you today, it is indeed as I have heard. His words effectively bestowed official recognition upon Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess. Initially skeptical of her daughter's assertions, Sheng was now utterly convinced after hearing her husband's remarks. Lady Yi, rest assured, if you consent to my request, the Chu family shall do everything in our power to repay your kindness, Sheng declared excitedly, her gaze towards Yi Wanqing akin to that of a person who has found their savior. Chu Momo chimed in, Yes, Sister Wanqing, please help me. I truly wish to rid myself of this excess weight. Yi Wanqing, observing the mother-daughter duo before her, sighed inwardly. She had no intention of getting embroiled in their familial disputes. Her desire was simply to lead a tranquil life. However, given the circumstances had escalated to this point, she felt it inappropriate to decline any longer. My lady, please return home for now. Allow me some time to contemplate this matter. I shall personally visit you tomorrow to provide my answer, Yi Wanqing declared. The Sheng family, sensing a flicker of hope igniting within them, recognized that a woman of Yi Wanqing's caliber would not easily acquiesce to a request. Very well, we shall not intrude upon your rest any further. We will await your esteemed presence at home tomorrow, Mrs. Sheng replied, taking her daughter by the hand as they prepared to depart. Chu Xiangjin followed his wife and daughter as they left Qingshi town. On their journey back to the city, Chu Momo excitedly conversed with her mother, her words brimming with anticipation. Mother, do you think Sister Wanqing will truly agree? She asked, a hint of trepidation in her tone. Do not worry, Momo. Lady Yi will surely consent, Mrs. Sheng reassured her daughter. We must rise early tomorrow and head to Baiwa Alley to ensure we arrive before Lady Yi awakens. The following morning, while the dawn had yet to break, Mrs. Sheng and Chu Momo rose early to groom themselves, eager to board the carriage and make their way toward Baiwa Alley. The carriage rolled gently along the cobblestone path, the wheels producing a soft sound against the ground. As they passed by Yi Wanqing's residence, an enticing aroma wafted into the carriage. Mother, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Ju Momo et Galim. her eyes sparkling with delight. The scent was even more delightful than the dishes Sister Wanqing had prepared previously. Mrs. Sheng, having caught the alluring fragrance, felt a stirring in her heart and promptly instructed the driver to halt. "Let's go and take a look," she said, disembarking from a carriage and heading toward the source of the delectable smell. Chu Momo followed closely behind. The mother and daughter arrived at the entrance of Yi Wanqing's home, where they found the gate slightly ajar, the tempting aroma emanating from within the courtyard. Unable to contain her excitement, Chu Momo gently pushed the gate open and peeked inside, exclaiming, "Sister Wanqing." Her face was alight with surprise. In the courtyard, Yi Wanqing was busily tending to the stove, wisps of fragrant steam rising from the pot, enveloping the entire yard in an appetizing scent. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Wanqing turned to see Mrs. Sheng and Chu Momo standing at the entrance, a smile appearing on her face. "My lady, why have you come so early?" Mrs. Sheng stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips. "Lady Yi, we have come uninvited. I hope we have not disturbed you." "Not at all. Please come in," Yi Wanqing replied, welcoming them into her home. Once seated, Mrs. Sheng eagerly expressed her intentions. She hoped that Yi Wanqing would prepare meals for Chu Momo, assisting her daughter in her quest to lose weight. "Lady Yi, my daughter has always had a penchant for indulgence and lacks a love for physical activity," Mrs. Sheng lamented, a touch of helplessness evident on her face. Chu Momo, with a flushed face, lowered her head. She was acutely aware of her body issues and had longed for change. Yet her lack of perseverance led her to abandon her efforts midway. Yi Wanqing, observing the mother-daughter pair before her, understood their situation. She recognized that the Sheng family sought her assistance because they believe in her capability to aid Chu Momo. "Rest assured, madam, having promised you, I shall exert every effort," Yi Wanqing said with a smile. "However, weight loss is not an overnight endeavor. It requires relentless dedication. You must be mentally prepared." "Sister Wanqing, I will persevere," Chu Momo declared, raising her head with resolute eyes. Seeing Chu Momo's determination, Yi Wanqing nodded and stated, "Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall prepare 2 meals a day for you, delivered to your residence." "That would be a great help, Lady Yi," Shengshi responded with delight. "You are too kind, madam," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Shengshi retrieved a heavy pouch from her sleeve, placing it on the table, and said slowly, "Lady Yi, what is this for, madam?" Yi Wanqing inquired, glancing at the pouch without reaching for it. "Rest assured, since I have promised you, I will give it my utmost attention and will not be negligent." Realizing Yi Wanqing's misunderstanding, Shengshi hurriedly clarified, "Lady Yi, you misconstrue my intentions. I did not mean it in that manner. It is merely that having you deliver 2 meals daily is quite a burden. This silver is intended as compensation for your efforts, and I implore you to accept it." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Wanqing replied, "In that case, I shall not refuse. However, 20 taels of silver is too generous. I cannot accept it." Before Shengshi could voice her thoughts, Yi Wanqing interjected, "Madam, if you truly feel indebted, let us agree on 10 taels of silver monthly, which shall serve as both my compensation and the cost of ingredients. Additionally, I will customize the daily menu according to your health condition, ensuring variety in your meals." How did that sound? Touched by Yi Wanqing's consideration for them, Shengshi ceased her protests and nodded in agreement. "It is settled then," Yi Wanqing said with a smile. "From tomorrow, I shall begin preparing your weight loss meals." To put Shengshi and Chu Momo at ease, Yi Wanqing specially prepared a delightful breakfast for them. She first simmered fresh fish to create a rich fish soup, adding a touch of ginger and scallions, before incorporating boneless fish slices, cooking until the fish became snow white, and finally garnishing with a sprinkle of pepper, resulting in an exquisitely delicious fish porridge. In addition to the fish porridge, Yi Wanqing prepared an egg roll. She whisked eggs with a dash of salt and water, mixing them well before pouring the mixture into a pan to create a thin egg crepe. On top of it, she layered fresh vegetable shreds, rolling it into a delicate egg roll. "Madam, miss, please enjoy your meal," Yi Wanqing said as she served the breakfast, smiling. The fish porridge is delectable and nutritious yet light, making it perfect for the morning. The egg roll is also simple yet refreshing. I hope you both enjoy it. Chu Momo gazed at the exquisite breakfast before her, Her appetite immediately stirred. She first scooped a spoonful of fish fillet congee, gently blowing to cool it before bringing it to her lips. The fish was tender and succulent, and the congee was rich and flavorful, prompting her to indulge in sip after sip. Delicious. Sister Wanqing, this fish fillet congee you've made is simply delightful, Chu Momo exclaimed as she savored the congee. Sheng Shi also sampled the dish and chuckled, saying, Madam Yi, your culinary skills are truly unmatched. This congee surpasses even that of the palace chefs. Hearing Sheng Shi's praise, Yi Wanqing merely smiled modestly, replying, You flatter me, madam. It is merely a home-cooked dish. After a few spoonfuls of congee, Chu Momo picked up a crepe filled with egg, taking a bite that revealed its refreshing and appetizing nature, perfectly alleviating any greasiness. Sister Wanqing, this egg crepe is also delightful, she remarked as she continued to eat. However, she lifted her gaze to Yi Wanqing, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she asked, Sister Wanqing, may I inquire if I will still be able to enjoy custard buns in the future? Chu Momo's words elicited a playful scolding glance from Sheng Shi, who remarked, Child, why are you still thinking about those high-calorie treats? Madam Yi is trying to help you lose weight. Chu Momo stuck out her tongue, lowering her head in embarrassment, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of longing. Yi Wanqing, noticing her expression, smiled and reassured her, Rest assured, I will regulate your diet, but I will also cater to your tastes and nutritional needs, ensuring you can revel in delicious food while maintaining a healthy weight. After a brief pause, she added, In fact, custard buns are not entirely off-limits. We can modify the recipe by using skim milk instead of regular milk and substituting xylitol for sugar. This would significantly reduce the calories, allowing you to indulge occasionally without substantial consequences. At Yi Wanqing's words, Chu Momo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even Sheng Shi couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. She had initially thought that someone with Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess would be adept at preparing extravagant delicacies and might overlook common snacks. To her surprise, Yi Wanqing could even create a lighter version of custard buns, which truly impressed her. Madam Yi, with your skills, if you were to open an eatery, you would surely amass a fortune, Sheng Shi exclaimed sincerely. Yi Wanqing smiled humbly, saying, You overpraise me, madam. I still have much to learn. Not at all. With your talent, you would be among the best, even in the capital, let alone in this remote place, Sheng Shi remarked, as if recalling something. She then asked, By the way, you previously mentioned plans to open a restaurant in the west of the city. Have you found a suitable location? Thanks to your good wishes. I have indeed found one, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. That is splendid. Sheng Shi responded enthusiastically. I am quite familiar with the west side of the city, so if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much, madam. Yi Wanqing expressed her gratitude. After finishing their breakfast, Yi Wanqing set off with Wen Shi. Their purpose was to visit the Zhou family to discuss the supply of milk. The Zhou family stands as the largest supplier of milk in Liangxi town, delivering fresh milk daily from their pastoral lands outside the city. Yi Wanqing had previously interacted with the shopkeeper Zhou and had savored the Zhou family's milk, which was rich and flavorful, perfect for crafting a variety of delectable dishes. Upon arriving at the Zhou shop, Yi Wanqing expressed her intentions, and shopkeeper Zhou warmly welcomed them inside. Madam Yi, it is an honor to finally meet you. Shopkeeper Zhou exclaimed with a smile. I had heard that you were opening a restaurant, and I was wondering when we might have the opportunity to collaborate. I never expected it to come about so soon. You flatter me, Shopkeeper Zhou, Yi Wanqing humbly replied. I am here to discuss the supply of milk. Of course. Of course. How much milk do you require, and when do you need it delivered? Shopkeeper Zhou responded readily. Yi Wanqing detailed her requirements, and upon hearing them, Shopkeeper Zhou immediately agreed, promising to deliver the freshest milk to the restaurant punctually each day. After finalizing their agreement, they signed a milk supply contract. With everything in order, Yi Wanqing returned to her residence to prepare the evening meal for Chu Momo. She planned to make a dish of steamed eel slices and a radish and egg pancake, both light and nutritious, perfect for the weight-conscious Chu Momo. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sheng arrived at Yi Wanqing's home to deliver the payment for the first month. The twilight glow filtered through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the modest room. Yi Wanqing rolled up her sleeves and began preparing the evening meal. The fresh eel was deftly sliced into delicate strands, accompanied by slivers of ginger and scallions, and drizzled with a touch of steamed fish soy sauce before being placed in the steamer. Meanwhile, the white radish was shredded and mixed with beaten eggs, pan-fried to a golden crisp, forming the radish and egg pancake. Sheng arrived as promised, handing Yi Wanqing the first month's payment, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Wanqing, your dishes are not only delicious but also health-conscious. It's no wonder Momo cannot stop praising you." Yi Wanqing accepted the silver with a smile, replying, "Madam, you flatter me. This is simply my duty." Chapter 56. The restaurant's grand opening at the break of dawn. Yi Wanqing was already up, preparing for the grand opening of the evening fragrance pavilion. The flickering flames in the stove illuminated her focused expression, while the bubbling water in the pot signaled the arrival of a new day. Yi Wanqing first retrieved the pre-fermented dough, kneading it to release the air before shaping it into creamy custard buns, fluffy milk buns, and savory meat-filled parcels. The sweet and soft custard filling, the light and airy milk buns, and the savory meat buns catered to diverse palates. In the steamer, the rising steam enveloped the plump buns, releasing an enticing aroma, as if heralding the prosperous future of the evening fragrance pavilion. In addition to the buns, Yi Wanqing also prepared steaming hot oil-splashed noodles and fragrant fish slice congee. The essence of oil-splashed noodles lies in that single spoonful of scalding oil. When the boiling oil cascades over the chili flakes, it instantaneously releases an alluring aroma, which, when combined with the chewy noodles, creates a dish that is both spicy and delectable, awakening one's appetite. Conversely, the fresh fish slice congee is crafted from tender fish simmered to perfection, resulting in a silky porridge that warms both the stomach and the heart. "Madam Yi, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells divine." Aunt Wong from next door could not resist peeking in, drawn by the fragrant scent. "Good morning, Aunt Wong." Yi Wanqing greeted with a smile. "I am preparing for the opening of my eatery tomorrow. Would you care to try?" She offered a steaming custard bun. Aunt Wong accepted the bun, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Delicious. This bun is truly sweet and fragrant. Are you really opening a shop? How wonderful. We shall have the pleasure of indulging." "Indeed, the grand opening is tomorrow. I kindly ask all neighbors to support us." Yi Wanqing replied with a grin. "By the way, from now on, fish balls and braised fish will only be available at the eatery, but the prices will remain the same, so everyone can enjoy them at home." "What? We can no longer dine here?" "Yes," Yi Wanqing confirmed, "but it is not that I do not wish to serve you. I simply need to teach an apprentice to prepare the fish, and I fear it may affect your palate." "Teach an apprentice?" The neighbors exchanged puzzled glances. "Yes." Ye Vanmink nodded. "I have found a suitable candidate who will learn the art of fish cooking for me. Once proficient, you will be able to continue dining here." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood, expressing their support. As night descended, the Gu family's courtyard was bustling with activity. Tomorrow marked the grand opening of the Wanxiang Pavilion, and the family worked harmoniously to transport pots, dishes, tables, and prepared ingredients into the eatery. Under the night sky, the sign of Wanxiang Pavilion shone brightly in the lantern's glow, the red cloth draping over the plaque, awaiting the unveiling. Standing at the entrance, Yi Wanqing gazed at everything before her, filled with anticipation and a touch of anxiety. "Sister-in-law, do you think our eatery will truly succeed?" Gu Xiaoqing asked. Standing beside Yi Wanqing, her heart a blend of hope and apprehension as she surveyed the newly renovated establishment. Yi Wanqing gently patted her hand and smiled. "Of course. We have prepared for so long, and this day has finally arrived. Indeed, Xiaoqing, you must have faith in your mother and sister-in-law." Gu Zhengshi chimed in, exiting the kitchen with a basin of washed dishes, her face glowing with joy. As Gu Xiaoqing observed her family bustling about, her heart gradually settled. Yes, they had finally established themselves in Qingshi town, and opening this eatery was their shared aspiration. It was bound to succeed. As the night grew deeper, Yi Wanqing and Gu Xiaoqing walked home side by side. The moonlight spilled onto the cobblestone street, illuminating their intertwined hands. "Sister-in-law, after tomorrow, You shall be the sole proprietress of this Qingshi town in the capital. Gu Xiaoqing glanced at Yi Wanqing, her eyes sparkling with affectionate admiration. What mere proprietress, merely struggling for a living. Although Yi Wanqing spoke these words, her heart was filled with sweetness. After returning home, she retired early to rest, conserving her energy for the challenges of the morrow. The following morning, before dawn broke, Yi Wanqing had already risen. After a brief grooming, she commenced the preparation of ingredients for both breakfast and dinner. Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Zhangshi were not idle either. They meticulously cleaned the eatery inside and out, arranged the tables and chairs, and displayed the buns, dumplings, and oil-splashed noodles that Yi Wanqing had prepared in advance. Sister Ping and brother Hui collaborated to affix a red notice declaring the grand opening with an 8% discount prominently on the entrance. Everything was in readiness as the sun gradually ascended from the east. Here she comes, the lady has arrived. Brother Hui, with keen eyes, spotted the woman standing at the street corner and exclaimed with excitement. The woman was Wei Hongyi, the diligent waitress Yi Wanqing had recruited a few days prior, known for her industriousness and reliability. Aunt Wei, this way, this way. Gu Xiaoqing waved her over, guiding her to the front of the eatery. Aunt Wei hastened forward, and upon seeing the newly decorated, clean establishment, her face lit up with astonishment. My lady, your eatery is truly impressive, Aunt Wei exclaimed, genuinely admiring the establishment. Oh no, Aunt Wei, you flatter me, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, welcoming her inside. All right, the time has come. Let us unveil the sign, Gu Zhangshi said excitedly, observing the bustling street outside. Yi Wanqing nodded, stepping to the front of the eatery. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the red silk draped over the sign. 3, 2, 1. At Gu Zhangshi's command, Yi Wanqing swiftly pulled the silk away, revealing a beautifully carved blackwood plaque inscribed with the words Wanxiang Pavilion for all to see. Hurry! Brother Hui and Gu Xiaoqing were the first to applaud, followed by Gu Zhangshi, Lin Ge, and Tao Ge, who joined in the applause. Aunt Wei stood there, utterly speechless, never having imagined that this ordinary eatery could be so grand. Aunt Wei, here is today's breakfast menu. Please take a look. Yi Wanqing handed her a red sheet filled with dish names. Your task today is to deliver these menus throughout the city, ensuring everyone knows our eatery is opening today. Aunt Wei took the menu and examined it closely, noting the enticing offerings. Wanxiang Pavilion, grand opening, 8% discount. Breakfast, mushroom chicken congee, made with fresh chicken broth, combined with mushrooms and chicken, fragrant and delicious, rich in nutrition. Beef pan-fried buns, selected premium beef paired with scallions and minced ginger, with a thin skin and generous filling. Succulent and juicy. Scallion oil noodles, chewy noodles drizzled with aromatic scallion oil, complemented by refreshing cucumber shreds. Simple yet delightful, leaving a lasting taste. With each dish, she read. Aunt Wei couldn't help but swallow, each item sounding irresistibly tempting, making her yearn to taste them immediately. My lady, rest assured, I shall deliver these menus into the hands of every potential guest. Madame Wei carefully tucked away the menu and resolutely declared, I shall take care of everything. Yi Wanqing smiled and nodded, watching as Madame Wei departed. Once she was gone, Yi Wanqing plunged into the kitchen, immersing herself in her tasks. With deft movements, she kneaded the dough, and before long, a series of plump white dough balls appeared on the countertop. Lin Ge, meanwhile, assisted by washing and chopping vegetables, arranging the various ingredients with meticulous care. As preparations reached completion, the sun slowly rose in the east, casting its warm rays upon the streets, infusing the ancient city with a touch of vitality. At that moment, a rich aroma wafted from the Wanxiang Pavilion, enticing passers-by to pause and gaze curiously towards the establishment. What a delightful fragrance! What is that scent? It seems to be meat buns, and the aroma of congee is simply irresistible. Let's go take a look. The patrons followed the scent, flocking towards the Wanxiang Pavilion. Master, how much are your buns? And what about the congee? What is the price per bowl? The diners eagerly inquired, and Gu Zhangshi and Gu Xiaoqing cheerfully responded, warmly welcoming each guest. Meanwhile, not far away, in a cosmetic shop named Fanghua Pavilion. The shopkeeper Fan Suifang sat at the counter, idly fiddling with an abacus. Suddenly, a rich fragrance drifted in through the window, tantalizing her senses. What is that delightful scent? How sweet it is! Unable to resist her curiosity, Fan Suifang took a deep breath and peered out the window. Setting aside her abacus, her curiosity piqued. She stepped out of the shop. Following the enticing aroma, she arrived at the entrance of the Wanxiang Pavilion, where a throng of people buzzed with excitement. "Madam, please come in. What would you like to eat?" Gu Jingshi warmly greeted the passers-by, and upon noticing a finely dressed lady at the entrance peering in, she approached with a smile. "Dear sister, your establishment seems quite impressive on its opening day. What delectable treats do you offer?" Fan Suifang inquired with a smile, her eyes eagerly scanning the interior to glimpse the culinary delights that had drawn such a crowd. "You have certainly asked the right person." Gu Jingshi, invigorated by this, pointed towards the menu and enthusiastically began to elaborate. "Our Wanxiang Pavilion specializes in unique and delicious offerings. Just look at these golden custard buns. Once you take a bite, the sweet custard filling will have you longing for more. And this fresh fish slice congee is made from live fish, freshly prepared. It's absolutely exquisite." Listening to Gu Jingshi's enticing description, Fan Suifang felt her appetite awaken. Being one who relished new experiences, she could no longer resist and promptly decided to indulge. "All right, I shall have a custard bun and a bowl of the fresh fish slice congee," she said with a smile. Following Gu Jingshi into the establishment and settling at a window-side table. Before long, steaming custard buns and fresh fish slice congee were served at her table. Fan Suifang picked up a custard bun and took a gentle bite. The sweet, soft, and creamy filling instantly filled her mouth, prompting her to close her eyes and savor the delightful taste. "Delicious, truly exquisite," she exclaimed, declaring that the flavor of this custard bun surpassed any dessert she had ever tasted before. She then took a sip of the fish fillet porridge, the fragrant fish broth flowing down her throat into her stomach, bringing a warm, indescribable comfort. The fish fillets were exceptionally tender, devoid of any fishy taste. What remarkable skill! Setting down her spoon, Fan Suifang lavished praise upon this newly opened eatery. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she settled the bill and, before departing, remarked to Gu Jingshi, "I shall return tomorrow to sample more of your delightful snacks." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Gu Jingshi beaming with delight. Meanwhile, the crowd at the market began to swell, many drawn by the enticing aromas wafting from the Wanxiang Pavilion, stopping to approach the establishment. "Innkeeper, your place looks splendid, clean and bright, and the fragrance is simply tantalizing," a middle-aged man said, standing at the entrance and taking a deep breath with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Jingshi's smile widened even further. "Good sir, you have an excellent eye. Our Wanxiang Pavilion just opened today, and we use only the freshest ingredients, crafting unique and delectable dishes. Please step inside. I assure you will be satisfied." The middle-aged man, charmed by Gu Jingshi's warmth, laughed and entered the eatery. He looked around and admired the spacious, well-lit interior, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, and several landscape paintings adorning the walls, lending an air of elegance. "Innkeeper, your establishment is beautifully arranged. It feels so comfortable," another guest remarked. "Indeed, our proprietor insists that a pleasant environment is paramount for the success of our business. When customers dine comfortably, our trade can flourish." Gu Jingshi cheerfully welcomed the guests to take their seats and called for the waiter, Xiaocheng. "Xiaocheng, come greet the guests and present them with our menu." Xiaocheng promptly complied, carrying several sheets of red paper filled with dish names, passing them to the guests. "Esteemed patrons, please have a look at what you might like to enjoy. We have a plethora of signature dishes, including the richly flavored custard bun, the delicious fish fillet porridge, and the crispy fried chicken." "Fried chicken? What is that? I've never heard of such a dish," one curious patron inquired. "Ah, esteemed guest, you are unaware. Our fried chicken is a creation of our proprietor, made with top-quality chicken, coated in a special blend of spices, deep-fried to a golden crisp. The taste is absolutely divine," Xiaocheng animatedly described, arousing the appetites of several guests. Is it truly as good as you say? I have heard that your proprietor once struggled in the countryside, barely able to fill their stomach. So how could they possibly create such culinary delights? A lavishly dressed woman questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Xiaoqin's smile faltered, and just as she was about to retort, she was interrupted by Gu Zhengshi. Madam, you're mistaken. Although our master hails from the countryside, his culinary skills have been honed since childhood. If you doubt it, I implore you to sample our offerings. I assure you, you will crave more. Oh, is that so? Then I shall taste your fried chicken. If it does not meet my expectations, I shall have no choice but to demolish your reputation. The woman scoffed, clearly displeased with Xiaoqin's words. Gu Zhengshi suppressed her rising anger, maintaining a composed smile. Rest assured, madam, our dishes will not disappoint you. Chapter 57. Delectable Delicacies. Esteemed guests, please step inside. We have recently introduced several breakfast items that will leave you yearning for more. Chen stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming the passers-by. What are these dishes? I have never seen them before, inquired a modestly dressed elder, pointing to the assortment of dim sum in the steamer at the door. These are new creations from our master. Behold the custard buns. Their skin is thin and the filling abundant, rich with creamy flavor. And these crystal shrimp dumplings. Their skin is translucent, with a delectable filling, Chen proudly expounded, her words brimming with pride. Oh, is that so? Then I must give him a try. The elegantly dressed woman, who had questioned Yi Wanqing's culinary prowess the day before, had risen early that day, eager to see what this country girl could conjure. Madam, you have arrived at the right time. Our breakfast, Chen began to boast, but was abruptly interrupted by the woman. Enough with the embellishments. Just tell me how much these items cost. The woman's impatience was evident, her tone laced with irritation. Chen's smile faltered, and suppressing her discontent, she gestured towards the food. The custard buns are 4 for 10 coins. The crystal shrimp dumplings are 6 for 15 coins. What? Just these few morsels, and they're priced so exorbitantly? Are you running a scam? The woman erupted upon hearing the prices, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen. Indeed, this is outrageous. You are taking advantage of us common folk. Several nearby patrons echoed her sentiments. Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden barrage of accusations, glancing helplessly at Gu Zhengshi, who merely shook her head slightly, signaling her to remain calm. Madam, please do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. Gu Zhengshi stepped forward, her demeanor still composed. What you may not realize is that our ingredients. I care not for your ingredients. I only know that your prices are far too steep. I have heard that your master was once. The woman was clearly unwilling to relent, bringing up Yi Wanqing's background once more. Gu Zhengshi's expression darkened, ready to counter her claims, when the woman suddenly pointed to an item in the steamer and asked, "What is that? It looks rather unappealing." This is, Chen began to explain, but was once again cut off by the woman. What is it? You can't even name it, yet you dare sell it? The woman was clearly becoming increasingly agitated, on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Gu Zhengshi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within her, and pointed to the dark item, stating, "This is black rice and red date cake, crafted from the finest black glutinous rice and Hetian red dates, with a touch of brown sugar, and prepared through several hours of soaking and steaming. It is fragrant, sweet, and incredibly nourishing." She paused, then gestured towards the custard buns and crystal shrimp dumplings. Now, observe this custard bun, made not from ordinary cow's milk, but from fresh sheep's milk sourced from the grasslands, combined with egg yolk and white sugar, and through repeated kneading and fermentation, it achieves this delicate and generous texture. As for the crystal shrimp dumpling, it is meticulously crafted from premium wheat flour and starch, filled with fresh river shrimp, winter bamboo shoots, and shiitake mushrooms, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Gu Zhengshi's explanations were calm, yet coherent, articulating the ingredients and preparation of each breakfast item clearly, causing the surrounding patrons to involuntarily swallow their saliva. The woman had initially intended to continue her nitpicking, yet Gu Zhengshi's words rendered her momentarily speechless. She glanced at the exquisite pastries before her, then at the guests drawn in by the enticing aroma, and felt her resolve wavering. "I'll have a taste," said a petite elderly gentleman, seemingly moved by Gu Zhengshi's description. As he shyly pointed to the black rice and red date cake, "Please, give me a piece." "Certainly," Chen Shi exclaimed with delight, quickly picking up chopsticks to offer the gentleman a piece of the black rice and red date cake. "Enjoy." The old man accepted the cake, taking a gentle bite, and a wave of sweet, soft texture spread across his palate. The aroma of black rice mingled with the sweetness of red dates, accented by the brown sugar, creating a delightful taste. "Delicious." The old man could not help but exclaim, "This black rice and red date cake is wonderfully soft and sweet." "Really? I must try it too." Another patron nearby, unable to resist, ordered a piece of the black rice and red date cake as well. Soon, the establishment was filled with a chorus of praises as diners were enchanted by these novel and delicious breakfast offerings. Those who had initially expressed skepticism regarding the prices and ingredients began to reach for their purses. "Bring me a steamer of custard buns. I want 2 steamers of crystal shrimp dumplings, and a piece of that black rice and red date cake as well." Business at the establishment flourished, with Chen Shi and Gu Zhengshi busily attending to the orders, both adorned with joyful smiles. Only the woman, who had initially been so difficult, stood aside, observing the bustling scene with a conflicted expression. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but swallow her pride and walked up to Chen Shi. "I would like to order." "Madam, what would you like to eat?" Chen Shi inquired warmly. The woman surveyed the array of pastries before her and ultimately pointed to the custard buns, saying, "I'll have a steamer." "No, 2 steamers of custard buns." "Certainly, 2 steamers of custard buns." Chen Shi responded cheerfully, then added, "That'll be a total of 21. Will you pay now? Or do I have to pay in advance?" Upon hearing this, the woman immediately erupted in outrage. "Madam, you are perhaps unaware that in our establishment, it is customary to pay for the meal prior to being served. This is the rule," Chun continued to explain with a cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of anger at the other's unreasonable behavior. "Rule? What rule? I have been enjoying breakfast for decades and have never heard of such a requirement to pay in advance." The woman stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of unreasonableness. "What? Do you fear I might dine and dash?" "Madame, you yist. We certainly trust you," Gu Zheng interjected gently, stepping forward. "However, this establishment is run by Madame Yi, and the rules she has established must be adhered to by us, the servants, correct?" As soon as Gu Zheng finished speaking, the surrounding patrons nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is merely a matter of following the rules set by the establishment. There is no need for further discussion. "Exactly. If you cannot afford to pay, then perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself here." Under the collective scrutiny and admonishment of the onlookers, the woman's defiance waned. She glanced at the unfriendly stares around her, then at the appetizing breakfast before her, and ultimately, albeit reluctantly, produced 20 coins, slapping them onto the table. "Here." Chen accepted the coins with a warm smile. "Thank you. Please wait a moment. Your breakfast will be served shortly." Before long, 2 steaming baskets of custard buns were placed on the table. The woman gazed at the exquisitely crafted steamers with surprise. It was her first encounter with such a presentation for breakfast. She lifted the lid of the steamer, and a rich aroma of milk wafted towards her. Inside, plump custard buns were arranged neatly, as if beckoning her to indulge. Taking her chopsticks, she picked up a bun and took a gentle bite. Instantly, the delightful sweet and soft flavor enveloped her palate. The freshness of goat's milk mingled with the richness of egg yolk, complemented by a sprinkle of sugar. The taste was exquisite. The woman widened her eyes, seemingly in disbelief at the delight dancing on her taste buds. Meanwhile, other patrons eagerly opened their steamers, filling the air with exclamations of admiration. "These custard buns are simply divine. With a thin skin and generous filling, they are utterly delicious. And these crystal shrimp dumplings are remarkable, with a delicate wrapping and abundant filling, truly delightful. Not to mention the black rice and red date cake, soft, sweet, and utterly sublime." Observing the surrounding patrons rave with enthusiasm, the woman glanced at her own basket of custard buns, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately could not resist picking up another bun. Popping it into her mouth as she exclaimed, "Madam, please bring me another basket of custard buns." Before she could finish her request, a nearby customer leapt to his feet, calling out to Chun, "Madam, bring me 2 more baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings." "No, make it 3. Careful, dear guest. Slow down, you might burn yourself." Chun chuckled, unable to contain her delight, and quickly beckoned Gu Zheng to assist in the kitchen. The woman watched as the steamer was swiftly emptied, and the expressions of satisfaction on the patrons' faces made her swallow hard. "Bring me 2 baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings." More and more customers flocked to the establishment, irresistibly drawn by the tantalizing aroma. After everyone had a taste, they were all effusive in their praise, particularly for the crystal shrimp dumplings. The translucent dumpling skin encased tender shrimp meat, and with a single bite, the delectable broth burst forth in the mouth, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. "These shrimp dumplings are truly exceptional," exclaimed an elderly gentleman who had traveled extensively for business and savored numerous delicacies, yet had never encountered such exquisite shrimp dumplings. "Indeed, this flavor can easily rival the Imperial Kitchen's morning feast." Another patron chimed in. "The Imperial Kitchen? How could that be?" A young customer expressed skepticism, noting that the chefs there are meticulously selected, and how could such a humble eatery possibly surpass their culinary prowess? "Just try them, and you'll see." A nearby guest pushed a basket of crystal shrimp dumplings toward him. "The flavor is certainly not inferior to that of the Imperial Kitchen." The young customer, half convinced, picked up a dumpling and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, an unparalleled freshness enveloped his palate, and he widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the steaming basket before him. The clientele continued to swell, with the Chun and Gu Zheng families busily attending to customers, their faces radiant with joy. They had never anticipated that these newly introduced breakfast items would be so well received. "Sister Zheng, do you really think these breakfast dishes were taught to us by the mistress?" Chen inquired quietly while serving guests. Gu Zheng nodded, affirming, "Yes, the mistress said these are traditional dishes from her hometown, simple to prepare yet delightful in taste." "The mistress is truly skilled, capable of making anything," Chen remarked, pondering from whom the mistress learned such remarkable culinary arts. Gu Zheng shook her head, equally curious about the source of the mistress's expertise, yet aware that it was not their place to inquire further into matters she preferred to keep private. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yi Wanqing was diligently instructing several newly arrived cooks, demonstrating techniques while explaining the essentials, entirely oblivious to the discussions among the diners outside. "Excuse me, miss." A portly gentleman clad in opulent attire stood at the kitchen entrance, an air of arrogance about him. "Are you the proprietress of this establishment?" Yi Wanqing looked up upon hearing his voice, noting his distinguished attire, and surmising he was not an ordinary patron. She set down her spatula and smiled slightly. "Indeed, I am but a humble woman. How may I assist you, esteemed guest? I have heard tales of your exquisite breakfast, particularly the crystal shrimp dumplings, said to rival the craftsmanship of the Imperial Kitchen. Is this true?" The portly gentleman scrutinized Yi Wanqing with disdain, clearly skeptical of the claims. "You jest, esteemed guest. How could my humble skills compare to those of the Imperial Kitchen?" "Ye Vanming, replied modestly. However, our ingredients are fresh, and we prepare our dishes with care. Ensuring the taste is certainly commendable." "What audacity!" The gentleman scoffed. "Today, I shall sample your crystal shrimp dumplings and see for myself what makes them so exceptional that you dare make such bold claims." Having spoken, he strode directly to an empty table and summoned the proprietress. "Madam Chun, please serve me your finest breakfast, particularly those crystal shrimp dumplings. Bring me several baskets." "Ah, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. It will be ready shortly." Noticing that her visitor was a man of considerable means, Madame Chun was eager to oblige, promptly handing the menu to Miss Gu Zheng, urging her to relay the orders to the kitchen. Before long, an array of breakfast dishes adorned the table, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. The portly gentleman picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling, scrutinizing it with keen interest. The dumpling's skin was as delicate as a cicada's wing, revealing glimpses of the tender pink shrimp within. He couldn't help but nod in approval, his regard for Yi Wanqing slightly elevated. As he took a bite, the succulent broth burst forth, filling his mouth with a delightful flavor, the shrimp tender and springy, and the dumpling skin soft and fragrant, the various tastes harmonizing exquisitely, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Initially, he approached with a sense of trepidation. Yet he found himself unable to resist, devouring basket after basket until the table was cleared of all dumplings. "How do you find it, esteemed guest?" Yi Wanqing inquired with a smile, confidence glimmering in her eyes. The gentleman set down his chopsticks, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Indeed, these dumplings are exceptional, better than any I've tasted elsewhere." "Thank you for your kind words," Yi Wanqing replied with a gentle smile. "Should you wish to return, we will be delighted to serve you again." The gentleman nodded, rising to settle the bill before departing. With the endorsement of this culinary connoisseur, the restaurant's business flourished. Patrons arriving in droves, while Madame Chun and Miss Guzheng busied themselves, their faces radiating happiness. In the kitchen, Yi Wanqing observed the bustling scene outside, a subtle smile tugging at her lips. She understood that this was merely the beginning. Her culinary skills would eventually gain wider recognition. Chapter 58. Flourishing prosperity. At that moment, a small figure appeared at the kitchen door. "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. How did Xiao Chun end up here? The kitchen is filled with smoke. You mustn't be exposed to it." Yi Wanqing turned to see her sister, Gu Xiaochun, and her smile deepened. "I caught a whiff of something delicious. Were you cooking, sister?" Gu Xiaochun exclaimed, her bright, curious eyes darting towards the stove. Yi Wanqing affectionately ruffled her nose. "You little glutton, your nose is quite discerning. What would you like? Sister-in-law will make it for you. I want to eat that translucent one, like the uncle just had." Gu Xiaochun pointed excitedly at the steamer. "That is a crystal shrimp dumpling, but it's not suitable for little ones with delicate stomachs. How about I prepare some multi-grain shrimp dumplings and almond milk for you?" Yi Wanqing began skillfully kneading the dough as she spoke. Though slightly disappointed, Gu Xiaochun obediently nodded. "All right, I'll listen to sister-in-law." Soon, a steaming bowl of multi-grain shrimp dumplings and a cup of rich, creamy almond milk were ready. Gu Xiaochun eagerly dug in, exclaiming between bites, "Delicious! Everything sister-in-law makes is so good." Watching her sister's contented expression, Yi Wanqing beamed with satisfaction. At this moment, several individuals entered the eatery, led by a magnificently dressed lady, followed by her maids and servants, creating quite an impressive procession. "Madam, please take care as you descend the steps," one of the maids said, supporting the lady with utmost caution. "Madam Sheng, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Our mistress has mentioned you throughout the morning." Chun, with her keen eyes, immediately recognized the guests and hurried to greet them. "Sister Chun, I assure you, my tardiness was unintentional. Our household is quite large, and merely attending to their meals consumed a considerable amount of time," Madame Sheng explained with a smile, her tone subtly laced with a hint of pride. "Indeed, who does not know that your family is abundant, and each member is blessed?" Chun responded with a smile, guiding Madame Sheng to an empty table. "Madam, what would you like to order? We have crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast soup dumplings, and 3-flavor wontons." Chun enthusiastically presented the menu. "I shall have one of each. In addition, 2 portions of mixed grain shrimp dumplings and 2 cups of almond milk, as the children adore this," Madame Sheng declared grandly, gesturing with her hand. "As for the rest, choose whatever is fresh." "Oh my, madam, you are truly kind to our mistress. Even before dining, you are already considering bringing something back for the children," Gu Zheng said, approaching with tea. "Naturally, your mistress's culinary skills are unparalleled in Qingzhou. Should I miss today, I would have to wait several days for another opportunity," Madame Sheng remarked, a nostalgic expression gracing her face. "Yesterday, my little grandson devoured a bowl of mixed grain shrimp dumplings, and upon waking this morning, he insisted on having more. So here I am, shamelessly returning." "Madam, you are too gracious. It is our honor that you enjoy our fare," Gu Zheng replied with a smile, her heart swelling with delight. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Sheng, Yi Wanqing began to savor the delectable dishes before her. Before long, a commotion arose outside the eatery, and Zhao Kongmu appeared at the entrance with his entire family, accompanied by several servants carrying food boxes. "Lord Zhao, what brings you here?" Chen asked, her eyes widening in surprise at the imposing Su family entourage. Zhao Kongmu stroked his beard and replied with a hearty laugh. "Yesterday, After savoring Lady Ye's crystal shrimp dumplings, my family could not stop praising them. This morning, they urged me to return for more. However, given the crowd, I feared we would not have time to wait. So I took the liberty of sending the food boxes in advance. I hope, lady, you won't mind. You are too kind, my lord. It is our privilege that you enjoy the offerings of our humble establishment. Gu Zheng beamed. Please, do let us know what you wish to order, and we shall prepare it for you. Zhao Kongmu wasted no time, ordering 20 crystal shrimp dumplings, 10 baskets of crab roast soup dumplings, and several porridge and dessert items, instructing his servants to settle the payment beforehand. Very well, please hold on. Your meal will be ready shortly. Shen promptly accepted the payment and hurried to the kitchen. The arrival of the Su family, along with their extravagant ordering style, drew the attention of many patrons. The food here does not appear particularly exceptional. How can it command such high prices? A man clad in simple garments gazed at the menu affixed to the wall, unable to suppress a low murmur of discontent. Indeed, a bowl of ordinary mixed grain noodles costs 10 coins. It's nothing short of highway robbery. His companion echoed in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, an elderly gentleman seated nearby took a sip of tea and leisurely remarked, "You see, the ingredients at this establishment are of the finest quality. Take the mixed grain noodles. For instance, they are crafted from meticulously selected grains, complemented by Madame Ye's unique secret recipe. The flavor, I assure you, is unparalleled. Old sir, do not be deceived by them. Who knows if they are colluding to artificially inflate the prices?" The man in simple attire retorted skeptically, "Indeed, I believe this establishment is merely capitalizing on novelty, putting on airs to reap exorbitant profits." His companion chimed in. The elder shook his head, choosing to ignore them as he continued to savor his tea. At that moment, a young man named Ling emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings, and happened upon their conversation. He placed the dumplings upon the table and cheerfully stated, "Esteemed guests, our ingredients are carefully selected. While our prices may be slightly higher than others, they are undoubtedly worth every coin. If you're in doubt, I invite you to sample these crystal shrimp dumplings. Should you find them unsatisfactory, you shall pay nothing." With that, he turned to attend to other patrons. The man in simple attire and his companion exchanged glances, hesitating on whether to indulge. Ultimately, they succumbed to the allure of the crystal shrimp dumplings, picking up their chopsticks and gently biting into one. The dumpling, translucent and gleaming, revealed a hint of pink shrimp within, exuding an enticing steam. Cautiously, the man took a bite, and the succulent juices burst forth in his mouth. The bouncy shrimp mingling with the delicate wrapper, creating a rich tapestry of flavors that widened his eyes in astonishment. "This flavor is simply exquisite," he exclaimed, his earlier skepticism vanishing. His companion eagerly took a bite as well, mirroring his expression. "These crystal shrimp dumplings are worth every coin." The two began to exchange enthusiastic praises, drawing curious glances from surrounding diners. "Boss, bring us 2 more baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings. And I too. Please bring me a portion." The initially hesitant patrons, inspired by their fervor, eagerly reached for their purses to place their orders. The establishment resonated with a chorus of admiration. This mixed grain dumpling truly lives up to its reputation. It's fragrant, glutinous, and leaves an everlasting taste. Chu Momo savored the dumpling in her hand, her face alight with pleasure. "Indeed, I have lived for over half a century and have never tasted such delectable mixed grain dumplings." Sheng Shi chimed in enthusiastically. "This fish fillet congee is extraordinarily delicious, with a thick, rich broth, truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. And these crab roast soup dumplings, with their thin skin and generous filling, are simply delightful." The diners reveled in the culinary wonder, every pore radiating satisfaction and joy. In the bustling kitchen, Chun, Yuan, and others were fervently engaged in their tasks, while Ling and Tao flitted between the kitchen and dining area, serving tea and water to the guests. "Chenant, how many crystal shrimp dumplings are left?" Lin Gu rushed into the kitchen, breathless with urgency. "Only 5 baskets remain," Chen replied without lifting her head, her hands continuing their work. "What? Only 5 baskets?" Lin Gu exclaimed, startled. I'll head back to the front for a while longer. You must inform the mistress. It seems breakfast may not suffice." With that, he hurriedly dashed out again. Seeing this, Chen promptly set aside her task and quickly made her way to the backyard, where Yuan Qing was busy checking the accounts. "Mistress, breakfast is nearly sold out," Chen announced. "So soon?" Yuan Qing replied, slightly surprised, but soon a smile of satisfaction graced her face. "It appears today's business exceeds our expectations." "Indeed," Chen concurred with a smile. "The diners have been singing praises, and many have inquired about tomorrow's menu." Yuan Qing pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow, we shall introduce a fish fillet congee set. Inform the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the fish fillet congee tonight, aiming to make a larger quantity for tomorrow." "Brilliant, mistress." Chen couldn't help but admire her foresight. "You always make sure everything is well arranged." Yuan Qing chuckled and handed the account book to Chen. "Aunt Chen, you've worked hard today. This is today's income. Please keep it safe." As Chen took the account book and gazed at the figures recorded within, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is quite substantial. Isn't it? Today is merely the first day of opening, so the prices were set relatively low. Once things stabilize in a few days, we shall need to adjust the prices upward. Yuan Qing was confident in her culinary skills and believed wholeheartedly in the allure of delicious food. "You are right, mistress. This business will surely flourish." Chen's face radiated joy, filled with enthusiasm. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low in the sky, painting it in fiery hues. With a sizzling sound, the aroma wafted once more from the eatery, enticing passers-by to stop in their tracks. Two bright red lanterns hung at the entrance, illuminating the stone path before the door. Unlike breakfast, which emphasized speed and convenience, the evening meal focused more on the diversity and refinement of the dishes. Boiled fish fillet, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, steamed bass. Under Yuan Qing's skilled hands, these various fish dishes transformed into mouth-watering creations, their enticing aromas stimulating the appetite. "Isn't this the eatery from this morning? Why are they still open at night?" One passerby remarked. "I witnessed their fish fillet congee. It was exceptionally delicious. Let us go, let us go. We must try it ourselves." Inside the eatery, soon every seat was occupied. Zhao Kongmu had deliberately taken his shift early today, eager to savor the culinary delights offered. He ordered the restaurant's signature 8 treasures tofu and Buddha jumps over the wall. These two dishes tested the chef's knife skills and cooking precision, showcasing the mastery of the head chef. Before long, the dishes were served one after another. Zhao Kongmu eagerly picked up a piece of 8 treasures tofu. It melted in his mouth, bursting with flavor. The silky texture of the tofu harmonized beautifully with the freshness of the various ingredients, leaving a lingering taste that beckoned for more. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Zhao Kongmu exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. The exquisite flavor of the 8 treasures tofu far exceeded his expectations. He took another sip of the Buddha jumps over the wall, the broth rich and delectable, with the essence of various ingredients harmoniously blended, each mouthful a supreme delight. "Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous." Zhao Kongmu found himself at a loss for words, uttering the word marvelous thrice to convey the profound impact it had on him. Seated at the adjacent table was Mr. Liu, the manager of Honglai Tower. He had come merely to observe the newly opened eatery, curious as to what prowess it possessed to draw away a considerable portion of their clientele. Yet, upon witnessing and savoring the exquisite dishes, he could only feel a deep sense of admiration. This culinary skill was truly on par with that of imperial chefs. Liu murmured to himself, disbelief evident in his eyes. He picked up a piece of braised pork, succulent yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, with a rich aroma that lingered delightfully. Setting down his chopsticks, Liu had already made up his mind. This braised pork, tender and flavorful, cooked to perfection. How marvelous! He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had initially approached with a sense of skepticism, yet he found himself utterly captivated by the delicacies of this humble establishment. He called over Lin, the server, and with a beaming smile inquired, "Young man, who is the culinary master behind these creations? Their skill is extraordinary." Lin, slightly bashful from the praise, scratched his head, and replied with a hearty smile, "You flatter us, manager. Our owner has always said that only by putting one's heart into cooking can one create delightful flavors." Liu pondered this statement, his respect for this small eatery and its unseen proprietor deepening. It seemed that the success of this modest establishment was no mere coincidence. He laid down his chopsticks, producing a finely crafted jade pendant from his pocket, and handed it to Lin, saying, "Young man, please deliver this jade pendant to your owner, and convey my utmost admiration for their culinary artistry. I shall certainly return often." Lin accepted the pendant, though unaware of its true value. He recognized it as something precious. Eagerly nodding in agreement, "Rest assured, manager, I will convey your message." The sound of silver bells chimed as the lanterns swayed gently at the entrance of the eatery, casting a warm glow upon the cobblestone street. The night had grown late, and the last table of patrons departed, content, leaving only a few night birds chirping softly beneath the eaves. Yi Wanqing rubbed her aching shoulders, yet wore a satisfied smile. "Mother, Xiaocheng, thank you for your hard work today." She gazed at Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng, her eyes filled with gratitude. Gu Zhengshi, with concern, grasped Yi Wanqing's hand. "Silly child, why be so formal with me? You must be exhausted. Go rest now." Gu Xiaocheng stepped forward to massage Yi Wanqing's shoulders. "Yes, sister-in-law, do take a break. Mother and I will manage here." Yi Wanqing nodded, entrusting the affairs of the eatery to Gu Zhengshi and Gu Xiaocheng, and turned to leave. However, just as she reached the door, she suddenly paused, her gaze fixed on the shadows at the street corner. Chapter 60. Payment for labor. Lin, please tidy up the leftover dishes. Tomorrow morning we shall make porridge, Gu Zhengshi instructed while meticulously wiping the table. Understood, Lin replied promptly, efficiently clearing away the dishes. Today, the number of guests is indeed plentiful, and our coffers have swelled considerably. With a radiant smile, Xiaochen emerged from behind the counter, a heavy money pouch in hand. Gu Zhengshi accepted the pouch, a look of contentment gracing her features. Indeed, with Qing'er's exceptional skills, it is no wonder that our business flourishes. Mother, when shall we rent the shop next door? This way, we could set up more tables and spare our patrons from long waits, Xiaochen suggested. Gu Zhengshi nodded. Your sister-in-law has mentioned this as well, but as newcomers in this unfamiliar place, we must deliberate carefully. Do not worry, mother. My sister-in-law is astute and capable, and with my elder brother around, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Xiaochen expressed her confidence in the future. Gu Zhengshi sighed. Let's hope so. When will this exiled life come to an end? At that moment, Yi Wanqing had returned home. Lu Shi had already settled the children, and, upon seeing Yi Wanqing, quickly presented her with a steaming bowl of ginger soup. Qing'er, drink this to ward off the chill, Lu Shi said tenderly. Yi Wanqing accepted the soup, warmth flowing down her throat and dispelling her fatigue. She looked up at Lu Shi, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Aunt, you have worked hard. Lu Shi waved her hand dismissively. We are all family. There is no need to speak of hardship. You should wash up and rest early. Yi Wanqing nodded and turned to enter her room. The chamber was lit by a dim oil lamp, casting a warm glow over the simple furnishings, creating a cozy atmosphere. She shed her weariness, immersing herself in a warm wooden tub, allowing the soothing water to alleviate the strains of the day. A faint scent of soap wafted through the air, dispelling the lingering odors of the eatery and gradually easing her tense nerves. Remembering the shadow she had glimpsed outside the eatery earlier, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Since their restaurant had begun to prosper, it was inevitable that they would attract some ill-intentioned gazes. Although the county magistrate had discreetly dispatched people for protection, caution is always prudent. Thus, she resolved to remind her family to remain vigilant. With a creak, the door gently swung open, and Gu Zhengshi and Xiaochen entered, carrying a wooden basin. Qing'e, are you done? We have brought the hot water, Gu Zhengshi inquired softly. I'm ready, mother. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Wanqing replied as she rose and donned a cotton robe nearby. Xiaochen emptied the basin and filled it anew with fresh water, grinning. Sister-in-law, do wipe your face. You smell of smoke. One might think you were the one cooking today. Yi Wanqing playfully tapped her forehead. You impish girl, always jesting with me. Once she had freshened up and changed in a clean attire, Yi Watching joined Gu Zhengshi and Xiao Chen in the main room. Lu Shi had already lit the oil lamp, its soft glow illuminating the modest space. "Qing'er, you must be exhausted. Come, have some hot tea," Lu Shi offered, handing her a steaming cup. Yi Watching took the cup, savoring a sip as warmth surged within her. "Thank you, Aunt." Gu Zhengshi and Xiao Chen placed a hefty wooden box on the table, their faces radiating undeniable joy. "Qing'er, can you guess how much silver we earned today?" Xiao Chen eagerly asked. Yi Wanqing gazed at their enigmatic expressions and couldn't help but smile. "I cannot fathom this." "Do open it and see." Gu Zhengshi cautiously lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing it to be brimming with copper coins and a handful of silver. As the box creaked open, the crisp sound of metal clinking resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. Upon hearing this melodious sound, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within Yi Wanqing. The silvery moonlight filtered through the window, lending a gentle glow to the humble chamber. Gu Zhengshi picked up a clean cloth and meticulously wiped the scattered copper coins on the table, treating them as if they were treasures. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen busily counted on the side, the cheerful clinking of coins echoing like delightful music throughout the space. She counted with utmost seriousness, fearing any miscalculation. Observing this scene, Yi Wanqing felt a wave of nostalgia. Once, she had been the renowned chef of an international restaurant, surrounded by delicacies and an abundance of money. Yet now, in this ancient and unfamiliar world, a modest eatery and a few pieces of silver brought her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. "Sister-in-law, come help us count," Xiao Qing urged as she noticed Yi Wanqing merely smiling. "All right, I'll assist you," Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, joining the counting. After sending off the last few customers, Huaiji and Pingjie returned to the main room. They gazed at the mountain of copper coins on the table, their faces illuminated with excitement. "Today's business was remarkable. We nearly sold out of our signature dishes," Huaiji exclaimed, pride evident in his tone. "Indeed, we owe this to Qing'er's exceptional cooking. The patrons were all praises." Lu Shi chimed in, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Aunt, please don't flatter me. This is the result of our collective effort," Yi Wanqing humbly responded. Yes, we are family. There's no need for formalities," Gu Zhengshi added with a smile. United in purpose, they swiftly counted all the copper coins. "In total, we have 13 taels of silver and 762 won." Xiao Qing joyfully announced the final tally. This sum represented a significant income for them. It is worth noting that when they first arrived, their combined savings barely amounted to 20 taels of silver. Now, thanks to this small eatery, they not only sustained themselves but could also start saving. Yi Wanqing contemplated the mountain of copper coins before her, silently calculating today's gross profit. "Mother, I wish to." Yi Wanqing suddenly spoke, her gaze resolute as she looked at Gu Zhengshi. "Qing'er, speak your mind. There's no need for formality with your mother," Gu Zhengshi encouraged. Noticing Yi Wanqing's hesitance with a smile. "Mother, our eatery's success is due to everyone's hard work. Therefore, I wish." Yi Wanqing paused, sweeping her gaze over everyone. "To distribute wages." Distributing wages? The group was taken aback, clearly surprised by Yi Wanqing's sudden proposal. "Qing'er, that's unnecessary. We are family. There's no need to speak of wages." Lu was the first to voice her opposition. In her view, it was only natural for family members to support one another. There was no reason to pay for such assistance. Chapter 61. Distributing wages. "Aunt, please hear me out," Yi Wanqing said earnestly. "I understand your concern for me, but the business at the restaurant is thriving, and my mother and I can hardly manage it alone. Lin Gur, Tao Gur, and Xiao Chan have been a tremendous help and rightfully deserve compensation. Moreover, although we are family now, we will eventually establish our own households. We cannot continue to provide assistance without any acknowledgement forever." Yi Wanqing's words plunged the group into contemplation. Even Lu, who had always been opposed, fell silent. Indeed, they could not continually rely on Yi Wanqing and Gu Zheng. They needed a plan for their own futures. "Mother, Wanqing is right. We cannot persist in this manner." Lin Gur chimed in. "Please agree to this, so we can all feel more at ease." Gu Zheng looked at her understanding niece and nephew, then at the determined Yi Wanqing, and ultimately nodded in agreement with her proposal. "Then how shall we distribute the wages?" Xiao Chun inquired curiously. I calculated that our gross profit today is approximately 8 taels of silver, Yi Wanqing replied. Mother, as the manager, should take 20%, amounting to 1 tael and 6 chien. I, as the chef, will also take 20%, 1 tael and 6 chien. Lin Guer and Tao Guer, who manage the front and kitchen duties, will each receive 10%, which is 8 chien. Xiao Chun, being young and responsible for accounts and attending to guests, will receive 5 chien. The remaining 3 taels and 6 chien will serve as working capital for purchasing ingredients and daily expenses. Yi Wanqing articulated her distribution plan in one breath, then quietly awaited the group's reactions. She understood that this allocation might evoke some dissatisfaction, but she believed that if everyone grasped her intentions, there would be no issues. Unexpectedly, the group displayed no signs of discontent. Rather, they were moved by her meticulousness and thoughtfulness. Wanqing, you truly work too hard, worrying about these matters, Gu Zheng said compassionately. Perhaps I should take a lesser wage. It is too difficult for you to manage such a large operation alone. Mother, please do not be so polite with me, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile. I am young and vigorous. This little hardship is nothing. Moreover, our goal is not merely to maintain the status quo, but to expand and strengthen the restaurant. In due time, you shall enjoy the fruits of our labor. Her words brimmed with confidence and aspiration, as if a splendid tapestry were unfurling before her. She gently stroked the azure dragon resting at her feet and whispered, Do you agree? The dragon, seemingly understanding, flicked its tongue, the cool touch stirring warmth within Yi Wanqing. She cradled the dragon, caressing its smooth scales, and murmured, When will we have enough silver to purchase a grand residence? We can create a large garden for you, where you can play as you wish. All right. The dragon appeared to comprehend her wishes, affectionately nuzzling her cheek, its emerald eyes sparkling like distant stars. Then, we shall bring mother, aunt, and Xiao Chun to live with us, and we can all dwell together in joyful harmony. Yi Wanqing's heart brimmed with joy as she envisioned a future filled with happiness, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. With Lin Guer and Tao Guer in mind, she dreamt of their marriages, imagining them living next door, allowing for frequent visits. As night deepened, the lights of the eatery extinguished, leaving only a few strands of cold moonlight filtering through the window, casting a serene glow in the room. Yi Wanqing meticulously returned the copper coins from the abacus to the wooden box, the crisp sound of their collision resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. She extinguished the oil lamp and, guided by the moonlight, approached the window, gazing into the profound night sky as her thoughts drifted far away. Dearest husband, where are you now? Are you well? Yi Wanqing murmured softly, tears glistening in her eyes. She longed to convey to him that she was thriving, surrounded by a loving family and driven by newfound aspirations. A faint sound interrupted her reverie. She turned to see Gu Zhengshi entering slowly with an oil lamp in hand. Mother, why are you still awake? Yi Wanqing hurried forward to take the lamp, concerned. Did I disturb you? Gu Zhengshi looked at her with tender affection, shaking her head gently. I am old and sleep lightly. But you, why are you still calculating accounts? Tomorrow is also a day for that. Tomorrow will have its own matters. Today's accounts must be settled today, Yi Wanqing replied with a smile, guiding Gu Zhengshi to sit at the table. Mother, look, our income this month has been quite good. Gu Zhengshi gazed at the neatly arranged silver ingots and copper coins on the table, tears welling in her murky eyes. Since their exile, their family had endured relentless oppression and hardship. Thanks to Wanqing's culinary skills and business acumen, they had managed to establish an eatery in this foreign land, and their lives gradually improved. Good, 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 Gu Zhengshi exclaimed 3 times, her face radiating with a smile of contentment. My good child, you have worked hard. Mother, what are you saying? This is what I ought to do, Yi Wanqing replied softly, holding Gu Zhengshi's hand. Rest assured, I will strive to earn more money so that our family can live well. Gu Zhengshi nodded, gazing out at the night sky, letting out a deep sigh. I wonder how Yin Ting is faring. Does he also miss us? Yi Wanqing felt a pang in her heart. How she yearned for her husband. Since his departure, she had not seen him again and was uncertain of his well-being. "Mother, do not worry. My husband is a virtuous man. He will surely be safe and sound." She comforted. "Once we have saved enough money, we will send someone to inquire about his news." Gu Zhengshi nodded, joining her hands in silent prayer to the night sky, hoping for divine protection over her son's safety and success. Chapter 62. The winds of change. The sea and sky merged in a breathtaking panorama, waves crashing magnificently. A merchant ship cleaved through the waters, riding the winds toward distant, uncharted territories. "Young master, look at this sea. It is truly magnificent," Jiangqi exclaimed from the deck, captivated by the endless azure expanse. Gu Yunting smiled faintly, his profound gaze fixed on the horizon. The sea breeze tousled his long hair, enhancing his handsome features and distinguished presence. Indeed, this sea mirrors our lives, filled with uncertainties and challenges. Reflecting on the arduous journey thus far, Jiangqi was overwhelmed with emotion. In the beginning, the young lord was exiled to a desolate land and, due to certain circumstances, found himself on this barren island. His loyal guards vowed to follow him to the ends of the earth. In order to survive, the young lord led them in seizing government vessels and trading iron ore, gradually achieving their current status. The hardships and dangers they faced along the way are known only to them. The young lord, your subordinates shall forever remember the courage and wisdom you displayed when you led us to commandeer government ships and procure supplies. Jiangqi spoke with deep admiration, adding, "Your audacity in risking everything to sell iron or for funding has earned you our utmost respect." Gu Yunting smiled faintly, patting Jiangqi's shoulder, saying, "Those are matters of the past. Now, we possess our own fleet and can set sail to carve out a realm of our own." Jiangqi nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Young lord, rest assured, I shall pledge my life to follow you and assist you in achieving great endeavors." Suddenly, a guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee, reporting urgently, "Your Highness, we have spotted a band of pirates ahead." Gu Yunting furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Pirates? How many are there?" Reporting to the young lord, "There are approximately 100 men and over 10 ships." Gu Yunting's lips curled into a sly smile, a spark of cunning gleaming in his eyes. "It seems our journey shall not be too lonely. Relay the orders. Prepare for battle." Jiangqi, upon hearing this, expressed concern. "Young lord, the pirates are fierce and cunning. Should we not take a detour?" "A detour?" Gu Yunting shook his head. "We are currently at sea, surrounded by water. Where can we detour to? Moreover," he paused, gazing into the distance, and remarked meaningfully, "This band of pirates may yet prove useful to us." With a command from Gu Yunting, the fleet did not choose to evade, but instead approached the aggressive pirates head-on. Although Jiangqi felt apprehensive, he knew he must obey orders and prepare to face the enemy. However, to everyone's astonishment, the battle had not even begun when it concluded. Gu Yunting, alone in a small boat, approached the pirate ships. After a conversation, their leader, De Zhuang, astonishingly ordered the surrender of their weapons and pledged allegiance to Gu Yunting. It turned out that Gu Yunting had anticipated encountering this group of pirates. He understood they were not inherently wicked, but had turned to piracy out of necessity. Thus, he extended an olive branch, promising them a place to settle and a better life ahead. De Zhuang, having heard of Gu Yunting's reputation, recognized him as no ordinary noble and, upon witnessing his sincerity, agreed to submit. After subduing the pirates, Gu Yunting arranged for them and their families to settle on a small island previously discovered. Though modest in size, the island boasted fertile land suitable for cultivation, along with freshwater resources sufficient to sustain hundreds of lives. De Zhuang and his followers were profoundly grateful to Gu Yunting, vowing their loyalty. Once the pirates were settled, Gu Yunting began preparations for his next objective, to construct a grand ship and embark on a voyage overseas. He transformed several commandeered official vessels, skillfully linking them together to create a colossal ship, robust enough to withstand the tumultuous seas and accommodate a greater number of people and supplies. He also commissioned the gathering of various nautical charts and tomes, diligently studying maritime techniques, learning to discern directions and navigate the unpredictable perils of the ocean. With all preparations complete, Gu Yunting stood upon the lofty deck, gazing at the vast and magnificent sea, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Jiangqi, he intoned solemnly. Prepare to set sail. Jiangqi surveyed the enormous vessel before him, filled with uncertainty. Your Highness, where are we bound? To a distant place, Gu Yunting replied, his tone deep as he peered into the horizon, to seek Jiangqi. Upon hearing Gu Yunting's words, felt his confusion deepen. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired softly, Your Highness, while we are indeed heading far away, what is our true purpose? Gu Yunting maintained his gaze towards the distance, his demeanor calm and steadfast. Jiangqi, I understand you harbor many questions. Our objectives are twofold. The first is to uncover the evidence that could vindicate the Wang family of Wuan and expose the Empress Dowager's treachery against the late emperor. Jiangqi nodded. Though still somewhat perplexed, he had always held unwavering faith in Gu Yunting's judgment. The second objective, Gu Yunting continued, hope illuminating his eyes, is to seek resources that will benefit the populace. We must not only focus on the battles of the present, but also plan for the future happiness of all. The ocean harbors boundless wealth. Only through exploration can we alter our circumstances. Jiangqi took a deep breath, his mind gradually clearing. Gu Yunting's grand vision for the world was one of the reasons he had followed him for so many years. Your Highness indeed possesses remarkable foresight. I'm wholeheartedly committed to assisting you in this voyage. Gu Yunting smiled faintly, patting Jiangqi on the shoulder. We shall share both joys and hardships. Regardless of what lies ahead, we must weather the storm together. Just as the two were poised to continue their discussion on the voyage's logistics, Gu Yunting suddenly looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. Something is amiss. It seems the weather is about to change. Jiangqi followed his gaze. Noticing that the previously clear sky had darkened ominously, heavy clouds looming over the sea, while the winds began to pick up pace. Your Highness, is a storm approaching? Gu Yunting swiftly examined the nautical charts and earlier recorded meteorological data, his expression growing increasingly grave. Indeed, the storm has arrived with alarming swiftness. Our vessel is not yet fully adapted to such conditions. The surrounding guards also sensed the anomaly and busied themselves with preparations. Gu Yunting decisively commanded, all personnel, immediately prepare for the storm. Sail at full speed and seek the nearest island for shelter. The ship rocked violently amidst the tumultuous waves. Gu Yunting stood at the highest point of the deck, gesturing to direct the crew. Jiangqi, relay the order to ensure the stability of every vessel. Any misstep could spell disaster for us all. As the mighty waves crashed against the ship, it groaned under the strain. Time was of the essence. Yet under Gu Yunting's decisive command, the crew executed their orders with unwavering composure. Jiangqi busily conveyed the commands, all the while admiring how Gu Yunting remained calm, even in such a perilous situation. At that moment, Gu Yunting suddenly whispered to Jiangqi, our ability to find it relies not solely on technology and luck, but also on courage and faith. Prepare to battle the sea winds. The true test of the storm is just beginning. On the tumultuous sea, the howling winds and towering waves tossed Gu Yunting's fleet like a solitary leaf in a tempest. Torrential raindrops pelted the deck mercilessly, and the ship rocked violently, as if it could be engulfed by the surging tides at any moment. Your Highness, a small island has been spotted ahead. A soldier on the lookout shouted with excitement. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunting swiftly approached the ship's railing and gazed in the direction indicated by the soldier. In the vast expanse of the sea, a small island emerged faintly, resembling a black pearl nestled amidst the turbulent waters. Excellent. Order all ships to proceed at full speed towards the island. After a thrilling voyage, the fleet finally drew near to the island and discovered a shelter harbor. All ships, drop anchor and dock immediately. With Gu Yunting's command, the fleet anchored in an orderly manner, seeking refuge from the ravaging storm. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Lidu City, the business at Yi Wanqing's Wanqing Pavilion remained bustling. Madam, 2 bowls of beef noodles extra spicy. Certainly 2 bowls of beef noodles extra spicy. Just a moment. Yi Wanqing deftly cooked the noodles while directing the waitstaff to attend to the customers. Since the establishment of her eatery, patrons flocked in daily, keeping her exceedingly busy. To enhance efficiency, Yi Wanqing had specially designed and constructed a roasting oven for preparing various meats and noodles. Madam, your roasting oven is truly exquisite. The food it produces must be delicious, a curious customer remarked, pointing at the steaming oven. Indeed, this is my exclusive design, and I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave more. Yi Wanqing replied with unwavering confidence. The construction of the roasting oven significantly improved cooking efficiency, allowing her to devote more time to experimenting with new dishes. As night fell, the eatery finally closed for the day. Yi Wanqing gazed at the empty shop, exhaling a sigh of relief. Turning to the towering stack of bowls and dishes, fatigue washed over her. Since the opening of her establishment, she had been rising early and retiring late, overwhelmed with work. Although business was flourishing, her health was beginning to falter. To ensure the quality of her dishes and her own well-being, Yi Wanqing resolved to make change. Early the next morning, she posted a notice at the entrance of her eatery, stating, "The establishment will be closed on the 1st and 15th of each month. We appreciate your understanding." Upon seeing the notice, patrons immediately took notice. "What? The madam is taking a break? Does that mean we won't be able to enjoy such delicious food?" lamented a regular customer. "Indeed, madam, your eatery is thriving. Why the sudden need for a break?" Another customer couldn't help but inquire. With a smile, Yi Wanqing explained, "Dear patrons, our business has been exceptionally busy lately, and I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. To maintain the quality of our dishes and serve you better, I have decided to take a day off every half-month. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing Yi Wanqing's explanation, the patrons, though somewhat reluctant, expressed their understanding. After all, everyone requires rest, especially someone as industrious as Yi Wanqing. Seeing the patrons' acceptance brought a sigh of relief to her. She returned to the kitchen to begin preparations for the day's dishes. The roasted lamb chops, one of the restaurant's signature offerings, were crafted from fresh lamb ribs, meticulously marinated and grilled to perfection, resulting in a crispy exterior and tender interior, exuding an irresistible aroma. Meanwhile, the buttered noodles, a recent innovation by Yi Wanqing, combined luscious crab roe and paste